Chapter 1. The most beautiful fairy in the world, Guyuna. In the depths of the Star Doe forest on Douluo continent, beside the Lake of Life, a young lad clad in black suddenly materialized next to a towering tree that stood 100 meters tall. He witnessed the dark demon, evil god tiger, the foremost soul beast of Douluo continent, prowling nearby, yet refrained from approaching a certain area behind him due to an instinctive wariness. My goodness, if it discovers me, I will surely perish. Wang Kun first endeavored to calm his racing heart, taking slow, deep breaths. Subsequently, he surveyed his surroundings to discern his location. Before him lay a lush expanse of verdant grassland, and in the distance, a crystal-clear lake sparkled under the sun, while behind him, the giant trees loomed majestically. He recalled that he had been engrossed in playing the game Honor of Kings, securing victory by stealthily ambushing the enemy with Hongmeng Pearl. He had ascended to the rank of the strongest king. And then, without warning, he had been transported here. At that moment, Wang Kun spotted a celestial azure bull python, approximately 10 meters long, gliding through the clear waters of the lake, alongside a titan giant ape, its massive form standing on grass like a small mountain. There was no doubt he had indeed crossed over to the Douluo continent. Initially uncertain when he encountered the dark demon evil god tiger, the repeated appearance of soul beasts reminiscent of Douluo's essence confirmed his new reality. This meant that with the right powerful system, he could transform Guyuna, Xiao Wu, Qianren Xue, Bai Bai Dong, Zhu Zhu Qing, Ning Rong Rong, and Hulaina into adorable younger sisters and stunning elder sisters. Was this not more exhilarating than a game? The novice system gift pack had been activated, innate level 20 with full soul power. Wang Kun possessed a 100,000-year soul ring and a 1,600-year purple soul ring. Hey, system, your soul ring configuration seems rather haphazard. The first soul ring of Hui Yuhao from the renowned Tang sect is 1,000,000 years, followed by a 40,000-year ring. You can at least pair a 100,000-year ring with a 40,000-year one. Is the host instructing this system on how to do its job? Impressive system. Suddenly, Wang Kun felt every cell in his body rejoicing, an abundance of soul power nourishing him, flowing into his dantian. The random system had merged with the Honor of Kings system. Having received the novice gift pack, the host could now select hero skills from the game. After a moment's contemplation, he pondered the most formidable abilities in Honor of Kings. Athena's passive skill, True God Awakening. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Athena's passive ability. Explanation. The host cannot die if the body is destroyed. It will transform into an indestructible soul capable of free movement. Upon death, a day of rest is required to resurrect the physical form. Wang Kun smiled. With his passive ability, no threat to his life existed in this world. From henceforth, he would be unable to die even if he wished to. He would be the most dazzling figure in all of Douluo. If he diligently practiced, he could emerge as the strongest. How splendid! How delightful! As long as he could not die, he could engage in reckless pursuits and frolic wantonly, teetering on the brink of danger. Hee. The system does not advise the host to pursue such reckless behavior, for should he randomly draw a useless system, the consequences of his folly would lead to his demise. Very well, I shall refrain from such recklessness. By the way, the host possesses a 10-minute True God Awakening experience card. Quite splendid. The host has already acquired the first soul skill from the 100,000-year soul ring. Please select the second soul skill. Wang Kun contemplated which skill to choose, for it is said that in martial arts, only the unbreakable and the swift prevail. The former had already been selected. Now he needed one that exemplified swiftness. The jungle heroes in Honor of Kings are renowned for their rapid movement. Yun Zhongjun, the Birdman by Li Xiansu, the Little Madman, and Pei Qin Hu, the money-losing tiger. The Birdman's passive ability to fly could be utilized, though it lacked flair. The Little Madman's first skill dash was acceptable, but too ordinary. The money-losing tiger's ultimate transformation into a tiger allowed for swift running, yet was not as fast as Yun Zhongjun's flight. Li Bai and the monkey were out of the question. Neither could rival Yun Zhongjun's soaring speed. Thus, he decided to select Han Xin's first skill for movement. No need to question further, it simply exudes style. Moreover, prior to his transition, Han Xin had been his favorite hero in Honor of Kings. The white text before Wang Kun transformed into Han Xin's first skill, Ruthless Charge. Without further ado, he selected it. Congratulations, host. You have acquired Han Xin's skill, Ruthless Charge. The host can leap rapidly up to 40 meters, executing 2 phases for a total of 80 meters. When wielding a spear, the first phase will launch the enemy into the air, while the second phase will not. Both phases inflict physical damage. A spear akin to Han Xin's has been stored in the system space. System, what about my second soul ring skill? That shall be discussed later. Wang Kun felt that since he possessed an immortal soul skill, he naturally ought to pursue the fairest Guyu Na in the Stardow Forest. Regrettably, Xiao Wu was not present otherwise. He could have easily won her over as well. She was likely with Tang San at Nodding Academy. Perhaps he would secure her affection another time. However, pursuing Guyu Na seemed perilous, given her apparent divine, king-level soul strength. Athena, being the goddess of wisdom and war, was not a divine king. Nevertheless, her strength appeared to surpass that of Zeus, the king of the gods. He was the supreme god, reigning over all creation, the greatest among the deities. By the way, Athena's birth was rather peculiar. It seems she was born from the head of Zeus himself. Returning to the matter at hand, possessing Athena's soul strength meant he need not fear Guyu Na. He could playfully tease her at will, coaxing her to call him Anakin. Quite delightful indeed. System, although I'm not dead, I wish to transform into a soul state. Activate the experience card. Understood. This is much better otherwise. If the Titan Giant Ape and the Celestial Azure Bull Python discover my infiltration into the Lake of Life, I would certainly face a painful demise. Wang Kun's body transformed into a translucent golden soul, treading upon the void, surrounded by twinkling stars radiating brilliant golden light. Suddenly, an indomitable, unyielding sensation welled up within him. I do not foresee my attempt to court Guyu Na ending in tragedy today. I have never felt so invigorated. It is as if I have been reborn. In these 10 minutes, I, Wang Kun, shall be unrestrained. For my soul, strength rivals that of the goddess of war, Athena. A flash of insight illuminated Wang Kun's mind, and he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. He soared toward the Lake of Life, repeatedly activating his second soul skill, Ruthless Charge, swiftly evading the gaze of the 100,000-year soul beast, stealthily submerging into the depths of the lake. He swam deeper into the lake. After descending an unknown number of meters, he noticed the light began to dim, the water gradually becoming murky. Yet, he had not found the Silver Dragon King. At that moment, he recalled that she should be in a special space within the Lake of Life, recuperating from her injuries. How could he summon her? Suddenly, the soul beast form of the Silver Dragon King, Guyu Na, materialized before him, startling Wang Kun. Despite the turmoil within, his expression remained placid, as steady as a rock. He beheld the noble and resplendent form of the Silver Dragon King, her silvery skin truly exquisite. However, her human form was even more captivating. Guyu Na, in her human guise, was the epitome of beauty, the most stunning woman in Douluo. But why'd she appeared so suddenly? Could it be that she sensed his overwhelming soul strength? The Silver Dragon King's eyes suddenly opened, her violet dragon pupils fixating on the golden child before her, who possessed a soul more potent than that of the dragon god. Greed surged within her, a desire to consume this child to obtain that supreme power. The Silver Dragon King could not help but swallow hard. If she devoured him, her soul strength would surely surpass that of the dragon god. Even the 5 divine kings of the Douluo divine realm would be unable to inflict a scratch upon her soul. She merely needed to be wary of the fusion techniques of the god of destruction and the god of life, as well as the attacks from the creator god. Should they dare to merge, Guyu Na, who commanded all elements, would likely open a spatial tunnel and escape swiftly. Wang Kun discerned the Silver Dragon King's intent to consume him. She gulped, her throat moving as she gazed hungrily at his soul. The Silver Dragon King unfurled her silver wings and, in an instant, swam to Wang Kun's front. Suddenly, She opened her silver maw and swallowed him whole. In his soul state, Wang Kun sensed an onslaught of ticklish sensations, akin to being assaulted by a 100-level true god soul attack. Was Guyuna truly this weak? It dawned on him that Guyuna likely needed the heart of the dragon god to attain divine, king-level soul attacks. Bored, Wang Kun effortlessly slipped out of the Silver Dragon King's body. Unfazed, the Silver Dragon King attempted to swallow him again. Upon consuming him once more, she immediately unleashed her 100-level true god soul power to attack Wang Kun, yet proved utterly ineffective. Wang Kun's soul was indestructible. Observing Guyuna's futile efforts, he could not help but chuckle. Silver Dragon King, please refrain from these tedious attacks. Don't you find them dull? I certainly do. At his words, the Silver Dragon King gradually regained her composure. She assumed her human form, seeking to entice this individual to serve her. Gazing at Guyuna's unparalleled beauty, Wang Kun found himself at a loss for words. My goodness, Guyuna is breathtakingly beautiful. If he had to describe her, he could only say the most perfect creation of the Creator. In other words, fairy-like beauty. Such a woman ought to exist only in the heavens. How could one encounter her on earth? And there stood the celestial beauty, her noble silver hair cascading simply over her shoulders at a pair of enchanting eyes, bright and elongated, glistens with a captivating allure. Within those luminous orbs is cast a serene and gentle light, complementing her delicate, oval face and exquisite features, truly a divine gift from the heavens. Her neck, as graceful and pure as freshly fallen snow, possesses an indescribable elegance. With shoulders like those hewn from stone, a slender and alluring waist, and a bosom both full and firm, her figure is light and lithe, tall and elongated, with curves that are nothing short of mesmerizing. Clad in a snug white silk gown that clings to her form, she reveals a silhouette that is irresistibly enchanting. The unparalleled grace and haughty demeanor she exudes bestow upon her an ethereal radiance that seems to elevate her above the mundane realm. She draws the admiration of countless men who find themselves bowing in reverence beneath her frosty white robes. Undoubtedly, she is the most beautiful maiden in all the world. In my new book, Douluo, I am the Soul Reaper. I humbly request your support through recommendation votes. Check in. Leave a comment. Everything. Chapter 2. 3 Virtues of a Lowly Seeking Daily Check-ins. Recommendation votes. At this moment, Guyuna regards him with little animosity. There exists a sense of aloofness and hostility. He admires her exquisite and noble visage. This sister is truly stunning. Wang Kun finds himself lost in the starry sea of her silver eyes. Guyuna, unable to consume him, appears quite agitated as her violet starry gaze fixates on the boy, who is enraptured by her beauty. With a hint of disdain, she coolly commands, "Human, submit to me. If you refuse, vacate the lake of life." Upon hearing the icy, domineering tone of this frost-like beauty, Wang Kun becomes even more entranced. It is precisely this enchantment that fuels his desire to possess this perfect fairy. Guyuna, do you wish for the soul beast to triumph over the 5 great divine kings? If you're moved, act immediately. You will not suffer loss or deception. My soul possesses the strength of a creator god king. In the future, I can cultivate to the level of a creator god king. Defeating the 5 great divine kings of the Douluo realm would be a trivial matter. You may rest assured in clinging to my support. The Silver Dragon King must seize the future without letting me slip away. If it pleases you, I shall become your Dragon Knight and guard you forever. After all, if I, Wang Kun, am willing to assist your soul beasts, your future will hold the possibility of resurgence. Guyuna, typically icy and aloof, suddenly displays a flicker of anger on her delicate face, as if the human child is insinuating her incompetence. Surely, I can lead the soul beasts back to their former glory. Yet, after her fierce declaration, Guyuna finds herself engulfed in profound doubt. Can it truly be achieved? Wang Kun, feeling a tinge of regret, realizes that the Silver Dragon King alone cannot contend with the 5 great divine kings. unless the Silver Dragon King and the Golden Dragon King merge into one, transforming into a dragon god, and setting aside the most formidable of them all, the Shura God King. It must be noted that during the Dragon God War, even the Dragon God was defeated by the Shura God King's Shura sword with a single strike. Only then might they have a chance to vanquish the four great divine kings: life, destruction, goodness, and evil. After all, the Dragon God originally held the positions of the four great divine kings. Such lofty thoughts. Are you dreaming? In dreams, anything is possible. After mocking Guyuna, he suddenly recalls that the Silver Dragon King does not yet bear the name Guyuna. Silver Dragon King, I can assist you. But before that, what is your name? I cannot simply refer to you as Silver Dragon King. It makes us seem unfamiliar. Suddenly, the 10-minute revival period comes to an end, and Wang Kun inadvertently forgets, leaving him quite embarrassed. It is entirely Gu Yuna's beauty that has captivated his attention. His body shifts from golden to its original form. Due to a lack of oxygen, he immediately swims toward the surface of the lake. However, the pressure from 100 meters underwater is immense despite being a level 20 soul master. He is still too weak. The water pressure relentlessly compresses the air in his lungs. Suddenly, it dawns on him that in the face of nature's power, he is but an immortal ant. After swimming 40 meters, Wang Kun can no longer hold on. He resolves to hold his breath and ascend. At this moment, Guyuna observes the drowning boy rising due to the buoyancy of the water. He appears motionless, possibly due to the lack of oxygen, his mind clouded and unconscious. Guyuna does not extend her hand to aid him. She swims to the surface, awaiting. After a while, Wang Kun finally surfaces, and Guyuna is left uncertain of his fate. She envelopes his body with her soul power, lifting him from the water and gently placing him on the grassy bank of the lake. She rescues this child. Indeed, Guyuna possesses a kind heart. Wang Kun feels his affection for her has ascended to new heights. At that moment, the 100,000-year-old Titan Great Ape and the celestial blue bull python kneel before their soul beast sovereign. Your Excellency. Upon uttering this, they dare not speak further, obediently following the commands of the Silver Dragon King. In a certain location deep within the Douluo forest, why has Your Excellency suddenly revealed himself? The Black Dragon King, Di Tian, exclaims in astonishment. He immediately leads Bai Ji, who had flown towards him, to the Lake of Life. Lord Di Tian, why has Your Excellency suddenly appeared? No need for words. Accompany me to the presence of His Excellency. Understood. Above in the sky stands a formidable man adorned with a pair of golden-red dragon horns, long black hair, golden eyes, a cold demeanor, clad in a crimson cloak over a white shirt, with a pair of golden dragon wings embellishing his chest. Behind him stood a stunning beauty with flowing green hair and striking white eyes, her ears adorned with delicate white wings. Clad in a white-collared black bodysuit, the two traversed the air gracefully until they reached the Lake of Life. The ancient celestial creatures, the azure bull python and the Titan Great Ape, hastily bowed in reverence, greeting the Black Dragon King. Yet, Emperor Tian paid them no heed. Instead, he and the enchanting green-haired lady soared directly to the side of the Silver Dragon King. Kneeling before him, with urgency, he addressed the transformed Silver Dragon King. My lord, your injuries have yet to heal. Please, enter the Lake of Life for your recovery. As he spoke, he noticed a small child in black garments beside the Silver Dragon King. In a moment of impulse, he considered striking the child down. But the Silver Dragon King merely raised a hand to stay him. How audacious! I am the queen here, and it is not your place to act recklessly. Emperor Tian quickly knelt, a sense of guilt washing over him, and replied, My lord, humanity is our mortal enemy. You cannot protect them. The Silver Dragon King, vexed, pondered how dare Emperor Tian instruct her on matters of strategy. Emperor Tian, there are those among humans who cherish soul beasts. Shall we not turn them into our pawns? Moreover, this child possesses an exceptionally powerful soul. Should he be made to submit to me and serve the Silver Dragon King, it would be most advantageous. Realization dawned upon Emperor Tian. It was his own folly that had blinded him to the Silver Dragon King's profound strategy. I see now, my lord possesses an extraordinary vision. I have acted presumptuously. Emperor Tian, your subordinate is here, he declared. I wish to transform a soul beast into a human. sealing my powers to evade the notice of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm. Then, I shall start anew in my cultivation while acquiring knowledge of the human world. By that time, my wounds should heal more swiftly, and I will become more familiar with human weaknesses. This will be a small step toward our eventual conquest of the Douluo divine realm. This plan is indeed commendable. The Silver Dragon King acknowledged. However, should you transform into a human and seal your powers, you would find yourself quite vulnerable. If treachery were to befall you, and you were forced to break your seal, it could lead to irreparable disaster. If the divine realm were to discover you, the Silver Dragon King waved her hand dismissively. I have made my decision. Besides, if that group of inept gluttons in the divine realm wishes to find me, they could search for eons and still fail. They merely underestimate the potential of soul beasts. Yet, I, the Silver Dragon King, shall defy the heavens. I will not allow the skies to obscure my vision. I will not let the earth conceal my heart. I desire that all beings understand my will. And may the divine kings vanish into oblivion. Unfortunately, Guyuna did not utter the words, I will defy the heavens. Just then, the King Kun, who had been holding his breath underwater and feigning unconsciousness, felt a surge of fervor upon hearing Guyuna's declaration. He could not help but internally echo her sentiment. The gazes of Emperor Tian and Biji were equally fervent. Had they heard the words of King Kun, who could fathom their thoughts? Surrounding Guyuna, silver light flickered, with only the feigning King Kun able to witness it. Moments later, as the brilliance faded, a silver-haired little girl with hair cascading to her waist appeared before the observing King Kun. Guyuna was breathtakingly beautiful, utterly adorable. Chapter 3, A Surge of Momentum. Daily Check-In. A recommendation ticket. Let us play a nurturing game with Guyuna. How delightful. At this moment, Emperor Tian, Biji, and Guyuna also became aware of the man who had been pretending to sleep. Wang Kun was suddenly struck by the thought that he might meet his demise. However, upon beholding the adorable, youthful visage of Guyuna, he felt it was worth the risk, a profitable venture indeed. Guyuna, noticing Wang Kun's gaze fixed upon her, widened her eyes in surprise. The perceptive Biji, understanding the unspoken sentiment, graciously presented her master with a resplendent dress adorned with the shimmering emerald feathers of a jade swan. As Wang Kun discreetly admired Guyuna, her frosty, alabaster face remained devoid of any blush, embodying an aura of distant allure that invited admiration yet forbade familiarity. Wang Kun speculated that Guyuna is the Silver Dragon King, the divine avatar of a soul beast who has existed for several billion years. Despite being observed, Guyuna remained utterly unperturbed, devoid of any trace of embarrassment. Baiji then exclaimed, Lord Emperor Tian, that individual dares to spy on our sovereign. Enraged, with veins throbbing upon his forehead, Emperor Tian swung a fist toward him, bellowing, How dare you gaze upon our sovereign? This time next year shall mark your demise. Wang Kun immediately defended himself, exerting all his strength as he roared, I did not intend for this to happen. Yet, speaking proved futile. Fate was inexorable, and death would come regardless. Wang Kun felt a powerful gust of energy surge past him. He was dead. His frail body had been obliterated in an instant, devoid of any sensation of pain. With the host's demise, the sovereign system, in its randomness, bestowed upon him a formidable new system, instructing him to deal with the Emperor Tian, to make him experience the bitter taste of a system's retribution. Gratitude flowed towards the system for avenging the host. Amidst the randomness, 321, the Pokemon system, also known as the Pocket Monster or Pet Sprite system, had been activated. The system issued a task to capture any spirit beast with a Master Ball, which guarantees a 100 success rate, allowing the host to ascend 10 levels and become a level 30 Spirit Master. The Spirit Ring would be derived from the captured Spirit Beast. Haha. Overjoyed, Wang Kun cast a wicked grin towards the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. Upon noticing this treacherous child, Emperor Tian transformed into a golden spirit, surrounded by dazzling golden stars that emitted a brilliant light. Witnessing the twinkling stars, Wang Kun couldn't help but recall the classic nursery rhyme, Twinkle, twinkle, little star. As Emperor Tian suddenly sensed that his soul was inferior to that of his human child, he felt an overwhelming dread. The intensity of Wang Kun's soul could utterly crush him. Should Wang Kun harness the power of soul attacks, his demise would be inevitable. Wang Kun intended to hurl the Master Ball directly at Emperor Tian's head in an attempt to capture him. However, as a being in a state of soul, he found himself unable to grasp the Master Ball. He gazed at the circular sphere, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, resting on the ground. It was adorned with a black line that divided it into two hues of purple and white, and featured a circular black rings. above which were two prominent red circular protrusions. Wang Kun gazed longingly at the master ball, an object of desire that remained tantalizingly out of reach, filling him with profound frustration. Alas, it eluded his grasp, causing him immense distress. He could have effortlessly captured the formidable Black Dragon King, Dtion, from the Douluo continent as a pet using the master ball, which guaranteed a 100% success rate. However, as a being of pure soul, Wang Kun found himself unable to seize it. Dtion, noticing the small ball that had fallen to the ground, picked it up and, observing the remarkably potent soul of the human child before him, inquired, "Might you be the offspring of two divine kings, sent to the mortal realm for training?" Such strength of soul is simply unfathomable. Wang Kun is also adept at utilizing advantageous circumstances. Can one truly be a deity of creation? By the way, my soul's strength surpasses that of the deity of creation by a slight margin. My mother is none other than the revered Niwa, who possesses a human head and a serpent's body. The mere mention of a being with such a form inevitably evokes thoughts of Medusa from Do Patsong Cheong, who shares a similar appearance. Dtion's demeanor is somewhat complex. It appears he has encountered a figure he cannot contend with. At this moment, the emerald-haired beauty behind Dtion, who is the fourth among the 10 fierce beasts, is none other than the Emerald Swan. She is the most formidable healing-type soul beast and the leader of the Emerald Swan clan. She certainly seems to be quite powerful, and it appears she still exists in the realm of ultimate Douluo. Returning to the main topic, the exquisite, snow-white form of the Silver Dragon King is truly captivating, and I, Kunzi, hold a deep appreciation for it. To neglect such beauty would be to deny the Silver Dragon King's splendor. Wang Kun was thoroughly convinced of his justification for this seemingly legitimate act of voyeurism. "By G, here are your garments." Upon hearing this, Wang Kun discerned that Gu Yuna held disdain for the precious feathers of the Emerald Swan, which had been plucked from him. However, he pondered how she intended to return them to Bai Ji. Was she planning to remove her own attire? The thought of Gu Yuna shedding her clothing before him was simply exhilarating. Aha! Gu Yuna, wielding an enigmatic power, transformed the emerald dress into a cascade of emerald feathers, bestowing them upon Bai Ji. Simultaneously, she donned a pristine white battle outfit, reminiscent of the divine elegance seen in the ultimate Douluo. It bore a striking resemblance to the attire depicted on the cover of the book. Douluo, capturing the goddess from entangling the Silver Dragon King. The solitary distinction was the absence of a black mask, marking a departure from the somber aura of the ultimate Douluo. Her presence was one to be admired from afar, evoking an ethereal quality that rendered her almost otherworldly. Such unparalleled beauty bestowed upon a mere mortal the sensation of transcending the mundane and entering an exquisite paradise. Gu Yuna's allure was so profound that it could transport a soul from the ordinary realm to an ineffable celestial realm, truly remarkable. In awe, Gu Yuna gazed at the boy, now transformed into a being of ethereal essence. "You claim to be the offspring of the creator god?" "Indeed. I am the child of the creator goddess, Niwa." Wang Kun firmly believes he is correct in asserting that the divine creator of all humanity is none other than the goddess Enwa. Indeed, Enwa is akin to his mother, and there is no fault in this claim. Moreover, it is worth noting that when the goddess Enwa fashioned humanity from clay, he was of the strikingly handsome variety. It should not be imagined that Enwa casually crafted a figure from dried vines and mud. Rather, she shaped it with her own hands. No. The affairs of scholars cannot simply be referred to as shaping. It is a process of kneading earth to create figures. Just listen to those 4 words. How cultured they sound. As long as others cannot comprehend or recognize it, and cultural experts are aware, it undoubtedly signifies an intellectual. Yet, why have I never heard of it? Gu Yuna inquired with a puzzled expression. It matters not whether you are aware or not. However, having seen your form, I shall take responsibility for you. Wang Kun grinned mischievously, a playful spirit reveling in his verbal prowess. Even if you have glimpsed my form, what of it? I am the sovereign of spirit beasts. Such trivialities do not warrant excessive concern. Moreover, having witnessed the destruction of your body by Emperor Tian, and given that you are the offspring of the creator god, it is only natural for you to harbor resentment towards him. Should you choose to overlook his transgressions upon seeing my form, that would be permissible. As the sovereign of spirit beasts, I would not recklessly invite such formidable adversaries upon us. Otherwise, with the 5 great divine kings, alongside a creator god, uniting against our spirit beasts, we may find ourselves without any hope of resurgence. Wang Kun was somewhat taken aback. Is this truly the Lord of the Silver Dragon? What a formidable aura! Such an overwhelming presence! His body trembled slightly. The might was indeed astonishing. Giant peak. Bai Ji looked utterly stunned and flustered. She likely believed that the Lord of the Black Dragon had perished so easily. Truly, she is a kind-hearted and gullible lady who is easily deceived. I wish to continue to toy with her. Wang Kun resolved to eventually bring her into his harem, yet for the time being. He must regard Gu Yuna as his queen. The mere thought of this filled Wang Kun with the exuberance of a child weighing 100 pounds. Please save him. I will agree to any condition. Bai Ji implored, her enchanting eyes brimming with sorrow. Any condition can be met. Can it involve a warm bed? She inquired. The affairs of scholars do not merely entail a warm bed. They signify a bond forged over a century of cultivation to share a boat, and a millennium to share a pillow. Wang Kun gazed at the ancient Yuna, who was of similar stature to himself, seeking her counsel. What do you think? He inquired. Ancient Yuna regarded Wang Kun with caution, seemingly contemplating the enigmatic and terrifying powers of the progenitor god's offspring. How could such a small orb unleash a crimson light capable of vanquishing the mightiest soul beast, Tian, of the Douluo continent? A cold sweat broke out on her fair forehead. Please save him. He is not dead. He has merely become my pet, sighed Bai Ji. The majestic peaks rose and fell, leaving one parched and yearning for moisture. Suddenly, the master ball emitted a distinct thud. With a beaming smile, Wang Kun instructed Bai Ji to lift the master ball and present it to him. In his ethereal form, he pretended to grasp the elusive Pak ball, exclaiming loudly, I have finally tamed the first soul beast of the Douluo continent, Tian, as my pet. How delightful. Congratulations, host, on capturing Tian. You have obtained the soul ring of the foremost among the 10 ferocious beasts, Tian, along with the 990. 000, your soul ring skill, Dragon Goddess Dark Demon Claw, and Space Guidance. Furthermore, Tian can no longer inflict harm upon you. Simultaneously, your cultivation level has instantaneously surged to level 30. The third soul ring boasts a staggering 990, 000, your lifespan. Suddenly, Wang Kun experienced an unparalleled sensation of power. He could effortlessly embrace ancient Yuna, Bai Ji, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all at once without difficulty. Perhaps he could even manage to hold Bibi Dong, Qian Renxue, and Hu Laina as well. A gentle reminder, the host can now utilize space guidance to teleport across a distance of 40 meters or summon a specified target within that range to his presence. Out of the blue, a Pak ball, half red and half white, appeared in Wang Kun's hand. Due to his ethereal state, it fell onto the grass. Here is a standard ball for you, as a reward for capturing the first soul beast of the Douluo continent. System, your transformative abilities are truly commendable. Could you not bestow a few more upon me? Congratulations, host, on acquiring the capability to craft Pak balls, enabling you to capture all soul beasts of the Douluo continent. Wang Kun could not help but smile faintly. As a man who has immersed himself in novels for quite some time, he was well aware of the underlying truth. If one plays the role of a sycophant to the system, it will reward them generously. Products of the system are invariably of exquisite quality. Haha. Upon witnessing the ordinary Pak ball, Biji instinctively took a few steps back, her body trembling. Meanwhile, Gyuna stood resolutely, chest held high, yet she was unable to suppress her fear. Both were apprehensive that this Pak ball might successfully capture them. Although Wang Kun believed that the probability of capturing the divine beast, Silver Dragon King, with such a mundane Pak ball was rather slim. He also recognized that capturing Biji would necessitate inflicting significant injury upon her first. Should he wait until he became stronger to tie her up and tease her adorable little feet with feathers? To make her laugh incessantly until she acquiesced to his requests, and then use the Pak ball to capture her? Quite a splendid idea indeed. At that moment, the master ball clutched in Biji's hand suddenly stirred, shaking vigorously. In an instant, the master ball opened, and a beam of crimson light shot forth, releasing Tian. He was drenched in cold sweat. His gaze filled with terror as he beheld the soul-like child before him. Wang Kun was astounded to learn that the first soul beast of Douluo continent, the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, had been subdued by a mere ball. This revelation was utterly astonishing, especially considering it was accomplished by a 6-year-old child. It was indeed a source of great embarrassment. The mere thought of it caused a smile to creep upon his lips. How dare Emperor Tian act so audaciously before me? Did he truly believe he could take my life, only to end up as my pet? Ha ha ha. As the saying goes, one should extend mercy when possible. If one does not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if they dare to offend me, I shall retaliate. Wait, you are a beast. Emperor Tian was consumed by a furious indignation, Having been ridiculed by a child, it was an immense humiliation. He was about to launch a punch to eliminate the child when he was intercepted by Bai Ji standing behind him. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna approached Wang Kun, lifted the pokeball from the ground, and pressed the black circle. She aimed the pokeball at Wang Kun, and a red beam shot forth. Yet it had no effect whatsoever. Wang Kun was left utterly astonished by her terrifying display of power. Wang Kun narrowly escaped being tamed as a pet by Gu Yuna. Fortunately, he is human. However, the prospect of being Gu Yuna's pet seems rather disheartening. As an undying soul, how could he ever become a mere plaything for a woman? It would be far more desirable for Gu Yuna to become his cherished companion. A pet dragon, now that would be splendid. He chuckled, saying, Gu Yuna, your skills are truly remarkable. But I must apologize, for I am human. And this pokeball cannot capture me. Upon hearing the name Gu Yuna, the Silver Dragon King expressed his confusion, asking, how does a human know the name I wish to take? Peering into the thoughts of others is a simple endeavor, especially for one who has perused the original text. Thus understanding innately, Gu Yuna sighed, acknowledging, possessing celestial abilities and an immortal soul, coupled with the secret art of probing into minds, is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. I hope you do not become our adversary. Witnessing Gu Yuna finally capitulate before him filled Wang Kun with immense joy. Yet, there remained one more task, to capture the mightiest innate spirit beast aside from Gu Yuna. He cast his gaze once more upon the furious Emperor Tian. My pet shall be the dark demon evil god tiger. It is exceptionally formidable. I intend for it to remain my pet forever. In a fit of rage, Emperor Tian broke through Bai Ji's obstruction, infuriated at being commanded by a mere child thousands of years his junior. He immediately struck Wang Kun with a powerful punch. However, it was in vain, as Wang Kun's spirit transcended through his being. Wang Kun could not help but regard Emperor Tian with a gaze akin to that reserved for a fool. Emperor Tian, filled with indignation yet powerless to act, found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Gu Yuna spoke with solemnity. Emperor Tian, proceed and fulfill his wish. The child of the Creator must be treated with utmost respect. If he does not oppose us, it would be most advantageous. Should he choose to protect us, the future of our spirit beast shall illuminate a path of prosperity. Upon hearing Gu Yuna's earnest words, Emperor Tian promptly replied with courtesy, indeed, my lord. I shall ensure it. Gu Yuna then turned her gaze towards Wang Kun's golden soul and, with unwavering composure, inquired, what are your thoughts? Rest assured, I, Wang Kun, shall dedicate my life to making Gu Yuna the god of life. He declared, do you intend to eliminate the 5 divine kings and then bestow upon me the position of the god of life among them? Gu Yuna, upon hearing Wang Kun's audacious proclamation, recognized his potential for such feats in the future, which stirred a flicker of emotion within her. Indeed, I also wish to grant you the seeds of destruction, benevolence, and malevolence, for they rightfully belong to you. Chapter 5, The Titan Ape, Beaten and Seeking Daily Attendance. Wang Kun's countenance radiated joy as he exclaimed, thank you. Emperor Tian, please take care of that dark demon evil god tiger. For reasons unknown, Gu Yuna, with her eternally frosty beauty, revealed a hint of vibrant springtime joy upon her exquisite visage. This transformation compelled everyone present to lament their own inadequacies. Feeling like mere refuse in comparison to the Silver Dragon King, when it came to beauty and smiles, they were but insignificant in the face of such magnificence, utterly defeated. Wang Kun, Emperor Tian, and Bai Ji found their hearts softened. After a brief moment, witnessing Emperor Tian's failure to fulfill her command, Gu Yuna's enchanting smile vanished into thin air, prompting Wang Kun and Bai Ji to cast disdainful glances at Emperor Tian. He, too, felt a pang of discomfort and sorrow at the loss of this exquisite scene. In a moment of frustration and melancholy, he utilized spatial manipulation to summon the dark demon evil god tiger. It measured over 4 meters in length, adorned with swirling black and white patterns, and sported a pair of wings on its back. Surrounding its body was a tumultuous layer of black energy, intermittently illuminated by a faint purple glow. The dual-colored patterns on its body appeared to writhe as if imbued with life, while a black scorpion tail extended behind it. Wang Kun recalled the dark demon evil god tiger, which possessed only 50,000 years of cultivation yet nearly brought the protagonist Tang San to his demise. Remarkably, this creature was capable of contending against 2 soul beasts with 100,000 years of cultivation, namely the heavenly blue cow python and the titan giant ape. However, such a formidable entity was effortlessly captured by Emperor Tian. In an instant, Emperor Tian unleashed a series of furious, meticulously calculated strikes fueled by his wrath towards Wang Kun. delivering a devastating blow that left the dark demon evil god tiger on the brink of collapse. Surprisingly, the tiger continued to struggle. But how could a mere creature of 99,000 years of cultivation escape from the grasp of the first soul beast of Douluo? The area surrounding the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, was soon enveloped in an overwhelming force of darkness, which swiftly consumed the dark demon evil god tiger, engulfing it in boundless shadows. When it finally emerged into the light again, it was already in a state of despair, ravaged by the relentless darkness. Its spirit filled with an abiding fear of Emperor Tian. Observing this, Gyuna directed her spirit ball towards the dark demon evil god tiger, and with a gentle tap, a beam of red light illuminated the creature. In an instant, the dark demon evil god tiger transformed into a radiant beam and was drawn into the ordinary spirit ball. Wang Kun gazed at the ancient Yuna, who effortlessly subdued the soul beast instead of exerting every effort to protect it. He realized that the dark demon evil god tiger was indeed a malevolent entity, a wretched soul beast. Even the soul beast's sovereign, the Silver Dragon King, found it repugnant. However, it was understandable, as it possessed the sinister attributes left by the evil god. The evil god must be akin to the divine king cultivated by humanity. For humanity is often more wicked than soul beasts. Naturally, out of disdain for the human divine king, Gyuna harbored a similar aversion towards the dark demon evil god tiger, who wielded the powers of the human divine king. Yet, this led to the question of why he referred to the dark demon evil god tiger as the most formidable gifted soul beast. It possessed an exceedingly tyrannical nature, growing not through cultivation but by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters, as its cultivation speed was notoriously slow. Furthermore, it was imbued with attributes of evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, possessing considerable intelligence. In the original narrative, it was slain by Tang San. It seemed that the evil god had descended upon a white tiger, inducing a mutation that transformed the tiger's inherent light attribute into a dark one. This transformation birthed the black wings, symbolizing degradation and a sinister scorpion-like tail. The mere thought of the black wings conjured images of angels fallen into hell, like Lucifer, who, alongside the original Tianqi King Liang Bing of the Super God Academy, founded a demonic faction in pursuit of their ideals. This faction played a game of cat and mouse with the female angel faction established with her sister, Kesha. Kesha, like a cat, could effortlessly slay Liang Bing, the mouse. Yet regrettably, she could never bring herself to harm her sister. It was reminiscent of the classic childhood cartoon where Tom, the champion cat, could never catch his beloved Jerry Mouse. Holding a pokeball, she inquired of Wang Kun, who was lost in thought. "Human, do you know? I am Wang Kun, not merely human. You may call me Lin Kun, Old Wang, or Kun Wang, as you wish." Gyuna disregarded the peculiar appellations and continued her inquiry. "Very well, Wang Kun, what is this ball?" "It is called a pokeball. It can capture soul beasts, and it may also be referred to as a soul beast ball. Do you possess many of these pokeballs? Are you foolish? I am in a spiritual state. Where could I hide them? You truly are a dim-witted woman. Wang Kun, your words are excessively audacious." Gyuna furrowed her silver brows, having never encountered someone so brazenly unrestrained. I am accustomed to being carefree. The most beautiful woman in the Douluo continent hardly warrants my seriousness. I have been thick-skinned since childhood, and by the age of 6, my resilience was as formidable as the Great Wall of China. Upon hearing this, Gyuna almost exclaimed, "I have never encountered such shamelessness." However, her noble status prevented her from voicing this, fearing it would display a mundane temperament and provoke Wang Kun's mockery. At that moment, Wang Kun suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, a side effect of his recent transition into a spiritual state following the host's demise. He required a full day of slumber to recuperate. Thus, he closed his eyes. Given the host's need for rest, the random system deactivated the Pokemon system. Observing him asleep, Gyuna could not suppress her joy, as if to say that this little rascal had finally quieted down, even more audacious than the legendary Sun Wukong who once wreaked havoc in the Heavenly Palace. Despite her ignorance of the true historical significance of Sun Wukong, at this juncture, Gyuna delved into her training. In the distance, the Titan giant ape, witnessing the defeat of its foe, the dark demon evil god tiger, joyfully leaped and roared. "This detestable black tiger has finally been vanquished. I am so elated." The Titan giant ape's uninvited presence provided an opportunity for the irate Emperor Tian, who had been simmering with frustration due to this child, to vent his anger. He leaped beside the Titan giant ape and unleashed a brutal assault upon it without reason. The Tianqing Yolong did not dare intervene. After several minutes of punishment, Emperor Tian finally exhaled. How painful. I am in agony. Brother, save me. Emperor Tian glared fiercely at Tianqing Yolong, an overwhelming pressure rendering it immobile. Was this the terrifying might of the Douluo continent's fiercest beast? Observing his bullied brother, he lamented, Good brother, it is not that your elder brother will not save you, but rather that you have provoked the wrong individual. Brother Emperor Tian, I was wrong. Please do not strike me. Emperor Tian paid no heed and continued to pummel. In the original narrative, the Titan giant ape had once brutally beaten the immovable King Zhao Wuji, yet it never fathomed that it would also experience unilateral thrashing. What a revelation! One could almost predict that should Zhao Wuji encounter the Titan giant ape in the future, he would undoubtedly be reminded of the grievance from his prior beating, leading to a swift and merciless retaliation against Zhao Wuji. Without holding back, it might even stand upright, unleashing a flurry of punches with the ferocity of a torrential storm, driving Zhao Wuji into the ground and creating a massive crater. As Emperor Tian surveyed the Titan giant ape, now adorned with bruises from the beating, he finally returned to his clan, satisfied. The unilateral thrashing, without the use of soul power, relying solely on brute strength, was exhilarating. It is worth noting that the Titan giant ape, despite being a being feared even by 95-level super Douluos among humans, was easily subdued by Emperor Tian. Truly, he was a figure of terror. Yet, he was led by the enigmatic Wang Kun. Meanwhile, Bai Ji remained behind to care for Gu Yuna and assist in her training. At this moment, Gu Yuna had attained a level 20 innate soul power. She settled down to commence her cultivation, while Bai Ji, during Gu Yuna's fatigue, employed the emerald light to restore her energy, thereby accelerating her training speed. Wang Kun had thus slumbered for approximately a day before finally opening his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovered a pokeball nestled beneath his right hand. Wang Kun firmly grasped the situation. Beside him was Gu Yuna, adorned in a dress made of swan feathers, exuding an air of purity and nobility, her long, fair legs elegantly displayed as she diligently practiced. Chapter 6. The Red String of Fate, woven by the Moon Elder, binds countless destinies together, urging daily dedication to one's endeavors. Biji was assisting Gu Yuna in her training. Wang Kun sat up and swallowed a mouthful of smoke. This ancient Yuna, though still a petite girl, possessed such enticing long legs. How enchanting she would be in her maturity, comparable to the beauty that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers, or that of a fish sinking and a wild goose falling. Alas, he presently lacked any effective means to capture her heart. Wang Kun was acutely aware that the hand he held was insufficient to completely win over Gu Yuna's heart. Only through diligent cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of creation as a god king, and vanquishing the 5 great god kings of the Douluo divine realm, could he hope to truly conquer her affections. At present, he possessed a spirit ball containing a dark demon evil god tiger. Even though it was a bodyguard with the prowess of a 100,000-year soul beast, it was not invincible in the Douluo continent. However, the dark demon evil god tiger was far from an ordinary soul beast. Its innate talents eclipsed even those of the Black Dragon King, Tian, leaving only the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, capable of overwhelming it. Yet, where was that Master Ball? System, what has become of the Master Ball? It is placed beside Tian. Ah, understood. Wang Kun addressed the practicing Gu Yuna, inquiring, will you venture into the human realm? That 10,000-year-old soft-boned enchantress rabbit has also made the journey. Gu Yuna, however, chose to disregard Wang Kun, deeming him excessively brazen. The random system had indeed initiated a sharing mechanism. The current host could now share their soul strength. Were there any rewards? None. This sharing system was, in fact, quite satisfactory, as it provided an opportunity for Gu Yuna to possess my soul strength. Suddenly, Gu Yuna uttered a command. Bai Ji, bring Wang Kun to me. Bai Ji promptly complied, seizing Wang Kun by the collar and drawing him closer. To Wang Kun's astonishment, Gu Yuna opened her eyes and embraced him directly. The intoxicating fragrance of her youthful essence was simply divine. The sensation of such soft jade in his embrace was exquisite beyond measure. Notably, Wang Kun realized that a girl's body temperature was higher than that of a boy's. The knowledge imparted by his biology teacher resurfaced in his mind. As Wang Kun felt his soul power being voraciously consumed by Gu Yuna, it was but a minuscule amount. Suddenly, Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed with a delicate blush, leaving Wang Kun perplexed. She was unperturbed by the gaze of others, yet became shy merely from embracing him to absorb his strength. He found himself utterly bewildered. At that moment, Gu Yuna's voice resounded like a celestial melody, soft and tender as she spoke. I apologize, Wang Kun, for startling you. My actions are driven by a desire for strength. I have discerned that your soul power appears to be shareable. Upon absorbing your essence, I instantaneously transformed into the soul strength of the Creator God King, even surpassing it by a slight margin. Should the 5 great God Kings pursue me now, they would find it impossible to extinguish me. They cannot vanquish the countless soul beasts of the future. Yet, I still feel remorse for utilizing you in my quest for power. I had initially intended to rely solely on myself. Ah, is your blush a result of embarrassment? Wang Kun felt quite pleased with himself. The proud, icy woman had unexpectedly apologized to him, which was an exhilarating experience. Furthermore, due to the consumption of your soul's power, it is possible that your spiritual strength has weakened. I sincerely apologize for that. Wang Kun assessed the strength of his soul. Even though a fragment of his soul power had been devoured by Guyu Na, he felt no diminishment in his essence. Thus, it is evident that this random system possesses the capability to manifest all systems. Truly terrifying. Nothing is beyond the reach of the system. Only Wang Kun's imagination sets limits. Incredible! Such trivial matters are hardly worth concern. At that moment, Wang Kun, having shared his soul strength, succumbed to sleep once more, seeking to restore his waning soul power. Given that the host would slumber for an entire day, the shared system was deactivated and the random system commenced. With a blink, dawn had arrived. The random system had successfully activated the matchmaker system, binding an extraordinarily robust red thread of fate to Guyu Na. Oh, how I adore this system. It was utterly delightful. A system that grants freedom while maintaining boundaries is indeed to my liking. This commendation is quite satisfactory. And I congratulate the host for acquiring the ability to weave the matchmaker's red thread. With such a talent, could I not captivate all the goddesses of Douluo? Even in moments of intimacy, they would not resist. It appears I could become a charming rogue among the Douluo goddesses. No. How could I be deemed a rogue? Such matters should befit a scholarly gentleman. First, let me ensnare this enchanting beauty with a figure as tumultuous as the sea. Bring forth the rope. No, wait. This requires Guyu Na's approval. Should she discover that such a seemingly weak consort is inclined towards romantic pursuits, what would she think? That is indeed a valid point. Thank you for the reminder, system. I shall bide my time until I grow stronger. I am in no rush, for all the goddesses of this world, including the Douluo goddesses, shall become my soul companions. And now, Guyu Na, let us not dwell on the past, but focus on the present and the future. You will forever belong to me alone. No one shall sever you from my side. Suddenly, the proud and frosty beauty, Guyu Na, softened as if she were a gentle stream, gazing at Wang Kun as though he were her future husband. This astonishing transformation filled Wang Kun with joy. It is well known that Guyu Na is particularly cold towards outsiders, yet tender towards those close to her. It seems that her heart has indeed been captured by him. However, Guyu Na looked at him with a puzzled expression. Perhaps she was contemplating how, having merely consumed a sliver of his soul power, her own essence, now intertwined with his, had rendered her hopelessly enamored? Could it truly be so? Wang Kun too felt a profound connection, a vast red thread, thicker than steel, binding him to Guyu Na. Guyu Na was bewildered. Previously, upon meeting Wang Kun, her heart had remained unmoved. But now, her heart raced uncontrollably, flushing her delicate face with a rosy hue. Witnessing Guyu Na's once snow-white visage transform into a gentle blush was nothing short of enchanting. Wang Kun found himself utterly captivated, standing dazed in place. Unless someone were to unexpectedly interrupt him, he would remain ensnared by the enchanting allure of Guyu Na. Meanwhile, the dark demon evil god tiger within his pockball leapt forth on its own. Upon sighting Guyu Na, the dark demon evil god tiger hastily knelt in reverence, exclaiming, "Greetings, Lord Silver Dragon." However, Guyu Na paid it no heed. Wang Kun regained his composure and chuckled, "From this day forth, you shall be my beloved little sprite." The dark demonic tiger observed the human child, Wang Kun, knowing that it could effortlessly end his life with a single swipe of its paw. Yet, it was incapable of articulating its thoughts. Nonetheless, the disdain reflected in its eyes was unmistakably evident. Upon witnessing the dark demon god tiger becoming his pet, Wang Kun regarded him with profound disdain. One cannot fault him for his lack of compassion. As one's own pet, it is imperative to comprehend who the true master is. Without further ado, let us commence the task at hand. Prepare to deal with this little tiger. Wang Kun promptly seated himself upon the head of the dark demon tiger, which, with a casual twist of its mighty neck, cast him aside. This served as its final warning. Having refused, Wang Kun could no longer be considered humane. Suddenly grinning maliciously, he unleashed a beam of crimson light from the pockball in his hand, ensnaring the dark demon tiger within. He subsequently submerged the beast into the waters of the Lake of Life. The irritable creature, loathing the sensation of being drenched, swiftly swam to the shore. Wang Kun retrieved it and placed it back into the water, repeating this cycle dozens of times. Although the dark demon, evil god tiger remained unscathed, it was internally seething with rage. Helpless and furious, this feline creature had loathed water since its youth. And Wang Kun's casual toss into the depths felt like a merciless trampling of its dignity. Such a disgrace to the most gifted soul beast of the Douluo continent. It is evident that Wang Kun can perceive the inner thoughts of the dark demon evil god tiger, which might be saying, although I am not truly human, you, Wang Kun, are indeed a mere dog, engaging in antics that are decidedly unbefitting of a person. In Chapter 7, Nar implores her husband to check in daily. After being playfully tormented by Wang Kun numerous times, the furious dark demon tiger could no longer contain its wrath and began to resist. Had it not been for the knowledge that the esteemed Silver Dragon King was safeguarding this human, it would have long since devoured the young boy Wang Kun. Now, witnessing the dark demon tiger finally enraged and lunging towards it, the tension escalated. The Pokeball held in Wang Kun's hand suddenly emitted a crimson beam of light, which promptly executed a somersault in the air to evade capture. However, despite this agile maneuver, Wang Kun merely flicked his wrist, successfully striking the dark demon evil god tiger. Wang Kun could not help but boast, even if you are the first innate soul beast of Douluo, you ultimately cannot escape the speed of the universe. A staggering 30 kilometers per second. The dark demon evil god tiger was effortlessly captured and ensnared within the confines of the Pokeball. Subsequently, he transformed once more, this time releasing it from a height of 100 meters, allowing it to plummet towards the ground, just as it was about to make contact with the earth. He promptly pressed the button on the Pokeball, and a crimson beam of light retrieved it once again. He then positioned it in the air once more, allowing it to descend once again. Wang Kun smirked slightly and asked, Dark demon evil god tiger, have you ever experienced the sensation of plummeting into an endless abyss? Since you refuse to heed my words, I shall have to discipline you. The dark demon evil god tiger was about to roar at Wang Kun or attempt to pull him into its alternate dimension, intending to reduce him to an infantile state, to torment and humiliate him. It was a predicament of desperation, unable to live or die. In its current state, it yearned to devour his flesh, drink his blood, and wear his skin, but such actions could not quell the fury boiling within the dark demon evil god tiger. Meanwhile, the amused Wang Kun finally placed it on the ground, observing the exhausted and weakened creature sprawled out before him, filled with delight. On the sidelines, Gu Yuna and Bai Ji were expected to intervene in this mockery of the soul beast. However, the dark demon evil god tiger, which thrived on consuming other soul beasts, was widely despised, akin to a rat scurrying through the streets, universally condemned. Thus, the onlookers felt an unexpected sense of relief. Wang Kun grasped Gu Yuna's delicate hand and mounted the back of the dark demon evil god tiger. What a delight! Gu Yuna's hand was incredibly soft, a pleasure to touch. The dark demon evil god tiger wished to struggle, yet the presence of the Silver Dragon King compelled it to submit. Furthermore, being ridden by the Silver Dragon King was a privilege, one that could be cherished as a lifelong honor. Wang Kun sat comfortably upon the back of the dark demon evil god tiger. He had just intended to take Gu Yuna on a leisurely ride through the Star Doe forest atop the magnificent beast when his stomach growled in protest. Gurgle. Gu Yuna, seated in front of him, couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Wang Kun no longer succumbed to the enchanting smile of Gu Yuna. He realized he had begun to acclimate to her stunning beauty. Quite satisfactory. He continued to gaze intently at Gu Yuna's face, determined to prevent her from laughing. Gu Yuna felt her cheeks flush under his unwavering stare. What is there to laugh about? Even if I am hungry, I certainly do not eat as much as you, little glutton. Wang Kun recalls that in the original work, Gu Yuna was an insatiable foodie, consuming food in quantities reminiscent of the scions from Dragon Ball. She was, without a doubt, an endless pit. Were it not for Gu Yuna's status as the sovereign of soul beasts, he would have to strive diligently to afford the indulgences of this gastronomic goddess. Mastering all elements of the world with finesse, Gu Yuna suddenly wielded the wind element, sending Wang Kun sprawling before he could react. Simultaneously, a silver dragon spear materialized in her right hand. It radiated a resplendent silver light, with the spear tip gleaming with a sharpness capable of piercing through all existence. Wang Kun could not help but inwardly praise. A glimmer of cold light arrives first, and then the spear strikes like a dragon. This is undoubtedly the foremost spear of Douluo continent. Gu Yuna pointed the tip of her spear at Wang Kun, who lay on the grass, and boldly declared, humans are ultimately just humans. In terms of strength, You will always be inferior to us, the soul beasts. Wang Kun quickly regained his composure and prepared to retaliate. System, grant me the Han X iron spear from the system space. In Wang Kun's hand, there appeared a long spear that was remarkably feeble in comparison to the silver dragon spear. At this moment, he was filled with confusion. Had not Gyuna been bound by his red cord, thicker than steel? Why then was she striking him? Could it be that Gyuna believed that hitting was a form of affection synonymous with love? Wang Kun made the aforementioned conjecture, uncertain of its validity. His third soul ring, a deep crimson hue, illuminated with an age of 99,000 years. Space manipulation. In an instant, he teleported behind Gyuna, simultaneously bringing down the tip of his spear upon her white dragon silver spear. White dragon silver, white dragon's lament. Is that not the name of a skin from Honor of Kings? Do not lose focus. Although she did not perceive Wang Kun's stealthy attack from behind, Gyuna remained composed, her heart devoid of any turmoil. She merely tightened her grip on the silver dragon spear's shaft and slashed backward with its sharp tip. Wang Kun swiftly retracted his long spear, lest it be severed. How could it possibly be severed? Produced by the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Your words inspire within me the vision of wielding a spear alongside Nar, commanding the Douluo continent with unparalleled prowess. To put it succinctly, it is the unparalleled dual spears of Douluo. Ahem, no, that is not right. Gyuna, together we shall wield our long spears, and henceforth, when the denizens of the martial world hear of the unparalleled dual spears, they shall first hear our names, and then tremble in fear. As a couple, our dual spears shall reign supreme across the lands. Wang Kun once again summoned the mighty spear. The shaft collided with the argent dragon spear, and he proclaimed, Nar. In the days to come, we shall wield our twin spears, unmatched in the world, to protect those we hold dear. Gyuna paused momentarily, gazing at the earnest Wang Kun, and her resolve solidified. Indeed, upon hearing her affirmation, Wang Kun shed his solemnity, grinning mischievously as he drew closer to Gyuna. With his left arm encircling her alluring waist, perfectly sculpted with both mermaid and vest line, he leaned in to whisper softly in her ear. Caught off guard by this unexpected maneuver, Gyuna found herself utterly weakened, her strength evaporating, causing the argent dragon spear to slip from her grasp and vanish. Wang Kun similarly retrieved his long spear, which, by the way, seemed to be called the piercing spear. Nonetheless, long spear rolls off the tongue more fluidly. He couldn't help but emit a soft grunt, a sound so enchanting that it sent delightful shivers through Wang Kun's ears. Was she being mischievous? How dare you strike me, and yet act so playfully? Gyuna was just about to deliver a punch that would send Wang Kun sprawling, but he continuously blew gently against the sensitive skin behind her ears, rendering her unable to muster any strength. At that moment, the favorable influence of the red string from the matchmaker also took effect. Suddenly feeling weak and her heart loosening, Gyuna unprecedentedly pleaded for mercy. Wang Kun, I was wrong. Please stop blowing in my ear, it's quite sensitive. Witnessing the proud silver dragon king, the revered ruler of spirit beasts, begging for mercy was an exhilarating triumph for Wang Kun. He responded with a slight smile, little na-na, how could you dare to devour my soul's power without my consent, only to then strike me? Truly, a dog-biting El Dongbin fails to recognize a benevolent heart. You are certainly no good person. Gyuna first attempted to refute him, but curiosity soon took hold as she inquired, who is El Dongbin? Do not concern yourself with such details. However, I must say, after being blown in your ear, you appear remarkably more endearing. Gyuna initially intended to subdue Wang Kun with a mountain of gold, but her overly sensitive ears thwarted her control over the golden elements. Observing Gyuna's helplessness in the face of his gentle teasing brought Wang Kun immense satisfaction. After all, this vulnerability was common among many women, and men too could easily fall victim, provided their ears were equally soft. He had learned this tactic from the character Noera Shinasuke in Crayon Shinchan. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Baiji, swiftly pulled Gyuna away and cast a disdainful glare at Wang Kun, exclaiming, do not bully the Silver Dragon King. You cunning human, skilled in deceit. Wang Kun gazed at the extraordinarily alluring figure of Baiji and couldn't help but swallow hard. Yet, Gyuna, embodying a fierce protector, exclaimed, Baiji, mind your own business. Instantly, she fell silent, perplexed as to why her master was increasingly protective of this human. Meanwhile, Wang Kun smiled gently and said, Nar, If you call me husband, I shall release you. Gu Yuna furrowed her brow. The red thread of fate, thicker than steel, nearly prompted her to utter the word husband. However, as the most esteemed Silver Dragon King, how could she easily succumb to the whims of the red thread? Such a notion was but a dream. Wang Kun did not continue to trouble her, and readily let go. It was a painful sensation, for he had not anticipated that the absence of Gu Yuna's soft, delicate waist would leave a void in his heart. Just moments ago, he had been overwhelmed with happiness. Chapter 8. The Gallant Horseman, your majestic presence demands daily attendance. Soon after, he departed without a word, riding the dark demon sacred tiger towards the riverbank, intending to catch a large fish to roast for Gu Yuna. Why are you running away? Come back to me. Watch how I handle you, he exclaimed. The dark demon sacred tiger was just about to turn its head. Wang Kun silently produced a pokeball, causing the dark demon god tiger to inwardly scoff. Though you are indeed human, you are truly a dog. Recalling the terror it felt when dominated by Wang Kun and the pokeball, a red light ensnared its body within the sphere, only for Wang Kun to subsequently release it into the water once more. This relentless cycle filled the dark demon god tiger with profound disdain. It was then placed at an altitude of 100 meters, plummeting downward. Despite its black wings, now drenched, it was unable to fly. The creature felt as if it were descending into an endless abyss. The despair of perpetually falling without ever reaching the ground weighed heavily upon it. The dark demon god tiger harbored a fierce desire to annihilate this insufferable child. However, it was acutely aware that defying the command of the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, could result in a severe beating. Just as it contemplated turning back, Wang Kun summoned it once more. Simultaneously, Wang Kun activated his first soul ring ability, a merciless charge, propelling himself swiftly out of Gu Yuna's line of sight. Bai Ji observed Gu Yuna, who extended her jade hand, yet made no effort to intervene, her expression tinged with perplexity. My lord, why do you not stop him? Instead, you allow the human to escape. At that moment, Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed slightly. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her fondness for Wang Kun had deepened to the extent that his happiness became her own. Bai Ji, unable to comprehend this inexplicable affection, pondered how after living for hundreds of thousands of years, she had yet to unravel such mysteries, especially when she could not even navigate her feelings for the one she secretly admired, Emperor Tian. Wang Kun, embodying an unwavering courage akin to that of a steadfast warrior, leaped boldly onto the tree, undeterred by any obstacles in his path. He had not contemplated why Gu Yuna refrained from stopping him. Upon reflection, he surmised it must be the influence of the fabled red thread of fate. After all, how could the world's most exquisite and noble Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna, possibly take notice of him, permitting him to roam freely and indulge in whimsical pursuits? Subsequently, he released the pokeball in his hand, and a radiant beam of red light materialized, summoning the dark demon evil god tiger onto the grass below. Wang Kun leapt directly onto its back, brandishing a pokeball as a threat. Run swiftly, or I shall cast you into the water. The dark demon tiger hastened to the stream's edge, not daring to linger for even a moment. The sound of water triggered memories of its previous immersion, evoking a sensation akin to being thoroughly soaked. This feeling was undeniably repulsive, igniting a desire to annihilate Wang Kun in a fit of rage. The most critical aspect was that its master, the ancient Yuna, had dominion over the life force in the lake of life, rendering it unable to absorb that exceedingly pure vitality, merely left to soak in the water. It shook its head, dismissing thoughts of discontent. Truly, this Wang Kun is no more than a brute. Wang Kun snapped a branch, using the long spear in his hand to sharpen the end into a pointed tip. He then utilized spatial manipulation to teleport himself onto a tree, where he gazed into the crystal-clear waters by the river. Within the depths, numerous large, plump-headed fish swam, their species unknown to him. One of these fish measured over 20 meters in length and weighed several tons. Their scales glistened like impenetrable silver armor. If that massive tail were to strike Wang Kun, it could surely end his life. Simultaneously, he became acutely aware of the lurking dangers within the depths of the Douluo forest. Numerous soul beasts aged 90,000 years, alongside several fierce 100,000-year soul beasts such as wolves, tigers, and leopards, glared menacingly at him, as if they longed to devour him whole. Fortunately, the dark demon evil god tiger stood guard over Wang Kun, and he carried the aura of the Silver Dragon King, which exerted a suppressive influence over them, compelling them to nearly kneel in submission. desiring to avoid conflict. Wang Kun promptly instructed the dark demon evil god tiger to lead him to the gathering place of 10-year soul beasts, while internally lamenting the irony of the situation. In the depths of the Star Dough forest, it was common to encounter 100,000-year soul beasts that could easily obliterate him. Yet it was rare to find 10-year soul beasts that he could effortlessly overpower. Wang Kun often reflects on the profound truth that while exceptional talents like the steed of 1,000 miles are frequently encountered, true connoisseurs like Douluo are a rare find. This thought amuses him greatly, eliciting laughter. As he rides the dark demonic tiger, he cannot help but hum a classic song, The Lassoing Man. The lyrics, The Lassoing Man, you are mighty and formidable. No, wait, I am riding a tiger. The playful refrain, the child riding the tiger, you are mischievous and spirited, the galloping steed, like a swift gale, resonates beautifully, captivating both the heart and soul. This enchanting melody also touches the heart of the dark demonic tiger, compelling it to develop a fondness for the song. Despite being an animal, it possesses an impressive cultivation of 60,000 years, enabling it to comprehend human speech to some extent. Thus, it cannot resist letting out a gentle roar, echoing, tiger, 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 tiger. Wang Kun found the cacophonous singing of the dark demon evil god tiger akin to the excruciating sound of nails scraping against a chalkboard. However, considering it was this little tiger's inaugural performance, he generously chose to overlook its shortcomings. What a load of nonsense. Be quiet, don't sing, he exclaimed. The dark demon evil god tiger paid no heed to the insignificant Wang Kun, whom it could effortlessly crush. It continued to hum its melody. Yet, Wang Kun retrieved a pokeball, compelling the dark demon evil god tiger to cease its self-indulgent serenade. As the discordant noise dissipated, the entire world transformed into a realm of beauty. Wang Kun then began to sing a song, the one about the youthful rider on a tiger. Half an hour later, he once again laid eyes on the plump-headed fish, weighing over 10 pounds and measuring around half a meter in length. His excitement was palpable. First, he activated the first Soul Rings ability, launching himself into the air and landing atop a tree several meters high. He then summoned a long spear from the system's space. Grasping it firmly, he effortlessly severed the branches from the tree. Simultaneously, he sharpened a portion of the wooden branch to use as a spear, aiming to pierce the heavens. No, to impale the plump-headed fish. While scrolling through short videos on Waterblue Star, he often heard the song Crossing Mountains and Rivers, which had become ingrained in his mind. The dark demonic tiger observed this, and in that moment, Wang Kun's eyes sparkled with intensity, his arm muscles bulging with vigor. The sharpened branch swiftly thrust forward, penetrating the fish. The plump-headed fish thrashed wildly, its blood staining the river water. This gruesome scene tantalized the tiger's taste buds, prompting it to leap fiercely and swallow the still wriggling fish whole. It then bounded ashore. Wang Kun gazed with disdain at the dark demon, evil god tiger, who was indulging in its meal with apparent delight. Why should this creature, without any effort, consume the enormous fish he had labored so diligently to catch? Little cub, you have successfully provoked my ire. He swiftly retrieved a pokeball and unleashed a beam of crimson light, which enveloped the dark demon, evil god tiger's visage, drawing it back into the confines of the pokeball before returning it to the water. The dark demon, evil god tiger thrashed in the aquatic depths, yearning to swim back to the shore. Wang Kun retrieved it once more, repeating the process a staggering 81 times. He then placed it gently upon the ground. Observing the exhausted dark demonic tiger sprawled before him, he arrogantly brandished the pokeball and taunted, "You wretched creature, no, you beastly feline. Do you still wish to devour my grand feast? Perhaps it is suitable for Nar, but for you? Do you even deserve it?" The voiceless dark demonic tiger let out a low growl, a manifestation of its pent-up fury, fixating its gaze unrelentingly upon Wang Kun. Though it was not human, the actions of Wang Kun were decidedly unworthy of a man. Chapter 9. The Capricious Random System, Daily Check-in Required. Even though this phrase had been uttered innumerable times, the dark demonic tiger felt compelled to express it once more. Its limited vocabulary, a lamentation of its lack of a 9-year compulsory education, hindered it. Otherwise, it would surely possess a plethora of eloquent insults. The longer it interacted with Wang Kun, the more it appreciated dogs, for a dog remains a dog. While a human may not always embody humanity, I am human, disinterested in dogs. We are fundamentally different. You pursue art, while I pursue you. This is what one might call an immersion in artistry. Ahem. This is not an insult. It is merely a jest. Upon witnessing the ferocious glare of the dark demonic tiger fixated on him, Wang Kun's attention shifted back to the Pokeball. He felt an urge to obliterate the object that granted him such dominion over it. To prevent the dark demonic tiger from undertaking this most unwise action, he promptly declared, "This Pokeball can lock onto the soul of a spirit beast. Should you destroy it, your own existence shall cease." Wang Kun found some solace in his own lies. However, the dark demonic deity, the tiger, which could comprehend human speech yet remained voiceless, ultimately relinquished its desire to silently eliminate the Pokeball. Should this notion materialize, it would have been able to torment Wang Kun at will, treating him like a mere plaything, subjecting him to the profound humiliation of being manipulated. Alas, such aspirations were futile, and it consequently lay motionless upon the grass, akin to a dreamless salted fish. Wang Kun utilized his first soul skill, Ruthless Charge, to leap onto the tree. Subsequently, he fixed his gaze upon the 10-year soul beast, the fathead fish, in the water. The moment he laid eyes on it, he hurled the sharpened wooden branch from his hand. After piercing the great fish, it thrashed about violently. However, it soon succumbed to its wounds. Bleeding profusely from the wooden branch, its final struggles depleting its strength until it perished. Wang Kun employed his third soul skill, Space Guidance, to transport the large fish and branches into his hands, subsequently discarding them onto the grassy bank. The dark demon evil god tiger, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but feel a surge of bewilderment. This young lad was capable of wielding the soul skill of the beast god emperor, which was truly formidable. Yet, despite its trepidation, the sight of the floundering fish elicited an insatiable desire within it to plunge into the water and capture the fish. However, Wang Kun promptly intervened, retrieving a Pokeball from the pocket of his black shorts. This display of authority rendered the creature immobile, too intimidated to act, for fear of incurring Wang Kun's wrath. "Go downstream. Otherwise, you'll scare all the fish away, and what am I to catch? Do you wish for me to capture nothing but air?" The dark demon evil god tiger, glancing at the Pokeball in his hand, begrudgingly submitted and retreated downstream. An hour later, Wang Kun gazed upon the bank, where a dozen hefty fish, each pierced through with branches, lay sprawled. He was thoroughly satisfied with his catch. Taking the branches in hand, he proceeded to cleanse the fish, placing them one by one into the river for rinsing. Lacking a knife to scale the fish, he resorted to using a long spear, yet its sharpness inadvertently stripped away the fish's skin as well. Subsequently, he employed the dragon god claw to slice open the bellies of the fish, discarding the inedible entrails, swim bladders, and the unpalatable black membranes. The membranes appeared relatively clean, marred by only a hint of black, indicating that the fish had not consumed anything foul. This suggested that the water quality of the Douluo forest was exceptionally pristine, promising the fish's flesh to be delectable. It was indeed a culinary delight. He cast the inedible remains into the water. Once the cleaning was completed, the blood and entrails flowed into the river, drawing a multitude of carnivorous piranhas, and in the blink of an eye, the river was once again pristine. Wang Kun held in his hands a dozen branches, each impaled with fish. Meanwhile, in the distance, the dark and malevolent demon tiger returned, having feasted to its fill. Wang Kun brandished a Pokeball menacingly, compelling the creature to allow him to mount its head, lest it suffer the consequences of his wrath. Subsequently, he found himself singing the well-known song The Rider, exclaiming, "Oh, mighty and valiant man on the tiger." The classic lyrics proved difficult to alter. The enchanting melody, however, diminished the dark demon tiger's reluctance to be ridden, and it began to appreciate Wang Kun's vocal talent, even becoming somewhat entranced by it. Half an hour later, perched upon the back of the dark demon tiger, Wang Kun arrived at the Lake of Life within the starry forest. There, he observed Guyuna diligently honing her skills, visibly growing stronger at an astonishing pace. Goodness, her rate of cultivation is truly remarkable. It undoubtedly surpasses that of Tang San. Upon reaching this point, Wang Kun comprehended that Guyuna was eager to restore her strength swiftly in order to journey to the Douluo divine realm. Her ambition was to locate the Golden Dragon King, merging with it to become the Dragon God, and to join forces with him, the future Creator God King, in vanquishing the 5 divine kings of the Douluo divine realm. Thus, it was imperative to grow stronger promptly. To seize this world for Guyuna, Wang Kun is now determined to prepare the fish meticulously before proceeding further. He believes in taking his time and not rushing into matters. Success is to be attained step by step. Without accumulating small strides, one cannot reach great distances. Likewise, without the confluence of minor streams, one cannot form vast rivers and seas. Dismissing any further contemplation, he first entrusted Gu Yuna with the task of igniting a sturdy branch with the fire element to serve as a torch. Nana, could you kindly set it ablaze? Gu Yuna did not respond verbally, yet a brilliant flame spontaneously erupted upon the stick. Thank you. Wang Kun inserted a lit stick into the ground. He subsequently gathered fallen branches from nearby trees to use as firewood. After arranging the firewood, he extracted the stick from the ground and ignited them. As the flames grew larger, he commanded the dark demon, evil god tiger, to fell the enormous bamboo nearby, a command that the disdainful creature surprisingly obeyed. Was it his melodious singing that enchanted the beast, or perhaps the resonant tune of the gallant rider on the tiger? Regardless, as the dark demon, evil god tiger clutched a bamboo stalk in its mouth, Wang Kun first examined it to determine if he could split it. What species of soul beast was this bamboo, and how old was it? It appeared exceptionally tough. His long spear, akin to that of Hongmeng Pearl, could not cleave the bamboo, and might even break in the attempt. Consequently, he instructed the dark demon, evil god tiger, to chop the seemingly indestructible bamboo. Once the tiger skillfully transformed the verdant stalk into the desired shape, Wang Kun set about constructing a barbecue grill. O great system, I implore you for seasonings. The system, having been compelled to randomize, activated the chef god system, enabling the host to create any culinary ingredients desired. The chef god system would allow the host to level up each time 10 people praise their dishes. After each elevation, the required number of admirers would multiply by 10, necessitating 100 praises to ascend further. Understood. Wait a moment. ISNT a new system randomly assigned each day? Is this system not obliged to follow your commands? The timing of the random system is entirely at the discretion of this system, not the host's. Do you comprehend? Yes, I understand. You are indeed the master. And I am merely the host clinging to your greatness. In Chapter 10, Wang Kun skewered several fish beside the fire and began to roast them. He first utilized his soul power and intent to conjure salt, evenly applying it to the plump fish. As the aroma of the roasting fish wafted through the air, it swiftly captivated the attention of Gu Yuna, Bai Ji, and the dark demon, evil god tiger. It is worth noting that the originally designated guardians of the Lake of Life, the azure bull python and the titan giant ape, had been reassigned to guard a perimeter 1,000 meters from the lake, ensuring that no humans would intrude upon the sacred grounds and disturb the ancient Gu Yuna's cultivation. Wang Kun gazed at the aloof Gu Yuna, whose beautiful eyes were fixated on the roasted fish, seemingly yearning to devour the large fish he had cooked. Xiao Nana, do not harbor such thoughts. These delicacies are not meant for you. They are solely for my enjoyment. Gu Yuna, irritated by Wang Kun's words, seized control of the element of time, halting its flow around him, and subsequently conjured a mountain of gold to weigh him down. She then released her grasp on the temporal control. Wang Kun was utterly bewildered as he found himself inexplicably pinned beneath a resplendent golden five-finger mountain. The worth of this mountain could easily purchase a nation. Goodness. Nara is truly a woman of immense wealth. If only he could marry her, he would have an inexhaustible fortune at his disposal. He could bid farewell to financial woes, escape the drudgery of relentless labor, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Wang Kun suddenly recalled a saying by Jack Ma, I have no interest in money. To me, money is merely a string of numbers. Wang Kun perceives himself as a man who regards wealth as mere refuse, for in this world of Douluo continent, power reigns supreme rather than riches. At this moment, Yuna also yearns to roast the 10-year spirit beast, the plump head fish, over the flames. Wang Kun was apprehensive that Yuna might inadvertently char the fatty fish. In haste, he activated his third soul ring, a deep crimson soul skill of 999,000 years known as spatial guidance. He transcended space, liberating himself from the constraints of the golden five-finger mountain. Embracing Gu Yuna's delicate waist, he playfully bestowed a kiss upon her charming face. Though he initially entertained more lascivious thoughts, the reality of his 6-year-old physique thwarted such desires, as that particular aspect had yet to mature. Alas, what a predicament, my friend. Do not ruin my fish. Aside from one that I shall consume, the remainder belongs to you. Is that agreeable? Yuna, taken aback by Wang Kun's sudden kiss, felt her cheeks flush crimson, yearning to burrow into the ground and hide her face. Yet, she was not one to be trifled with. She summoned the wind, propelling Wang Kun into the air. Subsequently, She employed her mastery over time, rendering him immobile. After sealing Wang Kun's abilities with the ancient dragon goddess seal, she finally released her control over time. Wang Kun realized that he had been played by Gu Yuna. Sensing that his soul power was no longer at his disposal, he gazed at Gu Yuna's flushed face, feeling that he had not lost out in the least. The sensation of a kiss was truly delightful, so smooth and tender. It left an indelible aftertaste, and he yearned to hold Gu Yuna's cherubic face and plant a few more fervent kisses upon it. However, the exquisite touch he experienced when he first embraced her, along with the enchanting fragrance that lingered in his nostrils, seemed to remain. Ha ha ha. Gu Yuna, this stunning goddess, is simply marvelous. Observing Wang Kun's dazed expression, Gu Yuna promptly commanded the water element to awaken him and, at the same time, to temper his burgeoning desires. Wang Kun regained his composure and noticed that his clothes were drenched. With an air of tranquility, he calmly removed his shirt, displaying no trace of anger at being splashed with water. Gu Yuna, being still a young girl, felt little in the way of emotion. She merely found Wang Kun's physique rather impressive. His perfectly sculpted muscles, with a strikingly prominent chest and well-defined abdominal muscles, presented a captivating sight. Despite still being a child, he possessed such an exquisite form, undeniably alluring. Even Bai Ji could not help but gaze in admiration. Wang Kun deftly adorned the snow-white, swan-like neck of Bai Ji with the red thread of fate, conjured from his soul power. In an instant, a myriad of affection illuminated Bai Ji's starry eyes, eclipsing the fleeting memory of her love for Emperor Tian, as if she had never loved at all. Once she had savored the moment, she hastily draped around Wang Kun a crimson cloak, identical to that of Emperor Tian, which she had once treasured. Yet now, she found it paled in comparison to Wang Kun. Although perplexed by her own transformation, she was at a loss to articulate her feelings. At this moment, Bai Ji, much like Gu Yuna, found herself increasingly captivated by Wang Kun's undeniable charm. Wang Kun prepared a mixture of oil, chili powder, and cumin powder. He then swiftly applied the oil onto the grilled fish using a brush, generously sprinkling it with chili powder and cumin. At that moment, the aroma of the grilled fish reached its most delectable state. The dark demon tiger could not help but salivate. Yet it was abruptly recalled into its pockball by Wang Kun, who remarked, "You, dark demon tiger, once disregarded me. Now that I have this grilled fish, you find it beyond your reach. Do not even think of indulging. Are you worthy?" Gu Yuna and Bai Ji couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Kun's audacious antics, which were indeed quite outrageous. The dark demon tiger remained confined within its pockball, sensing the tantalizing scent of the delicious grilled fish. This would surely leave the dark demon tiger yearning, and it was likely that it would never again dare to defy Wang Kun's commands. Truly, Wang Kun was behaving in a most ungracious manner. Wang Kun crafted a blue and white porcelain plate along with chopsticks, and subsequently placed the perfectly grilled fish upon the plate, garnishing it with a sprinkling of scallions, ginger, and spring onions. Wang Kun did not pass the food to Gu Yuna and Bai Ji. Instead, he took the initiative to use his chopsticks to savor a piece. With exaggerated expressions, he performed an ode to the delightful taste of the fish. "Ah, this fish is extraordinarily fragrant. Its flavor is unparalleled, tender and springy, simply explosive in deliciousness." This spectacle left the two ladies utterly captivated, their throats involuntarily rolling with desire. After all, one was a swan with a penchant for fish, and the other, a dragon with the same craving. Gu Yuna, disregarding all else, promptly paused time around Wang Kun, seizing the plate and chopsticks. With a snap of her fingers, the time control was released. The snap reminded Wang Kun of the moment in Avengers: Infinity War when Thanos, with the Infinity Gauntlet, obliterated half of all life with a mere gesture. Meanwhile, Bai Ji employed the Emerald Light to replenish the soul energy consumed by the Silver Dragon King's manipulation of spatial elements. Wang Kun felt quite distressed. How formidable were the methods of the Silver Dragon King! However, he soon regained his composure. He placed the remaining fish onto the plate, garnishing them with scallions and ginger. Yet, all of it was swiftly snatched away by Biji, who was beside Gu Yuna. Wang Kun felt a profound sense of distress. This soul beast, Bai Ji, had existed for over 500,000 years, and its strength was simply insurmountable. Fortunately, he still retained one for himself, a testament to the mercy bestowed upon him by the formidable figures of Gu Yuna and Bai Ji towards a weaker individual like Wang Kun. A thought took root in Wang Kun's mind. He would, in the future, wield his strength to crush and dominate them. He observed as a small hand delicately grasped a piece of fish, bringing it to the petite mouth of Gu Yuna. With each tiny bite, her lips turned adorably red from the spiciness, causing his irritation to dissipate instantly. His palate leaned towards the robust, hence he had added a generous amount of chili powder. However, the two were not particularly fond of spicy food. Consequently, Bai Ji, much like Gu Yuna, opted not to use chopsticks and consumed a piece directly, only to be overwhelmed by the heat, her delicate form swaying amidst the tumultuous scene. Wang Kun expressed his profound gratitude. He picked up the last remaining grilled fish with his chopsticks and savored it. He found the spiciness to be just right, and the flavor of the fish was exceptionally tender. It was incomparably more delicious than any grilled fish he had tasted on Water Blue Star. The fish weighed over 10 pounds, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Yuna and Bai Ji had finished their portions. Bai Ji, using the light of jade, healed Gu Yuna's reddened lips from the spice, as well as her own. Gu Yuna marveled, stating, "I never expected that although humans may possess wicked hearts, filthy intentions, and overly insidious schemes, their culinary creations are rather delightful. Truly delicious." Bai Ji nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is quite tasty. In Chapter 11, all things in heaven and earth serve to highlight Gu Yuna. Gu Yuna observed the 11 remaining grilled fish on the ground and instructed Bai Ji to distribute them among her most loyal subordinates, Haima Wang Thien, as well as the seemingly insignificant Tian Qing Niu Meng and Titan Giant Ape, along with the 5th of the 10 great beasts, Wan Yao Wang. The 6th in the ranking of the 10 great beasts, the soul beast known as the Dark Gold Claw Bear, was also included, as well as the 8th-ranked soul beast, the 3-headed Red Demon Hound, Red King, and the 9th-ranked soul beast, the Hell Dragon King, Purple Princess. 7 fish were gifted to her subordinates, while 4 were set aside for later. Upon receiving the command, Bai Ji promptly replied, "Understood, my lord." With that, she unfurled her exquisite green wings. Wang Kun, upon witnessing the beauty of these magnificent wings, could not help but exclaim, "How can one describe the beauty of this angel with green wings?" Wang Kun pondered briefly on how to bestow a compliment and soon devised an appropriate expression. "Ah, splendid indeed." Although Biji received the praise, she remained devoid of joy, for she was merely a diminutive human child. Were she to receive such casual flattery? Suddenly, Biji experienced an inexplicable surge of affection, a manifestation of the red thread of fate orchestrated by the deity of love, transforming Wang Kun's commendation into a euphoric stimulant. This involuntarily elicited a faint smile from her. Humans truly lack discernment. This hardly qualifies as remarkable. Only our esteemed master possesses true, unparalleled beauty. Though her words dripped with disdain, Biji secretly cherished Wang Kun's compliment. She enveloped 7 plump fish with her soul energy, lifted them into her hands, and gracefully flapped her emerald wings to take flight. After she departed, the suddenly jealous Gu Yuna cast a disdainful glance at Wang Kun. "Why did you not compliment me?" Wang Kun gazed at the aloof and majestic Ice Dragon King, who appeared so lofty in the eyes of others, yet before him, transformed into an enchanting little girl prone to jealousy. Quite delightful indeed. My dear Nar is the most beautiful of them all. That is more like it. Although Gu Yuna harbored feelings of envy, she was not the type to cling stubbornly to a single issue, nor to nag incessantly like a petulant child. Instead, she was a little foodie, greedily inhaling the delectable aroma of fish that wafted through the air. Her throat swallowed eagerly in anticipation, and at long last, the moment to indulge had arrived. Gu Yuna then proceeded to lift her plate, awkwardly wielding her chopsticks as she attempted to grasp the roasted fish. Wang Kun gazed at the endearing sight of Gu Yuna, awkwardly wielding chopsticks. He approached her side and playfully warned, "Do not lay a finger on me, or I shall retaliate." "Wang Kun," she exclaimed. Indeed, Nader. Do you truly believe I am that kind of person?" Initially, Gu Yuna felt a twinge of reluctance as Wang Kun drew near, for their relationship had yet to reach such intimate levels. She merely harbored a faint affection for him. However, the inescapable bond of fate, akin to an ironclad red thread, would not allow her to resist. Regardless of being the esteemed Silver Dragon King of Douluo continent, one could not elude the influence of this burgeoning sentiment. As Wang Kun continued to close the distance, Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed, her heart racing, the fondness for him steadily growing. Yet, she maintained a facade of indignation. "Calling me not? Wang Kun, have we truly developed such a rapport?" she retorted, a charming blush gracing her features. I have already caught a glimpse of a certain someone's physique. What kind of relationship would you deem appropriate? Gu Yuna's complexion deepened with a rosy hue, captivatingly enchanting. She fidgeted, attempting to grasp a piece of fish with her chopsticks, yet the prospect of eating it now seemed daunting, as it would surely invite her ire. Why risk a fleeting moment of pleasure when there would be ample opportunity to indulge later? With a teasing tone, Wang Kun remarked, "My dear Nar, allow me to teach you the proper technique. Your clumsiness is utterly delightful." Ha! Wang Kun gently embraced Gu Yuna's delicate waist with his left hand, while his right hand enveloped her right hand. Ah, how delightful! Her small hand felt remarkably soft and smooth to the touch. Gu Yuna initially intended to break free. Yet at that moment, their proximity allowed them to sense each other's breaths and even heartbeats. Particularly, Wang Kun's masculine fragrance captivated Gu Yuna even more. Coupled with the favorable influence of the red thread of fate, her affection for him soared to new heights. Subsequently, Wang Kun patiently guided Gu Yuna in using chopsticks to pick up the pieces of fish from the plate. Wang Kun distinctly recalls that in the original work, Gu Yuna is an unabashed gourmand. The exceptionally clever Gu Yuna instantly comprehends how to utilize it. Wang Kun did not linger beside Gu Yuna for long. However, the sweet scent of her youthful essence was undeniably enchanting, evoking an ever-deepening affection. As he observed Gu Yuna savoring the last few delectable grilled fish, he couldn't help but remark, "You devoured an entire hefty fish, leaving nothing behind. How much do you truly adore my grilled fish? You are quite the gourmet. Aren't you not?" Though Gu Yuna felt a surge of anger within, her exterior remained as tranquil as a still lake, betraying no hint of turmoil. She failed to comprehend the meaning behind Wang Kun's playful inquiry regarding her affection for his grilled fish. With an elegant flourish, she conjured a piece of white paper from the wood element to wipe the remnants from her lips. A phrase from the game League of Legends surfaced in Wang Kun's mind, spoken by the elegant champion Camille. "Elegance never goes out of style." Annoyed by the mockery, the fierce Gu Yuna used a gust of wind to propel the slightly dazed Wang Kun 10 meters into the air. Wang Kun allowed his feet to touch the ground first. Upon descending from a height of 10 meters, his legs were jolted numb. Initially, he intended to utilize the third soul ring skill, spatial guidance, to teleport to the ground. However, his soul power was entirely sealed by the dragon goddess enchantment, rendering it unusable. Gu Yuna could not help but smile slyly. "Hee, serves you right for always teasing me." Wang Kun, feeling rather indifferent, seized the branch that had pierced the roasted fish and opened his mouth wide, devouring the hefty fish in mere bites, relishing every moment. After satisfying his hunger, a wave of drowsiness washed over him as he gazed at the setting sun. Although he longed for a peaceful slumber, he had just been engaged in fishing with the dark demon god and Gu Yuna, which left him somewhat fatigued. Leaning back, he yearned for rest. As he observed the sky adorned with clouds of white and yellow hues, he envisioned Gu Yuna wrapped in a splendid crimson down jacket woven from these clouds, transforming her into a princess. Simultaneously, the faint rays of the setting sun cloaked the earth in a gossamer brilliance, as if the world itself revolved around Gu Yuna, the most exquisite woman in existence. "Nana, if you are so beautiful, I permit you to hold me while you sleep," he boldly declared, attempting to draw her close. However, she blushed and retreated gracefully, evading his advance. "Oh no, that's not permissible," she replied, before conjuring a wooden house from the elements and stepping inside. Yet, as she distanced herself from Wang Kun, she felt an invisible, robust red thread, thicker than steel, tethering her, making her departure increasingly arduous. Nonetheless, as the queen of beasts and the sovereign spirit beast, the silver dragon king, how could she succumb to the whims of a mere red thread? Perhaps she had once been ambushed by its enchantment, but she had since developed a resistance, impervious to its subtle manipulations. Had Gu Yuna been aware of the true nature of the red thread, she might have boldly proclaimed to Wang Kun, "This trivial red thread cannot distort my will. Wang Kun, should you attempt to deceive me, I advise you to tread carefully and not repeat your folly." Chapter 12. A false visit to Mother Nuwa, seeking daily check-ins. Wang Kun gazed at the resplendent sunset, an exquisite sight, yet tinged with the inevitability of dusk. A wave of subtle melancholy washed over him. "Well, I might as well sleep," he thought. As he drifted into slumber, his soul power ascended to level 31. BG brought roasted fish for the 7 soul beasts to savor. Their initial reaction upon tasting it was unanimous. Delicious. Gu Yuna observed Biji's return and glanced at the child draped in a crimson cloak, peacefully asleep on the grass. She teased with a hint of concern, "Sleeping outdoors will give you a chill. I wonder how you'll fare if you catch a cold by tomorrow?" Despite her somewhat acerbic words, she still prompted Biji to pluck a jade feather from herself to serve as a blanket, covering Wang Kun with it. Meanwhile, Biji used the light of jade to regrow the missing feather. However, unbeknownst to them, Wang Kun was not truly asleep, just as he was on the brink of slumber. The random system decided to stir up trouble once again. Once again, Wang Kun was confronted with white subtitles announcing the emergence of the random sleep god system. The host merely needed to slumber to attain a state of invulnerable spirit. With each passing year, one could elevate their soul power by a level. He yearned to frolic with Gu Yuna. However, what if he were to sleep for approximately 70 years? That would render him a true deity at level 100, making him utterly invincible. Yet, only a fool would choose to slumber for a century. A 6-year nap followed by playful teasing of the goddess and capturing her heart seemed far more appealing. Moreover, should he choose to sleep for 70 years, it would mean witnessing the demise of Bai Bai Dong, slain by that shameless scoundrel Tang San. It was indeed ironic, as this rascal had once benefited from the gold distribution of the Spirit Hall in his youth, yet dared oppose them. Truly, a treacherous ingrate. Therefore, such a lengthy slumber was absolutely out of the question. 6 years was the utmost he could allow himself. Furthermore, upon awakening, Gu Yuna would be in the prime of her beauty, which was quite delightful. The prospect of shared moments together was simply splendid. Wang Kun felt a complete resonance with the notion of being governed by his lower half. Thereupon, he inscribed upon the grassy expanse with a long spear, "I shall seek my esteemed mother, the goddess Enwa. I estimate I shall return in approximately 6 years. Do not dwell on my absence. Your beloved husband, Kunzi." Wang Kun gazed at his elegantly inscribed characters, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction as he tucked himself under the covers to sleep. Yet, this slumber persisted for a staggering 6 years. One must ponder, which time traveler could commence their journey with such an extended repose? It is indeed terrifying. When Gu Yuna awakens the following day and witnesses this scene, she will undoubtedly wish to reprimand the shameless Wang Kun. However, he has already ascended to an invincible state, much to her chagrin. If he were not present, who would prepare the delectable roasted fish for the enchanting little lowly, Gu Yuna? A wave of melancholy suddenly washes over her. Yet she refrains from disturbing Wang Kun as he visits his mother, the formidable Nuwa, the goddess of creation. During these 6 years, nothing particularly extraordinary transpired. If one were to identify any remarkable change, it would be that Gu Yuna has grown taller, more beautiful, and stronger. At this moment, she has cultivated her abilities to the 42nd level of the Soul Master Realm, a testament to her diligent efforts. However, she has an incessant penchant for consuming roasted fish. Otherwise, her cultivation could have reached even greater heights. Upon Wang Kun's awakening, he first sensed an exhilarating surge of strength coursing through his body. The sensation of empowerment was utterly delightful. He had ascended directly from level 31 to level 37. This newfound strength would enable him to effortlessly toss Gu Yuna several meters into the air and catch her with ease, enraptured by the joy of his transformation. He also noticed he had grown taller and more handsome. How splendid! Suddenly, he caught sight of a figure in the distance, a woman with silver hair and violet eyes, exuding an ethereal grace and flawless beauty. She was mature and composed, possessing a porcelain-like complexion, delicate features, and a captivating charm that could rival the most exquisite treasures of the world. If one were to pinpoint a flaw, it would be her perfection itself. Such an impeccable being seemed almost too extraordinary to exist in a world governed by the law of the jungle. Wang Kun rose to his feet, observing that Gu Yuna was still diligently practicing, oblivious to his peculiar behavior. Suddenly, a mischievous idea struck him. He approached her from behind, enveloping her in an embrace, and softly exhaled near her ear before planting a gentle kiss on her exquisite face. Surely, such playful teasing of Gu Yuna would earn him a reprimand. Wang Kun recalled that 6 years ago, he had been sealed by Gu Yuna with the dragon goddess seal. He silently sensed whether his soul power could flow, and to his delight, it could. Athena's divine awakening skill was extraordinarily formidable. Upon invoking this ability, he found himself in an invincible state, and the dragon goddess seal automatically dissipated. However, he was astonished to discover that the characters he had etched with a lengthy spear 6 years prior remained intact. After enduring the elements for 6 years, those inscriptions should have been buried beneath the grass. If they still existed, it indicated that someone had purposefully preserved them. Could it be that Nar had kept them? Nar, who often spoke disdainfully yet remained steadfastly true, was truly endearing. Given that Gu Na had retained Wang Kun's message, it also implied her tacit acknowledgement that he could indeed be her ideal partner. Thus, he decided against teasing Gu Na any further. Feeling the Pokeball in his pocket, it seemed that during the past 6 years, the dark demon, evil god tiger had escaped from the ball rather than staying inside to cultivate. He first unleashed his first soul ring skill, Ruthless Charge, propelling himself out of the lake of life. In that fleeting moment, countless formidable soul beasts from the age of 90,000 years, alongside the rare 100,000-year soul beasts, including the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python, detected the enticing scent of humans. Yet, this human aroma was intermingled with a trace of the oppressive aura of the Silver Dragon King, which instilled fear in them, preventing them from daring to approach this delectable human. Meanwhile, Wang Kun observed the dark demon, evil god tiger by the river, seizing a 10-meter-long armored fish, its age unknown, and voraciously devouring it, tearing away the flesh and skin with its gaping maw. Wang Kun wore a look of disdain, inwardly reflecting, all you know is to indulge in gluttony. Sooner or later, you, the dark demon, evil god tiger, shall become a rotund little creature. To avert this transformation into a pudgy tiger, I shall subject you to the wrath of Kun. With that resolve, he employed a Pokeball, releasing a beam of red light that struck its target. It was swiftly captured within the Pokeball and then submerged in water, only to be retrieved once more. Thus ensued yet another trial of arduous challenges as the bewildered and distressed dark demon evil god tiger was unceremoniously deposited upon the shore. Wang Kun arrogantly declared, "You audacious creature, how dare you venture out without my permission? While I could overlook it, I intend to teach you a lesson." The dark demon, divine tiger, with a voice imbued with magnetic charm, responded plaintively, "My master, could we perhaps refrain from such treatment? My strength is formidable. 6 millennia of cultivation equates to that of 100 millennia of soul beasts. Might you grant me a modicum of dignity?" "Oh, how surprising. You can speak?" Wang Kun retorted. "It seems that with just a touch from my esteemed self, you can articulate. Speaking before me is merely a trivial feat enough of this banter. Take me fishing now." The dark demon divine tiger found itself beneath Wang Kun's command. Together, they sang in unison, "Oh, gallant youth on horseback, your might is formidable, you. The youth upon the tiger, you are splendid and fierce." The dark demon divine tiger had intended to sing, "The youth upon the tiger, your might is grand. The swift and handsome tiger, like the rushing wind." However, Wang Kun's playful antics left it bewildered. Once their song concluded, Wang Kun ceased his jesting and accompanied the dark demon divine tiger to the river, where the strength of 10-year-old soul beasts resided. Upon arrival, Wang Kun could not help but tease, "6 years ago, your singing was atrocious, but now it's somewhat tolerable. At least you can hum along without revealing that dreadful voice." Progress, indeed. The dark demon divine tiger smiled awkwardly. As a soul beast, it was inherently non-human. Thus, learning human songs proved to be a challenge. Moreover, Wang Kun had not deigned to teach it how to sing melodiously. Chapter 13. The Shell Garment, truly remarkable. Daily check-ins requested. The dark demon divine tiger, without Wang Kun's instruction, cleverly ventured downstream to catch plump fish, ensuring not to impede Wang Kun's fishing endeavors. Wang Kun could only express bemusement at the dark demon divine tiger's submission. "Huh, I merely tossed you into the water and then onto the ground. You dare not resist. Should you do so, the Silver Dragon King or the Black Dragon King would surely slay you." Such a predicament indeed. Yet perhaps it was the allure of its singing that brought about such leniency. Wang Kun fashioned a magnificent spear and, as he ascended the tree, he happened to catch sight of a mermaid gracefully swimming in the river. Goodness, a mermaid! That is none other than the legendary crowned mermaid, a soul beast of 100,000 years. It is well known that mermaids are the embodiment of every man's dream. Wang Kun recalled her as a formidable marine spirit beast. After being vanquished by Hui Yuhao in the illustrious Douluo continent, she left behind a bone of her right arm that had endured for 100,000 years, accompanied by a powerful soul skill known as the control of the mermaid, which enabled her to summon the spirit of the mermaid for battle. At that moment, Wang Kun suddenly remembered the tragic existence of this crowned mermaid. No, her lamentable, beastly life. In the world of Douluo, she bore an immense grudge against humanity, having been transformed into a malevolent spirit by the one on Douluo. Fortunately, her spirit was purified by Hui Yuhao, leaving behind a trace of her original consciousness, which could be deemed a salvation. However, this fragment of consciousness became Hui Yuhao's soul ring, inheriting the essence of malevolence. Whenever Hui Yuhao was mentioned, Wang Kun could not help but think of the Ice Emperor. That petite girl from the extreme north, and the Snow Emperor, the Grand Lady, along with the adorable dreaming ice silkworm. All had been sacrificed for Hui Yuhao. In his quest for divinity, Hui Yuhao could certainly be regarded as a king of the sea. Not only did he possess the beautiful Tang Wudong, but he also secretly harbored treasures within. Quite impressive indeed. Yet, in Hui Yuhao's heart, Tang Wudong was paramount, while in Wang Kun's heart, Naruto was indisputably supreme. This was beyond dispute. In the future, Wang Kun aspired to be more than a mere sea king. He sought to become the king of sea kings, the Kunping of the nine heavens. The Kun king. He envisioned capturing all the beautiful maidens into the boundless ocean. As the Kun king, Wang Kun could spread his wings across 90,000 miles, soaring to great heights. It is said that far in the north lies the abyssal sea. With celestial pools and abundant fish, its expanse stretching for thousands of miles, its length immeasurable, known as the Kun, transforming into a bird. The enormity of the Kun is beyond comprehension, and the rest of the verse eludes me. Damn, I forgot. Regaining his composure, he took a moment to observe the beauty before him. She was an exquisite mermaid, measuring approximately 3 meters in length. Her upper body resembled that of a human female, adorned by 2 pristine shells that shielded her peaks. However, that was the entirety of her upper attire. Astonishing. The sight was utterly exhilarating, truly magnificent. Wang Kun became enraptured once more by the beauty of the crowned mermaid. Her long, aquamarine hair flowed elegantly behind her, defying the currents of the river, forming a stunning, circular shape. In her hand, she held a silver spear. Her lower half was dominated by a magnificent fish tail, covered in deep blue scales, radiating exceptional beauty. Upon her flawless forehead rested a silver crown. At the heart of the crown lies a noble blue gemstone, a testament to her esteemed status. It must be said that although one cannot discern the precise dimensions of this gem, which appears as a majestic mountain range from one angle and a soaring peak from another, it exudes an extraordinary allure, surpassing even that of the renowned bijou. Moreover, adorned in such an enchanting attire, she indeed resembles a rare and exquisite beauty. Wang Kun could not help but remark, it is undoubtedly much larger than someone else's. Haha. One must realize that the dimensions of this mermaid surpass those of Nar by an immeasurable extent. Upon hearing this, the regal mermaid Leah, observing the human who had inexplicably begun to bleed from his nose, could not resist mocking. To think he has succumbed to a nosebleed. How utterly lewd. Wang Kun leaped down from the tree, only to suddenly realize that he was no longer the diminutive child of merely 1 meter tall. During his 6 years of slumber, he had grown into a towering figure of 180 centimeters. It must be said that children in the Douluo continent grow at an astonishing rate, achieving adult height by the tender age of 12. This thought also reminded him of Zhu Zhuqing, who, at the same age, had similarly reached such heights, embodying the grandeur of a mighty mountain. Returning to his senses, he grinned mischievously and inquired, "What brings you, the crowned mermaid Leah of the sea, to the depths of the Stardow forest? Are you seeking the Silver Dragon King for some purpose?" The crowned mermaid was taken aback, astonished that this young boy knew the title of the Silver Dragon King, a closely guarded secret among many spirit beasts, yet possessing 100,000 years of cultivation. She managed to maintain her composure. Moreover, the aura of the Silver Dragon King emanating from the boy indicated that he indeed had a connection with the esteemed ruler. How does a human come to know the illustrious name of the Silver Dragon King? Who exactly are you in relation to him? You even know my name, which we shall set aside for now. First, tell me your connection to the Silver Dragon King. The mere thought of the Silver Dragon King adorning her in this shell bikini sent her heart racing, and she felt a rush of excitement, far surpassing that of mere black stockings, maid outfits, or beast ears. Leah, upon hearing such audacious words, could not help but exclaim, "Does the Silver Dragon King truly have an affection for this rogue human?" Upon hearing the woman label him a rogue, Wang Kun felt a surge of exhilaration. "Since you deem me a rogue, allow me to show you just what that entails." Wang Kun activated the skill of his third soul ring, Space Summon, and in an instant, he teleported to Lia's side. He struck her pristine forehead with 3 resounding blows. Following this, Wang Kun utilized Space Summon once more, reappearing several meters behind her. Your name is Wang Kun, is it? I, Lia, shall remember you. How audacious of a mere 37th level human to dare strike my forehead. Were it not for the Silver Dragon King's recognition of such a wretch as you, I would have already pierced your body with this silver spear. Enraged, she brandished her silver spear, resting it against her slender waist as she declared, "Once I pay my respects to the Soul Beast Sovereign, the Silver Dragon King. Should he not recognize you, I shall take it upon myself to eliminate you." Wang Kun chose to disregard the foolish girl, gesturing towards the riverbank behind Lia. "I have yet to catch any fish. I still need to prepare a substantial meal for Nar. While your appearance is indeed captivating, to be frank, you pale in comparison to Nar, merely a flickering firefly daring to compete with the resplendent moon." Interrupting the pretense, Wang Kun suddenly considered the possibility of Lia reporting him. If she were to inform the Silver Dragon King, Gyuna, what would he do? Given Gyuna's temperament, she would undoubtedly give him a thorough beating. But then again, what does it matter? Life and death are trivial matters. If one is unwilling, then let them fight. Chapter 14 is filled with exquisite beauties. I seek daily check-ins. Upon hearing the praises directed towards the Silver Dragon King, Lia began to regard the human before her with newfound respect. Although he had just subjected her to a humiliating act, his admiration for the Silver Dragon King allowed her to overlook some of his transgressions. She enveloped the plump fish in the water with her soul power, casting all the fish from the river towards Wang Kun. Upon witnessing a multitude of colossal fish, some weighing over 10 and even 100 pounds, hurtling towards him, Wang Kun promptly activated his third soul ring, a magnificent one of 990,000 years. Employing the skill of spatial guidance, he swiftly evaded the impending danger, narrowly escaping a potentially fatal encounter. Upon glimpsing the illustrious 990,000-year soul ring, Lia was taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment, "How could you possess the soul ring of the dominator of Douluo continent, Emperor Tian? You, a mere human. Could it be that you are a deity in disguise?" Emperor Tian is a being of semi-divine strength. There is no way you, as a human, could have slain him to claim his soul ring, nor could you have compelled him to offer it to you. It seems your only recourse is through your connection with the Silver Dragon King, leading you to the path of sacrifice. Enough of your prattle. In my eyes, Emperor Tian is but a worthless wretch, he retorted, though perhaps not in yours, Lia. Without warning, he activated spatial guidance once more, pulling Lia into his embrace and gently blowing into her ear. He observed as her complexion flushed deeply, her entire being rendered languid and weak. Wang Kun mischievously remarked, "Just a gentle blow to the ear, as a punishment for your earlier intention to crush me with a giant fish." She was extremely furious. What had initially been admiration for him instantly transformed into boundless rage. This human truly was incorrigibly rogue. Wang Kun once again utilized spatial transference to arrive upon the back of the dark demon god tiger, sensing an unusual presence. "My pet, the leaping tiger. Go fetch me some seasoning from the human dwellings. I must acquire some spices." At this moment, I found myself unable to conjure condiments or dining utensils using my soul power. Moreover, simply roasting the fish rendered it rather bland in flavor. Wang Kun found it utterly unacceptable. The dark demon evil god tiger, upon witnessing the 100,000-year sea soul beast, exhibited not a trace of fear. In fact, it harbored a gluttonous desire to consume her. However, upon noticing its master seated upon its back, the dark demon evil god tiger swiftly complied. It knew it must obey its master's command, lest it fall victim to his outrageous antics once more. "You are truly a rogue, a shameless scoundrel. I shall not allow you to cross my path again." Upon expressing her indignation, Lia summoned the waves, which surged through the towering forest of centennial trees. Yet, this was merely a fleeting release of her frustration. She did not pursue Wang Kun. For on land, Lia was acutely aware that her strength paled in comparison to that of the dark demon evil god tiger. Even in the depths of the sea, she surmised that she would still be outmatched. After all, the dark demon evil god tiger wielded the most potent elements of space and time, along with the dark elements that were second only to them. Among equals, unless faced with the Silver Dragon King, none could hope to contend with it. Even a system-bestowed traveler, should they encounter such a first-rate soul beast from Douluo continent at the outset, would inevitably meet a merciless demise. Wang Kun recalled that in the original story, Tang Sen narrowly triumphed over the dark demon evil god tiger, nearly falling prey to it. During their battle, the dark demon evil god tiger had directly pulled Tang Sen into the space-time continuum, simultaneously reducing him to the stature of a youth. Subsequently, Tang Sen employed hidden weapons to vanquish the beast. The essence of the dark demon evil god tiger was then captured by Tang San and bestowed upon a certain individual. Was it the Qin Emperor, Yinju? Indeed, that same figure who ultimately dispatched the female antagonist in the conclusion of the tale. Truly remarkable. Following this, amidst the furious gaze of Leah, the dark demon evil god tiger and the contemplative Wang Kun swiftly fled the scene. Wang Kun gazed upon the dark demon tiger that sheltered him with unwavering devotion and could not help but smile as he praised, "You, the heavenly king who dominates the earth, have indeed performed admirably. Soon, I shall prepare a delectable meal for you. You shall savor the exquisite flavor of roasted fish and experience my culinary prowess. Is heavenly king who dominates the earth my name? What seems to be the matter? Is this name unsatisfactory? Perhaps you would prefer the pagoda that suppresses the river demon? No, that title ought to be reserved for the 10,000-year soul beast, the mermaid, Leah. However, I must clarify that Leah's soul beast classification is that of a crown mermaid. Wang Kun believed that attention to detail was paramount, as it determined success or failure. However, despite his meticulous nature, the situation he faced was vast. The dark demon evil god tiger interjected, stating, "Naturally not. While the name sounds appealing, the titles of the Silver Dragon King, the Black Dragon King, and the Emerald Swan are Ancient Moon Na, Emperor Tian, and Bai Ji, and I am referred to as Heavenly King, covering the Earth Tiger. Does that not seem incongruous? It sounds rather trite. Do you think my name, Wang Kun, is inadequate? How audacious of you to disdain a name. It appears you are in need of a lesson. The esteemed Ancient Moon Na has already bestowed upon me a name." "What is it?" Wang Kun inquired. "It is a remarkably pleasing title, Sword Claw." "What? Please repeat that. I did not catch it." "Sword Claw. Why was this name chosen?" "Lady Ancient Moon Na wishes for my teeth to be honed through rigorous practice, rather than solely relying on my innate powers over time, space, dark elements, and other elemental control. My close combat prowess must also be formidable. Lady Ancient Moon Na symbolizes that my claws require further sharpening, to be as keen as a sword, capable of severing all things. Quite admirable. My dear Nar is truly exceptional." However, Wang Kun felt that the name Sword Claw was somewhat lacking, as it phonetically resembled cheap claw. Could it be that little Nar intentionally chose this name? After all, she was not particularly fond of the dark demon evil god tiger. If this were true, it would be splendid. Truly, she is the fascinating goddess he adores. A beautiful facade is commonplace, but an intriguing soul is rare. At that moment, as Sword Claw was nearing the human town of Soto, Wang Kun suddenly heard a cool yet melodious female voice exclaim, "Get lost." At that instant, the sultry voice of Zhu Zhuqing reached Wang Kun's ears. "You are truly formidable, Zhu Zhuyun. I have pursued you from the Star Luo Empire all the way to Soto City, so prepare to meet your demise, my foolish sister." Wang Kun gently patted the head of his sword claw, urging it to hasten towards the figure before him. Before his eyes stood a young girl. Her long, ebony hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her face was slightly bowed, revealing skin as pale as freshly fallen snow. This young maiden exuded an aura that was distinctly unique. Her voluptuous physique seemed incongruous with her delicate, youthful visage. If one were to disregard her face, one might easily mistake her for a mature young woman. Particularly her ample softness drew the gaze of every man around. Goodness, how astonishing, truly remarkable. Can it be that a 12-year-old girl possesses such proportions? Wang Kun suddenly recalled the regal tribute of the Star Luo Empire from Douluo, the ethereal spirit cat royalty. The maidens within were truly a sight to behold. Each one a unique marvel, varying in height and form from every angle. In a word, one could only exclaim, "Goodness! How is it that every woman of this royal lineage is so astonishingly beautiful?" It was an overwhelming admiration. In stark contrast to the voluptuous figures was the cold expression of the young girl, which emanated a profound chill from within. Her dark eyes, filled with bitterness, starkly contrasted with her originally exquisite visage. How could she not harbor resentment when pursued by her own elder sister, Zhu Zhiyun? If it were Wang Kun in her position, he would have long since rendered that despicable woman, Zhu Zhiyun, incapable of moving. He contemplated employing the method used by the protagonist of the Qin Emperor, ultimately vanquishing the female boss, the Mother Demon Queen, just as he intended to do with Zhu Zhiyun. Wang Kun regained his composure. Observing her limbs, graceful and elongated, radiating a chilling stillness that was decidedly difficult to acclimate to. However, the black leather attire she wore, tattered from the assaults during the chase, involuntarily prompted Wang Kun to muse internally. Tattered garments can indeed be quite tantalizing. The glimpses of pristine white skin subtly revealed by the snug black leather were irresistibly alluring to a man's gaze. With a wicked smile, Wang Kun proposed, "Ladies, why not indulge in a little group activity together? I could engage in such pleasures indefinitely." Although they could not comprehend his words, the alluring figure of Zhu Zhuyun, alongside her imposing black-clad subordinate, as well as Zhu Zhuqing, found their gazes irresistibly drawn to him. A youth clad in a crimson robe rode upon a fearsome creature, a scorpion-tailed black tiger, which instilled dread at the mere sight. "Eliminate the black-clad men," he commanded. "The male shall be yours, the female shall be mine." Immediately, the dark demonic tiger unleashed its might, incapacitating one of the black-clad subordinates with a resounding slap. The trio, already harnessing their martial spirits, prepared to unleash their soul skills against this formidable foe. Yet, their efforts proved futile against the overwhelming power of the dark demonic tiger. With a single paw strike, it struck the trio squarely in the face, rendering them unconscious without a hint of contest. The dark demonic tiger drooled slightly, swallowing back its desire. It had initially intended to feast upon the three men and the two enticing women. However, the presence of the human Wang Kun complicated matters. It would be unwise to commit murder, lest its master turn against it. After all, life is precious and singular. Yet, whether it feasted or not was of little consequence. Wang Kun could not help but inwardly exclaim at the astonishing speed of the dark demon god tiger. He then turned his gaze towards the terrified Zhu Zhuyun, gradually advancing towards her. "What do you intend to do?" Zhu Zhuyun felt an ominous premonition. Her original plan was to eliminate her sister, who possessed superior talents, to prevent her from training alongside Dai Mubai in Soto City of the Heavendo Empire. Yet, in the end, she found herself outmatched by his brother, Davis, in strength, competing for the throne of the Star Luo Empire. However, she encountered a mysterious man instead. Meanwhile, Wang Kun found himself admiring the mature allure of Zhu Zhuyun. As he gazed at her figure accentuated by her tight black attire, which beautifully outlined her voluptuous curves, he could not help but murmur, "What a bewitching enchantress." He yearned for an intense battle with her. Furthermore, he believed that since this woman was willing to harm her own sister for the sake of the throne, he would not regard her as a woman deserving of tenderness. A decisive beating would suffice. To be frank, Wang Kun felt that such a woman, who disregarded familial bonds in her quest for power, was truly unworthy of his consideration. Wang Kun suddenly regained his senses, noticing the dark demon evil god tiger gazing at him with concern. It had just perceived the greed reflected in Wang Kun's eyes. Similarly, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun felt the same apprehension, yet dared not act due to the terrifying power of the dark demon evil god tiger. "Master, you must not betray Lord Silver Dragon. Rest assured, in my heart, Nar will always be my foremost priority. You can be assured of that." Wang Kun gradually approached within a meter of Zhu Zhuyun. Upon observing the youth, seemingly around 11 or 12 years of age, effortlessly taming such a formidable soul beast, the dark demon evil god tiger, he realized that his soul power level was between 35 and 40, while Zhu Zhuqing was merely at the 27th level. Zhu Zhuyun was acutely aware that Wang Kun's talent far surpassed that of her exceptionally gifted younger sister. This realization caused her cheeks to flush and her heart to race. With a hint of playful resistance, she remarked, "Do refrain from engaging in any unscrupulous behavior, dear brother. Otherwise, I shall not forgive you." Wang Kun disdainfully grasped the collar of her clothing, leading her into a secluded grove where he commenced his unique method of punishment. Simultaneously, he addressed the dark demon tiger, instructing, "Sword Claw, ensure that the one named Zhu Zhuqing does not escape. I have further words to exchange with her." The dark demon tiger, with a look of helplessness, gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, uncertain of whether its master intended to subject the notably large woman to unsavory acts. Nonetheless, having lived for millennia, it was the first time the tiger had encountered a woman of such considerable stature. Bruised and battered, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against a tree to rest. Yet she dared not flee, for the formidable scorpion-tailed black tiger before her instilled fear, compelling her to remain still lest she become its prey. Her vigilance was further heightened. At that moment, from within the distant grove, resounded the thunderous sound of clapping and the anguished cries of a woman. Both the dark demon tiger and Zhu Zhuqing's minds conjured images of the solitary man and woman, inevitably engaging in something unsavory. At this moment, Wang Kun was forcefully delivering resounding slaps to Zhu Zhuyun's alluring visage. Initially captivated by her voluptuous form, he suddenly recalled that her beauty paled in comparison to the unparalleled grace of Gu Yuna. This realization jolted Wang Kun into clarity, liberating him from the baser instincts that had momentarily taken control. He gazed upon the heartless woman who sought to harm her own sister, vigorously striking her until her face became flushed with indignation. Zhu Zhiyun glared at Wang Kun in fury, yet, astonishingly, despite being a soul master of over level 40, she lacked the strength of Wang Kun, who was merely a level 37 soul venerable. Once again, she found herself at the mercy of his slaps, her face swelling and bruising, resembling that of a pig's head, until she inadvertently succumbed to unconsciousness. Wang Kun disdainfully cast Zhu Zhiyun aside before returning. The dark demon tiger and Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing the woman's frantic screams from the grove, began to grasp that Wang Kun was indeed a rogue. They could not help but voice their discontent for their master. Alas, it was unexpected that their master had fallen for such a fickle-hearted man. When he emerged, he found one tiger and one person regarding him with contemptuous eyes, as though they were gazing upon a scoundrel. The dark demon tiger silently remarked that only a few minutes had passed since he entered, and how fleeting time seemed. Wang Kun promptly elucidated. I merely struck him across the face, following his countenance. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly executed a spatial maneuver, teleporting to the spot where the individual had already fainted, followed by an immediate resounding sound echoing through the air. Wang Kun returned once more. Both the tiger and the individual realized that it was merely a product of their overthinking. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush, simultaneously astonished by Wang Kun's possession of the most formidable spatial soul skill, a rarity indeed. Might I inquire? As a member of the royal Yuming family of the Douluo Empire, what brings you to the Heaven-Do Empire? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing cast a fearful glance at the figure clad in a red cloak and coldly inquired, what has become of that woman? Did you take her life? Chapter 16. Kunzi only feels anguish for his sister, urging daily check-ins. Wang Kun slowly approached Zhu Zhuqing, choosing not to respond to her inquiry but rather to pose a question of his own. To be candid, I find you quite pitiable. Your fiancé, Daimu Bai, cavorts with women daily, showing not the slightest concern for your well-being. Even when your own sister pursues you, he continues his frivolous pursuits. Unlike me, Kun only feels sorrow for his sister. Haha. From now on, I shall protect you, if you will allow it. Zhu Zhuqing, upon hearing the pity in his voice, felt a pang of sadness. The mention of Daimu Bai's indiscretions ignited her anger, yet the offer of protection stirred a warm current within her heart. The typically aloof and taciturn Zhu Zhuqing finally spoke. Daimu Bai is a shameless and despicable man, and you, being a man as well. I cannot trust your empty words. The sincerity in her first statement rang true, while the second seemed to lack conviction. Wang Kun couldn't help but smile and said, I shall regard you as my younger sister. From now on, I will protect you. How does that sound? As he spoke, he gently held Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hands, seeking her consent. It is worth mentioning that Zhu Zhuqing's petite hands were not as pleasant to touch as Gu Yuna's. Zhu Zhuqing immediately resisted the unfamiliar man's touch, yet she found herself lacking the strength to break free. Wang Kun observed that the extreme chill on Zhu Zhuqing's face had dissipated, replaced instead by an alluring expression of fear and shyness reminiscent of a young girl. However, as he drew closer, Zhu Zhuqing was captivated by the charming masculine aura emanating from Wang Kun, along with his strikingly handsome features. Her cheeks flushed and her heart raced uncontrollably. It seemed that his younger sister, far from the aloof demeanor she projected, was indeed a delightful and innocent little princess, evoking an even greater desire for her brother's affection. He gently caressed Zhuqing's dark, lustrous hair, taking a moment to admire her enchanting visage, which was undeniably beautiful. Wang Kun gazed at her, noticing that she was feeling somewhat shy under his scrutiny, her delicate face flushed with embarrassment. So, would you consider becoming my godsister? Wang Kun suddenly found the term dry sister he had used to be somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, he chose to dismiss it. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her heart filled with gratitude for the life-saving grace bestowed upon her by this unfamiliar man. However, having just escaped the deadly pursuit of her elder sister, her heart felt as if it had been mercilessly torn apart. After all, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, her spirit not yet forged in resilience. The memories of her harrowing chase invoked thoughts of Wang Kun's past life, where Tangsan, too, had faced the relentless pursuit of the Tang sect's elders before plunging into the abyss, transcending into another realm. Unlike Zhu Yuqing, Tang Xin did not embody an air of aloofness or silence amid danger. His profound state of mind was indeed commendable. Zhu Yuqing, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Kun, whose thoughts seemed adrift and whose pupils appeared unfocused, stammered out, "Allow me a moment to contemplate." Wang Kun regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Very well. I shall take my leave now. Should we meet again, I would appreciate your response." Zhu Yuqing did not attempt to retain Wang Kun, despite her desire for him to protect her after narrowly escaping the life-threatening pursuit of her elder sister. Yet, she refrained from voicing her wish, perhaps hoping that Wang Kun would take the initiative. After all, being a girl, she felt a tinge of embarrassment in proactively suggesting to be his adoptive sister. Wang Kun, however, was not preoccupied with such thoughts. He had to consider Nar back home, who was eagerly waiting for his grilled fish. Remembering that he had yet to purchase the seasoning, he activated his first soul skill, Ruthless Charge, leaping twice to cover a distance of 80 meters. In an instant, he vanished from Zhu Yuqing's sight. Other women merely affect my bond with Nar. At that moment, Wang Kun was already astride the dark demon evil god tiger, singing a modified tune of Galloping Horseman. The young rider upon the tiger, you are majestic. The swift tiger dashes forth like a gale. While humming, he soon arrived at a human settlement near the Douluo forest. He dismounted from the back of the dark demon evil god tiger, instructing it to wait for him, so as to avoid causing unnecessary commotion in the human town. Upon entering the town, he noticed a shop named Flame Emperor Grocery. He couldn't help but internally scoff at the audacity of the shopkeeper's choice of name. Without further thought, he unconsciously stepped through a spatial portal, finding himself inside the shop. He gathered chili powder, cumin, salt, oil, and garlic, placing them into a bag that he carried with him. Wang Kun also noticed a sign reminiscent of selling exotic flames. Yet it lacked the famed exotic flames from Battle Through the Heavens, such as the Azure Lotus Heart Flame. It seemed that Xiaoyan, also known as the Cannon King, had inadvertently stumbled into the wrong scene. 2nd Battalion Commander, where the hell is my Italian cannon? No, that's not the line. Xiaoyan, you old rascal. Where is your Buddha's Wrath Lotus cannon? Obliterate the enemy for me. This was not merely a blunder, but rather the capricious power of a random system traversing the myriad realms. Currently, the host had crossed over to his original water blue star. Here, a person sharing the same name as the protagonist of Battle Through the Heavens, Xiaoyan, had opened a spice shop. Your system is rather indiscriminate, isn't it? I only wish to remain in the Douluo continent, not venture through countless realms. If it weren't random, could it still be called a random system? Other systems can traverse the myriad realms. Why can't mine? Mine is indeed a random system. Capable of randomizing any system, it is the most formidable system. All right, I am impressed. The system, my dear brother, is truly magnificent. If I am not formidable, then who is? Wang Kun regained his composure, choosing to disregard the system's self-praise. If this system were indeed as formidable as it claimed, it should have granted him the Pangu Axe and the Hongmeng Pearl without hesitation. Suddenly, he recalled that the Hongmeng Pearl possessed the power to create worlds, while the Pangu Axe could cleave the heavens and vanquish all foes. Wang Kun's mind conjured the iconic lines of Uchiha Obito from Naruto, Lin. I wish to create a world that includes you. In this desolate existence, there is no value, only pain remains. The new world I shall forge will be devoid of suffering, filled solely with happiness. With your presence, Lin, a tribute to Uchiha Obito, who dedicated his entire life to Lin. He first retrieved a small golden stone he had found in the river of the starry forest. Approaching a shopkeeper who bore a striking resemblance to Xiaoyan, clad in a white tank top, black shorts, and flip-flops. Casually resting with his legs crossed while smoking a cigarette, he addressed the customer who had come to settle a bill. The condiments you have there are probably worth 5 or 6 yuan. I'll charge you 5. Wang Kun placed the gold there and turned to leave. Brother, don't go. That piece of gold weighs at least 100 grams and is worth over 30,000 yuan. It's truly excessive. You should consider an alternative payment method. WeChat or Alipay would suffice. I apologize, but I am left with nothing but gold. Wow, you certainly have a penchant for flaunting your wealth. Wang Kun does not seek to flaunt his wealth. Rather, the starry forest is abundant in resources, with an abundance of golden pebbles scattered throughout the river, far too many to collect. Wang Kun envisioned a future where he could sift through the river's sands in pursuit of gold, subsequently exchanging the immense riches for exquisite crystal shoes and garments for Gu Yuna, adorning her in unparalleled beauty. The spectacle would undoubtedly be breathtaking. However, It seemed that Gu Yuna possessed the innate ability to command all elements, effortlessly crafting her desired form in the most resplendent fashion. Such prowess rendered his aspirations somewhat superfluous. Thus, he resolved to return to the simpler pleasure of roasting fish. After procuring seasonings from the Empyrean merchant shop, he made his way back to the Stardow forest, where he was greeted by his eager companion, who had been patiently waiting. He mounted the creature, allowing it to guide him to the riverbank deep within the forest. This was necessitated by the fact that Wang Kun had forgotten to bring any fish, certainly not due to negligence. Upon arriving at the river, he was astonished to witness 10 fish levitating above the water's surface, encased in a protective orb, safeguarding them from the predatory advances of other 10-year soul beasts. This remarkable sight was undoubtedly the handiwork of Leah, whose attentiveness had pleasantly surprised him. Perhaps she could indeed serve as a worthy consort in the future. Wang Kun contemplated for a moment. He already had 4 beloveds in his harem: Yuna, Baiji, Leah, and Zhu Qing. Alas, he had forgotten to tie the red thread of fate between Zhu Qing and Leah. Never mind, he could attend to that later. There was no need to rush. After extracting the fish encased in the water sphere, he first took care to cleanse the impurities from its body, and then he pierced the fish through with a twig. Wang Kun subsequently mounted the dark demon evil god tiger, serenading as he rode. Ahem, after singing for too long, his throat became parched. He ceased his melody. Thereafter, he and his tiger galloped swiftly through the forest, the sound of rushing winds whistling past his ears. As they approached the Lake of Life, Wang Kun dismounted. Meanwhile, the famished dark demon evil god tiger set off to catch fish for its meal. Wang Kun wielded 10 branches adorned with fish, brandishing a seasoning pouch as he unleashed his first soul skill, Merciless Charge, leaping from tree to tree. Upon reaching the Lake of Life, he beheld Leah kneeling in submission at the feet of Gu Yuna, whose expression was one of icy fury and disdain. Wang Kun seemed to have surmised something. It appeared that his playful antics towards the fairer sex had already come to Naru's attention. The time had come to face the judgment of Gu Yuna. Yet, undeterred, he leaped down and placed the fish upon the bamboo grilling rack. According to Gu Yuna, this rack had been employed for grilling fish over the past 6 years, crafted from the ancient plant-based soul beast, dragon bamboo. However, the rack bore no trace of any seasoning. It was merely slick with oil. It seemed that the fish Gu Yuna consumed retained only its most primal freshness and fishiness. Alas, poor little Nar. He resolved to prepare a sumptuous grilled fish for her, one that would delight her palate and leave her yearning for more. A mischievous smile involuntarily crept across his face. As he unwittingly steered into familiar territory, Wang Kun placed the firewood beneath the barbecue grill. Nar, if you do not add scallions, ginger, and garlic while grilling the fish, the fishy odor will persist. Nar's meal appeared rather meager, prompting her husband to delight her taste buds. Nar, add some firewood. I shall assist you in grilling the fish and showcase my culinary prowess. Upon hearing the term husband, Baiji did not express surprise. Ever since she met Wang Kun, she found him to lack any semblance of dignity, yet undeniably amusing. However, she held disdain for his audacity to suddenly claim the title of Gu Yuna's husband. After all, she was the esteemed Silver Dragon King, the sovereign of soul beasts, Gu Yuna. Just as Leah was about to chastise Wang Kun for his shamelessness, questioning his worthiness, she paused upon receiving a piercing glare from Gu Yuna's violet starry eyes, which instilled a sense of dread and bloodline pressure within her, rendering her silent. Gu Yuna did not harbor any aversion towards the term husband. Rather, it stirred a warm sensation within her, a feeling of happiness. Perhaps it was due to the affection cultivated over the past 6 years through the red thread of fate, leading Gu Yuna to tacitly accept Wang Kun's declaration inscribed on the grass, proclaiming him her husband. Furthermore, Gu Yuna was not the type of delicate maiden to reject Wang Kun as self-proclamation. However, being referred to as a husband still caused her to blush and feel flustered. Gu Yuna was quite angered by Wang Kun's 6-year absence, during which he seemed to indulge in endless slumber. Yet, she understood that certain soul beasts slumbered for prolonged periods, ranging from several months to even years, as a means of enduring the long passage of time. Additionally, she had just been informed by Baiji that Wang Kun had casually become the godbrother of Zhu Qing. Gu Yuna was acutely aware of Wang Kun's intentions. He sought to establish a harem. This naturally incited her anger, compounded by 6 years of neglect. Her fury escalated to a peak. She first manipulated the spatial elements and then opened a spatial door. With a graceful motion of her long, slender legs, she stepped through the portal, instantly arriving beside Wang Kun. Skillfully, she employed the dragon god seal to restrain Wang Kun's soul power, preventing him from boasting in her ear. She took a deep whiff of the scent of women lingering around Wang Kun, and with a smile concealing a blade, she firmly stated, "You stepped out for a moment and encountered 3 women? I am furious." At that moment, Wang Kun's heart raced. The thrill of being discovered by his legitimate girlfriend while seeking other beautiful maidens to form a harem was undeniably exhilarating. However, in the meritocratic world of Douluo, polygamy was a commonplace affair. Guyuna should presumably be agreeable, considering her father, the dragon god, had multiple wives and fathered 7 children. Moreover, being a soul beast, she was less bound by the mundane conventions adhered to by humans. Love freely and hate freely. Bai Ji questioned, "Have you been engaging in those naughty, shameful deeds?" Wang Kun hurriedly replied, "Do not heed Bai Ji's nonsensical claims. I merely delivered countless slaps to a heartless woman who pursued her own sister, rendering her a pig's head." He chuckled, "Then how could you casually acknowledge a woman as your sworn sister?" At this, Guyuna, observing Wang Kun's refusal to elaborate further, coldly declared, "How do you wish to be punished by me?" Wang Kun pondered for a moment. "How about I share with you an exceptionally captivating tale? For instance, the story of how the goddess Inwa repaired the heavens with colorful stones. Guyuna chose to ignore him. "No, I insist on your punishment." "Then let it be the enforcer." Wang Kun reminisced about his mischievous childhood, recalling how he was once chastised by his teacher with a ruler, causing him considerable pain. Without a moment's hesitation, Guyuna struck Wang Kun, eliciting a grimace from him. After that swift blow, Wang Kun suddenly perceived Guyuna's demeanor as both tender and ruthless. Did she perhaps believe that hitting was a form of affection, and scolding an expression of love? Yet her affections for her partner were not manifested in such a manner. At that moment, Wang Kun experienced a revelation. Oh, it was because his martial soul was not the ancestral dragon martial soul, which hindered him from capturing Guyuna's heart. In the realm of Douluo fanfiction, and notably in Douluo 3 with Tang Wulin, after winning Guyuna's affection, her temperament became particularly gentle and nurturing. This transformation stemmed from the protagonist possessing the ancestral dragon martial soul or the sealed power of the golden dragon king within Tang's zone. Wait a moment, Tang's zone? No, that was Tang Wulin. Given that Guyuna was a soul beast, it was only natural for her to prefer a martial soul that embodied the strongest soul beast, the ancestral dragon, rather than my own, which bore the soul intensity of the war goddess Athena. And what of myself? I possess no martial soul. System, dear brother, what is my martial soul? You have no martial soul because you are not a native of the Douluo continent. However, you may consider your martial soul to be the Hongmeng Pearl, which is this system itself. It has the potential to create all things and randomly manifest anything. The system is truly remarkable. Wait a moment. Wang Kun suddenly realized something profound. For 6 long years, he had been in slumber, leaving Guyuna to watch over his sleeping form. Not engaging with her must have caused her considerable frustration. The truth became clear. His prolonged sleep had indeed incited her ire. He felt a sudden surge of brilliance akin to that of the illustrious Detective Conan. Ha. Meanwhile, Leah stood upright on her tail, casting a glance at the man who had once teased her, unable to suppress a sly smile. He truly deserves it. Guyuna, wielding the fiery essence, unleashed a scorching dragon-shaped flame that singed Leah, declaring, "The one I cherish is not someone others can criticize." At that moment, Biji approached slowly, using the light of emerald to heal Leah. Yet, she resolutely stated, "I shall not permit my subordinates to suffer." After a brief interlude, both Wang Kun and Leah found relief from their pain. Leah harbored a deep sense of gratitude and respect towards the formidable Guyuna, who balanced both kindness and authority. Wang Kun has also begun to create culinary delights. Guyuna ignited the firewood with a single flame, inadvertently singeing Wang Kun in the process. Goodness, this girl must have done it on purpose. Is she merely attempting to gain a younger sister? Yet, she has not succeeded. Wang Kun hurriedly made his way to the lake of life, extinguishing the flames that enveloped him before resuming the grilling of fish. Once the fish was perfectly cooked, Guyuna approached with a bamboo bowl crafted from the rare eternal dragon bamboo, placing the grilled fish within it and first offering it to Leah, who was once again kneeling before her. With a gentle smile, Guyuna addressed Leah, saying, as the mermaid envoy representing all the sea soul beasts, "Do savor Wang Kun's culinary skills." Leah trembled as she accepted the bamboo bowl, clumsily grasping the chopsticks that Guyuna had handed her, only to inadvertently drop them into the vast chasm below. Wang Kun expressed that the dish was particularly appetizing, igniting a fire within him. However, upon glancing over, Gyuna instructed by Ji to move and shield Wang Kun's line of sight. Faced with such a predicament, Wang Kun had no choice but to place the grilled fish he was holding into the ancient dragon bamboo bowl and offer it to Na-Earth, demonstrating a commendable sense of consideration. After uttering these words, Gyuna skillfully picked up the grilled fish from the bamboo tube with her chopsticks and consumed it, exhibiting none of the awkwardness she had shown 6 years prior. Meanwhile, over at the table, having savored the delectable grilled fish, Leah exclaimed, "Wow! This grilled fish is absolutely delicious." Although Wang Kun may not be remarkable, his grilling skills are indeed impressive. However, it is quite spicy. Leah's lips flushed slightly from the heat, her delicate form trembling. Immediately, she harnessed the water element, and a torrent of sweet water surged into her mouth. Wang Kun placed the grilled fish into a timeless dragon bamboo bowl and began to eat with a pair of bamboo chopsticks. Bai Ji, feeling compelled, also took a piece to savor. Gyuna suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Wang Kun, what have you been doing these past 6 years? What were you engaged in at the side of Lady Nuwa?" "Of course, I was lounging in my mother's palace, indulging in a daily routine of eating and sleeping. Sleeping and eating, and then eating again to sleep. Engaging in play, then sleeping, and upon waking, playing once more before succumbing to sleep again." Bai Ji chuckled softly and remarked, "Eating and sleeping and eating, aren't you akin to a pig?" No. This is what I call a joyful life of a salted fish for 6 years. The euphoria of a salted fish is something you cannot comprehend." "Oh, is that so?" Gyuna abruptly shifted her tone and sweetly asked, "Then why, upon waking, do you have such a penchant for frivolously flirting around?" At this moment, upon hearing the crisp sound of the chopsticks and Gyuna's hand snapping, Wang Kun, with a gentle smile, offered her his own chopsticks. He proceeded to eat the fish with the broken ones. "These are the very chopsticks you have used. How could you be so shameless?" Gyuna remarked, noting that 6 years ago he was like this, and now, 6 years later, he was even more audacious. Despite her words, she still used the chopsticks to pick up pieces of fish. Indeed, Wang Kun's grilled fish was still spicy enough to redden her lips. Gyuna, mastering the water element, summoned a bit of sweet, clear water and took a sip. Wang Kun also began to eat with a broken chopstick, saying, "Nar, please remain calm. This is merely a customary act of your husband. I, Wang Kun, do not hold much regard for the concept of face. Is face truly valuable? It is worth nothing. It would only hinder my joyous existence. Very well, I shall not pursue this matter further. Now, could you prepare some fish for my dear Nar? Might I receive a token of appreciation? P.S. Due to the reader's enthusiastic request for updates, I have added an additional chapter of 3,500 words today. Chapter 18, Dual Guns, Unmatched in the World. I kindly request daily check-ins." Upon uttering these words, Gyuna suddenly clenched her small hand, harnessing the element of time, and immediately paused time around Bai Ji, Wang Kun, and Leah. Observing the 3 motionless individuals, she gently set down the bamboo bowl and chopsticks, bashfully stepping towards Wang Kun. The adorable and enchanting duck then seated herself and unexpectedly pressed her lips against Wang Kun's. Simultaneously, with a hint of shyness, she remarked, "This is your reward." After her face flushed crimson, Gyuna returned to her original position, picked up the bamboo bowl and chopsticks, and knelt down. With a snap of her fingers, she released the time pause. Wang Kun suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrance that exclusively belonged to Nar on his lips. Had he been kissed? Yet, he felt nothing. This was rather disconcerting. He gazed at Nar, who had turned her head away, her face adorned with a bashful blush, clearly in a state of shyness. Wang Kun stood up, placing the bamboo bowl and broken chopsticks on the grass before walking over. He sat directly beside Gyuna, inhaling the exquisite and noble fragrance that surrounded her, a scent far more enchanting than that of the 4 beauties, Bai Ji, Leah, Zhu Shiqing, and Zhu Zhuyun. As he gazed at Gyuna's flushed face, he leaned in and kissed her. In that moment, an electric surge coursed through her body, leaving her mind blank and igniting an unusual physical response. She felt her strength wane, and Wang Kun swiftly caught the bamboo bowl and chopsticks that slipped from her feeble grasp, preventing them from falling to the ground. Her lips were astonishingly soft. That single kiss brought him unparalleled bliss. It felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. "Why are you still so sensitive, my dear Nana?" he teased. "It's your sudden move, I wasn't prepared," she replied. "You have always been incredibly sensitive. Don't try to deny it. Remember, explanations are merely veils, and veils cloak the truth, which is the beginning of mischief." Gyuna raised her petite fist and playfully struck Wang Kun's chest. The blow stung slightly, as he was devoid of soul power, sealed by the dragon god. Meanwhile, Na, being a level 42 Soul Master and the human incarnation of the Silver Dragon King, possessed considerable strength. Yet, a man must never confess his weaknesses nor easily admit to pain. Wang Kun coughed a few times, feeling a slight discomfort. The pain was akin to being struck by a hammer, yet it was bearable. His physique was particularly robust. He had an incessant feeling that Nar had been sulking over his absence for 6 years, as if she had been asleep all this time, neglecting to play with her. Enraged, Gyuna suddenly recalled that Wang Kun appeared to have been subjected to a simple dragon god seal by her. Presently, his cultivation was that of an ordinary person, although his physical strength was quite remarkable. It was then that Gyuna decided to harness her soul power. Gently tapping Wang Kun's body with her middle finger, effortlessly releasing the seal. Wang Kun then felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Nar, did you seal me before because you feared I would lay a hand on you? Indeed, you have guessed correctly. Wang Kun rose to his feet and observed Leah's discomfort, akin to one who had ingested dog food. Particularly striking was Bijia, whose face bore the unmistakable signs of jealousy. The influence of the red thread of fate. Perhaps he should bestow one upon Leah as well. Suddenly, a strand of the ethereal red thread, woven from his soul power, materialized in his hand, yet remained invisible to all but Wang Kun, who alone could discern the trace of such divine artifacts. As Leah felt Wang Kun's gentle pull, her previous disdain for him inexplicably transformed into a sense of affection. She found herself perplexed by the shift in sentiment. Perhaps it was the recent kiss bestowed upon Gyuna that stirred within her a desire for companionship. Under the present circumstances, Wang Kun appeared to be quite worthy of the role of her boyfriend. Being the most esteemed soul beast sovereign in the Douluo continent and the favorite suitor of the illustrious Gyuna, noticing the faint flush on Nara's cheeks, Wang Kun couldn't help but smirk mischievously. Nara looked utterly adorable. Perhaps another kiss was in order. Step aside, Gyuna interjected with a disapproving glance. Keen to avoid entanglements of romantic nature in front of her subordinates, she felt quite embarrassed by the situation. Wang Kun returned to his original spot, finishing the grilled fish before wiping his mouth. Nana, I intend to take my leave. Staying by the Lake of Life has become quite tedious. Even though I reside in this picturesque paradise, accompanied by 3 enchanting fairies, my heart yearns for adventure beyond these tranquil shores. I long for a journey filled with audacity and grandeur. To be precise, my aim is to challenge Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang, to gather the beautiful goddesses of Douluo continent as my younger sisters and elder sisters. After assisting Nara in vanquishing the 5 divine kings of the Douluo divine realm, I shall establish my harem, transforming these younger and elder sisters into my youthful wives. I envision Gyuna as the goddess of life in the Douluo divine realm. Of course, I must bring Gyuna along on this journey. Although I am aware that you would eventually depart, I did not anticipate your departure would come so easily. This leaves me discontented. Humph. Are you still thinking of saying something to appease me? The third soul ring illuminated on Wang Kun's body, a 999,000-year soul ring. The second soul skill, spatial guidance, activated, allowing him to teleport behind Gyuna, embracing her slender waist with a gentle yet firm hold. Wang Kun gazed at the suddenly blushing Nar, and upon confirming their shared glance, he recognized her as an angel sent from the heavens. Shall we go together? Gyuna pondered briefly. If she chose not to accompany him, given Wang Kun's nature, he would likely seek out numerous women outside. Suddenly, her gaze became resolute. Of course, I will go. In an instant, with a mere thought, the system's ethereal spear materialized in Wang Kun's hand, which he raised toward the heavens. Nar, the spear. A gleaming silver-white dragon spear appeared in Gyuna's grasp, colliding with the long spear. From that moment on, wielding the 2 spears, they became an unparalleled duo. In the martial world, one would first behold their spears, then be struck with fear. How exquisite that would be. Well then, what do you think of your husband's prowess? A kiss, perhaps? Although Gyuna initially hesitated, Wang Kun gently grasped her fair chin, prompting her to plant a kiss on his cheek. The softness of that kiss was delightful, invigorating, and filled with bliss. Despite being unexpectedly compelled to kiss, Gyuna felt no anger. Instead, she experienced a surge of happiness. Wang Kun tenderly caressed Gyuna's silvery hair, which was both soft and silky to the touch. At that moment, he noticed the dark demon evil god Tiger, who had already gone to the riverbank to catch fish and was now well fed. Seizing the opportunity, he leapt onto the tiger's back with great vigor, twirling his spear before vanishing into the air, storing it within his system space. He turned to Gyuna and said, "My dear, let us embark on an impromptu journey." Henceforth, the name of Wang Kun and Gu Yuna would reverberate throughout the Douluo continent, making it known to all that their fearsome prowess lay in their unparalleled marksmanship, rendering them invincible. Gu Yuna could not help but smile radiantly, revealing her pearly white teeth and two delicate dimples, a sight truly enchanting. In all honesty, Wang Kun was captivated by her smile, which enchanted all three of them. However, her smile was exclusively reserved for him. The ancient soul beasts, like the titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, wandering around the lake of life, gazed at Wang Kun with envy and jealousy, wishing that they occupied his position. Under Gu Yuna's resplendent beauty, they even momentarily forgot their affections for Xiao Wu and her allure. Meanwhile, Biji and Leah longed greedily for Gu Yuna to smile for them, rather than for Wang Kun. Unexpectedly, as Gu Yuna gradually approached him, Wang Kun did not foresee that upon their departure from the Lake of Life in the Stardow Forest, Biji and Leah would kneel on one knee, pleading in unison, "Master, please do not leave the Lake of Life." "My mind is made up," he responded, before lightly jumping onto the back of the dark demon evil god tiger. Biji immediately informed the Black Dragon King Dtion through soul power about their master's intention to journey to the human realm. Knowing that Dtion could not impede his decision, thus, he convened several of the 10 fierce beasts and other soul beasts from the Stardow Forest to bid farewell to their sovereign, Gu Yuna. At that moment, Wang Kun peered through the crack of the door to the small wooden house nestled in the grass, which had been Gu Yuna's residence for the past 6 years. He discovered numerous bookshelves laden with books. It seemed that during her 6 years, Yuna had acquired considerable knowledge of humanity. It appeared she aspired to be a scholar or a cultured individual. Quite commendable. Just then, white subtitles appeared before Wang Kun, indicating that the random system had been activated and the Dopa system had been initiated. The host could now select a second soul skill and break through any martial arts technique. Upon hearing this, he felt a surge of anticipation. Wang Kun felt a surge of fervor once again. "My beloved Nar, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not underestimate the youth and their struggles. I shall ensure that this sky can no longer impose upon you. Rest assured and accompany me as we venture into the realm of humanity." Upon witnessing this scene, Yuna couldn't help but laugh exuberantly, saying, "Very well, but do not deceive me. Fear not, for the sword claw has departed. We shall first visit the former human town, and then proceed to Soto City. There, we shall meet Tang San, torment him, encounter Xiao Wu, and seize her." Agreed. Thus, the dark demon evil god Tiger dashed toward the human city. In his mind, he addressed the system, "Dear system, I desire the most formidable burning decision from the world of Do Patsong Cheong." However, the system responded, "As there are no in the Douluo continent, it is unwise for the host to select the burning decision technique, which relies on the absorption of to elevate its quality level." Indeed, he had forgotten that without the burning decision could not evolve from a yellow-level technique into a formidable power surpassing the celestial rank. Wang Kun suddenly recalled the formidable heavenly stage techniques from Dopa. He could select a powerful heavenly stage skill. Notably, the power systems of Dopa and Douluo are fundamentally different. In Douluo, a titled Douluo struggles to conquer a city, while a Do Saint from Dopa can effortlessly obliterate the heavens and shatter space. The godly kings in Douluo may only equate to the Do Emperors in Dopa, or perhaps even fall short. The might of Do Saints or Dozuns in Dopa parallels that of the godly kings in Douluo. After all, Douluo can be deemed the antithesis of the pinnacle of fantasy worlds, while the true zenith of fantasy is embodied in the magnificent realms crafted by the esteemed author Chen Dong, particularly the unrivaled heavenly emperor who relishes beast milk. Returning to the matter at hand, Wang Kun ceased his musings and prepared to select the most powerful and striking technique. The first contender was the Yellow Spring Heavenly Fury, a high-level heavenly stage combat skill. This technique, associated with Xiao Yin, also known as the Xiao Cannon King, was acquired after he received the soul attack from the remnant spirit of the Yellow Spring Demon Saint within the Yellow Spring Stone Tablet of the 9 Nether Underworld Serpent Clan. This combat skill is regarded as a supreme weapon for murder. In a fit of rage, even a similarly ranked powerhouse would suffer severe soul damage if struck. One must recognize that the soul is the essence of a person, and injury to it can lead to repercussions far more severe than physical wounds. The second technique is the Ancient Emperor's Finger Crush, a heavenly stage combat skill mastered by the ancient clan leader Gu Yuan. He utilized this technique during a battle with the primary antagonist of Do Pu, the Soul Heaven Emperor. By mobilizing his internal fighting spirit to its utmost, he condenses it into a colossal finger adorned with bizarre patterns, capable of annihilating a mountain with a mere touch. One cannot help but marvel at the terrifying prowess of this 9-star Do Saint's technique. The third technique is the Blade of the Blood Demon Emperor. This terrifying combat skill was acquired by the Soul Heaven Emperor after he ascended to the rank of Do Emperor. It shares a certain essence with the ancient fire eternal ruler wielded by Xiaoyan, though its power is slightly inferior. It is worth mentioning that the ancient fire eternal ruler is a fusion of all the unique flames in Xiaoyan's own profound ruler, resulting in a ruler imbued with flames. Once unleashed, even the greatest antagonist of Dopa, the Soul Heaven Emperor, would meet his demise. This power, capable of saving the world from the Soul Heaven Emperor, is indeed the foremost combat technique of Dopa. Returning to the topic, both the Blade of the Blood Demon Emperor and the Ancient Fire Eternal Ruler are classified as super heavenly stage techniques. The Blade of the Blood Demon Emperor, however, is an intangible weapon belonging to the Soul Heaven Emperor. It materializes after the activation of the Blade of the Emperor formation, absorbing the blood of all people in the central region and numerous souls from the Soul Clan, transforming into a blood-red blade, devoid of a hilt, exuding a dense aura of death and destruction. Ultimately, it became the Soul Heaven Emperor's ultimate weapon. Excluding the third option, Wang Kun did not wish to embody a villain notorious for bloodshed. If he were to randomly encounter a benevolent system in the future, engaging in malevolent deeds could lead to his demise, while virtuous actions might grant him unparalleled prowess. He pondered which technique appeared the most impressive. Perhaps he should select the sound wave-based combat skill, the Yellow Spring Heavenly Fury. To manifest his prowess through words, becoming the king of tongue, seemed quite appealing. Congratulations to the host. The second Soul Ring skill has transformed into Yellow Spring Heavenly Fury. In Douluo, heavenly stage techniques are deemed divine skills. Consequently, the second Soul Ring automatically ascends to a million-year Golden Soul Ring. This feels exceedingly fantastical. This system is remarkable. The explanation is quite compelling. Now, the grading of the Yellow Spring Heavenly Fury is classified as a pseudo-super divine skill, positioned between divine skills and super divine skills. The host can defeat enemies with at least a 40-level disparity above the top-tier martial souls, meaning he would undoubtedly triumph over individuals such as Tang San and Qian Renxue, provided they are within the 77th level. How I adore this random system of yours. If you dare utter such overly sentimental words again, be wary of this system's retort. Very well, system darling. By the way, the Dopa system has randomly sealed the breathing system. The host's strength has been entirely sealed for a duration of 1 day. 6 hours, 6 minutes, and 6 seconds. Simultaneously, the host can grow stronger through breathing and receive a novice gift pack. Breathing for a day can elevate soul power by at least 1 level. Oh my system, are you stirring up trouble? Did I not merely speak a few words? Is the host a fool? Did this system not state that one could grow stronger through breathing? I only caught the first half of what you said. The latter part was unclear. Never mind. The white subtitles before Wang Kun vanished. Indeed, they simply disappeared. At that moment, he suddenly beheld the dark demon evil god's tiger running, and to his astonishment, countless soul beasts were bowing in submission. An automatic path formed, with numerous soul beasts prostrating themselves on the ground, respectfully bidding him farewell. The black dragon King the Thien, the emerald swan Biki, the crown mermaid Lai, along with the 10 fearsome beasts of the Star Do Forest and the formidable titan giant ape, as well as the celestial bull python, all knelt down in reverence. Furthermore, the millions of soul beasts in the Star Do Forest were equally kneeling on the ground. Wang Kun understood that this was a farewell from the soul beast sovereign. Guyuna behind him. The scene was overwhelmingly breathtaking, prompting Wang Kun to exclaim in astonishment, "My Nar is truly remarkable. The entire Star Do Forest soul beasts are here to bid you farewell." Guyuna smiled gracefully and replied, "Do not concern yourself. As long as you, Wang Kun, strive to grow stronger and become the creator god king, all the soul beasts and humans of Doa continent will one day bow in reverence to you." Wang Kun could not help but envision a future where he stood as an unparalleled authority, towering above all others, a sensation both exhilarating and gratifying. Subsequently, Wang Kun urged his sword claw to traverse through the depths of the starry forest for the better part of a day until it reached the human settlement. Upon arriving in the town, he exchanged golden pebbles for an assortment of goods, including a black robe identical to that worn by the renowned Do Pashao Pao Wang. Among the myriad items he procured, delectable delicacies and everyday necessities were included. He also acquired a storage ring to keep his acquisitions and bought another storage ring as a gift for Guyuna. Just prior to this, Wang Kun had instructed the dark demon evil god tiger to remain in the forest while he awaited Gu Yuna's return. Upon his return, he found Gu Yuna sitting quietly, while the dark demon evil god tiger sat motionless on the ground, refraining from any movement so as not to disturb its master's rest. Upon seeing Wang Kun clad in the black robe, Gu Yuna expressed her confusion. The red robe was a garment of the Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian, indestructible, even beyond the reach of a title Douluo. As for Wang Kun, he remarked, "Call me Kun Zai, or simply Brother Kun," referring to me as Wang Kun feels somewhat distant. Gu Yuna sensed something amiss and nodded in acknowledgement. "I prefer the latter two names. Brother Kun it shall be. But why do you choose to wear such a flimsy black robe that could easily be torn?" Wang Kun donned the exquisite black robe and matching hood reminiscent of the illustrious Xiao Pao Wang, undeniably exuding charm. The red robe, in contrast, failed to evoke any sensation. "You should wear it too," he remarked. "Nana, you are simply enchanting. I fear that upon entering the human realm, everyone will be captivated by your allure." With a graceful motion, Gu Yuna effortlessly conjured two identical black robes into her hands. Although these garments mirrored the one Wang Kun wore, they were remarkably indestructible. She tossed one robe to Wang Kun, who caressed the fabric, noting its supple resilience and exquisite quality. Without hesitation, he adorned himself with the robe and handed over a storage ring to Gu Yuna. "This storage ring is for you, Nana. It shall serve for your belongings henceforth." Gu Yuna nodded in acceptance, her delight evident. Subsequently, Wang Kun mounted the formidable dark demon evil god tiger, navigating by the map as he directed the creature towards Soda City in the Kingdom of Balak to acquire the golden soul coins and locate Tang San, Xiao Wu, Zhu Shiqing, Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai. He recalled that each golden soul coin equated to 1,000 renminbi, a subsidy from the Spirit Hall, funded by the Empire. It seemed that these subsidies were only available to soul masters of over 30 ranks. Each month, one could claim 100 coins. No, upon reflection, it was for those of over 40 ranks who were entitled to 1,000 coins monthly. At a rank of 37, he felt the system had just indicated that his breathing could enhance his strength, and the novice gift package promised improvement with mere daily respiration. Although he sensed a slight increase in power with each breath, the change was so subtle that it was easily overlooked. Likely due to the gradual nature of the enhancement, akin to the relentless drip of water wearing away stone. At his current rank, he could only claim 100 golden soul coins, translating to a staggering sum of 100,000 renminbi each month. By the heavens, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, is truly generous towards me. I must cherish her dearly. In that moment, the image of Bibi Dong, bestowing a monthly fortune of 100,000 renminbi upon Wang Kun, transformed her into the epitome of a benevolent, affluent figure in his mind. Had he encountered her first, he would have undoubtedly clung to this wealthy benefactor, ensuring an endless supply of riches in the days to come. Wang Kun glanced at the remaining thousands of golden pebbles within the ring, which amounted to a substantial fortune indeed. At least several billion. He was no longer in want of money. Subsequently, he recalled his sword claw back into the pokeball, allowing it to recuperate its strength and vitality. However, he remembered that when he visited the human town earlier, the beautiful women did not gaze at him with the same infatuation that Soul Beast exhibited towards Gu Yuna's enchanting visage. In other words, despite his handsome appearance, he still could not rival Gu Yuna's beauty. Let me tell you something, dear system. I desire to become more handsome. If one wishes to achieve success, one must endure hardship. As long as the host dares to consume something repulsive, this system will grant you handsomeness. Is that acceptable? That? I lack the courage for that. Yet, speaking of consuming something repulsive, a certain individual came to mind, Man Yobai, the man who disregards awkwardness. A phrase he uttered has lingered in Wang Kun's memory since childhood, even surpassing the classic quote from the renowned true fragrance deity. I, Wang Jingza, would rather starve to death outside or leap from here than consume anything from you. Ah, truly fragrant. This fried rice is delectable. Comparing the phrase truly fragrant to Man Yobai's words, Wang Kun found them equally amusing. My surname is Ma, and I am Man Yobai. Do you know how impressive I am? I dare to consume the unthinkable. Who among you would dare to challenge me? I consume 3 pounds daily. The more I eat, the more impressive I become. Yet, speaking of the kingdom of Balak, he could not help but chuckle. The mere thought of it made Wang Kun erupt into laughter. Ha ha. Gu Yuna and the dark demon evil god tiger gazed at the uncontrollably laughing Wang Kun, perplexed. What is wrong with him? Has he encountered something particularly amusing? Once his laughter subsided, Gu Yuna finally inquired, What is it? Why are you laughing so heartily? Na is curious. This joke is simply delightful. It is quite humorous. Na must burst into laughter. He then recounted the jest. As a result, Wang Kun found himself in an awkward predicament. Staring at the two who remained entirely unamused, a complete social faux pas. Gyuna could not help but question, isn't consuming something repulsive normal? Some soul beasts are born specifically to consume such things, like dogs. The dark demon evil god Tiger nodded in agreement. Wang Kun awkwardly covered his head, having forgotten that these two were both soul beasts. Apologies, this joke is not suitable for soul beasts. Next, let us proceed to the Bartok of the Tiando Empire. Do you know about the Kingdom of Nar? Wang Kun initially believed that Gyuna was unaware, thus he intended to feign knowledge to appear erudite. To his surprise, Gyuna was indeed familiar with the matter. Chapter 21. Fleeing for fear of pursuit by the God King. During these 6 years, she had thoroughly acquainted herself with the various locales and inhabitants of the Douluo continent. However, the intricacies of human schemes and their dispositions were still foreign to her, which partly motivated her decision to accompany Wang Kun into the human realm. Nevertheless, the primary reason remained Wang Kun's entreaty. Yet, a subtle trace of unnoticeable melancholy flickered across Gyuna's visage as she gazed toward the pinnacle of power on the continent. In the city of slaughter, where Tangshan resided, one could ascend to godhood by successfully navigating the trials set forth by the Shura God King. In the Hall of Soul Elders, where Qin Dalu dwelled, he, as a first-tier divine angel, was required to sacrifice himself so that another might inherit the title of angelic deity. On Poseidon Island, Posey, as a first-tier sea deity, faced a similar fate, needing to relinquish herself for another to attain the position of sea god. Additionally, Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, had passed the trials of the first-tier Rakshasa god. Gyuna was acutely aware that should she and Wang Kun truly become unparalleled in their prowess, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the 5 great god kings of the Douluo divine realm. Although she harbored no fear of demise, protected as she was by the creator god Enwa, she pondered the possibility of the 5 great god kings using the lives of soul beasts from the Douluo continent as leverage against her. Thus, Gyuna resolved to eventually find an opportune moment to part ways with Wang Kun and return to the Lake of Life. Despite the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind, her exquisite countenance betrayed no sign of turmoil as she calmly stated. The Balak Kingdom is situated to the south of the Tiando Empire, bordering the Fastner province. It is somewhat amusing that, despite being merely a kingdom, its area is only 3/4 that of Fastner province, and it is one of the 4 kingdoms within the confines of the Tiando Empire. King Kandera of Balak is a cousin of the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Akula. To the south of Balak, it adjoins the Xingluo Empire. As for the matter of your adopting Zhu Xing, the daughter of the royal family of the Xingluo Empire, as your sworn sister, I shall not pursue it further. Wang Kun offered an awkward smile. Gyuna did not genuinely pursue the matter. For this reason, among the 4 great kingdoms of the Tiando Empire, its military might stands as the most formidable, serving as the very gate of the Tiando Empire. Originally, the Tiando Empire comprised 10 provinces. But with the feudal division of the 4 great kingdoms, 6 distinct powers naturally emerged. The empire itself can directly govern 5 provinces, while each of the 4 kingdoms holds sway over one. I recall when I instructed Emperor Tian to transport books from the human realm, he seemed to remark that, on the surface, these 4 kingdoms and that duchy were under the dominion of the Tiando Empire. However, in reality, these 5 nations have long since transformed into states within a state, entirely autonomous aside from the requisite lavish tributes. Were it not for the Tiando royal family's control over substantial military forces, internal strife might have already erupted. The Xingluo Empire finds itself in a similar predicament. Thus, although these 2 empires appear powerful, the truth of the situation reveals they are both on a downward trajectory. Gyuna could not help but express her disbelief, stating, our spirit beasts have always been ruled by bloodlines since time immemorial. Those of noble blood are deemed kings. Conversely, humans are prone to civil wars, filled with countless schemes and intrigues. Subsequently, Gyuna cast a glance at Wang Kun. Ahem, what I share with Na is not a scheme or intrigue. It is merely the playful banter between lovers and spouses. Gyuna sighed, reflecting, alas, my father, the dragon god, was also slain by the cunning of human deities. Nevertheless, with 2 creator gods and a spirit beast joining forces against the Douluo divine realm, it hardly matters now. Such is the way of the heavens. Thereafter, Gyuna proceeded to introduce the Bartok kingdom once more. Wang Kun could not help but marvel at the vast knowledge possessed by his wife, which was truly remarkable. Within the realm of the Balak kingdom, there exist 2 cities of paramount importance. One is the capital city of Balak City, where King Kandera resides. This city serves as the epicenter of political and economic activity for the entire Balak kingdom, making it exceedingly significant. The other city, renowned as the Granary of Balak, is Soto City, situated in the heart of the most fertile Limai plain within the kingdom. Both of these cities are heavily fortified, undoubtedly representing the utmost priority for the entire realm. Wang Kun, despite the tediousness of the knowledge presented, remarkably managed to remain awake. During his 9 years of compulsory education, he often succumbed to drowsiness in the afternoons, especially when listening to his teacher's lectures, which would lull him into slumber. However, now, captivated by the enchanting beauty of Guyuna and her melodious, ethereal voice, he felt invigorated. If Nar were his private tutor, he believed that gaining admission to prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking University would not merely be a dream. After a journey spanning approximately half a day, the trio finally arrived at Soto City. Subsequently, he instructed the dark demon evil god Tiger to wait in the forest. He yearned to take Guyuna's delicate hand and venture to Soto City to procure some beef for the dark demon evil god Tiger. After all, it was quite exhausting to travel from the Lake of Life in the Star-Do Forest to this location. It was only fitting to provide it with a delectable treat to replenish its energy. Yet, for reasons unknown, Guyuna declined his request. Wang Kun, unimpressed, ventured into the city alone. Upon reaching a vendor selling beef, he learned that a pound of meat cost approximately 30 to 40 copper coins. With 1,000 copper coins equating to a single golden soul coin, he could purchase at least 30 pounds of meat. Using a small nugget of gold weighing around 10 grams, he procured over 100 pounds of meat, which he stored within his storage ring. Subsequently, Wang Kun exited Soto City. Later, in a concealed corner of the woods, he observed Guyuna passing by, silently drifting away. A sense of disappointment washed over him. The dark demon god Tiger elucidated, "It is said by our master that she chose to depart due to the celestial monarch above." Wang Kun, filled with sorrow, struck his chest with a fist. "Oh, it was rather sudden, leaving me somewhat bewildered. I had envisioned myself alongside Nar, wielding my twin guns, renowned throughout the realm. Yet reality often proves to be disappointingly contrary." The dark demon, evil god Tiger pointed with its claw at the silver dragon spear beside it. "This is a token of the master's affection left for you." Wang Kun approached and examined the silver dragon spear, gripping the shaft tightly. As he swept the spearhead across the stone, it split cleanly in two, the cross-section as smooth as a mirror and exceedingly sharp. He decided to store the silver dragon spear in his storage ring, for he had no intention of utilizing it any longer. Instead, he resolved to employ his second soul skill, the divine skill, Yellow Spring's Heavenly Fury, to annihilate all adversaries. Initially, he had fantasized about traversing the world with the long spear in hand, but reality proved far less accommodating than his dreams. He placed the substantial quantity of beef, weighing around 100 pounds, upon the ground. The dark demon evil god Tiger, salivating profusely, immediately fixed its greedy gaze upon the offering. "Do you wish to eat? Yes? Then indulge. This shall be your master's final gift." "Master, are you abandoning me?" As the narrative unfolds in Chapter 22. Amidst the unexpected traversal into a world beneath a single individual, he sought daily attendance. The request for recommendation votes echoed in the air. "Do you enjoy being my pet?" "To be honest, not particularly. Indeed, I have decided to embark on my journey alone for the time being." In response, the dark demon evil god Tiger opened its massive maw and voraciously devoured the beef, consuming it in mere moments. Subsequently, he recalled the tiger into its spirit ball and ventured back into Soto City, heading to the spirit hall to collect 10 gold soul coins. Although he could have claimed 100 gold soul coins, he possessed numerous golden pebbles and felt no need for excessive wealth. Discretion was key. Upon his arrival, he observed a promising pair of siblings also collecting their monthly gold soul coins. The young man, dressed simply and appearing around 12 or 13 years of age, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall. He was clad in a light blue outfit that accentuated his athletic build, complemented by a belt adorned with 24 gemstones. His shoulder-length black hair hung loosely, and though not strikingly handsome, he emanated an approachable charm, his lips perpetually curved in a gentle smile. In contrast, the girl beside him was anything but ordinary. Her silky black hair was meticulously styled into a scorpion braid, cascading down to her calves. Remarkably, she was slightly taller than her brother. She wore a snug pink top that accentuated her developing figure. While her bosom may not have been particularly ample, her slender waist was undeniably alluring, captivating the attention of many. Her long, toned legs were encased in white ribbed stockings, creating a perfect golden ratio that exuded charisma. Despite her tender age, her face retained a delightful innocence, yet her rounded dairy bore an undeniable allure. Her naturally arched brows framed her large, glistening eyes, which complemented her slightly rounded, rosy visage. Not only was she beautiful, but she also possessed a playful charm that seemed tailor-made for her. Standing beside her, the boy appeared overshadowed by her intangible radiant allure. If Wang Kun's instincts were correct, the pink-clad girl and the blue-clad boy were none other than Xiao Wu and Tang San. Wang Kun was suddenly struck by an idea. Xiao Wu and Tang San could actually be affectionately referred to as Pinky and Bluey. Moreover, the continent of Douluo could be whimsically renamed. And Wang Kun had already devised the perfect title for them, The Extraordinary Adventures of Pinky and Bluey. Wang Kun initially intended to win over Xiao Wu. Yet with the presence of the red string of fate orchestrated by the deity of love, was it truly necessary to pursue her? He simply needed to bide his time, patiently allowing the affection associated with the red string to accumulate gradually, thus ensuring that Xiao Wu would willingly come to his side. Furthermore, it would enable Tang San to realize his own shortcomings as a straightforward man, often provoking Xiao Wu's ire, which had ultimately led to her emotional detachment and melancholy. Regaining his composure, he harnessed his soul power to materialize the divine artifact, the red string of fate, which he directly tied around the wrists of both himself and Xiao Wu. At that moment, Wang Kun suddenly recalled a popular phrase from the Water Blue Star. During moments of boredom, he had requested his system companion to connect him to the internet of Water Blue Star, where he had encountered the phrase, "I make a pact with the divine, wagering your heart's fleeting stir." By utilizing the red string of fate, he was indeed invoking affection from others. In other words, he was claiming, "I seize the power of the divine, compelling your heart to flutter." This sentiment bore a rather domineering essence. With a fervent and friendly demeanor, he greeted, "Ah, isn't this the third wheel from Nodding Academy? Along with that girl who adores carrots, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu turned to face the unfamiliar figure, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired, "Who are you? I don't believe we've met before." For reasons unknown, she found herself unexpectedly drawn to this dashing young man cloaked in black, who appeared even more handsome than her brother, Tang San. Though their prior acquaintance was inconsequential, as they were all gathered to participate in Shrek Academy. Tang San interjected, "Xiao Wu, let us first collect our gold soul coins. Indeed, let us not dwell on whether we recognize each other. Gathering our gold soul coins should take precedence. While money may not be everything, its absence is undeniably burdensome." At that moment, a sweet-looking young lady observed the trio and, surmising they were there to collect gold soul coins, greeted them with a professional smile. "Please provide your information to collect your gold soul coins." Suddenly, she cast a curious glance at the three of them. Surely, they were entangled in a love triangle. Two young men vying for the affections of the girl with the pink rabbit ears and attire, while the girl appeared undecided in her affections. Xiao Wu was the first to introduce herself. "I am Xiao Wu, the dancer, 12 years old, with the martial spirit of the gentle bone enchanting rabbit, possessing a soul power level of 29. She then gestured towards Tang San, saying, "My brother is Tang San, also 12 years old, a control-type weapon soul master, with the martial spirit of blue silvergrass and a soul power level of 29. The young lady perused the information and placed 20 gold soul coins into Tang San's hands. She then turned her gaze towards Wang Kun and inquired, "May I ask what your soul power level is?" Wang Kun smiled faintly and suddenly unleashed a wave of soul power at the level of 20. In his hand, he held the armor-piercing gun retrieved from the system space. Wang Kun, possessing a soul power rank of 20, wielded the weapon known as the armor-piercing gun. The young lady promptly handed him 10 gold soul coins. Subsequently, Wang Kun patted the shoulders of the two, saying, "I shall take my leave now. I will see you again at Shrek Academy." Tang San replied courteously, "All right." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, taken by surprise by Wang Kun's sudden touch, felt a flicker of affection stirred by the red thread of fate. Her gaze towards Wang Kun gradually became increasingly enchanting. Wang Kun emerged and sought out a shop specializing in silver jewelry, intending to purchase exquisite adornments for Gu Yuna. Subsequently, he would need to venture into the Douluo forest to hunt soul beasts. Naturally, this was to be expected. The random system had transformed into the multiverse traversal system, traversing through various realms. Where would it traverse next? That is beyond your concern. However, I can reveal that I am the current multiverse traversal system, capable of randomly traversing into any world. In summary, This system operates as it pleases, unrestrained and unconfined. The guiding principle of my random system is to act according to its desires. Truly, the prowess of the system is unparalleled. Among all systems, I hold no allegiance but to you. Wang Kun gradually returned to his senses. Upon entering the shop, he beheld a silver-haired man clad in a pristine white Taoist robe, accompanied by a stunning young woman with cascading pink hair, adorned in a white crop top and ultra-short denim shorts. Goodness! Is that Zhang Lingyu and Xia He from the series One Below? What are they doing here? Could it be that tonight Xia He is destined to claim Zhang Lingyu's first blood? Wang Kun glanced at the name of the shop, Zhang Tiancher's Longhu Mountain Zhang Duden Silver Jewelry Store. Such an elongated name for a shop. Wang Kun fondly recalled a memorable scene involving the two individuals, where she embraced the man and playfully remarked, "Oh, I can hardly bear to part with you. Those firm pectorals and that perky, well-toned rear end. Such delightful memories." Chapter 23. The Rose Hotel. Could I possibly transport Xia He to the Douluo continent? He mused. Dream on, don't overthink it. Regaining his composure, he approached the proprietor, Zhang Godin, and inquired, "What is the price of this silver dragon-shaped pendant?" Zhang Godin replied with a smile, 10,000 yuan. Silver jewelry is quite expensive, he reflected. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I am not one to be burdened by financial constraints. Wang Kun extracted a small golden pebble from his storage ring. In an instant, a glint of brilliance flickered in the eyes of the onlooker, who promptly took the pebble and bit into it. Astonishingly, it left a tooth mark. Indeed, it was genuine gold. Such a diminutive piece of gold must be worth no less than 20,000. My gratitude extends to the wealthy young master for this generous reward. It is of no consequence. Wang Kun suddenly turned his gaze towards Xia He and Zhang Lingyu. How have you both been recently at Longhu Mountain? Have you engaged in any inappropriate activities? If you no longer desire Xia He, might you consider giving her to me? I wouldn't mind in the slightest. Lingyu immediately became agitated and retorted angrily, "Get lost. Oh, are you a monk, resorting to foul language? Your state of mind seems lacking. Are you seeking a confrontation?" Wang Kun swiftly emerged, stepping through the portal as the original gateway gradually faded from existence. Subsequently, it seemed that the distance between Xiao Wu and Tang San had increased slightly, where once they had shared an intimate closeness, now a subtle separation lingered. The red thread of Yu Lao truly proves its efficacy. A product of the system, it is undoubtedly a masterpiece. Wang Kun, suddenly seized by a playful impulse, extended his left hand forward and swiftly grasped the unsuspecting little scorpioness hair. Unceremoniously, Xiao Wu retaliated with a kick aimed at Wang Kun's body, only to discover that her strike met an unyielding wall of iron. The pain was excruciating. Yet, Xiao Wu was no delicate flower, after all. She was a 10,000-year-old soft-boned rabbit. Thus, she glared fiercely at Wang Kun. However, in Wang Kun's eyes, the sight of an angry, beautiful girl only incited a desire to tease her further. "You, release my scorpion tail at once." Xiao Wu initially intended to free herself from Wang Kun's grip, but upon having her hair ensnared, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, rendering her still. It was profoundly strange. Meanwhile, Tang San, having assessed the situation from the outset, recognized that Wang Kun possessed a strength that slightly surpassed his own. Even his robust physique, honed from countless hours hammering iron at the blacksmith's forge, paled in comparison. Generally averse to conflict, Tang San interjected, "Please relinquish Xiao Wu's hair. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite." Wang Kun suddenly recalled some repugnant deeds attributed to Tang San, and feeling a surge of anger, he declared, "I am Wang Kun. If you call me Handsome Kun right now, I shall release her." Upon hearing this, Tang San exhibited no hesitation and promptly uttered, "Handsome Kun." Wang Kun, being a man of his word, relaxed his grip. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with a hint of resentment, saying, "Why did you not strike him, Xiao San? He has been tormenting your sister." Her opinion of Tang San diminished slightly in her heart. Wang Kun then remarked, "Little third, have you two ever kissed?" This sudden and embarrassing question left the bashful young couple blushing. After playfully teasing the young couple, Wang Kun felt quite pleased and proceeded ahead, saying, "Let us walk together to enroll at Shrek Academy." Tang San quickly composed himself, the flush on his face fading. He then followed, slightly puzzled, and inquired, "Brother Wang, we have yet to meet. How do you know my name and that of Xiao Wu? How do you know we are headed to Shrek?" Wang Kun sought a justification. "Both of you possess innate soul power at the formidable level of 10 at Nodding Academy. Who among us is unaware of your prowess? As for how I came to know of your intention to attend Shrek Academy, that is simply due to my acquaintance with you, Xiaojiang. Tang San paid little heed to this inquiry, instead fixating on the matter of address. Brother Wang, could you possibly refer to the master with a title of respect? The response was a firm negation. As for you, Xiaojiang, to speak candidly, the only aspect that Wang Kun holds in high regard is his extensive and profound knowledge. Yet, this singular trait is commendable, while other facets leave much to be desired. Wang Kun suddenly jested, if I wish to indulge in spicy rabbit heads, would you two care to join me? Tang Sen shook his head. After all, his sister was Xiao Wu, whose martial spirit was the soft-bone rabbit. Consuming spicy rabbit heads would be akin to feasting upon Xiao Wu herself. Xiao Wu glared fiercely at Wang Kun, her expression menacing, and with each word laced with venom. She retorted, you should go eat monkey heads instead, you big foolish monkey. Wang Kun found himself in agreement with the notion that humans had indeed evolved from monkeys. However, he suddenly recalled that the appearances of monkey-type martial spirits in Douluo seemed rather scarce, save for the presence of Sun Wukong on Sea God Island, who had emerged as an opponent when Tang San was absorbing the divine bestowed spirit rings. Upon regaining his senses, Wang Kun turned his gaze towards the two. All right, no more teasing little sister Xiao Wu. Let's find a hotel to stay for the night. It is already afternoon, and the enrollment for Shrek Academy seems to be tomorrow. Xiao Wu, initially inclined to retort, found herself increasingly drawn to Wang Kun, prompting her to avert her gaze from him. Tang San, upon hearing Wang Kun's proposed plan, expressed his agreement, stating, that works. Xiao Wu, however, cast a disdainful look at Wang Kun and remarked, are we that familiar? Just go away. Wang Kun cast a sinister smile towards Tang San and inquired, may I not take the liberty of subduing Xiao Wu? Tang San, with an icy demeanor and an air of ruthlessness, retorted, that is out of the question. At that moment, Tang San's sleeve stirred slightly, suggesting an intent to employ a concealed weapon against himself. Based on the original text, it can be inferred that it was likely a hidden dart or the like. Wang Kun harbored no fear himself. He could effortlessly extinguish Tang San's life at any moment, and he held no trepidation towards Tang Hao either. Yet, he found little pleasure in the act of killing. You cannot take a joke? He remarked casually. After this offhand comment, Wang Kun's gaze fell upon the familiar hotel sign, the Rose Hotel. The pink hue of the establishment evoked an inexplicable impulse within him. He strode inside, with Tang San and Xiao Wu following closely in his wake. Upon entering the Rose Hotel, the trio was immediately enveloped by the intoxicating scent of roses. This delightful aroma, imbued with a hint of allure and ineffable charm, was refreshing and invigorating, uplifting their spirits. The interior decor of the hotel was adorned in 3 colors, white, silver, and rose red, creating a warm and distinctive ambience. This elegant environment effortlessly fostered a sense of goodwill. At that moment, Wang Kun finally understood why the sinister-eyed Bai Hu, Damu Bai, was so fond of engaging in intimate affairs with women at the Rose Hotel. Suddenly, Wang Kun swallowed hard, feeling a surge of desire. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu unexpectedly remarked, I didn't anticipate that your taste would be quite refined, Wang Kun. Wang Kun found himself at a loss, acutely aware that Xiao Wu wished to reside here with Tang San. In the original narrative, it was she who had persuaded Tang San to come to this place. Not too bad, he mused. Upon reaching the counter, he addressed the attendant, stating, we require 3 rooms. The attendant, glancing at the charming pink-haired girl and the blue-clad gentleman behind him, leered as he suggested, how about I arrange a single room for you? After all, 1 girl and 2 boys sounds rather exciting, doesn't it? Wang Kun was well aware of the server's underhanded tactics and readily agreed, saying, very well. I could not wish for anything more. It is perfect for us to engage in some group activities together. However, Xiao Wu immediately sought to intervene. Although she felt a twinge of reluctance, she exclaimed with a playful scold, you silly head. Who would want to share a room with you? I could manage with my brother just fine. And what on earth do you mean by group activities? Wang Kun did not gaze at Xiao Wu with a lewd expression, lest the 10,000-year-old lecherous rabbit, Xiao Wu, discern what sort of delightful activity he referred to when mentioning many people. The waiter praised Wang Kun, exclaiming, sir, you are truly impressive, quite ordinary, ranking 3rd in the world. Xiao Wu immediately spat in disdain, retorting, Pa, who instilled such confidence in you? At that moment, Tang San's earnest statement abruptly rendered the atmosphere awkward. Let us book 2 rooms. 1 for Xiao Wu and 1 for my brother Wang. The waiter glanced at Wang Kun, seeking his approval. Simultaneously, Wang Kun regarded the waiter with an expression that suggested he found Tang San's implication distasteful, as if they were both implicated in a scandalous affair. "Excuse me, sir, are we indeed booking 2 rooms?" Xiao Wu then elbowed Tang San, astonished by her brother's blatant lack of awareness. She could hardly believe that her brother, who had such an adorable and well-proportioned sister, would want them to be separated. Tang San, perplexed by the jab, inquired, "What is wrong with Xiao Wu? Why did you hit me?" "Brother, let us share a room. It would save money, and we could use the extra funds for new clothes," Xiao Wu sweetly cooed, endearing herself to all. However, Tang San felt that it was inappropriate for a brother and sister to share a bed. Throughout their 6 years at Notting Academy, they had slept in the same bed, inevitably leading to certain awkward situations, especially considering the fundamental differences between male and female bodies. Wang Kun truly envies Tang San, for he has the privilege of sharing a room with Xiao Wu, and even more so, to engage intimately with her. How delightful it would be if Na were to join him as well. Alas, such musings are fleeting. If one were to desire Na or Res embrace, he must first conquer the Douluo divine realm. Only then would Wang Kun dare to claim the Silver Dragon King. It is said that the most exquisite pleasures are best savored last. Until that moment arrives, he shall indulge in the rougher delights offered by Xiao Wu. The waitress, witnessing this scene, felt a twinge of disappointment. The anticipated drama of a love triangle involving 1 woman and 2 men would not unfold. "Dear guest, what shall you do if you wish to book 2 rooms?" Wang Kun, feeling somewhat impatient, remarked, "They are enjoying a delightful group activity. I shall simply find another to join me. It's a trivial matter." Upon concluding his statement, the attendant commenced the process of securing their accommodations. However, just as the server was about to assist Wang Kun, Tang San, and Xiao Wu with their lodging arrangements, an abrupt voice interrupted the proceedings, causing Wang Kun to feel a tinge of annoyance. "I declare, this room belongs to me, does it not?" Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Wang Kun turned leisurely to face the source of the voice, observing 3 individuals approaching from behind them, making their way toward the reception desk. Among them were 1 man and 2 women, the latter 2 adorned in flamboyant attire, seemingly in their late teens, tall and even slightly exceeding the petite Xiao Wu in height. Remarkably, their features were strikingly identical, revealing them to be a pair of twins. "Twin sisters, you say? How intriguing." Wang Kun's gaze did not linger upon the 2 exquisite beauties, for their allure was insufficient to captivate him. The one who truly caught his discerning eye was none other than Dai Mubai's fiancée, Zhu Qing. Dai Mubai stood at approximately 1.80 meters, appearing youthful, with broad shoulders and a strikingly handsome visage that bore a hint of resoluteness. His long golden hair cascaded elegantly down his back, possessing a slight natural wave, rather than simply resting upon his shoulders. However, what drew the most attention were undoubtedly his captivating eyes. Wang Kun recognized the sinister nature of those eyes. Both were endowed with a peculiar dual pupil, though regrettably not akin to the perfect double pupils of a flawless realm. Within those deep azure irises, a chill emanated, seemingly arising from the depths of the soul. The sinister light flickered within the pupils. A mere glance from him felt like the gentle scratching of a kitten's paw upon one's skin. Such an extraordinarily handsome visage, combined with those striking eyes, rendered him an undeniable focal point, captivating attention wherever he might be. Wang Kun's initial thought upon seeing this man was that he appeared feeble, yet he possessed an undeniable allure that surpassed his own. The twin maidens gracefully clung to the frail young man's arms, seemingly oblivious to Wang Kun's presence. Their gazes merely brushed past Xiao Wu, igniting a brief flicker of peculiar warmth, quickly extinguished as it had appeared. Dai Mubai, wishing to avoid coming across as overly lascivious, strode directly to the counter, glaring fiercely at the waiter. "You must be the new attendant. Are you not aware that a room must be reserved for my affairs?" The waiter, momentarily bewildered, hesitantly inquired, "May I ask who you are?" Irritation tinged Dai Mubai's voice as he retorted, "Fetch your manager and have them come forth." Confronted by the ferocity of Dai Mubai's gaze, the waiter felt a shiver run down his spine and hurriedly dashed to summon his superior. Tang San was about to voice a protest, noting that this man had arrived before them, but Wang Kun interjected, "Oh, Dai Mubai, it seems you are living quite the charmed life. While your wife is pursued by Zhu Zhuyan, here you are indulging in revelry. Why not hand her over to me? You clearly do not cherish her. I would treat her with the care she deserves." Dai Mubai's previously arrogant demeanor morphed into one of intense fury. Veins throbbed upon his forehead, his eyes filled with a murderous glare as he declared, "Zhu Qing is my fiancée. What are you, a person like you, to even consider marrying her? You are unworthy. You deserve nothing but death at my hands." Wang Kun suddenly leaped with great force, employing an unrelenting charge, and swiftly soared beside Daimubai. Upon his arrival, Daimubai's mind registered the event, yet his body remained momentarily paralyzed in place. It was only when Wang Kun embraced the pair of twins clad in purple attire that he began to move. However, at that moment, Wang Kun rapidly retreated once more. In that fleeting instant, everyone's gaze was filled with bewilderment. Why is Wang Kun so swift? Tang San here failed to fully comprehend Wang Kun's speed. Moreover, Wang Kun himself acknowledged that Han Xian's relentless charge is undoubtedly rapid, and this is beyond dispute. Wang Kun then retrieved 6 golden soul coins from the ring. Daimubai. We shall meet at Shrek's registration tomorrow morning, he declared. I will not hesitate to indulge in the company of these lovely sisters. You may go and seek out your Zhuxiqing. The twin sisters, who had been drawn to Wang Kun's side, exchanged a glance filled with both grievance and anticipation as they addressed Daimubai in unison, saying, Young Master Dai, what about us? In response, Daimubai, visibly perturbed, replied, You two are free to do as you wish. I shall first seek out Zhuxiqing. Wang Kun divided 6 gold coins into 3, simultaneously allowing the twin sisters to clasp them. He secured them with a D-sized peak and then wrapped his arms around their delicate shoulders. Shall we proceed, my lovely ladies? 3 gold soul coins should suffice, I presume? The 2 enchanting beauties made no attempt to resist, although Wang Kun was somewhat less handsome than Daimubai. It was his formidable strength that thoroughly captivated the sisters. Consequently, they merely regarded Daimubai with disdain, uttering, coward. Having been courted by Daimubai, they displayed no inclination to reclaim their freedom. After exchanging glances, the pair of sisters followed Wang Kun onward. Wang Kun casually held the key to the penthouse hotel, bathed in a crimson sea, while simultaneously placing the pokeball containing the dark demon evil god tiger into Tang San's possession to spare the creature from any embarrassing sounds. Subsequently, when the 3 of them engaged in activities that were universally understood as intimate, the significance of Tang San, Xiaowu, and Daimubai diminished considerably. Wang Kun, after reveling until the break of dawn, must prepare to enroll at Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he might continue to engage in epic battles for 3 days and nights. Wang Kun stepped out without lingering attachments. Once outside, he discovered a quaint little dumpling shop, just as he was about to enjoy his meal. The random system had already assigned him an adventure into the myriad realms, featuring characters such as Medusa from Battle Through the Heavens, Yun Yun, Yufei, and Xiaoxian. Could this be arranged? It was all a matter of chance. As long as the host was fortunate, it would suffice. With that thought, he purchased some dumplings from a particularly amiable plump uncle who was running the stall. Nearby, there sat a man indulging in dumplings, who bore a striking resemblance to Zhang Chulan from One Person Against the World. How could he have traversed into One Person Against the World again? Why not Battle Through the Heavens? The most pressing concern was the absence of female companions. Wang Kun paid no heed to Zhang Chulan, who was savoring the delicate soup dumplings. After all, fatigue had set in from the exhilarating games played alongside a pair of enchanting sisters. He observed as the portly gentleman brought over a platter and placed it upon the table. Wang Kun sat in a chair, gazing at the delicate dumplings arranged on the plate before him. These small soup dumplings were exquisitely crafted, presenting a particularly pleasing appearance. From a distance, one would observe a cluster of a dozen pristine, immaculate dumplings huddled closely together, each nestled against the other. Wang Kun gently squeezed, exclaiming inwardly, Goodness! The texture is simply delightful. Amidst the wispy mist, the little soup dumplings appeared even more enticing. Upon closer inspection, the plump, tender dumplings glistened with a sumptuous sheen. They looked utterly delectable. The delicate white skin of the dumplings was remarkably soft, reminiscent of a fair maiden's smooth, porcelain-like complexion. One could even discern the pure, milky broth within, clearly visible through the translucent exterior. These dumplings not only boasted an appealing appearance but also promised an exquisite flavor. As the saying goes, gently shift, slowly lift, first open the window, then savor the broth. However, Wang Kun, overwhelmed by hunger, could hardly afford such patience, for the sight of those delectable dumplings had already stirred his appetite. Without further ado, he seized a dumpling and popped it into his mouth. As he bit into the tender dumpling, a rush of creamy broth flooded his palate. It was rich, smooth, and fragrant. He gradually succumbed to the blissful experience, and by the time he regained his senses, the plate of dumplings was entirely empty. His speed in consuming the dumplings was nothing short of lightning fast, as swift as thunder. They were simply exquisite. After finishing the dumplings, he jestingly turned to Zhang Chulan, saying, When are you going to marry Sister Bauer? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chulan nearly spat out the dumpling he had just taken a bite of. He quickly swallowed and retorted, "Are we that familiar?" Wang Kun paid little heed to the matter, for he would encounter it again in due time. He stepped out, and the portal behind him, which transcended the realm of the ordinary, closed once more. "System, we cannot traverse to the same location twice," he mused. "I enjoy it." After a brief exchange with the system, he set forth towards Shrek Academy. Reflecting on the original narrative, he recalled that Shrek Academy was merely a modest village repurposed. In simple terms, it was a rather impoverished institution, lacking any semblance of grandeur typical of schools. Approximately a mile ahead lay a quaint village, where at its entrance stood a table occupied by a man of 60 or more. Above the wooden archway that marked the village's threshold hung a tattered sign, inscribed with 5 characters, Shrek Academy. Preceding these characters was a green visage resembling that of a humanoid creature, whimsical in its appearance. The elderly man seated behind the table, tasked with overseeing the enrollment, exuded an air of languid indifference, clad in simple homespun garments that rendered him indistinguishable from any village elder. Before him, a lengthy queue of adults and aspiring students awaited their turn to register. Wang Kun found himself in the last position, evidently having indulged a bit too enthusiastically in the morning's activities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ranked last. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Kun. This was none other than Li Yusong, the wielder of the dragon pattern staff. Li Yusong possessed a martial soul of level 66, his martial soul being the dragon pattern staff. In the realm of Douluo continent, any martial soul associated with dragons signifies immense power. The dragon pattern staff is a quintessential example of a formidable assault-type martial soul, boasting exceptionally high quality. Its combat prowess ranks a mere step below the Haotian hammer, the 7 killing sword, and the broken soul spear, placing it fourth in the hierarchy of martial souls within Douluo continent. It stands on par with the dragon staff martial souls wielded by the 6th and 7th offerings of the Spirit Hall. Wait, the dragon staff, you say? This. Wang Kun recalled the Panlong staff, a legendary martial spirit in the 3rd part of the Douluo continent, known as the Legend of the Dragon King, where it represented the eternal bond between father and son. The ancient Dongfeng was endowed with the most formidable power of the Spirit Tower, serving as its spiritual pillar. As a demigod among the 99th level limit Douluo, the strength of this ancient Dongfeng was exceedingly formidable, positioning it as the pinnacle of the entire Douluo continent. However, to his dismay, his son dared to pursue Guyuna. He even aspired to court her. Very well, Wang Kun had already noted this in his little book. The lineage of the Panlong staff must be entirely eradicated. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Stardow forest, beside the Lake of Life, Guyuna, who observed humanity's grasp of knowledge, couldn't help but sneeze softly. Beside her, Bai Ji, filled with concern, inquired, "My lady Guyuna, are you unwell?" "It's nothing. He is probably just missing me," Guyuna mused. She was genuinely invested in this human. Initially, she thought him merely a child. Yet his soul surpassed even that of the dragon god. As for her feelings for him, Guyuna's cheeks flushed crimson, and she stubbornly declared, "He is merely my pawn." Bai Ji, with a look of disbelief, picked up a book of human knowledge, adorning herself with 2 bun hairstyles and a pair of glasses, looking exceedingly adorable. In chapter 26, titled The Power of the Huangquan Heavenly Fury, there was a call for daily check-ins. At the entrance of Shrek Academy, Wang Kun noticed Dai Mubai standing beside the old man, his face flushed with frustration, evidently having searched all day for Zhu Zhuqing without success. Naturally, this was the perfect opportunity to mock this fool who had abandoned his fiancée. System, how can I disguise my spirit ring cultivation to appear as purple-black? That can be managed without needing a new random system. He immediately activated the 3rd spirit ring skill, spatial guidance, and in an instant, found himself before Daimubai. "Ah, isn't this the playboy, the scoundrel Daimubai? Are you not nearly 16 with a battle spirit rank of 37? Yet here I am, seemingly 12 with a rank of 38. Daimubai had been searching for Zhu Shuqing all day, growing increasingly irritated. So, upon the sudden appearance of Wang Kun, who mocked him, he wasted no time and retaliated with a punch. The instant 3 purple-black spirit rings illuminated, it stunned the entire crowd into silence. Wang Kun coughed a few times, stating, "As a prospective student of Shrek Academy, though I am not a senior or a teacher, I am indeed quite impressive. I wish to preside over the Shrek enrollment." Upon hearing this, Li Yusong glanced at Wang Kun's purple-black spirit rings, nodding in a daze. This child shall undoubtedly become a titled Douluo in the future. He may even ascend to godhood. To possess such a purple-black spirit ring configuration at such a young age is truly extraordinary. Currently, Shrek Academy only admitted those under the age of 12 with a spirit power of at least 25. The throngs of onlookers, aware of Wang Kun's might, tactfully dispersed, leaving only Tang San, Xiaowu, Zhu Qing, and the enchanting Ning Rongrong, who possessed both exquisite legs and skin. She first jumped beside Zhu Qing, asking if she would like to become Kunzi's godsister, for Kunzi would surely cherish his sister. Zhu Qing, with a bashful expression, replied, "No way." Wang Kun took the red string of fate from Yu Lao and tied it to Zhu Qing's delicate hand, intertwining it with his own. Without uttering much, he leapt beside Ning Rongrong, inhaling the fragrance that wafted from her. Ah, this young lady truly possesses an enchanting scent. However, when compared to Nar, she still falls short. Might I inquire, fair maiden, your esteemed surname? Ning Rongrong, hands on her hips, bristled at Wang Kun's strikingly dark and purple configuration. Although she was acutely aware that none on the continent could rival Wang Kun's soul ring arrangement, as the illustrious daughter of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she refused to concede. With a touch of pride, she retorted, "Why should I tell you? It seems this little enchantress, Ning Rongrong, was unfazed by her own soul ring configuration. Truly, the daughter of the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is formidable indeed." Wang Kun could not help but smile slyly, contemplating a playful trick. The second soul skill, shrouded in the mystery of its concealed purple soul ring, abruptly radiated a brilliant orange-golden light. He felt it was time to impart a lesson to this little sorceress, who dared to show no fear even in the presence of his ominous purple-black soul ring. Suddenly, the atmosphere within a 1,000-meter radius began to stir tumultuously, and even the dazzling brilliance of the sun, which had risen high in the sky that morning, seemed to fade slightly. Wang Kun could not help but marvel internally. This celestial-level technique truly lives up to its name, for a single strike can invoke phenomena of the heavens and earth. The novel dimensions, Huang Quan Finger, severing life and death. The wrath of Huang Quan shatters the soul. Whether this is true or not, I, Kunzi, shall soon find out. His mouth slowly opened, and ancient syllables emerged, akin to a thunderous dragon weaving through layers of tempestuous clouds. Suddenly, it revealed its magnificent form. "Shall we play games together tonight, Rongrong? The kind that involves multiple participants, if you please?" The words escaped his lips, directed towards the desolate woods devoid of any presence. And as the sound waves reached their destination, they shattered into oblivion. The air was filled with the remnants of drifting powder. Wang Kun beheld with his naked eye the trees being ravaged by the sonic waves emanating from that force, a wave of destruction surpassing even the speed of light. The onslaught arrived with such swiftness that it obliterated everything in its path with an unrelenting ferocity. In the blink of an eye, the devastation wrought upon the forest left a gaping chasm that seemed endless. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Kun had already exhausted his strength and collapsed. To his surprise, Xiaowu hurriedly stepped forward to support the weakened Wang Kun. He managed to utter a phrase, "The power of my millennia soul ring is truly horrifying. How terrifying. It consumes an immense amount of soul power." Meanwhile, the terrified Ning Rongrong, utterly frightened, quickly confessed, "My name is Ning Rongrong, and I am a level 26 auxiliary system spirit master." Wang Kun took a deep breath and glanced at Tang San, whose head appeared to be adorned with a green hat. He looked on in astonishment as Xiaowu unexpectedly offered her support to Wang Kun. Unbeknownst to Xiaowu, she could not comprehend the reason behind her actions. It felt as though an invisible red thread was guiding her to do this. Wang Kun gradually rose to his feet, requesting Tang San to retrieve the dark demon god tiger spirit ball he had previously imparted to him. At the same time, he took a moment to admire the pale-faced little sorceress before him. It is worth noting that the formidable power of this celestial tier technique is such that even those beneath the soul Douluo rank would find it challenging to withstand its terrifying might. Coincidentally, this little sorceress also needed to endure the harsh realities of life. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong's simple blue gown exuded a refreshing purity. Her face resembled that of a whimsical sprite, adorned with shoulder-length hair and exceptionally fair, delicate skin, which certainly merits commendation. Her long legs were also quite appealing, surpassing even those of Xiaowu, who, in all fairness, possesses the most attractive legs. As for a comparison with Zhu Qing's physique, let's not even go there. It simply cannot be matched. Wang Kun took several deep breaths, slowly rising to his feet with great difficulty. To his surprise, he noticed that everyone was regarding him with a gaze filled with sheer terror, as if he were some monstrous entity. However, there was a hint of curiosity in Tang San's eyes, seemingly questioning how he could possess such formidable strength at such a young age, capable of unleashing an attack comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu's gaze was imbued with admiration and infatuation, evidently captivated by his overwhelming power. Ha. It seems that I, Kuenzai, am indeed quite impressive. Of course, I still cannot rival Huazai's prowess. He then laboriously approached Li Yusong's table. Observing the sheer dread etched on the faces of those around him in response to his second soul skill, Tang San expressed his bewilderment. Pondering how a soul master of his level could possibly deliver a strike that rivaled the full might of a soul sage, Wang Kun modestly explained. Look at all of you, frightened and timid. That was merely the skill of my second soul ring, which can continuously store power. Today, I inadvertently released it after holding it in for too long. By the way, I acquired it when I was 10 years old, having stored its might for 2 years. I have finished my explanation. Now I shall retire for the night. Please do not disturb me. With that, he laid down on the table and fell asleep. Just as he was drifting off, Wang Kun suddenly recalled how the devastation of the forest resembled the sparring sessions between Saitama and Genos. At that time, Genos unleashed his maximum firepower, yet it paled in comparison to a single punch from Saitama. After all, Saitama could disperse clouds towering over 1,000 meters with a mere fist, while Genos could only incinerate a path of flames through a forest a few meters wide. It seemed that Wang Kun's strength was roughly on par with Genos, but when compared to Saitama, he felt woefully inadequate. He resolved to set a modest goal for himself, to surpass the legendary hero, Saitama. Chapter 27. Suddenly transmigrating to the Naruto world, seeking daily check-ins at Ichiraka Ramen. Tang San and Xiao Wu suddenly realized something. Had Wang Kun not mentioned being a level 20 Great Soul Master? It turned out he was simply modest, not flaunting his abilities. Among the onlookers, only the 60-something Li Yusong remained somewhat composed, stating, "The genius with the purple-black soul rings is indeed formidable." However, the trembling of his hands and feet betrayed his true feelings. Additionally, before falling asleep, Wang Kun had casually used the red string of fate to draw Ning Rongrong closer to him. When he awoke, he discovered 2 blankets beside him, one of which was luxurious and elegant, presumably belonging to Ning Rongrong. As for how Wang Kun could guess this, it was because he had previously caught a whiff of her fragrance. Wait a moment. Why was the blanket that Ning Rongrong had used draped over him? Did she perhaps harbor feelings for him? Wang Kun suddenly recalled that he had previously tied the red string of the matchmaker to Ning Rongrong's hand. Now, it seemed he was residing in a dormitory, the location of which remained a mystery to him. Just as he was about to step out, Ning Rongrong, who had been tending to him in the room, turned to him with flushed cheeks and an expression of indignation, saying, "Why did you scare me earlier? I nearly met my demise, you know? Although, in truth, I would not have perished, for I possessed the protective charms of my grandfather Jian and grandfather Gu." Wang Kun chose to ignore her, first taking a moment to attune himself to the sensations of his body after previously employing the Huangquan Tuanru technique. Upon its conclusion, he had felt an abrupt void within him, as if his very soul's energy had been siphoned away. Now, however, he had largely recuperated, though an overwhelming sense of hunger lingered. Without acknowledging Ning Rongrong, he proceeded to venture outside the school in search of sustenance. Watching the distant figure of a girl in a black cloak swiftly depart, Ning Rongrong stamped her foot in frustration and exclaimed, "When you fainted, Li Yusong carried you here. And I have been tending to you all this time, yet you simply walk away without a word. What kind of person are you? It's infuriating." She pouted adorably, her charm undeniable. Wang Kun paid little heed to Ning Rongrong. His primary desire was to satiate his hunger. He swiftly made his way to Soto City and located a ramen shop. Just as he was about to enter, the random system had activated its multiverse traversal capabilities. "System brother, I desire a companion," he mused. The essence of random traversal hinged entirely on fortune. Upon entering, he encountered a modest stall, Ichiraka Ramen, which brought a smile to his face as he took a seat. Could it be that I have traversed into the world of Naruto? He pondered, envisioning Tsunade, Kurenai, Hinata, Sakura, Tenten, Kagaya, Ino, and Temari. However, this time, the journey had led him to a ramen shop, meaning he would only be able to meet Naruto Uzumaki. Upon seeing the price of the tonkatsu ramen, he placed a single gold coin upon the wooden table. His gaze fell upon the middle-aged man in a white chef's uniform, Uncle Ichiraku, and beside him stood a girl named Cheyenne, also clad in white. She possessed a modest figure and an agreeable appearance, exuding the sweet charm of a friendly neighbor. Yet, as he placed the gold coin down, both of their eyes sparkled with excitement. "Uncle Ichiraku, I would like 40 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, filled with enough Naruto rolls and eggs." "Ah, such a hearty appetite, esteemed guest," Uncle Ichiraku remarked with a hint of surprise. "But how can I compete with the legendary appetite of Queen Hinata?" You're jesting, esteemed guest, Uncle Ichiraka chuckled. At that moment, Hinata was merely 12 years old. Still a young girl in stature, yet he teased her so. Cheyenne, overhearing this, couldn't help but cast a disdainful glance at Wang Kun. With a slight smile, he turned to her. Cheyenne, when will you compel Kakashi to marry you? After all, he has remained a bachelor for quite some time. Instantly, Cheyenne's cheeks flushed crimson. Her demeanor flustered. It was evident that she harbored feelings for Kakashi and was utterly infatuated. Uncle Ichiraku, noticing her reaction, placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. All right, let's get to work. Our guest has ordered 40 bowls. With a hint of annoyance, Cheyenne replied, I know. Just then, a young boy dressed in orange and yellow, with yellow hair and a bearded face, passed by. Oh, isn't that Naruto Uzumaki? Do I know you? Shouldn't it be? Do you know me? Regardless, it matters not. How about I treat you to some Ichiraka ramen? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement as he promptly took a seat, exclaiming, Uncle Ichiraku, I want a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. With a warm affirmation, Uncle Ichiraka began preparing the meal. Wang Kun gazed at Naruto with concern and remarked, Given your appearance, it is evident that you often neglect your meals. You must eat at least one bowl now. It simply will not do to have less. Would you not indulge in another bowl? Naruto scratched his head sheepishly and replied, I fear that consuming too much would be embarrassing. Wang Kun then conceded, Very well. Since our encounter is but a fleeting one, let us keep it modest. Should fate allow us to meet again, I shall treat you. To which Naruto responded, Though I am unsure of your words, if we cross paths in the future, I will certainly extend an invitation. With that, 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen were served at the table. Wang Kun and Naruto, akin to famished tigers pouncing upon their prey, simultaneously finished their meals. He couldn't help but exclaim, The ramen at Ichiraku is truly delightful. The noodles were remarkably chewy, and the broth was exquisitely flavorful, a veritable symphony of taste. Coupled with the wonderful texture of Naruto's rolls and eggs, each bite burst with juice and indescribable pleasure. This spectacle left Naruto salivating. He produced a 10 yuan silver coin and addressed Ichiraku. Uncle Ichiraku, another bowl, please. Meanwhile, I am reluctantly approached, carrying 2 bowls to Wang Kun's table. Wang Kun, uninterested in teasing her further, resumed his meal. Thus commenced a lavish feast that lasted several minutes, during which Naruto unabashedly devoured 5 bowls of Ichiraku ramen. Once they had eaten their fill, Wang Kun turned to Naruto, who was only 3 parts full, and said, Well then, farewell. Until we meet again. Naruto, brimming with joy, replied, Until we meet again. With that, he clasped his hands behind his back and dashed off like a ninja. Wang Kun, on the other hand, patiently awaited the completion of his ramen, and after a brief moment, Uncle Ichiraku and Miss Ayam approached, carrying a large barrel filled with Ichiraku ramen for him. Wang Kun firmly grasped the hefty 30-kilogram barrel and took the opportunity to visit the nearby meat shop run by Luffy, where he purchased a generous quantity of delectable beef, weighing around 100 pounds. Meanwhile, the portal leading to the world of Hokage once again closed. He then made his way to the dense woods outside Soto City, where he released the dark demon evil god tiger from its pockball. Upon seeing the food brought by Wang Kun, the dark demon evil god tiger wasted no time, devouring the meal in just a few minutes, and even let out a satisfied burp. Wang Kun chuckled and said, Now that you are well fed, it's time for you to depart. I shall no longer concern myself with your affairs in the days to come. Remember to safeguard Nahar. If you perish, she must not follow suit. However, in your current state, you would be no match for the deities of the Douluo divine realm. Even a level 100 true god could easily overpower you. It is imperative that you protect the Lord Silver Dragon. Hurry along now and safeguard my future wife. With that, the dark demon evil god tiger departed without leaving a trace of attachment. Wang Kun felt a tinge of discomfort. After all, he had been the master of this entity for quite some time. Would it not express a few parting words upon its departure? Although he had indeed committed some misdeeds against it in the past, it unexpectedly turned back. Suddenly, he recalled that the Master's silver dragon pendant required his delivery. Perhaps there was a flicker of conscience within it. He had initially contemplated vanquishing it to serve as his soul ring, but now that was unnecessary. As for the silver ring pendant, he would deliver it personally. Master, your words are rather terrifying. After handing over the pendant, the dark demon evil god tiger fled in fear. Wang Kun has indeed become somewhat formidable. Upon realizing that the dark demon evil god tiger offered him not a single word of farewell, he felt a slight pang in his heart, yet it was inconsequential. Wait a moment. How could he have forgotten that tomorrow marks the day of registration for Shrek Academy? He had entirely overlooked the torment he had planned for teacher Zhao Wujie. Goodness. Chapter 28. The evil firegrass chicken seeks recommendations. In any case, it suffices for Tang San to administer the punishment. After Tang San has had his way, his father will further chastise Zhao Wujie. However, it is likely that he will not witness Zhao Wujie's bruised visage, as he would be indulging in Oscar's grand sausage. One must acknowledge the remarkable regenerative abilities of Oscar's grand sausage. Reflecting on the original work of Douluo, he realized that tonight was indeed the time to head to the Grand Seoul Arena in Soto City. Wang Kun suddenly recalled the young lady clad in a maid outfit, yearning to frolic with her, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He glanced at the sky. It was still morning. As he approached, he observed Tang San and Xiao Wu encountering the fiery youth, Ma Hongjun. Earlier that morning, Tang San and Xiao Wu had come across the tempestuous Ma Hongjun, seeking to prevent his martial soul from backfiring. Consequently, the young woman could not withstand Ma Hongjun's fiery temperament. For reasons unknown, Tang San and Xiao Wu engaged in a confrontation with him. Subsequently, Dai Mubai arrived to offer an explanation. Wang Kun silently assumed the role of an onlooker, finding great joy in the unfolding drama. Sitting on the ground with a bowl of ramen in hand, the distance prevented him from catching every word spoken. Thus, he resorted to his own interpretation. It seemed that Dai Mubai had mentioned something regarding the personal situation of Ma Huiji, who had long since departed from this world. Despite his formidable martial soul, cultivating this malevolent fire was no easy feat. It necessitated the presence of a woman. At that moment, Xiao Wu furrowed her brow and expressed her disdain. The Wang Kun had forgotten her exact words and could only draw from his own narrative. However, one must not bring harm to innocent girls. That would undoubtedly be an act of debauchery. Ma Hongjun, in a fit of anger, retorted in Wang Kun's words. What do you mean by harm? Ma Wuji and his girlfriend are mutually consenting. He harbors feelings for her, and she for him. Although Ma Hongjun's desires may run high, he has never coerced anyone. Their relationship is one of consent, and he is certainly no rogue. Tang San turned to Dai Mubai, seeking his affirmation. Dai Mubai nodded decisively, echoing Wang Kun's sentiments. Indeed, this is the case. After all, I too seek women even more beautiful than the rotund fellow to alleviate my own urges. The chubby one certainly does not impose on others. Xiao Wu scoffed disdainfully, retorting in Wang Kun's tone. Ha! Spare me your nonsense. If he doesn't impose, then why did she break up with him? Clearly, you are out of your mind. Dai Mubai cleared his throat awkwardly, adopting Wang Kun's manner of speech. Damn it. You've made things awkward for me. The primary issue lies in the overwhelming nature of this cursed malevolent fire, which he struggles to control. Thus, during his time at the academy, he has already cycled through several girlfriends, and the outcome has invariably been the same. They all left him in a huff. Were it not for his esteemed identity as a soul master, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to find a partner. Few can rival Manwuji in this regard, and hence his nickname, Cursed Fire Chicken. The only entity capable of completely overshadowing his prowess would likely be the ancestral dragon martial soul. I, lacking in talent, have previously perused certain fanfictions where the protagonist possessed the ancestral dragon martial soul, engaging in prolonged games with a goddess. Ma Hongjun, irked, corrected him, asserting in Wang Kun's tone, damn it, brother Dai, my martial soul is the evil fire phoenix. Do not slander me. I am quite formidable. Wang Kun decided to cease providing voiceovers for this group of individuals. However, when lending his voice to Xiao Wu, he often experienced an oddly enchanting sensation. Whenever he heard Xiao Wu utter profanities, it imbued him with a sense of astonishment. At that moment, white subtitles materialized before his eyes, indicating that the ceiling system had randomly transformed into a battle royale system. The host began with a fully equipped M416 and 120 rounds of ammunition, and with each kill, they could acquire new weaponry while simultaneously elevating their soul power by one level. Wang Kun glanced at the fully equipped M416 in his hands, alongside a box brimming with an array of accessories. Wang Kun is well aware that the fully equipped M416 assault rifle offers a variety of sight options, including red dot sights for X-scopes and 6X scopes. The red dot sight is ideal for close-range engagements, while the 4X scope is suited for medium to long-range targets. The 6X scope, on the other hand, is designed for long-distance precision. Additionally, there are 2X and 3X scopes, which I shall refrain from discussing for the moment. Moreover, the muzzle can be equipped with a suppressor, flash hider, or muzzle compensator. A suppressor conceals the shooter's location, rendering it difficult for opponents to ascertain where the shot has originated, while a flash hider mitigates the visible muzzle flash. thereby reducing the risk of exposure and the possibility of being swiftly eliminated. For grip attachments, a vertical grip is preferred to alleviate recoil. Other options, such as angled grips or laser sights, will be set aside for now. When it comes to magazines, a quick reload magazine is undoubtedly the optimal choice, as it increases capacity while enhancing reload speed, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Finally, all that remains is to acquire an M416 stock to complete the setup. Wang Kun placed these items into the system space. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he naturally succumbed to slumber. He sought out the delightful twin sisters with whom he had engaged in various playful postures on numerous occasions. Only after exhausting himself in their merriment did he finally depart. By this time, evening had fallen. As he made his way toward the Shrek Grand Plaza, he intended to ascertain whether they had set off for the Spirit Arena. Should they have left, he would hasten to join them. If not, he would accompany them on their journey. Upon arriving at the Shrek Grand Plaza, Wang Kun beheld an unusual sight. There stood a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 50 years of age, possessing a robust physique and a strikingly distinctive face. His chin protruded slightly, complemented by wide cheekbones and a notably flat visage, reminiscent of an eagle's hooked nose. The teacher wore a pair of rectangular, black-framed glasses that exuded a rather austere demeanor. Confirming his suspicions, Wang Kun recognized him as the four-eyed teacher, Flender. At that moment, Flender was engaged in conversation with Oscar and Ningrongrong, sporting a rather cunning smile. What events had transpired among them? Wang Kun recalled from the original text that Master Flanders instructed Ningrongrong and Oscar to engage in rigorous training, as they were auxiliary spirit masters. By running swiftly, they could evade enemy attacks during battle. Thus, they circled Soto City, completing 20 laps. Exhausted, Ningrongrong halted after merely 2 laps, finding the distance overwhelming, and opted to indulge in shopping instead. Meanwhile, Oscar diligently continued his run, striving to strengthen himself. In Chapter 29, the timid four-eyed boy sought recommendations. Oscar, have you completed the 20 laps? At that moment, Flanders' gaze was sharp, instilling a sense of trepidation that made it difficult to meet his eyes. Oscar coughed awkwardly and, with a hint of guilt, nodded affirmatively, saying, "Dean, I surely finished them all." Flanders snorted disdainfully, casting a disapproving glance at Ningrongrong, and replied, "I inquired about both of you, not just you alone." Fearful, Oscar turned to Ningrongrong, who was also gazing at him, her large, enchanting eyes filled with innocence. Oscar gritted his teeth, stamped his foot, and bravely affirmed, "Yes, Dean, we both completed the laps." Flanders chuckled, amusement mingling with irritation. "Well done, Oscar. I did not expect you to exhibit such camaraderie. Come here, I have a reward for you." He beckoned Oscar over. A wry smile crossed Oscar's face. Yet he refrained from looking at Ningrongrong and instead strode up to Flanders. At that moment, Flanders raised his intimidating right hand, lightly patting Oscar's shoulder in a somewhat menacing manner. "I appreciate your spirit of camaraderie, so you shall run another 20 laps to demonstrate the depth of your friendship. If you cannot complete them, you may forego your meals. I have sealed your soul power flow, so do not attempt to break free. Go on, accept your reward." Oscar said nothing, merely nodded in silence and turned to run outside. Flanders then directed his gaze toward Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others. "Do you not comprehend why I have imposed this task? Why I require him to continue running?" His face bore a chilling smile. Flanders spoke earnestly, "Because he has lied. Although he may have fabricated his tale out of friendship or some other special reason, it remains a lie. As for you all, being children, I wish to convey that deceit is the worst of virtues, and I hope you understand my good intentions." Afterward, his gaze swept over Tang San and the others, settling instead on the seemingly innocent Ningrongrong. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Tell me, did you complete the physical training I assigned this morning?" Ningrongrong, notably honest, shook her head and nonchalantly replied, "I did not, as the distance was too great, and I was hungry, so I could not persist." Flanders had anticipated this outcome. He smiled slightly and remarked, "So you ventured alone to Soto City, indulging in a feast, and only recently returned to find Oscar, correct?" Ningrongrong's beautiful eyes widened in shock and anger as she exclaimed, "You were actually watching me?" Flanders' expression turned icy. He admonished sternly, as the dean, "I must be accountable for every student in the academy. If Oscar lied out of compassion to spare you from punishment, that is somewhat understandable. However, your transgression is utterly unforgivable. You left the academy without permission, disregarding its arrangements, and even had a senior lie on your behalf. Each of these missteps is unbecoming of an exemplary spirit master. Had this occurred on the battlefield, your fate would be singular, disciplinary action, and you would be deemed fortunate to escape with your life. Wang Kun could no longer bear to watch the performance. What had initially brought him joy had turned sour due to the insufferable remarks of the bespectacled fool. It must be said that Flinder was entirely unappealing to women, otherwise Lu Erlong would have fallen for him instead of Yu Xiaojiang. Flinder epitomized the archetype of the unabashedly straight man, even more so than a certain third party. He approached, embracing the visibly distressed Ning Rongrong, whose beautiful eyes were glistening with impending tears, her vulnerability all too evident. Ning Rongrong, initially taken aback by the unexpected protection, felt a surge of happiness at someone standing up for her. However, her assessment of Wang Kun was not particularly favorable, despite his formidable strength. She considered his looks merely average, far from the visage of a true idol. Furthermore, his character left much to be desired, as he had a penchant for coarse language. Yet, as she drew closer to him, an inexplicable warmth blossomed within her heart, as if an invisible red thread bound them together, whispering of a predestined romance. Ning Rongrong valiantly resisted the burgeoning feelings that surged within her. Meanwhile, the bespectacled fool stood there, utterly bewildered. Having been in the midst of reprimanding Ning Rongrong with great satisfaction, when Wang Kun's interference disrupted his revelry. Ning Rongrong, are you all right? Wang Kun, concerned for her, tenderly offered a tissue, hoping to assist Ning Rongrong in wiping away the crystalline tears that threatened to spill from the corners of her eyes. Graciously accepting his kindness, Ning Rongrong gently took the soft, delicate tissue and lightly dabbed at her tear-streaked eye, absorbing the sorrowful droplet. It's nothing, she reassured him, aware of his stubbornness. Why cry at all? The bespectacled boy, momentarily taken aback, then expressed his indignation and fear, exclaiming, though you are a formidable student, could you not at least embody the demeanor of one? While I am in the midst of reprimanding a pupil, you must not interrupt. After casting a disdainful glance at him, Wang Kun was taken aback to see Flander seemingly surrender. This reaction was, in fact, not entirely surprising. Flander had learned from Li Yusong that Wang Kun, despite his tender age, possessed the terrifying ability to unleash the formidable power of a soul Douluo. He would not recklessly provoke Wang Kun for the sake of pride. After all, his life was at stake. Although he was a level 76 battle soul master and could potentially take a gamble, age had dulled the courage of his youth. Wang Kun couldn't help but scoff internally, reflecting on Flander's timidity despite being in his 50s. Yet, such cowardice was a natural response, considering he was merely a 38-level weapon soul master, with soul rings of only modest purple and black hues. The power of his second soul skill merely reached the level of an 80th rank soul Douluo, and his background was unremarkable, being just a child from an ordinary family. Flander, the little frog at the bottom of a well, simply could not see through this. Irritated, Flander yearned to vent his frustration but found no outlet. Perhaps he could challenge his disciple, Ma Hongjun, at a later time to release his pent-up anger, especially since that rascal seemed to spend his days chasing after women, draining Flander's finances in the process. Observing Wang Kun in his dark robe, Flander remained unaware of the true extent of this individual's formidable background. It was entirely possible that the overwhelming power behind Wang Kun could obliterate him in an instant. After all, if Wang Kun was so formidable, his backing must be equally impressive. At that moment, Flander resigned himself to the impossibility of teaching Wang Kun a lesson and merely cleared his throat, stating, "Today, we shall head to the Soto Great Soul Arena." With that, the group proceeded onward. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, nestled in Wang Kun's embrace, suddenly found her earlier disappointment from the lesson dissipating, swiftly transforming into a blend of normalcy and joy. With a hint of pride, she turned to Wang Kun and declared, "What do you need to help me with? I don't want your assistance." Wang Kun chuckled slightly, remarking, "Previously, when you were running with Oscar, you boldly proclaimed yourself as I, the lady, telling him that I possess 2 slices of bread and therefore have no right to criticize me." Ning Rongrong, with a flash of anger in her eyes, retorted, "Wang Kun, you dare to monitor me?" The adorable yet charming little fool added, "There are plenty of people keeping an eye on you, including Flinder and those from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Ning Rongrong stubbornly asserted, "I am the daughter of the sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Naturally, they will protect me from harm. As for Flinder, let's disregard him. He has some issues. However, it is simply wrong for you to surveil me. I demand that you become my bodyguard to shield me from being bullied by others, especially that Flinder. If you please me, who knows, I might consider making you my boyfriend. Although you are merely quite handsome, I am satisfied with other aspects." Chapter 30. Running after showing off. What a thrill. Seeking recommendations. Which aspects? Is Ning Rongrong flirting? Yet, Wang Kun initially thought that Ning Rongrong would say, "Since you have been watching me, I shall punish you. Teach that bespectacled fellow a lesson." However, the outcome was quite different. As she spoke, Ning Rongrong retrieved a bag containing 100 gold soul coins from the storage gem in her blue skirt pocket. Holding it aloft, she declared with an air of superiority, "Let us go together. I am in a foul mood today. Accompany me shopping." "Am I your boyfriend?" Ning Rongrong blushed slightly, responding, "Don't be so shameless. You are merely my bodyguard, and I have even compensated you with 100 gold soul coins." Wang Kun was reluctant to say much to this little rich girl. Despite possessing several hundred golden pebbles, such a fortune could not be overlooked. This amounted to a staggering 100,000 soft sister coins. Goodness, it must be safeguarded, undoubtedly. A comprehensive protection was imperative, never leaving her side, day and night. Alas, it felt as if the essence of his words had soured. Ultimately, Wang Kun found himself ensnared by the allure of wealth. After accepting 100 gold soul coins, he smirked wickedly, saying, "You little sister, you dare to employ money to make me your bodyguard? You are truly playing with fire." At that moment, Wang Kun noticed that Shrek Square was deserted. With a devilish grin, he focused his gaze on Ning Rongrong, inching closer to her. Ning Rongrong's eyes filled with panic, her voice trembling with fear. "What do you want? If you dare to do anything to me, my grandfathers, Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa, will not forgive you." At this point, tears began to well in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Her voice choked with sobs. "Wowo, you filthy rogue. I had heard from Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa that there are many wolves in sheep's clothing outside. But I didn't believe it. I never expected it to be true. Wowo, if you truly dare to act on such intentions, you will undoubtedly face the wrath of Sword Grandpa." Wang Kun also looked at her with a face of disdain and said, "Are you shabby? Little fairy." Ning Rongrong retorted angrily, "Then why did you scare me?" Wang Kun suddenly stepped forward, enveloping the delicate Ning Rongrong in his embrace. Relishing the softness of her form and the enchanting fragrance that was uniquely hers, he found immense pleasure in teasing the enchanting young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. This extraordinarily beautiful little sorceress was simply irresistible, igniting an overwhelming desire to playfully torment her. He jested, "Oh, spirited little sorceress Rongrong, doesn't it feel rather unpleasant to be bullied?" Ning Rongrong attempted to struggle free from Wang Kun's grasp, but his strength rendered her efforts futile. This predicament involuntarily made her petite nose inhale his masculine scent, while she felt the robust muscles of his physique. Though she felt somewhat captivated, her mind remained clear. With her charming face flushed, she began to protest softly, "Why you? Why are you so unreasonable? Should I carry you back to the dormitory, or will you go on your own?" With her cheeks aglow, Ning Rongrong hurriedly made her way to her own dormitory. Wang Kun chose to remain silent. When it comes to teasing beautiful women, one must exercise moderation and avoid excessive boldness, lest one risk a misstep. Patience is a virtue. One cannot rush to achieve one's desires. He then turned and walked away, initially intending to carry Ning Rongrong back to the dormitory for a more intimate encounter. However, he decided against such actions, as he preferred to treat these goddesses with tenderness, finding joy in their presence. At that moment, his unexpected return startled Ning Rongrong, who feared he might impose himself upon her. Wang Kun gazed at Ning Rongrong, whose face was flushed with a rosy hue as she lay upon the bed. With a look of trepidation, she whispered, "Why have you returned again? Do you still harbor intentions of mischief towards me?" Wang Kun returned abruptly, as if a sudden thought had crossed his mind, and remarked, "That Flandra, the four-eyed lad, claims you are rather ruthless. Do you know why?" This statement immediately brought Ning Rongrong to a state of calm curiosity as she inquired, "Why is that?" He continued, "He has been single for 50 years. Had he been genuinely kind to women, he would not have remained unattached for so long. So, how kind do you believe he could truly be?" Ning Rongrong then erupted into a fit of laughter, her joy causing her to tremble with mirth. "Ah, no wonder he is so harsh towards women," she exclaimed. "As long as seeing you this happy suffices, I shall take my leave now, my delicate little princess." This playful banter left Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Wang Kun proceeded forward, activating his first soul skill, Ruthless Charge, as he leaped swiftly towards the Grand Soul Arena of Soto City. However, during his ascent, he noticed a long trail stretching over 1,000 meters through the forest. Was this the formidable power of his unleashed transcendent heavenly tier martial skill, Hell's Wrath? How terrifying it truly was. Wang Kun could not help but marvel at the sheer power bestowed upon him by the system. As a mere level 38 Soul Master, he could wreak havoc upon an entire forest, leaving behind a sonic shockwave that stretched for over 1,000 meters. Should he continue to grow stronger, the might of that sonic impact would likely extend to thousands of meters. If he were to attain the pinnacle of a level 99 Douluo, one could scarcely imagine the devastation he could unleash, potentially piercing through the very atmosphere of Douluo star itself. Truly extraordinary. The celestial-grade techniques were indeed terrifying. Subsequently, Wang Kun swiftly soared towards the Grand Soul Arena. Just as he was about to approach, the random system transformed into a multiversal traversal system. Ah, at last. It has arrived. I have long awaited this moment. Through a spatial portal, he glimpsed a boutique bearing the sign of the Medusa Queen's exclusive attire. Goodness. The Medusa Queen? One moment, let me assess my combat capabilities. The Medusa Queen, at the pinnacle of Do Huang's strength, is comparable to a tidal Douluo in Douluo's realm. Likely at the level of a super Douluo. I cannot possibly contend with her. Wait, how could I forget about my first soul skill? The divine awakening of the creator god Athena. What am I afraid of? At worst, I would be slain by the Medusa Queen, but I shall not perish. With that thought, he stepped inside, and in the next instant, a graceful silhouette began to materialize before Wang Kun's gaze. The stunning woman, adorned in an opulent purple brocade robe, revealed a figure that was both voluptuous and exquisite, reminiscent of a ripe peach, emanating a subtle, alluring charm that made one yearn to partake in its sweetness. Her long, lustrous tresses cascaded down her shoulders, flowing gracefully to her slender waist, while beneath the brocade robe, a purple serpentine tail swayed gently, exuding an untamed, seductive allure that ignited an inexplicable warmth throughout his being. He picked up a stylish outfit and handed her a golden soul coin. Wang Kun gazed into the once clear black eyes of the Medusa Queen, which had suddenly transformed into a blood-red hue. With a sinister smile, she regarded him with fury. Do you seek death? Wang Kun immediately conceded. He had no desire to face death, even though he would not truly perish. The agony of such an experience would be unbearable. Thus, he decided otherwise. Forgive my intrusion. But in the future, I shall surely become a hero of the masses, he resolved internally. After expressing his fierce thoughts, he swiftly employed his second soul skill, spatial guidance, and departed. A display of bravado followed by a hasty retreat. How exhilarating. Upon reaching his destination, he found Zhu Zhuqing applying for her soul duel qualifications. With a wicked grin, he approached her, gently caressing her fragrant shoulder, and suggested, Dear maiden, let us form a duo and call ourselves the Old Zhu and Old Wang Ensemble. Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks flushed crimson, and she instinctively sought to free herself. However, Wang Kun firmly grasped her delicate hands, slightly increasing his grip. Unable to escape the confines of his hold, Zhu Zhuqing glared at him with indignation. Will you, or will you not accept me as your little sister? I have repeated this numerous times, yet you remain silent, placing me in a rather difficult position. Wang Kun first loosened his right hand before seizing her wrist with his left, preventing her from using her sharp claws against him. He then pulled her into his embrace. It must be said that Zhu Zhuqing's softness surpassed that of Ning Rongrong by a considerable margin. Quite delightful, indeed. The maid was about to speak, but Wang Kun interjected. I truly care for my sister. So, what say you? After his words, Zhu Zhuqing shyly replied, I understand, brother. That's more like it, my beloved sister. From now on, you shall call me Oni-chan. Oni-chan? Does that also mean brother? Indeed, and it rolls off the tongue beautifully. Understood. Oni-chan. When she uttered Oni-chan, Zhu Zhuqing felt no embarrassment. Rather, she found it pleasing to say. Furthermore, she believed that this term, comprising 3 characters, would not necessarily reveal to others that it meant brother. The true charm lay in the burgeoning affection generated by the red string of fate, which meant that every time she called him Oni-chan, her fondness for Wang Kun would gradually increase. Oh, how delightful. Wang Kun felt a surge of pleasure upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing refer to him as Oni-chan. Yet, while saying this, his peripheral vision discreetly observed the purple-haired maiden. After all, she was clad in a maid outfit, her alluring figure partially revealed, undeniably enticing. Especially with her white lace stockings and sweet demeanor, she was indeed a captivating beauty. Wang Kun first retrieved a small golden stone from the system space and placed it upon the table. Upon witnessing her brother gazing at the purple-haired woman with a lewd expression, Zhu Zhuqing promptly extricated herself from his embrace, casting a disdainful look in his direction. Her heart brimming with contempt as she thought, what a despicable scoundrel. Thereafter, she chose to ignore Wang Kun. Wang Kun fixated on the purple-haired young lady, addressing her with a charming smile. Beautiful lady, with these 10 gold soul coins, I wish to secure a duo qualification for a Grand Soul Arena competition for myself and my sister. And these 5 gold soul coins. May I use them to win your favor? Surely, 5,000 yuan should suffice. If not, feel free to test your limits. I shall ensure you are left empty-handed in both wealth and beauty. She shook her head in disdain, responding, this customer is quite the flirt, isn't he? No. I must clarify, she is my sister, not my partner. An older brother's duty is solely to protect his sister. The maid, though she verbally resisted, was quite honest in her actions as she accepted the coins. Her body, it seemed, was rather truthful in its inclinations. After hours, this is permissible. But may I inquire about your details? I am Wang Kun, a soul master of the 29th rank, wielding the spirit of a grand spear, he replied. The maid's cheeks flushed slightly as she processed Wang Kun's information, simultaneously handing him a copper soul medal. This customer certainly knows how to charm. However, is your duo really named the Old Zhu and Old Wang combination? Zhu Zhiqing, with an air of aloofness and disdain, interjected, no, it is the Qing Kun combination. Wang Kun gazed at the exceptionally cooperative Zhu Zhiqing and couldn't help but chuckle. Sister, I never thought you would join me in this endeavor. Without even casting a glance in his direction, Zhu Zhiqing replied with a hint of disdain, Oni-chan is my savior, but could you perhaps restrain yourself? Is it too much to ask for you to love only one sister? Wang Kun stepped forward, laughing heartily as he proclaimed, I merely wish to share my boundless love. As vast as the ocean, with all the women of the world and my dear sister. What is wrong with that? After all, many of these women are unfortunate souls. I feel compelled to offer them my assistance. Zhu Zhiqing, taken aback, retreated a step, finding Wang Kun's words profoundly disheartening. With a hint of trepidation, she replied, never mind. Just ensure my protection. Wang Kun smiled faintly and said, what can I do? I simply enjoy teasing my little sister. Is that not permissible? Rest assured, with me around, you shall not encounter the slightest danger, for I only harbor affection for my sister. Zhu Zhiqing scoffed lightly and remarked, I hope that Oni-chan will uphold your promise. Fear not. Oni-chan will undoubtedly do so, forever protecting you and ensuring you endure not even the slightest harm. He turned to the maid behind him, who presented the sign for the Qingkuan duo to Wang Kun. The violet-haired maiden could not help but comment, it's astonishing that with such a beautiful younger sister, he still seeks to pursue others. This guest truly embodies a scoundrel. Wang Kun leaned casually against the counter and remarked nonchalantly, what's the matter? This is merely a routine operation. Remember to make an appointment after work, don't forget. I've already collected your fee, so how could I not attend? If you dare to neglect this, be wary of losing both your fortune and your opportunities. Wang Kun departed with a sense of satisfaction, although he discerned that the maid seemed to be deceiving him. However, until the very end, who could truly know who was deceiving whom? In any case, tonight, the maid must indulge in an intimate game with me. I, Wang Kun, decree it. No one can alter this fate. Not even Jesus himself could prevent me from winning over the maid. What of it? I am invincible. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing, upon witnessing Wang Kun's ability to withstand the soul Douluo, felt an unsettling pang within her heart as she regarded him as a younger brother. All she desired was to be Wang Kun's wife. Zhu Zhiqing found herself perplexed by this sentiment, sensing an invisible red thread that bound her to Wang Kun. As Wang Kun entered the Grand Soul Arena, he beheld a black-haired maiden with a bob haircut, astonishingly adorned with a pair of wings while holding a microphone, broadcasting the competition. He was uncertain which of her attributes constituted her martial soul. Perhaps it was the dove-like wings. At that moment, as Zhu Zhiqing faced off against Tang San, Wang Kun suddenly recalled the binding play that Tang San had inflicted upon Zhu Zhiqing. This would not do. Such delightful binding play should only be reserved for me, her elder brother. How dare Tang San bully my sister? Truly, he is courting death. Wang Kun felt it was time to impart a lesson to Tang San, especially since Zhu Zhiqing had already acknowledged him as her Oni-chan. Thus he must take responsibility for her. At that moment, he stood in the audience, poised to unleash his second soul skill, the minor Yellow Spring's Fury. In essence, this skill's potency varied according to the extent of soul power utilized. Zhu Zhiqing cast a glance at Tang San before proceeding into the soul-fighting passageway. Just as Tang San was about to follow her, he was halted by Dai Mubai, who grasped his shoulder. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his face as he softly implored, Brother Tang San, do remember to go easy. Tang San responded with a polite smile and a nod, before making his way through the soul-fighting passage and onto the stage. Upon their entrance, the host briefly introduced both combatants along with their respective martial spirits, signaling the commencement of their battle. Please, Tang San gestured courteously to Zhu Zhiqing. She responded coolly, give it your all, Tang San. Let me gauge the distance between us. Wang Kun found himself at a loss for words. Zhu Zhuqin was still rather inexperienced, although her youth was undeniably striking. Chapter 32. To his astonishment, his sister was revealed to be a cat-eared maiden. Returning to the main topic, she failed to comprehend that victory in this soul battle was beyond her grasp. Following this confrontation, she could only perceive her own inadequacy, and she would undoubtedly suffer embarrassment in public. Being ensnared by the reserved Tang San amidst a crowd, she would be exposed in all her grandeur. Both combatants unleashed their martial spirits from the outset. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes astonishingly changed hue. Her left eye turned a deep green while her right eye became a clear blue, and suddenly, a pair of adorable cat ears perked up. She extended her fingers straight, and her sharp claws sprang forth with a swift motion, while her body lowered, coldly fixating on the formidable Tang San. 2 yellow soul rings emerged from beneath her feet, encircling her form, emanating an intensely frigid and razor-sharp aura that almost suffocated the onlookers. Yet, her perfectly alluring and voluptuous figure bestowed upon her an undeniable charm. A similar pair of colored soul rings manifested around Tang San. The long, blue-black vines spread across the ground, resembling a multitude of menacing serpents undulating silently. They enveloped a diameter of over 10 meters around Tang San, nearly occupying half the arena. It was indeed a terrifying sight. As Zhu Zhuqing observed the blue-silver grass creeping towards her, she understood that she could no longer afford to delay. Suddenly, her body sprang into action, accompanied by a series of afterimages as she charged directly towards Tang San. As Wang Kun observed, an exquisite sense of comfort enveloped him. It is important to note that Zhu Zhuqing, transformed into a feline, exuded an irresistible allure with every movement. After all, the enchanting presence of a cat-eared maiden is simply intoxicating. When Zhu Zhuqing leaped into the domain of the blue-silver grass, the surrounding vegetation rose in unison, resembling an immense cage of freedom, encapsulating both Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing within its confines. In that moment, the first soul rings of Zhu Zhuqing and Tang San illuminated simultaneously. The first soul skill, Phantom Stab. Zhu Zhuqing silently invoked her soul technique, and her first soul ring radiated a vibrant yellow light. In midair, her sharp claws suddenly extended, her speed doubling as she darted diagonally towards Tang San. As she approached, Tang San executed a remarkably simple maneuver. He sidestepped. At that moment, a veil of purple shrouded his eyes. When Wang Kun witnessed this, he understood that Zhu Zhuqing was destined to lose. It was nearly time for him to take the stage. As Zhu Zhuqing swung her claws at Tang San, his purple extreme magic eyes discerned her trajectory, allowing him to evade her strike with a ghostly apparition and simultaneously ensnare her with the blue-silver grass. Wang Kun suddenly unleashed his second soul skill, Yellow Spring's Fury. The audience, captivated by Zhu Zhuqing, failed to perceive the sonic waves. They merely sensed the vibrations in the air. Indeed, it was a gathering of lecherous old men, and I must confess, I am no exception. When Zhu Zhuqing took the stage, the gaze of every man in attendance was fixated upon her. Clad in a tight-fitting black leather outfit, her stunning figure and icy beauty exuded a strikingly different allure. The aging men were unabashed, their eyes gleaming with desire, some even lifting their heads in rapture. Although the situation was somewhat awkward, there was no denying that Zhu Zhuqing was a breathtaking beauty, capable of igniting the flames of desire in any man. In that instant, the tremendous power of Wang Kun's Yellow Spring's Fury resonated with the sentiment. Tang San, your wife is truly exquisite. I am enamored. Unfortunately, the overwhelming force rendered the words inaudible to the crowd. In that fleeting moment, all the blue-silver grass that Tang San had meticulously laid out on the battlefield was reduced to mere powder, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. What just occurred? How did the blue-silver grass suddenly disintegrate? Meanwhile, Tang San himself, caught in the wave of the sonic attack, could not discern the specific sounds but felt an overwhelmingly powerful sonic assault. Following closely was the cataclysmic sonic wave of Yellow Spring's Fury. Without hesitation, Tang San activated his Xiantian skill for protection, channeling its energy throughout his body while hastily enveloping himself in blue-silver grass. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained unscathed. It is crucial to note that such a wide-ranging sonic attack, if not controlled properly, could indiscriminately affect anyone within a 360-degree radius. A moment of distraction from Wang Kun could have resulted in harm to Zhu Zhuqing. But alas, that was impossible. I, Wang Kun, concentrated the power of my sonic skill, Yellow Spring's Fury, solely upon Tang San, ensuring he received his due punishment. How dare you make my future wife engage in such a display in front of the public? To that, I can only offer one piece of advice. Is it you, Tang San, who foolishly tempts fate on the brink of disaster? By the way, Wang Kun's mastery over his powers was remarkably steady, as he adeptly focused the sonic skill into a singular point. Sonic attacks are notoriously difficult to control. As Tang San endured the onslaught of the smaller Yellow Spring's fury, he could not withstand its might, which ravaged his internal organs, despite his best efforts to resist. The terrifying force of the celestial tear technique overwhelmed him. He instantly coughed up blood, his limbs weakened, collapsing to one knee. Upon witnessing this, Xiaowu rushed forward to support Tang San, her gaze inadvertently drifting toward Wang Kun. She intended to glare fiercely at him, but found herself inexplicably drawn to him instead. Meanwhile, Wang Kun, indifferent, shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of detachment. Zhu Xing, observing the dashing figure cloaked in black, initially intended to assertively declare, "I do not require your assistance, I merely wish to gauge my own strength." Yet, reconsidering, she opted for silence, preferring not to shout in front of the crowd. With a hint of frustration, she turned away and exited the arena. However, she felt a warm flutter in her heart at the thought of her brother's unwavering protection during the ordeal, a slow swell of happiness enveloping her. Xiaowu gently assisted Tang San off the stage, while Wang Kun felt no pangs of conscience for his actions against Tang San. Rather, he relished the moment. After all, it was Tang San who had made his future wife, now his sister, perform such a provocative display in public, ensnaring her in blue silver grass and exposing her alluring figure for all to see. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Only my brother can appreciate my sister's beauty." The host, Miss Angel, then announced the outcome of the match. Tang San had been severely injured by the sonic skill unleashed by Zhu Xing, resulting in her victory. Wang Kun perceived that the winged maiden possessed remarkable beauty, and he felt inclined to engage in some playful interaction with her. However, upon regaining his senses, he noticed that Xiaowu was already embroiled in combat with an opponent. This adversary was swiftly ensnared by her second soul skill, Charm, and thereafter she unleashed her first soul skill, Waist Bow. With a few well-placed kicks, he was soon vanquished. The winged angelic maiden subsequently announced the outcome of the battle. Xiaowu had triumphed over Feng Baobao. No, that was incorrect. He was in fact Qing Bao, merely a portly fellow. A momentary lapse in hearing, eliciting a hearty laugh. Following this, Wang Kun observed the remarkable combat of various formidable figures in the Grand Soul Arena, such as Zhao Yun battling Diao Chan, Zhou Yu facing off against Xiao Qiao, and Cao Cao clashing with Shen Qi. Overall, the spectacle proved to be quite captivating. Wang Kun admitted that they were merely a collection of random names, conjured up out of sheer boredom to inject some amusement into their lives. Chapter 33, A Request for Recommendations. At that moment, the host loudly proclaimed, "Now, let the Qing Kun group face off against the Sanwu group." At last, the moment had arrived for me to showcase my skills. The opportunity to engage in battle was truly exhilarating. Wang Kun leaped directly from the audience stands, landing beside Zhu Xing, who had just entered through the passageway. With one arm draped around her soft, fragrant shoulder, he declared, "Sister, let us fight side by side." Zhu Xing initially contemplated pushing Wang Kun away, yet this time, she merely entertained the thought in her mind. She was increasingly embracing Wang Kun's presence. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the competition, Dai Mubai observed this scene with blood-red eyes, feeling utterly helpless. After all, he was no match for him. However, Wang Kun showed no mercy toward Dai Mubai. "What are you staring at? You've had your fair share of beautiful women. Leave some for your brother. Hand over your fiancée. As a prince of the Star Luo Empire, how can you not cherish such an exquisite beauty, abandoning her for the Heaven Do Empire? While she longs for you, you are busy with other women. When she is being hunted, you are still preoccupied with frivolities. Dai Mubai, what kind of man are you?" he exclaimed. "Zhu Xing will henceforth be my sister. Wang Kun will only cherish his sister." Upon hearing such heartfelt words, Zhu Xing felt an unexpected sense of relief, as if someone had articulated her innermost thoughts. Some of these sentiments were indeed Wang Kun's own additions. The phrase "what kind of man" resonated with Wang Kun's second soul skill, the Yellow Spring's Fury. In an instant, the sound waves of Yellow Spring's Fury surged forth, striking the unprepared Dai Mubai with devastating force, leaving his body severely injured and his soul slightly harmed. He collapsed to the ground without a hint of resistance, utterly motionless. Even with Dai Mubai employing his soul skills, White Tiger's Protective Shield, White Tiger's Radiant Wave, and White Tiger's Diamond Transformation, there was no defense against the Yellow Spring's Fury. Wang Kun assessed Dai Mubai's injuries, estimating that he would not be able to rise until tomorrow. He maintained control over his powers, otherwise, a moment of carelessness could have resulted in Dai Mubai's demise. Meanwhile, Zhu Xing gazed at Wang Kun with a mixture of astonishment and admiration, for she had already learned of the formidable strength of his second soul skill just a couple of days prior. Its power was astonishing. capable of rivaling the most potent strikes of a soul Douluo. Experiencing it up close, she was taken aback by its sheer might and terror. Blushing, Zhu Qing immediately summoned her martial spirit, intent on using her second soul skill, the spectral claw, to inflict harm upon Wang Kun. Wang Kun immediately seized Zhu Qing's hands. In that moment, a gentle light suddenly flickered in Zhu Qing's eyes. Upon witnessing this, Wang Kun realized that Zhu Qing did not resist. So he tightened his embrace once more, questioning, "Is it really so? Could it be unintentional?" Zhu Qing, her face flushed with crimson, turned her head away in response. Wang Kun intended to express that he did not intentionally touch that area. However, it seemed that Zhu Qing would not believe him. "Sister, you are simply too enchanting." Which led me to inadvertently make that contact. If there is blame to be assigned, it can only be directed at your irresistible charm. Had you resembled that unattractive girl? Xiaowu, I would not have even bothered to acknowledge your presence. Wang Kun gently encircled her delicate hand with his own, drawing her closer to his broad embrace. Zhu Qing, resting her face against Wang Kun's sturdy chest, found herself torn between resistance and the joy sparked by his recent words. The audience, filled with envy and admiration, erupted in cheers, exclaiming, "Incredible, my friend. How fortunate you are to have such a beautiful partner. Truly remarkable. To win the affection of such a lovely lady is akin to placing flowers amidst the muck. Could you perhaps share your secrets with us?" Wang Kun harbored a strong desire to berate the individual who labeled him as worthless, yet in an effort to project an air of magnanimity, he chose to feign indifference. At that moment, Xiaowu was supporting Tang San, who had been injured due to the minor yet formidable power of the infernal heaven. As soon as she arrived, Tang San remarked, "Xiaowu, do exercise caution around Brother Wang." "Understood, brother. However, it is truly deplorable that Wang Kun would resort to such viciousness simply because you have wronged his beloved," she replied. Yet, after uttering these words, a wave of jealousy and envy surged within her. She was displeased with Wang Kun's kindness towards Zhu Qing and yearned for him to bestow similar affection upon her. Tang San, however, felt no particular ire towards Wang Kun. After all, he too was taken aback by Wang Kun's fierce protection of the women he cherished, unwilling to allow them a modicum of harm. When the angelic maiden announced the commencement of the competition, Xiaowu swiftly unleashed a concealed dart from her sleeve, sending it hurtling towards Wang Kun's thigh. Anticipating the assault, Wang Kun activated his second spirit ability, the violet spirit ring shimmering with a hint of golden light. "Oh, you wretched sister, your attack is futile against me," he exclaimed, and with that, the dart vanished, reduced to mere dust by Wang Kun's diminutive infernal heaven. Xiaowu found herself utterly powerless against him. His strength was overwhelming. Wang Kun set Zhu Qing aside, lest she disrupt his display of grandeur. "Women merely impede my ability to impress." The second soul ring on his body flickered once more. "Xiaowu, you are truly sweet and charming." The small-scale Huangquan heavenly wrath coalesced within this utterance, suddenly radiating outward. Xiaowu's soul remained unscathed, for she was a 100,000-year-old soul beast, and formidable soul power was essential. However, the cataclysmic sound wave unleashed by Huangquan heavenly wrath was not something the body could easily withstand. The sound wave pierced through Xiaowu's form, wreaking havoc upon her physique. Unlike Tang San, Xiaowu did not spit blood, as Wang Kun had meticulously controlled the intensity, leaving her merely weak and faint, with a slight ache in her body. As she collapsed to the ground, Tang San instinctively reached out to assist her. Yet he was still recovering from the injuries inflicted by Wang Kun, leaving him unable to move even an inch. Meanwhile, in the distance, Flinder, who had been gambling and profiting from the competition, observed this prodigious genius, Wang Kun. Such terrifying strength. Wang Kun approached and effortlessly hoisted Xiaowu onto his shoulder. Simultaneously, he seized Tang San by the collar, lifting him to shoulder height. With Xiaowu secured on his shoulder, he immediately retorted, "Release your grip at once. You lecherous fiend." It was quite remarkable. Chapter 34. Xiaowu. Do you truly deserve it? Seeking recommendations. Meanwhile, Zhu Qing, who had been standing behind him, suddenly exerted force in her thighs and leaped into the air. She wrapped her arms around Xiaowu's shoulders and easily snatched her away. Xiaowu, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Thank you for your help, Qing." Zhu Qing replied nothing, for it was merely a trivial effort on her part, only stating coldly, "I simply do not wish for Oni-chan to be involved with other women." Curiously, Xiaowu inquired, "What does Oni-chan mean?" Caught off guard by the question, Zhu Qing found herself at a loss for words, especially since she had inadvertently referred to Wang Kun as her brother, which was quite embarrassing. Regardless, Xiaowu, although intrigued, seemed more preoccupied with the current situation regarding Wang Kun, the one who had harmed her brother. Wang Kun suddenly recalled the matter, and with a sense of shame, he gazed at Tang San, whom he held in his left arm, saying, I sincerely apologize for injuring you while trying to protect my sister from harm at the hands of other men. Tang San, who cherished his own sister Xiaowu and would not permit anyone to harm her in the slightest, understood and replied, It is of no consequence. If I were to witness my sister Xiaowu being hurt, I would act similarly. The truth is, I am simply too weak. Please, set me down. I believe I can walk now. Wang Kun observed the tenacious Tang San before gently releasing him. Tang San, trembling slightly, rose to his feet and, employing the Shindian skill, retrieved medicinal herbs from the enchanting scene of the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, consuming them to treat his wounds. The Shindian skill coursed through his body, hastening the absorption of the herbs and accelerating his recovery. Xiao promptly approached Tang San, offering mutual support. Brother, are you all right? It's all that wretched Wang Kun's fault for what you've become. Tang San smiled faintly and replied, No. It is my own weakness that has caused harm to the sister dear to brother Wang. Wang Kun suddenly realized how eloquent Tang San truly was. It was he, after all, who harbored the darkest of intentions. Reflecting on the malevolent deeds Tang San had committed, one could not overlook the treacherous hidden weapons he wielded, which had undoubtedly claimed countless lives. Furthermore, he had poisoned the goddess Ulaina, leaving a lingering toxin within her that would forever hinder her cultivation. He had also shattered Qian Rinchua's heart and brought about Bibi Dong's demise. Enough of this. He decided to cease his thoughts. For the more he pondered the misdeeds Tang San had inflicted upon the goddess of Douluo, the more he felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him. At that moment, they had already exited the Soto Great Soul Arena and reached the threshold. Wang Kun suddenly recalled something and said, It seems I have forgotten to bring out Dai Laohu. At that moment, another figure emerged from within the door, carrying Dai Laohu, an ominous fire chicken, Ma Caoji, and Ma Hongjun. Wang Kun couldn't help but chuckle. Are you really going to bear this burden? Quite impressive. However, are you planning to visit that den of iniquity tonight? Handsome lad, Ma Caoji. Upon hearing the mention of such a sordid place, Zhu Qing immediately wished to dissuade her brother from venturing there. Yet, just as she uttered the words Oni-chan, she was silenced by Wang Kun pressing a finger to her lips. I wouldn't truly go. It was merely a jest. My name is not Ma Caoji. I am Ma Hongjun. My martial spirit is the evil fire phoenix. After this playful banter, Ma Hongjun anxiously glanced at Wang Kun, the one capable of easily inflicting harm upon him, and remarked, I will certainly go. In an instant, Wang Kun activated the ability of his third soul ring, teleporting beside Ma Hongjun. He placed a golden soul coin into Ma Hongjun's leather pocket and observed the astonishment on his face at the display of spatial soul skills. He said, Even if I invite you, young man, go forth and sow the seeds of milk towards your homeland. Let them take root and flourish. Though the outcome may be uncertain. Ma Hongjun paused for a moment, but suddenly grasped the implication, his expression shifting to one of mischief. The fear he had just felt towards Wang Kun's power dissipated like mist, as he looked at his like-minded companion with a sly grin and remarked, Ah, so we are kindred spirits. Brother, shall we indulge in some revelry at the brothel tonight? Wang Kun responded with a slight smile, saying, Indeed, my heart belongs to another, and I would never indulge in such frivolities. After all, my sister would not permit it. Hence, I shall seek the companionship of the maid. Upon hearing Wang Kun's words, Zhu Qing was unexpectedly filled with joy. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun's lascivious grin grew even more audacious as he remarked, I see, dear brother, do enjoy yourself. Have you taken a liking to that maid? Wang Kun and Ma Hongjun exchanged a playful fist bump. Indeed, this is far superior to your visit to the brothel. Meanwhile, Tang San, Xiaowu, and Zhu Qing remained oblivious to their conversation, yet the term brothel resonated with them. Zhu Qing recalled that Wang Kun had previously gone on a date with the maid. She initially believed Wang Kun's intentions were purely innocent, and she had thought little of it, considering their relationship was merely that of an older brother and younger sister, without any romantic entanglements. Zhu Qing had no desire to compete over such matters. Although she felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, she ultimately swallowed her feelings. However, she was taken aback to learn that her older brother harbored ulterior motives towards the maid. With a scornful glance, she coldly remarked, I never imagined my brother to be such a sordid man. With that, she turned to leave, showing no mercy. But Wang Kun would not allow her to depart so easily. He swiftly embraced Zhu Qing's delicate shoulder and, gazing at her flushed cheeks, said, Well then, farewell, my sister. Your brother is off to have some fun. He then released her. Zhu Qing retorted, Brother, Why have you become so wicked? Wang Kun suddenly wore a melancholic smile. The figure that should stand before you ought to be me alongside Gu Yuna, wielding the king of all weapons to protect our beloved. With dual pistols unmatched, we would be invincible in this realm. Alas, the world is exceedingly cruel. Gu Yuna, as the Silver Dragon King, would undoubtedly face relentless pursuit should she be discovered by the denizens of the Douluo divine realm. Presently, I find myself devoid of the strength to safeguard her. Rendered a mere bystander, I must gradually grow stronger until I can obliterate the divine realm. Yet, I am constrained to rely on a random system to enhance my power. The frustration of being unable to cultivate strength through traditional means weighs heavily upon me. Even my desire to strive for improvement is thwarted by the absence of a method to exert myself to the fullest. I loathe this heartless fate. Nevertheless, if this is the case, I shall simply embrace the role of a carefree Kun, indulging in my whims while staying within bounds. As they beheld Wang Kun's bittersweet smile, it seemed as though a young man in his 20s, burdened by the harshness of the world, appeared before them. Tang San empathized deeply. For he too was hunted by the Tang sect, having traversed into this realm, feeling the indifference of this merciless world. Wang Kun glanced at Tang San, who was struggling to stand, and understood that he too was aware of his anguish. Although he was being hunted by the sect, there was little he could do. He said, Tang San, rest assured, I will not lay a finger on your sister, Xiaowu. I will wait for her to come to me. Xiaowu glared at Wang Kun, indignation radiating from her. What is the matter? Do you still intend to act against me? Let me be frank. You are simply unworthy of my attention. I have no interest in you. Then why did you just touch her? The last 3 words remained unspoken, as they were far too embarrassing to utter. My carrying you out was merely a spontaneous act. Besides, considering your physique, it would be best to refrain from any such intentions. I felt no urge to touch you whatsoever. Even with my sister's admirable figure, I have never crossed that line. Xiaowu's eyes turned red from anger, but at that moment, the threat of fate wielded by the deity of love began to take effect. Her initial fury transformed into a sense of injustice, as she felt bullied by Wang Kun, who, despite everything, had evoked a hint of fondness in her. She could only silently scoff. You lecher, you are utterly shameless. Upon hearing that Wang Kun had touched Xiaowu, Tang San felt a surge of murderous intent rising within him, unable to resist the urge to draw out the Zhuge crossbow and eliminate Wang Kun. Afterward, Wang Kun decided to eat something first, preparing for the game he planned to play with the maid. The more he ate, the better he would perform. He found a spot and was about to enter a place known for its soup dumplings. The random system had once again selected something from the myriad realms. And this time, it was a woman. Wow, what good fortune. Is my luck finally turning? It was a shop named Baby Bun Restaurant. Suddenly, a plump owner rushed out, appearing quite anxious. Wang Kun inquired, Boss, if you are not pursuing your steam bun business, what are you engaged in? The reply came, My wife has given birth. I have entrusted the shop's operations to someone else. Shortly thereafter, Wang Kun witnessed the seemingly portly owner, weighing well over 100 kilograms, swiftly making his way towards the parking lot. He then turned to the disheveled Feng Baobao, a smile gracing his face, and said, is that not Sister Bauer? Please, bring me 10 baskets of meat buns. Feng Baobao regarded him with a puzzled expression and replied, Sir, do you know my name? To which he responded, Of course I do. Sister Bauer, I implore you to bring me 10 baskets of meat buns to satiate my hunger. What do you say? Very well, payment first. Then the buns, she replied. Agreed, Sister Bauer. Wang Kun directly handed her a golden soul coin, worth 1,000 yuan. Feng Baobao promptly presented him with 9 silver coins, equating to 900 soft sister coins. Sister Bao, you could actually raise the price. After all, I am not short of money, he suggested. No way, she replied. I seem to recall someone once said that one must be honest, otherwise, a dire fate awaits. That person was quite formidable. After saying this, Sister Bao entered the kitchen to prepare soup dumplings. She picked up her specialized, formidable kitchen knife and began chopping the meat filling with remarkable agility. Her movements swift and deft. In the blink of an eye, the meat on the cutting board was finely minced. Sister Bao then took the prepared dumpling wrappers and leisurely filled them with the meat mixture before placing them into a bamboo steamer to cook. At that moment, an unexpected visitor arrived at the shop. Upon seeing his face, Wang Kun recognized him as the formidable brother Chulan. Sister Bao, are you enjoying the dumplings? Are they delicious? He inquired. Sister Bao lifted a bottle of matai, inserted a straw, took a sip, and responded, delicious indeed. After Chulan and Feng Baobao chatted for a while, Sister Bao retrieved Wang Kun's 10 steamer baskets of dumplings. As she gazed at the steaming, piping hot dumplings. She suddenly struck them with a powerful palm. To ensure the dumplings were at the perfect temperature, she executed the awakened 18 moves with precision. A vast blue chi circulated within her, and she released the necessary blue chi from her palms. This blue chi absorbed the heat from the dumplings, causing them to cool rapidly. The once scalding dumplings transformed into a pleasantly warm treat. Without hesitation, Wang Kun lifted the top bamboo lid and directly devoured the dumpling. The texture was incredibly tender, rich in flavor without being greasy. The dumpling's pleats resembled a chrysanthemum, showcasing an exquisite combination of color, aroma, taste, and form. Especially fresh from the steamer, they were not only uniformly sized but also had a delicate white hue. Reminiscent of autumn chrysanthemums shrouded in soft mist, truly a sight for sore eyes, particularly when taking a bite. Juicy and fragrant yet not overwhelming, it was utterly delightful. "You speak so well, my friend, that you've made me hungry," remarked Sister Bao, her wisdom evident. "How could these dumplings be so delicious otherwise?" Feng Baobao nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. Everyone claims I'm naive, but I'm far from it. Most of the time, I am quite clever." After Wang Kun had his fill, he departed with a sense of satisfaction, waving his hand in farewell. "Sister Bauer, until we meet again." Meanwhile, Feng Baobao retrieved a bottle of high-purity Mount I and began to drink, seemingly humming a tune. "The osmanthus branch is soft and flexible, oh brother. Let us pick some white rice in Liuzhou. Oh sister, let us go to Liuzhou. Oh brother, sister, let us go to Liuzhou. It is said that the girls of Liuzhou are delightful. They can style their hair beautifully. Oh sister, how melodious." As Wang Kun emerged, the temporal gateway, bridging the realms beneath one's feet, had vanished behind him. He began to search for the whereabouts of the maid from the great Duhan arena. Soon, he spotted the maid, who had finished her shift and was heading home, but was currently being followed by Douluo and his 3 companions. Wang Kun directly retrieved a fully equipped M416 from the system space, replacing the muzzle with a suppressor to avoid revealing his position with the flash of gunfire. He simultaneously activated a 6x scope to survey the enemy's movements. At that moment, a stunning beauty was striding gracefully in high heels, embodying the elegance of a maid with her enchanting steps. Each stride caused an alluring sway, captivating to behold. Wang Kun suddenly recalled his adventurous escapades during his middle school years, when he daringly used a telescope to gaze into the girls' dormitory across the way. It was indeed a thrilling experience. As he snapped back to reality, he observed Douluo and his companions, who were clad in dark attire and bore distinctly unsavory appearances. There were tall and short figures, with Douluo positioned centrally among them. Upon closer inspection, he noticed an unremarkable young man who, upon catching sight of the lavender-haired maid, promptly alerted Douluo. Instantly, Douluo's eyes gleamed with predatory intent, and he swiftly began to follow the maid. Realizing she was being pursued by unsavory characters, the maid quickened her pace. Wang Kun, upon witnessing the swaying purple hair of the maid as she hurried by, could not help but recall the elegant purple lady from Tianxingjiugu. Her beauty was undeniably remarkable. The thought of bringing her home for an ardent embrace was utterly delightful. However, the enchanting Yanlingji from Tianxingjiugu is truly breathtaking beyond compare. A paragon of beauty in the realm of Chinese animation, one wonders when he might transcend into such a world. And when the random system would deign to arrange his passage, Wang Kun quickly regained his composure and noticed that the chubby Ma Hongjun had followed suit. Clutching a bouquet of red roses, the young maid had previously attempted to evade the advances of a lecherous older man, but unexpectedly encountered the portly embodiment of affection around the corner, colliding directly with Ma Hongjun. He even expressed his desire to escort the maid home. Yet she exhibited no gratitude whatsoever. After all, he was rather overweight and lacked financial means. Casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun's corpulent figure, she bluntly declared her boredom and dismissed him with ease. At that moment, the young lady found herself on a bridge, only to be obstructed by the unpleasant uncle who seemed intent on pursuing her. It appeared that this unscrupulous man would not easily relent in his pursuit of the alluring maid. However, the young maid, under the naive impression that she was merely a staff member of the Fighting Soul Arena, believed herself to be safe from harm. Little did she realize just how captivating and irresistible she truly was. Unbeknownst to her, the unpleasant man was affiliated with the 4-stage Soul sect and held a considerable reputation in Soto City, making him a formidable adversary for the arena staff. In a series of swift movements, the unpleasant man teleported behind the maid, poised to strike. Fear gripped her, prompting her to flee. Yet, how could she possibly outrun a 4-stage Soul sect member, especially one capable of teleportation. Shortly thereafter, she collided into Ma Hongjuan's embrace, presenting him with an opportunity to play the hero. As a true gentleman, Ma Hongjuan bravely urged the maid to escape first while he confronted the unpleasant uncle. He uttered a few words, though Wang Kun could not discern their content, only knowing that Ma Hongjuan was about to face a severe beating. To Ma Hongjuan's astonishment, the unpleasant man was indeed a 4-stage soul sect member, and his martial spirit had a restraining effect on Ma Hongjuan's flames. Consequently, before he could unleash even a few soul techniques, Ma Hongjuan found himself firmly under the unpleasant man's control. It is worth mentioning that the unpleasant man's martial spirit resembled a pair of ghostly hands belonging to the control-type soul master, which inherently counters the aggressive combat spirit masters. Ma Hongjuan was subsequently soundly defeated and subjected to humiliation. Upon witnessing the battered and bruised figure of the chubby young man, Wang Kun couldn't help but stifle a chuckle. Now, it seemed the time had come for him to intervene, as he could no longer remain a mere spectator, despite the undeniable thrill of watching the unfolding drama. With both hands gripping an M416 and a single eye peering through a 6-fold scope, he zeroed in on the 3 accomplices of the unpleasant man. Suddenly, everything aligned perfectly. Wang Kun gently tapped the trigger of the M416 3 times, and suddenly, the muzzle compensator emitted 3 faint flashes of fire, accompanied by the thunderous sound of gunfire. The exhilaration of firing was intoxicating. Meanwhile, at a distance of 100 meters, those 3 bullets had penetrated the hearts of 3 nefarious individuals. Blood flowed from their left chests, pooling on the ground in the shadowy alley where they had sought refuge. Yet, at this late hour, even such a resounding gunfire failed to rouse any curious onlookers from their slumber. Wang Kun felt reassured that he had not alarmed the common folk. Perhaps it was the fear of encountering unforeseen dangers during the night that held him back. However, the sound of 3 gunshots drew the attention of the lecherous uncle, whose displeasure was evident as his gaze fixated on the source of the disturbance. In that fleeting moment, he and Wang Kun locked eyes. Wang Kun adjusted the muzzle of his weapon and unleashed a barrage of 8 bullets, piercing through his adversary's form. The projectile struck first his arm, followed by a 3rd leg, the head, hands, knees, thighs, calves, and abdominal muscles. These 8 bullets rendered the once formidable opponent utterly lifeless, his gaze vacant and devoid of vitality. He then stowed the gun and accessory box into the confines of his system space. At that moment, a white luminescent screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes. The host had slain 4 individuals, which would have elevated his soul power by 4 levels. However, due to the absence of soul ring configurations, he could only ascend to level 40 as a soul master. Additionally, the host was rewarded with 4 exceptional weapons, a fully equipped golden 98K, the most formidable Uzi for close combat, and an invincible Gatling machine gun. Furthermore, 2 levels of the host's soul power were transformed into a single-point headshot AKM and a canine companion. Wang Kun expressed his delight at this random system, exclaiming how wonderful it was. What kind of system treats one so benevolently? This is nothing short of an angelic system. Suddenly, Wang Kun slowly knelt on one knee, demonstrating his reverence for the system. As for what transpired afterward, he employed the 3rd soul ring skill, space guidance, and instantaneously teleported to the side of the maid. He also noticed the already fleeing figure of the corpulent Ma Hongjuan, whom he chose to ignore. This rotund fellow truly exhibited cowardice the moment he witnessed the death. He scampered away. Yet, I am not daunted in the slightest. It is merely a sight that stirs my nausea. However, when it comes to the opportunity to woo a lady, one cannot afford to be so timid. Wang Kun directly pinned the astonished maid against the wall, his voice resonating with a magnetic charm as he said, "The 4 golden soul coins I previously bestowed upon you in the soul arena were meant to ensure your safety. How about now? Shall we partake in a particularly joyous game together?" The maid, blushing profusely, instinctively yearned to flee. Wang Kun firmly grasped the delicate chin of the maid, exuding an air of dominance as he said, "Don't run away. Shall we play?" The maid, suddenly blushing, bestowed a gentle kiss upon Wang Kun's cheek and softly replied, "Is this sufficient? Do you find this entertaining?" He then lifted the maid into her room, eager for a delightful game. Upon hearing this, Wang Kun extended his arms, performing a princess carry, enveloping the maid in his embrace. He leaned down and kissed her deeply and passionately, leaving her cheeks flushed. Yet, throughout the night, the sound of applause resonated within the room. As dawn broke, after a refreshing bath, he departed, feeling a pang of hunger. The system swiftly transitioned from a battle royale format to one of interdimensional travel. Soon, Wang Kun found himself aboard the sunny pirate ship of Luffy and his crew. He strolled into the dining area, using a handful of golden pebbles to entice the money-minded Nami, prompting her to instruct Sanji to prepare a grand seafood hot pot. The massive fish, weighing over 100 pounds, was devoured entirely by Wang Kun. He also engaged Sanji in conversation about recent events concerning Nami and Robin. Once their discussion concluded, he bid Sanji farewell, placing his hands behind his back, and dashed away like a ninja. This moment fulfilled one of Wang Kun's cherished childhood fantasies. Upon his return to Shrek Square, he found it eerily deserted, leaving him to ponder their whereabouts. Wang Kun recalled the original content at this moment. They were supposed to be accompanied by the formidable teacher bear, Zhao Wujing, on their journey to the Star Do Great Forest. Along the way, they encountered the Tsanghui Academy. And Wang Kun distinctly remembered the academy's belle, whose beauty was commendable and physique pleasing, perhaps a C-cup. He thus pursued them fervently, running for 2 hours before finally catching up. However, he continued to trail behind them. These three enchanting ladies, however, held a strong aversion to consuming large sausages. It was only that morning that Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, under the instruction of Flander, endeavored to overcome their fears associated with Oscar's martial soul. Wang Kun felt that Flander was indeed performing admirably. Chapter 36, Zhao Guoxiong has once again faced a beating. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were sprinting through the woods, heading towards the Star Do Forest. Observing their graceful figures stirred a desire within Wang Kun to tease them. The second spirit ring on Wang Kun's body radiated a violet glow. At this moment, his bear-like mentor, Zhao Wujie, had already noticed it. Upon witnessing that Wang Kun's second spirit ring was, astonishingly, a millennium-old ring, he inquired with great curiosity, "I never expected that your second spirit ring, you little rascal, would be a millennium ring. Who would have thought that among the monsters of Shrek, there would be such a formidable creature as you?" Wang Kun smirked playfully and suggested, "Why don't you give it a try?" Suddenly, a palpable aura of menace was perceived by all present. Everyone, except for Tang San, instinctively recoiled a few steps. The Yordle. Zhao Wujie, though a formidable soul saint of over 70 levels, found himself unnerved by the murderous intent emanating from a mere 40-level soul master. To his astonishment, a shimmering armor of condensed soul power materialized around him. Wang Kun, controlling the soul power within, unleashed a devastating attack known as the Yellow Springs Wrath at 70% of its full potency. Dare to call me a little rascal? You, an oversized bear cub, possess quite a boldness. The wary Zhao Wujie could hardly anticipate the sheer ferocity of a 40-level soul master's strike. In an instant, he was struck by the Yellow Springs Wrath. His visage contorted in agony. The force rattled his ribcage to the brink of fracture, rendering him incapacitated upon the ground. In a fit of rage, Zhao Wujie vehemently berated Wang Kun, exclaiming, "What the hell do you want? Are you teaching me how to do my job?" Tang San and the others were taken aback. Witnessing their teacher, Zhao Wujie, utterly immobilized, sprawled upon the earth. It was crucial to note that he was a formidable 76-level assault-type spirit master, renowned for his exceptional defensive capabilities as the immovable king. Upon spotting Oscar's arrival, Zhao Wujie promptly called out, "Xiao Ao, quickly bring me some sausages." Oscar, eager to assist, responded, "Of course, Teacher Zhao. I have some large sausages." He hurriedly handed several sausages to Zhao Wujie, who quickly began to eat. Despite the discomfort it caused to his injured rib, yet, unwilling to lose face before his students, he gritted his teeth and bore the pain in silence. Wang Kun gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, would you consider becoming my younger sister? Zhuqing has already taken on that role, addressing me as Onaikin, which means brother." Upon hearing this, everyone understood the implication behind Zhu Zhuqing's words. Daimubai, intending to question Zhu Zhuqing about her choice to become Wang Kun's sister, found himself thwarted when Zhu Zhuqing coldly retorted, "That is far better than your situation." Daimubai immediately retreated, feeling disheartened. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stuck out her small pink tongue at Wang Kun, declaring, "I certainly do not wish for that." Wang Kun employed his third soul skill, spatial guidance, enveloping Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong before vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Simultaneously, he reappeared behind a large tree 10 meters away, activating his first soul skill, Ruthless Charge, propelling himself swiftly towards the woods 80 meters distant. He glanced at the two women and then checked if Tang San and the others were in pursuit. It appeared they were not, which was a relief. However, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were draped over his shoulders, felt quite uncomfortable due to Wang Kun's rapid leaps. Ning Rongrong, her legs trembling, stood unsteadily and exclaimed, "You insufferable Wang Kun, what on earth are you trying to accomplish?" Zhu Zhuqing also glared fiercely at Wang Kun. Wang Kun retrieved the fully equipped M416 and the Golden Dragon AWM from the system space. He handed the weapons to the two of them. Ning Rongrong received the fully equipped M416, while Zhu Zhuqing took the fully equipped Golden Dragon AWM. Ning Rongrong examined this peculiar object, feeling its considerable weight. Unsure of its purpose, she instinctively pointed the gun at Wang Kun and exclaimed, "Damn Wang Kun. What on earth is this strange thing?" Wang Kun once again retrieved a dog whip from the system space. Wang Kun harnessed his soul energy to forge a 7.62mm bullet, simultaneously detaching the mixed ammunition magazine and loading it with 40 rounds. He then reattached the magazine, disengaged the safety mechanism of the firearm, and aimed the muzzle at a tree. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, and he inquired, "Rong, would you consider becoming my sister?" When she declined, he urged her to reveal the nature of the gift she had bestowed upon him. Upon hearing Wang Kun's request for someone to assume the role of his sister once more, Zhu Zhuqing felt a pang of discomfort, though she refrained from voicing her feelings. Wang Kun, with his left hand gripping the trigger of a submachine gun, suddenly unleashed a cacophony of gunfire that reverberated throughout the forest. Numerous birds, previously concealed among the foliage, took to the skies in a startled frenzy. The colossal tree, measuring 10 meters in height and 1 meter in width, became an unwitting target. Its trunk perforated by bullets that astonishingly penetrated to the next tree, leaving behind deep, indelible scars of impact. Wang Kun then expressed his thoughts, stating that to strengthen an auxiliary soul master, one requires an immensely powerful weapon. Tang San wields the Zhuge crossbow, while I possess a firearm that boasts greater speed and lethality. Rong, the weapon you hold is known as the M416, renowned for being the most versatile firearm. As for Zhu Zhuqing, being a sensitive agility-type battle soul master, without formidable strength, she would fall prey to the control-type soul master's martial spirit. The firearm in your possession is the Golden Dragon AWM, the most potent single-shot weapon, capable of delivering a fatal blow to Dai Mubai. Quite impressive indeed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in gratitude, expressing her thanks. "Thank you, Oni-chan. One must admit, being addressed as Oni-chan by a goddess feels quite delightful." Ning Rongrong, observing the stark contrast between the two peculiar weapons, playfully remarked, "My M416 is so small, while Zhuqing's AWM is so large. I want to switch." Wang Kun infused his soul power to forge a green bullet with a caliber of 5.56, which he then loaded into a fully equipped M416. He remarked, "The M416 is most suitable for you. I refuse. I absolutely do not want this." Wang Kun subsequently manifested the Uzi using his soul power, adorning it with a delightful pink hue, the most formidable melee weapon with minimal recoil. Upon witnessing this, Ning Rongrong immediately broke into a charming smile. Tossing the M416 to Wang Kun and seizing the pink Uzi for herself, exclaiming, "This firearm is utterly adorable." Zhu Zhuqing, though envious, managed to restrain her desires, maintaining her aloof demeanor. However, what exactly is recoil? In simple terms, it refers to the backward force exerted by a gun when it discharges a bullet. Wang Kun aimed his M416 at a tree 400 meters away, gripping the weapon firmly with both hands. After aligning the six-fold scope, he pulled the trigger, and with a resounding bang, a bullet hole appeared on the distant tree. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing set down her exceptionally heavy Golden Dragon AWM, a rifle capable of eliminating adversaries from a distance of 1,000 meters. "Wang Kun, how can you be so formidable?" Wang Kun picked up the weapon lying on the ground, simultaneously wielding guns in both hands. He aimed carefully, a faint smile gracing the corners of his mouth as he said, "Sisters, cover your ears." Upon witnessing the peculiar weapon's power and sound, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing immediately covered their ears in fear. A resounding bang echoed through the air. Wang Kun exclaimed, "The sensation of firing a gun is truly exhilarating." Ning Rongrong, witnessing the terrifying power of the AWM firearm, observed how it had left a gaping hole in 3 trees. Trembling with fear, she found herself shaken. While the aloof Zhu Zhuqing exhibited little reaction, instead, she yearned for such strength to safeguard herself. Wang Kun abruptly aimed his gun at Ning Rongrong, causing her to be so frightened that she collapsed onto the ground. Chapter 37, The Power of Senja Hashirama. Wang Kun chuckled, remarking that the power of this gun could indeed slay a soul saint directly, provided Zhao Guoxiang did not unleash his martial spirit, otherwise, he would surely perish. Zhu Zhuqing, however, swiftly snatched it away, gingerly touching the heated muzzle before hastily retracting her hand to blow on her delicate fingers. Wang Kun held a fully equipped M416, pointing to the gun's safety switch, and remarked, "This is the safety switch. You must engage it when in use." He gestured towards the trigger, saying, "This is the trigger for firing bullets." Indicating the magazine, he added, "This is the magazine. If you desire AWM's specialized Magnum bullets or the M416's 5.56 rounds, remember to come to me." He continued, "Simply call me Oni-chan and refer to me as your sister, and you may exchange for them." The response was, "I prefer to use money." Wang Kun then said, "Very well, I shall provide you with blank cartridges, which are devoid of any power, for you to practice with." After speaking, he handed over 100 gold soul coins. Wang Kun also utilized his soul power to conjure several blank bullets, specifically those empty shells. Ning Rongrong promptly took them, relying on her recent memory of how Wang Kun loaded the bullets, and began to load them herself. She disengaged the safety switch, pulled the trigger, and aimed at the ground near Wang Kun. However, due to a lack of control, specifically the unexpected slight recoil of the Uzi, her shots did not land on a single target. After Wang Kun placed 100 gold soul coins into his storage ring, he calmly remarked, "Must you insist on using a gun against your dear brother? You nearly hit him." Ning Rongrong, with a touch of pride, retorted, "Heh, you are still not my dear brother." With a mere thought, Wang Kun waved his left hand, causing all the weapons formed from soul power to revert back to his body. The firearms that were originally present in the system space returned there as well. "Hey, didn't you gift me this pink Uzi? Why are you taking it back? Since you didn't call me Oni-chan, it naturally must be this way. I shall return it to you shortly. And also, my sister's Yu Qing." Wang Kun took a step forward, encircling Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing with his arms, placing his hands upon their supple waists. The sensation was delightful, so soft. However, Ning Rongrong pushed Wang Kun away, her hands raised in defiance. "I want that pink Uzi. And I demand real Uzi bullets." Wang Kun utilized spatial manipulation to instantaneously transport himself behind her, then playfully remarked, "Naughty sister, what are you pondering?" Ning Rongrong firmly asserted, "I demand the pink Uzi." Wang Kun remained speechless as he summoned his soul power to create an Uzi and a golden AWM, placing them in the hands of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing, while also conjuring empty cartridges with his soul energy. At that moment, Wang Kun observed in the distance Tang San and Xiao Ao supporting the incapacitated Zhao Wujie. Nearby, Ma Hongjun was lurking in the shadows. Daimu Bai, his eyes aflame with anger, exclaimed, "What exactly are your intentions towards Zhu Qing? She is my fiancée. Though you possess immense strength, you cannot act with such impunity." Wang Kun did not spare him a glance. Instead, he turned his attention to Zhu Qing, who held the Golden Dragon AW. Remarkably, the massive bear was directly hanging from the muzzle of the Golden Dragon AW. "Impressive," Wang Kun remarked, "Sister, your fiancé is looking for you." Zhu Qing shot a fierce glare at Daimu Bai, and then coldly articulated, "Daimu Bai, while I am indeed your fiancée, it does not signify that I harbor any affection for you." Wang Kun gazed at the sorrowful Daimu Bai and remarked with a smile, "Daimu Bai, while your fiancé is being pursued by assailants outside, you seem to indulge in the company of women thrice a day. Yet, I am different. I, Kunzi, can only feel compassion for my sister and strive to protect her. Since my arrival, Qing has endured not a single moment of distress." At that moment, the grand tree that had previously been ravaged by Wang Kun's gunfire came crashing down with a resounding thud. Before Wang Kun appeared the familiar white subtitles, "The chicken-eating system has transformed into the Hashirama Senju system from Naruto, granting the host the ability to wield all the powers of Hashirama Senju. However, this boon is fleeting, lasting only 3 days. Should the host wish to retain this reward, they must capture the king of 10,000 demons, ranked 5th among the 10 fearsome beasts, whose true form is the demon-eyed magic tree, using a soul ring Pokeball. The host's 4th soul ring can be utilized in this manner, akin to the previous capture of Emperor Tian, ensuring the soul beast's life is spared, or enabling the soul beast to become a spirit to acquire its soul ring. Merely capturing it suffices to share the soul ring. Sharing a soul ring? Why not refer to it as a shared bicycle? Nonetheless, Wang Kun is quite fond of this idea. After all, his most cherished woman is the Silver Dragon King, Lady Guyuna, and he aspires to be a dragon knight. Thus, it is prudent to avoid harming the soul beasts. At that moment, a spherical object suddenly materialized in Wang Kun's hand, its upper half blue and the lower half white, with 2 irregular red rectangular protrusions adorning the blue surface. "Is this a super ball?" Wang Kun, with great excitement, raised the super ball and proclaimed, "I am destined to become the master of divine treasures." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong stealthily approached Wang Kun, intending to contest for the Uzi. Suddenly, Wang Kun wrapped his arm around Ning Rongrong's slender waist, exclaiming, "Ah, what a covert ambush. Such a lack of martial ethics. I would advise you to reconsider, little sister. Did you truly believe I was unaware?" At that moment, Tang San interjected, "Wang Kun, your first, second, and third soul rings are purple-black. One facilitates displacement. Another is a sound wave-type soul skill that can store soul power. And the third pertains to spatial movement, correct?" "Indeed," Wang Kun affirmed. Wang Kun suddenly recalled a matter. Wait a moment, with such a formidable combination of soul rings, why does no one praise me? Just to lift my spirits. As the others fell silent, Wang Kun chose to disregard the issue. Tang San inquired, "Wang Kun, may I ask how you managed to hunt for a soul ring that surpasses the typical age limit? It is known that the age of the first soul ring is merely over 400 years, not exceeding 1,000. Wang Kun produced 2 extraordinary pop balls and remarked, "This is the secret." Tang San, filled with curiosity, inquired, "How does one utilize them?" Wang Kun placed the super spirit ball into his storage space and remarked, "This way, we won't have to take the lives of soul beasts." He then tossed a super spirit ball to Oscar, saying, "Little Ao, you are now at level 30. If you capture a soul beast, I will teach you how to use it. With my spirit ball, you can even catch a 10,000-year soul ring." Originally, Oscar harbored resentment towards Wang Kun for coveting his beloved Ning Rongrong, but at this moment, he found himself somewhat fond of him. After all, a 10,000-year soul ring was at stake. If acquired, he might encounter a beauty even more exquisite and noble than Ning Rongrong. How enticing! Ultimately, Oscar's feelings for Ning Rongrong were merely a secret admiration, and his underhanded tactics to win her over involved deceit orchestrated by Flinder, seizing every opportunity to pursue her. Wang Kun then turned his attention to Xiao San. "Xiao San, you are now at level 29? Quite impressive. When you encounter a soul beast that captures your heart, I will teach you directly, and I'll arrange for a 100,000-year soul ring for you." Ning Rongrong disdainfully retorted, "You boast far too much, Wang Kun." Wang Kun suddenly stepped back, gripping Ning Rongrong's delicate hand tightly. Ning Rongrong, suppressing her pain, retorted, "You only think of ways to bully me because I refuse to call you Oni-chan, don't you?" Wang Kun nodded slightly, and Ning Rongrong, no longer resisting, quickly hid behind Zhu Xing. Chapter 38, The Bicycle Squad. Suddenly, he conjured a blue super ball with his soul power and launched it directly at Xiaowu. Upon impact, the super ball emitted a red beam, effortlessly encapsulating Xiaowu within. The onlookers were left in astonishment, with the exception of Wang Kun. As the super ball landed on the ground, it began to flicker incessantly. After flashing for several moments, Xiaowu, her face dotted with beads of sweat, gasped and leaped out. Tang San hurriedly supported her. Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "Can this ball capture both humans and soul beasts?" Wang Kun also chuckled and remarked, "It's hard to say." After speaking, he slyly glanced at Xiaowu, who, after observing the expressions of those around her, seemed relieved to find that no one had noticed her true identity as a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. It appeared that even her brother was oblivious to this fact, which put her at ease. She then contemplated using a concealed arrow to shoot at Wang Kun. However, due to the interference of the red thread of fate, she found herself unable to harm him. Xiaowu was perplexed, pondering how he discerned her true nature as a 100,000-year soul beast. Why? Although she was filled with questions, she chose to remain silent. At that moment, Ning Rongrong found herself reminiscing about her pink Uzi, especially since Xiaowu was adorned in a pink outfit. Meanwhile, Wang Kun retrieved both the Uzi and AWM, first handing the pink AWM to Zhu Xing. He then turned his gaze towards Ning Rongrong, addressing her playfully as Oni-chan, and stated, "This one's for you." Ning Rongrong pouted, making a face as she replied, "Humph. Do you enjoy having girls call you brother?" "Very well, Oni-chan." Wang Kun smiled slightly and said, "All right, I will give it to you shortly." Ning Rongrong scoffed, "Why don't you give it to me? I have already called you Oni-chan." "I will give it to you soon," he replied. At that moment, Tang San suddenly noticed 3 small hollows, only a few centimeters in size, nestled within the branches of 3 trees situated 400 meters away. He entrusted the weakened Xiaowu to Zhu Xing for care and, filled with curiosity, he immediately rushed forward to explore. He analyzed, such a formidable weapon, if wielded by a titled Douluo level expert, could likely bring about devastation. As long as they do not employ their soul power for defense, it is entirely possible. Wang Kun, upon hearing these words, nodded in agreement and remarked, "Indeed. As long as the barrel is aimed at his head, a single shot would suffice to obliterate him. Even if he is merely a novice in the realm of soul masters, he would undoubtedly perish without the aid of soul power." He then turned to Zhao Wujie and inquired, Teacher Zhao, what if one were to refrain from utilizing their martial soul? I reckon it could still. Zhao Wujie, who bore the marks of Wang Kun's earlier assault, responded with a hint of sarcasm. Damn, how is it that someone as monstrous as you exists? Your formidable weaponry truly instills fear within me. Ning Rongrong stepped forward, gazing intently at Wang Kun, and questioned. You claimed in the Great Soul Arena that your martial soul is a great spear, as stated by Zhu Qing, yet I find it hard to believe. Pray tell, what is the true nature of your martial soul? Wang Kun expressed his disappointment, stating, without a martial soul, I am limited to merely controlling the growth of trees. Yet, I have crafted many wonderful items, such as the Red Thread of Fate, Guyuna, Bai Ji, Liya, Zhu Shiqing, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong have all been ensnared. I have already secured 6 wives. Ning Rongrong suddenly smiled sweetly and asked, could you perhaps fashion a carriage? My legs are nearly worn out. The bespectacled fellow remarked that she was indeed correct, calling her a little demon who cannot endure hardship, merely a delicate little princess. Ning Rongrong turned around, pouting, her hands on her hips. Did you not say that Kun would only cherish his sister and would never allow her to suffer even the slightest grievance, Oni-chan? Well, that makes me feel so good. Wang Kun then clasped his hands together and exclaimed, would release, bicycle technique. Suddenly, a sturdy branch erupted from the ground, which Wang Kun deftly manipulated, transforming it into a bicycle. However, it featured a 4-wheeled carriage at the rear, designed to carry passengers. Wang Kun mounted and rode away, leaving the crowd in bewilderment, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing had already hopped on with excitement and curiosity. This novel contraption required merely a twist of the legs to set in motion. Xiaowu couldn't help but exclaim, Wang Kun, how could you? I want to ride too. My legs are sore from running. At that moment, the observant Tang San noticed several bicycles behind a tree. He himself sat astride a wooden bicycle equipped with 2 small wheels at the back. This was Wang Kun's thoughtful provision, as he feared that they might not even know how to ride a bicycle, which would indeed be rather embarrassing for 12-year-olds. Tang San then addressed the group, saying, there are bicycles similar to what Brother Wang has created behind us. Everyone can mount them and simply pedal with your feet to ride. Soon, a trio of young boys, a middle-aged man, and a little girl were spotted riding 4-wheeled bicycles, making their way toward the Stardow Forest. Wang Kun intended to convey that the 4-wheeled vehicle was intended for children, not for youths or older gentlemen. However, he refrained from elaborating further. By the way, Tang San and his companions truly lacked stamina. He himself had sprinted to this point without feeling fatigued, merely experiencing a warmth akin to that of a warm-up. With the assistance of Oscar's martial spirit, they had managed to catch up so swiftly. Eventually, by nightfall, they arrived at the town, which coincided with their encounter with Songhui Academy. Wang Kun harbored a certain desire for the blossoming beauty of Songhui Academy. As he traversed the streets atop his peculiar bicycle carriage, he inevitably attracted the curiosity of onlookers. Behind Wang Kun, a group of followers trailed him. He suddenly noticed that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were resting in the carriage. This simply wouldn't do. They could not be allowed to indulge so freely. Upon reaching the inn, he swiftly embraced the slender waists of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, who were leisurely gazing at the scenery from the carriage. He conjured magnum bullets and 9mm blank cartridges using his soul power and handed them to them, stating, these bullets can inflict instantaneous lethal damage on targets below level 30. After accepting the 9mm bullets for her pink Uzi, Ning Rongrong astounded Wang Kun by immediately identifying the Uzi ammunition. Zhu Shiqing did the same. How remarkably intelligent they were. Ning Rongrong promptly wriggled free from Wang Kun's grasp, while Zhu Shiqing, more resolute, activated her martial soul and swiftly distanced herself from him. The two then proceeded to the restaurant to dine. Wang Kun sighed, realizing that his 2 younger sisters were indeed becoming quite bothersome. At that moment, Tang San and his companions arrived on their quadricycle. Passers-by gathered around, intrigued by this peculiar mode of transportation. Upon seeing Wang Kun, Tang San inquired, Brother Wang Kun, may I disassemble your bicycle to gain a better understanding of it? Wang Kun glanced at the joyful Xiaowu, who was riding her bicycle, and remarked, consider this a small recompense for the hurt I have caused you. In response, the exuberant Xiaowu, riding her 4-wheeled bicycle, feigned indignation and exclaimed, who cares? P.S. I care, you big-headed fool. After my playful retort, it is now time for my gaming session in honor of kings. Ha ha ha, as the day concludes. The cheerful author can finally indulge in some gameplay. I ascended from Platinum V to Starry Glory in just 2 days. Who would have thought my skills were so formidable? Absolutely impressive. Chapter 40. Encountering Tu Shan Yaya. Seeking recommendations. Wang Kun, holding the golden soul coin, suddenly remarked, I just remembered that our teacher, the four-eyed master, asked us to venture into the Star-Do forest to hunt soul beasts. Yet today, we merely rested at the inn. And not a single expense was reimbursed. Truly a destitute fellow. I wonder why Lu Erlong looks down upon him. Ma Hongjun immediately inquired with curiosity. Is he the object of my teacher's unrequited affection? Wang Kun suddenly appeared beside him, whispering that Lu Erlong is undeniably beautiful, with a slender waist, long legs, and an exquisite face. Ma Hongjun, with a rather lewd demeanor, remarked, that is intriguing, but hasn't my teacher been single for 50 years? Does he truly have eyes only for Aunt Lu Erlong? Wang Kun nodded and remarked, indeed. He then glanced at Tang San, who was engrossed in dismantling a four-wheeled bicycle, and continued, several decades ago, there was a notorious trio known as the Golden Triangle, consisting of Flanders, Lu Erlong, and a man by the name of Yu Xiaojiang, who fancied himself a master yet betrayed two women. Ma Hongjuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he interjected. So you're saying that Yu Xiaojiang not only stole my teacher's woman but also harbored feelings for another? Precisely. Wang Kun confirmed. Yu Xiaojiang first wronged a woman named Bibi Dong, only to later engage in a romantic dalliance with Lu Erlong. When Flanders confessed his feelings to Lu Erlong, he was met with the revelation that she was enamored with Yu Xiaojiang. After all, the bespectacled fellow was notoriously frugal, always preferring to save rather than spend. It would be quite peculiar if Lu Erlong were truly fond of him. But why did Yu Xiaojiang betray Lu Erlong? Because Lu Erlong is his cousin. What a melodramatic twist. Goodness, the trials my teacher faced are utterly harrowing. If I were in his shoes, I would find it unbearable. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu observed the two, who were whispering fervently to one another, and curiously inquired, what mischief are you two discussing? Wang Kun waved his hand dismissively and said, Xiao Wu, as adults, we shall converse without your interruption. Xiao Wu, puffing out her chest, retorted, Heh, who do you look down upon? Wang Kun refrained from unnecessary chatter and promptly entered to partake in his meal. Meanwhile, the healed Zhao Wujie sought another restaurant for his dining experience. He had recently learned of Flanders' dubious past. Should this financially strapped individual fail to pay him his salary in the future, he would wield this secret as leverage. Upon entering, he noticed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing seated together, preparing to place their orders. He utilized his spatial teleportation to appear beside them, promptly taking a stool to sit between the two. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing had anticipated this moment and attempted to push him away. However, Wang Kun effortlessly leaped, drawing them into an embrace. Daimu Bai expressed his discontent, yet lacked the courage to resist, while Xiao Ao merely felt discomfort. At that moment, the dishes that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing had already ordered were elegantly arranged upon the table. Wang Kun felt the need to purchase some icy beverages after a day spent in the sweltering heat. He promptly vanished from sight. Upon stepping outside, he was immediately captivated by the sight of an ice drink shop. The Naruto system had transformed into a multi-dimensional traversal system. There stood a strikingly aloof lady, exuding elegance, adorned in splendid attire. Oh, how he adored such a presence. At that moment, Wang Kun noticed that the sign had changed, now reading Fox Demon Ice Drink Shop. Upon entering, he beheld a captivating lady with skin as white as snow, her ears resembling those of a fox, undeniably alluring. She was draped in a partially blue robe, with a white foxtail elegantly coiling around her jade-like arm, while a large wine jug hung gracefully from her waist. Wang Kun felt a twinge of envy. Initially intending to tease her, he soon realized that he might not stand a chance against her and decided to abandon the idea. He turned to the nearby fox demoness, who specialized in icy beverages, and said, Boss, I'd like a large strawberry sundae. When Tu Shanya caught sight of this dubious, lecherous figure cloaked in black, she contemplated expelling him. However, Wang Kun unexpectedly tossed a few golden pebbles, momentarily halting her intentions. After all, who would refuse the allure of money? As a beautiful fox demoness presented the strawberry sundae, Wang Kun eagerly devoured the cream in one swift motion. A delightful chill swept through his mind. What bliss! After savoring a generous bite, he was enchanted by the sweet tart flavor of the strawberries harmonizing with the rich cream, creating a delightful contrast of crispness and softness. It was an exquisite experience. Yet, indulging too much came with its drawbacks, as Wang Kun's head began to throb from the cold. Wang Kun silently gazed at the fox spirit maiden and said, I would like 2 strawberry sundaes for my 2 girlfriends. The fox spirit maiden nodded and proceeded to prepare the order. How could you be so sentimental? Straddling 2 relationships. Speaking of straddling 2 relationships, it seems that a recent Japanese anime revolves around this very theme. The surroundings of Wang Kun instantaneously transformed into ice, enveloping him in an exquisite chill. In haste, he offered several golden pebbles to Sister Yaya. Tushan Yaya, not one to quibble over currency, accepted the tokens and, from the hands of the enchanting fox spirit, retrieved 2 strawberry sundaes, presenting them to Wang Kun with a remark, "Here you go. I intended to indulge in something icy, but instead, I encountered a scoundrel like you." Wang Kun, seizing the moment, teased, "Thank you, and by the way, you are truly beautiful. Would you consider being my sister? Just call me Oni-chan." Before Tushanyaya could express her indignation, Wang Kun swiftly activated his third soul skill, Space Guidance, and made a hasty retreat. What a thrill! Dancing on the precipice of danger. Had he hesitated for a mere instant, he might have met a frosty demise. Soon after, Wang Kun appeared before everyone, holding 2 strawberry sundaes. Utilizing Space Guidance, he instantaneously teleported to the midst of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, only to discover that the dishes on the table had already been devoured. With a tone of exasperation, he remarked, "Are you all pigs? Have you really eaten so quickly?" To which Xiao immediately retorted, "You are the real big-headed pig, the glutton. Who would leave food for you?" Wang Kun subsequently tossed 2 golden soul coins to Bai Yuechu and Tushan Susu, who had yet to indulge in any dishes at the table behind him. The two had emerged from the mystical gateway of the Fox Demon Matchmaker. This unexpected turn of events took Wang Kun by surprise. Upon catching sight of the gold, Bai Yuechu's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly grasped the coins and inhaled their fragrant aroma. He then wrapped his arms around Tushan Susu's slender waist and said, "Please, my lord, enjoy your meal. These are the delicacies I wish to savor without charge." Bai Yuechu placed 1 golden soul coin on the table to cover the meal's expense, and then, still embracing Tushan Susu, he swiftly darted towards the vanishing portal. Returning to the realm of the Fox Demon Matchmaker, Wang Kun smiled as he took a seat, saying, "It's nothing." However, upon finishing his words, he realized that the two had already vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. He first set down the strawberry sundae before indulging in his meal with fervor. In the blink of an eye, he had devoured an impressive array of dishes. Meanwhile, the whimsical Ning Rongrong glanced at the large glass cup in Wang Kun's hand. Inside were strawberries enveloped in a cluster of white, icy substances, which piqued her curiosity. She couldn't help but ask, "Oni-chan, what is that? Is it delicious?" Wang Kun first placed a large chicken leg into Ning Rongrong's small mouth, saying, "You must eat more meat. Just look at your figure. The ample areas are hardly generous." Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed as she devoured the delectable chicken leg. She then retorted, "Who is lacking? I simply have yet to mature. Just wait. In a few days when I return home, I shall seek out my Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Gu to avenge myself on you." Wang Kun gnawed on a chicken claw and remarked, "Super Douluo? Indeed, they may pose a challenge, yet they cannot defeat me. Do you comprehend the magnitude of my background? My wife is the Silver Dragon King, possessing the soul strength of the Creator God. She could effortlessly annihilate your Sword Grandpa and Bone Grandpa." At that moment, Ning Rongrong, seizing the opportunity while Wang Kun was lost in thought, stealthily took both strawberry sundaes. She savored the one in her right hand, and upon finishing, she became enraptured by the exquisite frozen delicacy. The enchanting smile on her face revealed her delight. So delicious. Zhu Xuqing, unable to resist, reached for the strawberry sundae in Ning Rongrong's left hand. Simultaneously, she picked up a strawberry covered in cream and took a bite. Instantly, her usually aloof expression transformed into one of radiant joy, akin to that of a little girl. Little Wu, unable to contain her eagerness, jumped beside Zhu Xuqing and asked, "Xuqing, may I have a taste?" Although Zhu Xuqing hesitated slightly, she ultimately retrieved a large strawberry covered in cream from the glass. Glancing at the remaining 7 strawberries in the cup, she felt somewhat reassured that they would not be devoured all at once. Upon tasting it, little Wu's ears perked up with joy, and she exclaimed with a sweet smile, "This is incredibly sweet and utterly delightful." Wang Kun, however, mocked her, saying, "Look at you. So naive and inexperienced, adorable little rabbit." Originally cheerful, little Wu furrowed her brow and retorted, "Ha, who cares?" She then leaped over to Sango, asking, "Can you make this, brother?" Tang San glanced at the sundae and replied, "Strawberries, ice, sugar, and some white substance I am not familiar with." "Brother Wang Kun, might you enlighten us on what this is?" Wang Kun pondered how to create it and then remarked, "Let me make it clear from the outset. If you happen to know how to make this delightful concoction known as ice cream, and should you wish to sell it, All the profits shall belong to me. You must not pilfer my recipe to amass wealth. That would be utterly unscrupulous. Xiao Wu, taken aback, exclaimed, You scoundrel Wang Kun. Why do you think so far ahead? You're already contemplating profit. Wang Kun turned around to eat, while Ning Rongrong anxiously exclaimed, How is this done? I wish to learn it as well. Wang Kun merely cast a fleeting glance at her before resuming his meal. Ning Rongrong, with her small, indignant fists clenched, patiently awaited the conclusion of his dining. Though she contemplated delivering a sharp reprimand, she ultimately refrained, recognizing him as her beloved brother. It would be rather impolite to disrupt his meal. Indeed, my dear Kunzi, you are the one who understands me best. Once Wang Kun had finished, Ning Rongrong promptly thrust 1,000 gold soul coins into his face, demanding, Now, hasten to explain how this is done. What can Wang Kun do? This is a sum of money valued at 1 million. He stated, First, separate the egg whites from the yolks, placing them in 2 clean, water-free bowls. Just as Ning Rongrong was becoming increasingly intrigued, a group of individuals unexpectedly entered from outside. Upon a brief count, there were 8 of them. The leader appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s, possessing a rather handsome visage and impeccably groomed hair. He donned a meticulously crafted moon-white spirit master robe, adorned with intricate silver thread embroidery that shimmered with each movement. Following closely behind him were 6 young men and 1 young woman, all appearing to be in their 20s. Clad in similar moon-white spirit master robes, albeit lacking the embroidered silver threads of the leading figure. However, both the middle-aged man and the 7 youths bore a distinctive cyan circular emblem on their left shoulders, within which were embroidered 2 characters of the same hue, Songhui. Their attire unmistakably identified them as spirit masters. Wang Kun and his companions dressed casually, appearing no different from ordinary individuals. In contrast, the others were far more flamboyant. Upon their entrance, the restaurant owner hastily approached them, exuding an atmosphere of utmost politeness, nodding and bowing, for after all, Soul Masters not only held a prestigious profession but also a lucrative one. The owner dared not be careless. Ma Hongjun moved beside Wang Kun, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, disliking him, deliberately distanced themselves. Though Ma Hongjun felt a pang of bitterness, his facade remained as unyielding as a fortress. Brother Wang, that young lady is quite attractive, but those individuals must belong to Tsanghui Academy, he remarked, his small eyes fixated on the sole beautiful maiden within the group of 8. Indeed, the girl possessed a certain charm, qualifying as above average in looks. Although Xiaowu, Zhu Xuqing, and Ning Rongrong were undeniably beautiful, they were all merely around 12 years of age. In comparison to a fully developed young woman, they appeared considerably more juvenile. For a youth of Ma Hongjuan's age, a more mature girl was evidently more alluring. Coupled with his fiery temperament, his eyes sparkled with intense interest as he continued to gaze at her unabashedly. Wang Kun could not help but reveal a mischievous smile as he remarked, Indeed, today is just perfect for indulging in some wickedness. Ma Hongjuan's grin widened, taking on an audacious quality as he replied, Are you about to misbehave again, Brother Wang? Wang Kun stood up and placed a hand on Ma Hongjuan's shoulder, saying, I shall offer you a few golden soul coins. Why not resolve your matters at the brothel? Ma Hongjun, however, pushed his hands away and replied, I have already released most of my pent-up energy last night. Never mind, I shall go alone. My brother, do wish me good fortune. Wang, you are truly sincere. I hold you in great esteem, especially considering you have 2 younger sisters. Ning Rongrong murmured softly from the side, How can my dear brother be such a brazen lecher? Disregarding his own dignity? Zhu Xuqing nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Wang Kun could only manage a helpless smile. He had initially intended to engage in the sacred game alongside Ning Rongrong and her companions. However, for individuals of their goddess-like stature, he could not indulge too easily. To partake casually would diminish their value, rendering them too accessible. It necessitated the continual refinement of life experiences to attain genuine fulfillment. Ultimately, it was primarily because goddesses cherished themselves and would not readily partake in sacred games with men. Only after enduring the trials of time with their dearest would they gradually embrace such connections. This, it seems, is the way of things. Regardless, Wang Kun deeply cherished the goddesses, while his attitude towards mere beauties was markedly different. In the presence of beautiful women, he was a carefree and jovial Kun. Yet with goddesses, he transformed into a Wang Kun who revered love above all else. As he approached the audacious students of Tsanghui Academy, the captain's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity, prompting him to hasten his steps and collide with a nearby server. The server's position was fortuitously adjacent to Wang Kun. Please do not waste food, Tang San remarked nonchalantly. In an instant, his left hand shot out like lightning to steady the server, while his right hand extended to catch the plate just in time. Chapter 42. Chihiro and the Flowers of Chihiro seek recommendations. Utilizing the technique of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, he adeptly managed to absorb the dishes without spilling a drop of sauce, delicately placing the plate on the table. Simultaneously, his left hand had already guided the server aside. The young man from Songhue Academy paused momentarily, as the server's body obstructed his view, preventing him from discerning Tang San's unusual maneuver. However, a sly grin soon appeared on his face as he remarked, "I truly apologize." Wang Kun chuckled, remarking that just when there were no opportunities to take action, a chance had finally presented itself. As these words left his lips, the atmosphere thickened with tension, as if a confrontation were imminent. "Tang San, why do you support me?" Wang Kun recalled that he had never been particularly kind to Tang San. On the contrary, he often took pleasure in tormenting him. Tang San, however, smiled gently and remarked, "Brother Wang Kun, you have yet to tell me how to make ice cream." Indeed, he thought to himself, I should focus on my tasks after I finish speaking. Wang Kun first summoned his purple-black soul ring, leaving the crowd from Songhue Academy and the restaurant utterly speechless. "Please wait a moment." At this moment, no one dared to act rashly. Wang Kun addressed Tang San and his companions, saying, "I shall not disclose it to you." Ning Rongrong then approached, exclaiming with audacity, "Oni-chan, I desire ice cream." Wang Kun waved his hand and said, "I initially intended to offer this to you in Shuqing free of charge. As your older brother, there is no need for you to utter a single word." Wang Kun suddenly turned to Xiaowu and said, "As for you, little rabbit, do not even think about indulging. If you wish to eat, then let it be pea. As my sister, you may enjoy ice cream." Enraged, Xiaowu attempted to strike this irritating individual with her waist bow. Tang San quickly grasped Xiaowu's hand, exclaiming, "Xiaowu, cease your antics. You cannot possibly contend with brother Wang Kun." Flushed with anger, Xiaowu retorted, "Brother, let me go. Just watch as I do not defeat this insufferable Wang Kun today. I am fully prepared to confront him and see if he can engage in a civilized conversation." Wang Kun, noticing her exaggerated reaction, remarked, "If you purchase it with gold soul coins, you can indulge in delicious ice cream." Xiaowu retorted with disdain, "Do you think calling you Oni-chan would grant me a freebie?" "Indeed." "Oni-chan," she replied. Suddenly, Xiaowu exclaimed, "Oh no, this makes me so happy. What should I do?" Meanwhile, Tang San wore an expression of discomfort, unable to comprehend why Xiaowu had decided to refer to yet another person as her brother, without any sense of shame. Wang Kun turned to the still astonished members of Songhue Academy and said, "Hey, wake up. Do you all assume that soul masters can only possess yellow and purple ranks?" The first to react, the teacher leading Songhue Academy, who wielded the Xuanwu turtle martial spirit, arrogantly declared, "Ha! You must have employed a camouflage soul technique with a limited lifespan. Don't think I'm oblivious." Wang Kun smiled faintly with an air of mischief as his second soul ring shimmered to life, granting him control over 30% of the formidable power of Huangquan Tiannu. He then aimed at the leg of the green-haired tortoise, a soul king of over level 50. "Oh, green-haired tortoise. I wish to dance a waltz of love with the belle of Songhue Academy." Upon hearing these words, the green-haired tortoise was left utterly bewildered. Yet, suddenly, its leg betrayed it, succumbing to excruciating pain, and it collapsed before Wang Kun. Wang Kun smiled faintly and remarked, "So this is what is referred to as a soul king of over 50 levels? Yet, here you are, groveling before me. Fortunately for you, your leg bones remain largely intact. I have shown you mercy by not shattering them entirely. However, you shall find yourself confined to a bed for several months upon your return." The stunning spectacle rendered Xiaowu speechless. The once arrogant green-haired turtle lost all semblance of bravado, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of dread. As he beheld the formidable figure of the young man in the black robe before him, terror gripped him, and he pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "So this is the extent of your prowess, an exceptionally gifted genius student indeed. Perhaps you should first attend to your own students." Wang Kun subsequently delivered a powerful kick to his head, rendering him unconscious. He cast a glance at the trembling students of Songhue Academy, who had been so arrogant mere moments ago. Why were they now so timid? Particularly the captain, seemingly named Yujichio, whose legs shook the most violently. One could surmise he feared that Wang Kun intended to inflict severe injury upon him as well. Wang Kun approached directly, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. Before he could utter a word, Yujichio, in a moment of cowardice, knelt down. How could he have been so arrogant just moments ago? Wang Kun smiled playfully. Yi Zhiqiu hurriedly pleaded for mercy, saying, I apologize, it was my fault. May you, a noble person, overlook the minor transgressions of a lowly individual and spare me. Wang Kun shifted his gaze towards the campus bell and remarked, You possess remarkable beauty. Allow me to directly assist you in hunting a Millennium Soul Beast. However, may I inquire about your martial spirit? The visibly frightened campus bell, unable to fabricate a lie, replied, My name is Hua Qianquan, and my martial spirit is the Overlord Flower, an auxiliary-type soul master with a floral martial spirit. I shall procure a soul beast that can provide you with a 10,000-year soul ring, rather than hunting. It would be more accurate to say we are sharing the soul ring. With that, he activated the skill of his third soul ring, Spatial Attraction. He then effortlessly lifted the campus bell in a princess carry and vanished before the eyes of the onlookers. Ning Rongrong, with a face full of disdain, exclaimed, That shameless brother of mine is off to cause trouble again. Meanwhile, Wang Kun cradled the campus bell as he ventured into the resplendent Stardow forest. One cannot help but note that the fragrant essence of the delicate girl in his arms was quite enchanting, possessing a charm more alluring than that of Ning Rongrong. Zhu Qing, or Xiaowu. At that moment, a dark demon evil god tiger with a black scorpion tail approached. The young maiden, upon witnessing the terrifying Millennium Soul Beast, instinctively clung tighter to Wang Kun. The dark demon evil god tiger remarked, This is the Stardow forest. Are you not concerned that the Silver Dragon King might discover what the master is doing here? Upon hearing the soul beast speak, Hua Qianquan clutched Wang Kun even more tightly, her voice trembling with fear as she exclaimed, Oh my! The soul beast can talk. 100,000-year soul beast. Wang Kun smiled and said, Fear not, for Kunzi is here. He then turned his gaze towards the dark demon evil god tiger, addressing the question it had posed earlier. Are you instructing me on what to do? First, go and procure a 10,000-year-old Overlord flower for me. I wish to use it as a shared soul ring. Upon hearing the mention of capturing a soul beast for a human, the dark demon evil god tiger immediately objected, stating, That is out of the question. While I can manage for myself, providing a soul ring for a human is simply not permissible. Wang Kun produced the Super Pokeball, stating, This extraordinary Pokeball can capture soul beasts, allowing them to share their soul rings. The dark demon evil god tiger suddenly recalled this matter. It seemed that Emperor Tian had also been granted shared soul rings by his master in a similar manner. Wang Kun nodded in agreement, and the dark demon evil god tiger wasted no time, dashing into the depths of the Stardow forest to capture soul beasts. At this moment, the courageous young girl mustered her courage and inquired, May I ask, young sir, what is your intention? Are you seeking to capture soul beasts for shared soul rings? Shared soul rings? She continued, perplexed. Isn't the purpose of hunting soul beasts to absorb their soul rings? Do you take pleasure in hunting soul beasts? Certainly not, he replied. I am merely compelled to do so out of necessity. Wang Kun chuckled and said, Just wait and witness the miracle. After a prolonged period of waiting, out of sheer boredom, he employed the wood release in the art of playing cards. Engaging the youthful maiden in a game of do diju for 2 players, 1 farmer and 1 landlord. It is worth mentioning that the moonlight in the starry forest is truly resplendent. Even at night, the dark sky is adorned with an expanse of stars. One can behold the boundless celestial sphere alongside the exceptionally bright moon. After playing for a while, the dark demon god tiger arrived, clutching a terrified and gasping Buanghua. It was a substantial creature, approximately 10 meters in size, crowned with a large red flower, possessing a round face and short limbs. The young maiden gazed in a somewhat infatuated manner, exclaiming, It is truly adorable. P.S. I have completed today's over 6,000 words. And now I can enjoy playing Honor of Kings. However, I have recently lost interest in ranked matches and prefer casual ones instead. Stealing bases and pushing lanes with Dark Faith is exhilarating. Once I activate my first skill, no one can catch me. The thrill is unmatched. By the way, I kindly request a recommendation ticket. Thank you ever so much. Suddenly, memories of my youth flooded back, recalling the animated film star journey. The update on July 30th is just around the corner. My youth has returned. Chapter 43, A Sweet Kiss. I seek your recommendation ticket. At this moment, the young maiden's face had turned a deep shade of crimson. Wang Kun exchanged knowing glances with the already released Ma Hongjun. Reflecting on the earlier assertion of avoiding the brothels, this Ma Hongjun certainly does not appear to be a good person. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, and Xiaowu all looked upon this Onaikan with disdain. Wang Kun, upon receiving the disdainful gazes of the 3 individuals, questioned whether his joy was misplaced. After all, it was merely a fleeting kiss upon the cheek. Nevertheless, he decided to refrain from speaking in veiled terms and instead engaged in other endeavors. Wang Kun, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Oh, how surprising that my dear sister would disdain her elder brother. This deeply saddens me, and the repercussions shall be grave. Henceforth, I shall refrain from assisting you troublesome little sisters. Those who wish to help may do so at their own discretion." Ning Rongrong glared at him fiercely and retorted, "Ha! Who would covet the assistance of an elder brother like you?" Wang Kun chuckled cunningly and said, "Indeed, this is the answer I sought." He then soared towards a certain location, invoking the technique of wood release, the art of flight. Suddenly, a tree trunk erupted from the ground of the restaurant, encircling Wang Kun, while simultaneously crafting a large wooden gliding wing upon him. The wings, composed of leaves, were supported by a circular hollow wooden framework. Its overall appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the glider used by the enigmatic Kid the Phantom Thief from the renowned detective series, Detective Conan. Upon utilizing his third soul skill, spatial summoning, Wang Kun instantly vanished from his original position. When he reappeared atop the rooftop, he propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap. Wang Kun could not help but yearn to sing a song, perhaps one as uplifting as Fei de Gung Gao by Wang Feng. However, speaking of Wang Feng, one cannot overlook the fact that his concerts often give rise to sensational news. This time, the major headline on July 20th surprisingly involved Pangu. How exhilarating! I longed to soar even higher. Observing Wang Kun, who had wronged his sister yet displayed such audacious demeanor, Ning Rongrong was infuriated. She stamped her foot and pouted adorably. Why is it that Wang Kun takes such delight in vexing his sister? As Wang Kun soared through the skies, he marveled at the exhilarating speed of flight. The cool breeze caressed his face, providing an exquisite sense of refreshment. With a faint smile, he glided for an hour until he arrived at his cherished destination, the very center of the lake of life. Suddenly, time seemed to freeze, and Wang Kun sensed an unusual temporal disturbance around him. Without delay, he activated his first soul skill, pulling himself into his alternate space. Divine Might. Once he felt the external manipulation of time dissipate, he emerged, ever ready to retreat back into his Divine Might space. It was then that he beheld the enchanting fairy, Nar, gazing intently at him. In recent days, the fatigue accumulated from sleepless nights enveloped Wang Kun's mind in an instant. This fairy is truly breathtaking. She embodies an angel. He yearns for her lap to rest upon, for tender embraces and gentle kisses, though perhaps the yearning to be lifted high is best left unspoken. Wang Kun laughed like a hefty child weighing over 100 pounds. Suddenly, he fell into a deep slumber, his body becoming uncontrollable as he plummeted straight down. He unconditionally trusted that Gu Yuna would protect him. Gu Yuna, now a formidable soul master at level 40, commanded the wind to gently lower Wang Kun to the ground. Upon seeing Wang Kun, who had not visited her for a long time, Gu Yuna, adorned in a white dress, could not help but kick his leg in playful reproach. "Really? You haven't come to see me in ages. I'm quite upset," she exclaimed. At that moment, as she caressed the delicate silver dragon earrings dangling from her earlobes, a smile crept onto her lips. "Hee, but I suppose Wang Kun has some conscience, as he gifted me these lovely earrings. I truly adore them. As a reward." Gu Yuna gracefully settled into a seated position and bestowed a gentle kiss on the lips of the slumbering Wang Kun. Her cheeks flushed slightly before she stood up and began reading. When Wang Kun awoke in the afternoon, he jolted upright, puzzled as to why he was not resting on Nara's lap. Yet, he caught a whiff of a fragrance that belonged solely to her lingering on his lips. Had they shared a kiss? That was rather pleasant. He decided to forgive his wife for the oversight of not allowing him to rest his head on her lap. Suddenly, he felt an increase in gravity around him, and a laundry board made of iron emerged from the ground. Wang Kun could not withstand the overwhelming force of gravity and, in a moment of humiliation, knelt upon the washboard. He cast a glance at Gu Yuna, who sat gracefully in a bamboo chair. Observing him with a teasing remark, "Have you been engaging in mischief with numerous women outside? Have you even taken 3 beautiful girls as your sisters?" Wang Kun awkwardly chuckled. "It's a matter of physiological necessity." Gu Yuna, with a look of disdain, retorted, "You truly are a lustful Kun. So what do you propose as compensation?" The blue Super Pokeball seems to possess the miraculous ability to share soul rings upon capture, akin to your Master Ball used for capturing Emperor Tian. Would you be so kind as to lift the gravitational field? Which wife would resort to such violence? Gu Yuna's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she waved her hand, causing the gravitational field surrounding Wang Kun to dissipate entirely. Wang Kun rose to his feet, glancing at the washboard that had been slightly deformed beneath his weight. Alas, this washboard is wrought from iron. Its distortion speaks volumes of the burden I bear, yet I feel no pain. Is it due to the power I have recently acquired from the thousand-handed Hashirama? How terrifying. Nar has truly grown formidable, even resorting to the human world's washboard to chastise her husband. The angelic presence is indeed remarkable. I can't shake the feeling that you are mocking me. Gyuna suddenly realized that Wang Kun had referred to her with a certain title moments ago, Angel. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Please refrain from that title. I would prefer you to simply call me Nar. Wang Kun nodded slightly and then produced a blue spirit ball, saying, I shall attempt to capture that king of all beasts and acquire a soul ring. Beautiful angel. Once the soul ring was mentioned, Gyuna's rosy complexion returned to its pristine whiteness. What exactly do you intend to do? You mentioned that once this spirit ball is captured, if it were to be destroyed, the soul of the spirit beast would be obliterated. That was, of course, a deception aimed at the dark demon evil god Tiger. Otherwise, he would easily escape my control. Wang Kun stepped forward and gently tapped Nar on her little dragon head, subsequently lifting her. Her cheeks flushed into his embrace while settling into a bamboo chair. He gazed down at the reclining Nar resting on his lap and inquired, What do you think of the pendant I procured for you? It's quite lovely. Thank you, she replied. No need for thanks. There is no requirement for such formalities between us, my angelic lady. Must you always insist on collecting them first, O king of 10,000 beasts? Gyuna chose not to pursue the matter with the somewhat frivolous Wang Kun. Even my subordinate, Tian, has been gathered by you. Is that not sufficient? If you desire a soul ring, then seek out that great gorilla or the bull-headed serpent. Rest assured, the destruction of the spirit ball does not equate to the annihilation of the soul. I merely deceived that formidable black dragon. I cannot believe that. You must first conduct an experiment. With that, he instantaneously transported himself to seize the 10,000-year-old soft-boned enchanting rabbit. The rabbit offered no resistance, completely submitting to the Silver Dragon King. First, capture it, and then proceed to destroy the spirit ball. Wang Kun, without any unnecessary words, conjured a blue super ball using the divine light of creation. He struck a switch, releasing a crimson beam that ensnared it within the orb. Subsequently, he crushed it underfoot, causing the delicate-boned charm rabbit to leap away in fright. Nar couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, It truly is deceptive. No, it is rather a trick upon the soul beasts. You must understand, for 6 long years, Emperor Tian has been terrified, fearing that his enemies would destroy the Master Ball. Thus, he has been safeguarding it day and night. So, may I collect you? Is that permissible? That is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 44, Meng Iran's unique beauty seeks your support. Is it not possible? I was merely jesting. Nar, summon the king of myriad beasts. Suddenly, reclining on the ground, Wang Kun languidly remarked, I desire Nar's knee as a pillow while I await the king of myriad beasts. Gyuna delivered a playful punch, affectionately striking Wang Kun's head, saying, You dream of beauty. However, you have refrained from those shameful antics, which is a redeeming quality. When will the king of myriad beasts arrive? Do not fret. He has already come. At that moment, a strikingly handsome man with azure-green hair emerged from the forest of the Lake of Life. Dressed in a blue and white battle robe paired with fitted black trousers, he knelt on one knee before Gyuna, inquiring, Might I ask, my sovereign, what commands do you have for my summons? Do not resist when I instruct you. Upon hearing this, the king of myriad beasts felt a wave of trepidation but remained utterly still. Gyuna then pressed the super ball, effortlessly capturing him. After 3 beeps, he was subdued. She subsequently released him, stating, The king of myriad beasts is a loyal subordinate. Did you not even attempt to resist? Thank you for your commendation. My sovereign, I understand that all you do is just and right. Wang Kun stepped forward, gently touching the deep crimson soul ring atop his head, which had existed for 500,000 years, and seamlessly integrated it. His body was illuminated by the golden, gold, and blood-red soul rings, and shortly thereafter, the 4th soul ring encircled him. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the power of Senja Hashirama from Naruto. Quite remarkable. When the king of 10,000 beasts witnessed his soul ring suddenly materializing and being absorbed by a human, he immediately unleashed the immense pressure of his soul power, cultivated for 500,000 years, to suppress Wang Kun, who dared to absorb his soul ring. Instantly, he fell to the ground, muttering, Damn it. Nar let this brother absorb my divine power. Gyuna waved her hand, and the soul power pressure of the king of 10,000 beasts dissipated in an instant. She inquired with curiosity, May I ask, my lord, what is this blue sphere? Why was my soul ring absorbed, yet I did not perish? Gyuna gestured toward the magnificent sphere, explaining, This? It should be a necessary item for the coexistence of soul beasts and humans. However, I harbor little hope, for humans tend to prefer oppressing soul beasts, rendering them weaker and posing no threat to themselves. With a piercing gaze fixed on Wang Kun, Gu Yuna commanded, "You are to create at least 1,000 of these magnificent spheres." She then cast a glance at Bai Ji, who was nestled in the emerald-feathered cottage, admonishing, "Bai Ji, cease your indulgence in romantic novels. Your previous obsession with such tales made you hesitant to heed my commands." Bai Ji promptly discarded the book, channeling her soul power to soar through the air to Gu Yuna's side, bowing apologetically. "I sincerely apologize, my lord. I was momentarily captivated. There's no need for further words. Go and utilize that emerald light on Wang Kun, ensuring he produces at least 1,000 magnificent spheres. If humans hunt our exceptionally gifted soul beasts, grant this to him, allowing for shared soul rings. Let the soul beast survive." Both the king of 10,000 beasts and Bai Ji knelt in unison, exclaiming, "My lord, your wisdom is unparalleled." Wang Kun produced the 100 super blue Pokeballs he had secretly stored. "I anticipated you would take this course of action. Would it suffice if I provided you with an additional 1,000? Clearly, a mere 100 is insufficient. Can't you reward me with some benefits, not-er? Heh. Ponder for a moment what actions you have undertaken." Wang Kun chuckled awkwardly before commencing the creation of blue Pokeballs. Miki assisted him by replenishing his spirit energy. And thus, time swiftly transitioned from 2 or 3 in the afternoon to 6 o'clock. 1,000 super balls were completed, and with a mere flick of her jade-like fingers, Gu Yuna effortlessly stored them all in her spatial pocket. Wang Kun instructed Bai Ji to fully restore his soul power before rising to his feet. "It's about time. I shall join my companions for some merriment," he declared. Gu Yuna, feeling quite satisfied, permitted him to leave, saying, "Wang Kun, you have performed admirably. However, should you venture outside and indulge in frivolities, remember to keep in your heart that I am your foremost priority." Wang Kun, utterly exhausted, sighed, "Very well, my dear wife. Although I had envisioned us wielding dual guns in a magnificent display, gallivanting across the Douluo continent, alas, the divine realm has intervened, leaving me to pursue other endeavors." Gu Yuna, slightly blushing, turned away and said, "All right, let us hasten our departure. We must not keep your sister anxious." Wang Kun clasped his hands together and declared, "Would release, flying technique." At that moment, a glider materialized around him once more. The king of all demons, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "My lord, this does not seem to be my skill. How can a mere human wield it?" Wang Kun replied, "Oh, just an intriguing human. Pay it no mind." Suddenly, Wang Kun recalled that this was the perfect moment for the legendary couple, the dragon and the serpent, along with the fiery-clad Mangaran. Wang Kun suddenly aspired to become a domineering CEO. Upon his arrival, he was taken aback to find that Oscar had not utilized his Super Ball. Was he truly preparing to slay the Millennium Phoenix-tailed chicken snake, just as depicted in the original narrative? This incited a tinge of irritation within him. Did they so fervently adhere to tradition? Such adherence was typically characteristic of those uncles and aunts. Nevertheless, he decided to let it be. Wang Kun also descended directly, simultaneously shedding his glider. The crowd was struck with astonishment and curiosity at the sudden arrival of Wang Kun. Is it possible that Wang Kun can actually fly? Wang Kun addressed Xiao Ao, saying, "Do you truly wish to forego the 10,000-year soul ring? My Super Ball possesses the ability to share soul rings. You, my boy, display remarkable audacity." Meanwhile, Xiao Wu interjected before Oscar could respond, exclaiming, "You haven't even informed us how to utilize it, and yet you dare to vanish." Cursed Wang Kun. Wang Kun could only smile in silence, remarking, "Did I not demonstrate this to you previously? It was when I assisted Songhui Academy's Hua Qianxuan in capturing the soul beast known as the Overlord Flower, utilizing a Super Ball. Yet, you all insisted that my strength was unnecessary, thus rendering the 10,000-year soul ring superfluous. Truly, a trivial matter." Upon concluding his words, the fourth soul ring on Wang Kun's body shimmered with a blood-red radiance. Xiao was taken aback, for this was the terrifying soul ring of a beast ranked among the top 10 formidable creatures. Moreover, an overwhelming aura of the Silver Dragon King emanated from him, compelling her to submit to Wang Kun. Wang Kun gazed at the astonished crowd and inquired, "Do you desire this 100,000-year spirit ring?" Ma Hongjun, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "Brother Kun, I yearn for it immensely." With a chuckle, Wang Kun replied, "Dream on. Do you truly believe that capturing a 100,000-year spirit beast is so simple?" He then turned his attention to Xiao Wu, asking, "What do you think, Xiao Wu?" Xiao Wu clenched her fists, well aware that Wang Kun was fully cognizant of her connection to the 100,000-year spirit beast. "Indeed, you are correct, Wang Kun," she acknowledged. Capturing 100,000-year spirit beast is no easy feat. If it were, it wouldn't be 100,000 years old. Tang Sen then produced the super ball and inquired, "Brother Wang, do you know how to utilize this?" Wang Kun surveyed his surroundings for any soul beasts and remarked, "You must rely on yourself, little San. Do not always depend on me. Furthermore, I have previously demonstrated this. With your intelligence and wit, I am certain you can find a solution." Upon hearing his new nickname, Tang Sen felt a mix of bewilderment, embarrassment, and a tinge of discomfort. Meanwhile, Oscar, eager to absorb the soul ring, hurriedly dashed towards Zhao Wujia's direction. Chapter 45. Those who follow tradition yet yearn to break it. Xiao Wu stood beside Tang San, her head bowed, her beautiful eyes filled with compassion. "Must we truly hunt soul beasts?" Tang San sighed softly and replied, "The law of survival is indeed one of the weak being preyed upon by the strong. If this serpent is more formidable than us, it will certainly not spare the meal within its grasp." Xiao Wu fell silent, her head still lowered, her complexion remaining pale. Just as Oscar was about to thrust the knife he had taken from Zhao Wujia towards the millennia-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, Wang Kun shook the super ball in his hand and remarked, "If one must slay the soul beast, why not shatter tradition? Oscar, do you not admire Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasure Glaze Tile sect? You wish to defy convention yet still adhere to it yourself." Wang Kun gently rubbed his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Ha ha. Upon hearing these words, Oscar could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment. He cast a glance at Ning Rongrong, whose status was vastly inferior to his own, and gradually lost his desire to compete. Wang Kun hurled a super ball directly at the phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake. Upon contact with its body, the ball emitted a radiant crimson glow, subsequently drawing it in. Wang Kun approached with great excitement, and amidst the curious gazes of the crowd, he eagerly proclaimed, "I have finally tamed the Millennium Phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. I am one step closer to becoming a Pokemon master." Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Juqing simultaneously laughed, teasing him, "Oni-chan, how childish." At that moment, as Xiao Wu observed Wang Kun's inability to hunt soul beasts, her fondness for him surged. And with the blessing of the red thread from the god of love, Wang Kun's standing almost surpassed that of Tang San, who was merely adept at slaying soul beasts. Suddenly, a hoarse, commanding voice rang out, "Stop right there." Two figures emerged from the direction the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake had flown in, revealing themselves to the crowd. One was an elderly woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, with neatly arranged white hair and a spirited demeanor, her eyes sparkling with vitality as she gripped a serpent-headed staff. Beside her stood a beautiful young girl, seemingly 16 or 17, clad in a fitted outfit that accentuated her well-developed figure. Her deep brown eyes were fixed intently on the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake contained within Wang Kun's blue orb. And she too held a serpent-headed staff, albeit shorter than the elders, adorned with 200-year soul rings. Ma Hongjun, upon seeing Meng Yiran's slightly revealing attire, couldn't help but drool, exchanging glances with Oscar, and they simultaneously gave each other a thumbs-up, old perv. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Juqing cast them disdainful looks. Nevertheless, the appearance of the elderly woman and the girl startled everyone. However, upon noticing the 6 soul rings around the elder, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Knowing that Wang Kun possessed the power to unleash a soul battle of formidable strength, alongside the over 70-level unmovable King Zhao Guoxiong, Tang San and his companions also relaxed. But the elder's expression shifted when she caught sight of the 7 soul rings on Zhao Wujia's body. This was a soul sage. How could a soul sage appear on the outskirts of the Douluo forest? The elder's heart sank, realizing today would not end well. "May I ask what brings you here?" Zhao Wujie glanced at the elder, his gaze lingering on the serpent-headed staff in her hand, prompting memories of someone. Thus, his tone was not overly harsh. The elder cleared her throat, softening her expression. "Soul Sage, could you possibly give this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake to this child?" She pointed at the blue orb in Wang Kun's hand. Zhao Wujie signaled Oscar with a glance, indicating he should wait a moment, then turned back to the elder, asking, "Why?" The elder appeared to regain some composure, stating, "We were the first to discover and initiate the hunt for this snake. Otherwise." Oscar could no longer contain himself. "How can you prove it was you who began the hunt? After all, we saw no trace of you when we found it." The elder smiled slightly and replied, "There is no need for impatience, young man. The belly of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake in that blue orb bears 2 wounds inflicted by my staff, and there are also injuries beneath its wings. It merely slipped away from us unintentionally. My granddaughter has just reached level 30 and is in dire need of this soul ring. As you can see, She has inherited my weapon spirit, the snake staff. Thus, a high-level serpent-type weapon spirit is the most suitable for her. Wang Kun released it, and at that moment, the purple spirit ring atop the phoenix-tailed, chicken-crowned snake suddenly manifested. Oscar rushed to absorb the spirit ring without uttering a word, directly extending his hand to touch it. With just a slight contact, a yellow spirit ring illuminated around Oscar, while the purple ring encircled him instantaneously. This spectacle astonished the onlookers, though they quickly regained their composure. Zhao Wujie, with a cold smile, remarked, "Ha ha ha, esteemed elder, with the disappearance of this spirit ring, might I kindly ask you to step back? After all, we are merely support-type spirit masters with spirit power levels of 14 and 30. The atmosphere in the vicinity was palpably tense as the old woman fixed her gaze firmly on Zhao Wujie. The elder introduced herself as Chao Tenxiang, well regarded in the spirit master community, earning the moniker of the Snake Matriarch. She continued, "My husband is named Mingshu, commonly referred to as Dragon Duke. We have come to the Stardow Forest to find a suitable third spirit ring for our granddaughter. However, your young companions have disrupted our plans, and we require a reasonable explanation." Upon hearing the elder's self-introduction, Zhao Wujie was taken aback and inquired solemnly, "Are you the esteemed snake matriarch of the legendary dragon and snake duo?" Chao Tianxiang smiled gracefully. "Indeed, that is I. May I have the honor of knowing your name?" "Spirit Saint?" While they continued their chatter, Wang Kun discreetly admired Myriad's beauty. It was undeniable that she was exceptionally alluring, far surpassing the likes of Ning Rongrong's, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu in her fiery attire, which was audacious yet not overly revealing. Zhao Wujie's expression subtly shifted. He had long heard of the legendary dragon and snake duo, who had debuted early in their careers and possessed extraordinary power. Particularly, the Dragon Duke Mingshu had already reached the level of Spirit Saint by the time his name was spoken. Even if he had now ascended to the Spirit Douluo realm, it would not surprise Zhao Wujie. The Dragon Duke's martial soul was a dragon-headed staff, complementing the Snake Matriarch's snake-headed staff perfectly. The couple possessed an exceptionally formidable martial soul fusion technique, which was nearly insurmountable unless one possessed the strength of a tidal Douluo. Zhao Wujie, being merely a spirit saint, understood the gravity of the situation. Despite the apparent weakness of the Snake Matriarch, he knew that should the Dragon Duke appear, it would be a devastating confrontation. He glanced at Wang Kun, who seemed remarkably at ease, and cautioned the young man, "This opponent is on par with the tidal Douluo." Wang Kun suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, to claim oneself as a legendary dragon and serpent, with a martial soul fusion skill that rivals the tidal Douluo? As long as this individual is not a genuine tidal Douluo, those feeble and frail old souls are utterly insignificant in my eyes. They are merely a trivial opposition to me. With a single strike of my yellow Spring's Wrath, I can vanquish the martial soul fusion of the two." Upon hearing these words, the crowd was astounded. This man was exceedingly arrogant, his hubris boundless. Yet, the unwavering confidence in Wang Kun's gaze compelled a certain respect. He undeniably possessed such prowess. Particularly notable was his mastery of the super sphere, which allowed for the sharing of soul rings without the need to slay soul beasts. This was undoubtedly the most benevolent choice for those who wished to spare the lives of these creatures. The women present could not help but regard Wang Kun, who could contend with the tidal Douluo, with newfound admiration. Wang Kun suddenly vanished from his location. Standing atop a tree, he proclaimed, "Grandma Kaoshiangxiang, you need not concern yourself with me any longer. They claim my power is unnecessary, so please vanquish them on my behalf. By the way, Oscar, the first innate full soul power support spirit master across the continent is at your disposal as an apology. Such an extraordinary support spirit master is now yours." This unexpected maneuver left the members of Shrek both bewildered and infuriated. Why is Wang Kun betraying his teammates? However, Wang Kun merely jested, for it seemed that this group of Shrek's 7 monsters did not particularly require his presence. Thus, it became essential for these individuals, either born into wealth, offspring of officials, or beings transformed from formidable spirit beasts, to experience the harsh realities of society. Only through such trials could they truly appreciate their own strength. To be candid, overpowering this assembly of innate geniuses, who ordinary individuals might struggle a lifetime to surpass, is indeed exhilarating. The first to regain his senses, Oscar, gazed longingly at Wang Kun perched atop the tree and exclaimed, "Hey, brother, don't sell me out. Fear not, each of you from the Shrek 7 monsters is remarkable. I am but a mere Shrek overlord." In that moment, Zhao Tianxiang also recognized the significance of this level 14, level 30 soul power. The soul innate full soul power support type soul master. If such an exceptional food-type soul master could be recruited into her sect, it would be an extraordinary boon. With a gentle smile, Zhao Tianxiang turned to Zhao Wujie and said, I am slightly older than you. So I shall be bold and address you as Brother Zhao. This Millennium Windtail Coxcomb Snake is of great importance to my granddaughter, who has just reached level 30 and is in dire need of a suitable martial soul. We were the first to discover this Windtail Coxcomb Snake, and although we caused it injury, it inadvertently escaped. Yet, it was seized by your student. If you could kindly entrust this student to me, the matter would be resolved. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu glared at Wang Kun and shouted, You traitorous swine! What on earth do you intend to do? Wang Kun humorously remarked, I just checked the location of the Dragon Lord. It's quite a considerable distance away. There's ample opportunity for us to create some chaos. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Do you really think you can snatch my student away with mere words? Even if you claim to be an unparalleled dragon and serpent, you would find it quite challenging to defeat both Wang Kun and me. Moreover, the Dragon Lord is still far removed from your reach. Sister Chao, it seems this matter may prove difficult. Zhao Wujie displayed a troubled expression. The girl standing beside Chao Tianxiang interjected, What is so difficult about it? We were the ones who first discovered this Millennium Windtail Rooster Snake. Had we not already injured it, would you have had such an easy time capturing it? Furthermore, how is it that you cannot simply entice that support-type soul master with delicacies? Securing him would be far more advantageous than aligning with your impoverished lot. With that, she raised her serpent-headed staff. Chao Tianxiang furrowed her brow, fixing her gaze upon Zhao Wujie. Brother Zhao, are you implying that you refuse to relinquish that support-type soul master to us, the unparalleled dragon and serpent? Zhao Wujie smiled gently. Sister Chao, your assertion is misguided. In the Star Dough Forest, all soul beasts are considered unclaimed entities. Perhaps you truly discovered and injured the Millennium Windtail Rooster Snake first, but ultimately, it is we who captured it. To insist that it belongs to you is rather unfair. Moreover, since our support-type soul master has absorbed it, you cannot simply demand to take our member. Such unreasonable demands are unacceptable. Chao Tianxiang's expression turned fierce as she raised her serpent-headed staff and struck it against the ground. Very well. I shall challenge your strongest member with my granddaughter. I believe that golden-haired little Brad is the strongest here. Let him face my granddaughter. If she wins, I will take that support-type soul master. If she loses, this matter shall be settled. Zhao Wujie chuckled. That might not be prudent. He is a level 37 battle soul master. Chao Tianxiang and Ming Iran were taken aback, while Dai Mubai showcased his formidable yellow and purple martial soul. He bowed slightly. Introducing himself, I am Dai Mubai, a level 37 battle soul sovereign at the age of 15, with the evil Eye White Tiger as my martial soul. Chao Tianxiang pointed to Wang Kun, who was watching from the treetops. What about him? He claims he can contend with the title Douluo. He must be a soul Douluo. Then, everyone collectively scoffed. Didn't he say he was busy? He is the Shrek Demon King. Wang Kun was somewhat astonished by the sudden unity of this group. Voicing a nickname he had casually mentioned. Did he truly resemble the Dark Lord? Perhaps, indeed. Subsequently, he noticed that Chao Tianxiang and Ming Iran were gazing up at him. He deftly shifted the topic, suggesting, I recommend you target that one in blue. He is merely at level 29, albeit only 12 years old. As for the others, they are all rather inexperienced, none below level 25, also age 12, except for that support-type soul master. Chao Tianxiang was taken aback by this revelation. How could this group be so formidable? Her granddaughter had only reached level 30 at the age of 16, and she looked at Tang San and his companions with a mix of fear and admiration. You truly are. In an instant, the 7 youths and maidens who appeared before the Snake Lady were all radiating with the brilliance of their soul rings. Each possessed 2 yellow soul rings, signifying 100 years of cultivation, while Dai Mubai boasted an additional purple 1,000-year soul ring. This sight genuinely astonished Chao Tianxiang. As Wang Kun observed the flabbergasted expression on Chao Tianxiang's face, he remarked, All right, old lady, since you have witnessed the monsters of Shrek and the Dark Lord, it is best we take our leave to avoid further embarrassment. Chao Tianxiang's anger was palpable, her frown deepening as she retorted, Where did this little brat come from? So lacking in manners? At that moment, everyone couldn't help but chuckle, as if to say, in truth, he is the strongest here. Had he not claimed to rival the title Douluo? Yet, immersed in her own thoughts, Ming Iran remained indifferent to such exchanges. Wang Kun effortlessly leaped down from the tree, and the girl before him had already stepped forward, while the others slowly retreated, granting them ample space to engage in combat. I am Wang Kun, wielding the martial spirit of a great spear. I shall confront you with my strength at level 30. The girl replied coldly, Heh. I reckon you are at most level 30. I am myriad, and my martial spirit is the serpent staff. A 30-level, second-ring soul master. As they drew nearer, Wang Kun observed that the girl named myriad was exceedingly beautiful, having already blossomed at the age of 16. Her physique was impeccably developed, rendering the three girls from the academy somewhat naive in comparison. myriad's large brown eyes were adorned with long eyelashes, and her height was comparable to Wang Kun's. Her figure remarkably proportionate, with a full and rounded bosom. Her slender waist twisted gracefully like that of a serpent, though her expression bore a hint of playful annoyance. It did not diminish her elegance in the slightest. As a gentle breeze swept through, the leaves of the forest rustled softly, and sunlight emerged from the dappled shadows of the trees. Wang Kun remained motionless, merely uttering, Do as you wish, I am invincible. At that moment, myriad's heart was ablaze with fury. After all, witnessing the rare soul ring slip through her fingers was a bitter pill to swallow. And how could she possibly feel at ease? Moreover, the youth before her, for years her junior, displayed such audacity. She yearned to swiftly vanquish Wang Kun right then and there. As for the support-type soul master, she cared not. Her sole desire was to unleash her pent-up anger. Suddenly, with a flash of movement, myriad swiftly positioned herself before Wang Kun, her serpent staff aimed directly at his head, ready to strike. Wang Kun then activated the second soul ring skill. The voice of myriad, infused with the essence of the Yellow Spring's wrath, resonated. Yet the crowd could scarcely discern the words. They could only observe myriad appearing quite disheveled. At this moment, her attire, once robust, was now riddled with countless tears, revealing glimpses of her form through the openings. She was not merely angry. She was a tempest of indignation and humiliation. Both Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, along with Oscar, were captivated, their gazes fixated intently upon myriad, who was undoubtedly a striking beauty. The torn fabric of her outfit lent an air of ethereal allure, prompting Dai Mubai and Oscar to temper their reaction slightly, while Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, visibly entranced. At this juncture, Wang Kun joined his hands and proclaimed, The wood release, flower tree realm descends. Under the tree where Wang Kun stood, a vast expanse of colossal vine-like plants sprang forth in the blink of an eye, ensnaring myriad and Chao Tianxiang. The crimson blossoms adorning these vines released a cloud of yellow pollen, inducing a drowsiness in myriad that rendered her faint. Moreover, the enchanting blooms concealed her modest appearance. Despite being ensnared, Chao Tianxiang foolishly sought to use her spirit ring to break free. Such aspirations were indeed delusional. Faced with this predicament, escape seemed impossible, as the pollen threatened to plunge her into unconsciousness. Even a titled Douluo would find it exceedingly challenging to extricate themselves from such a bind. Furthermore, these vines possessed the ability to siphon soul power. Any attempt to struggle would merely nourish the vines, promoting their growth at an accelerated pace while depleting her own energy. In an instant, the surrounding vines encircled Chao Tianxiang with remarkable speed, leaving her no chance of resistance. Coupled with the soporific effects of the pollen, her physical capabilities were further diminished, ultimately leading her into a state of slumber. Wang Kun leaped down from the treetop, exuding an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, How audacious for a mere soul emperor of over 60 ranks to behave so insolently. He then turned to the disheartened Dai Mubai and his companions, chuckling, What is the matter? Have you not feasted your eyes enough? Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun suddenly felt the condescending disdain of the three enchanting maidens. They promptly averted their gazes. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie could hardly fathom the prospect of engaging in a struggle with Wang Kun, suspecting he would likely succumb to that very technique. It seemed that only Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix might possess the ability to slightly counteract this move. Wang Kun, displaying his domineering demeanor, disregarded her and fixed his gaze upon myriad, offering a rather biting consolation. You truly are a bit lacking, aren't you? At merely 16 years of age, and only at level 30, how have you trained? Would you like me to provide you with a cheat to transform you into an unparalleled powerhouse? Although myriad understood that Wang Kun's intentions were to comfort her, his insinuation of her weakness carried a mocking undertone. Her face flushed with indignation, and with a firm strike of her serpent staff, she pointed at Wang Kun and declared, You are the one I choose. Wang Kun subsequently produced the super ball and inquired of Oscar, How do you feel, little Ao? Are you still enjoying the benefits of a soul beast bodyguard? Oscar glanced at the phoenix-tailed coiled serpent beside him, fed it a roasted sausage, and to his surprise, the serpent scurried away after finishing its meal. Wang Kun couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "Oscar, what on earth happened? You let the soul beast slip away after it was within your grasp." Little Ao, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "Well, it simply didn't wish to accompany me, and there was nothing I could do about it." Wang Kun then spoke, "All right. Now showcase your soul ring." He, however, awkwardly replied, "Never mind. Let's discuss it when we return." Ma Hongjun, somewhat irritated, remarked, "What are you afraid of, Xiao Ao? Are you worried we might mock you? Surely, your third soul skill isn't more absurd than the first two. The brothers have put in considerable effort for you. Hurry up and show us the results." Oscar, feeling helpless, nodded and said, "Just so you know, you must promise not to laugh at my soul skill." The crowd nodded in agreement, though smiles betrayed their amusement. Oscar raised his right hand and finally recited his third soul skill, "I possess a mushroom sausage." Upon hearing this proclamation, nearly everyone erupted in laughter. Even Zhao Wujia chuckled heartily. Oscar, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Did we not agree to refrain from laughter?" Ironically, his words only intensified the hilarity. It is worth mentioning that Wang Kun, already familiar with the original storyline of Douluo, did not laugh, having already had his fill of amusement from the anime. At that moment, a peculiar sausage appeared in the palm of Oscar's right hand, crowned with a mushroom cap resembling the fleshy crest atop a coxcomb snake. This peculiar name, mushroom sausage, likely stemmed from its appearance. Zhao Wujia, being a mentor, was the first to regain composure, observing Oscar's expression of indignation. "Xiao Ao, why not enlighten us about the utility of this mushroom sausage? A soul skill birthed from a millennium-old soul ring? Its efficacy must be remarkable." Oscar, somewhat testily, huffed, "You all may laugh. From now on, aside from Wang Kun, no one shall partake of my mushroom sausage. Furthermore, Wang Kun's method of absorbing soul rings is 100% effective. When I absorbed the soul ring in that fleeting moment, I felt my soul power surge rapidly and gently, devoid of any side effects. Most importantly, my soul power level has reached at least level 33. Had I originally hunted soul beasts, I would have had to contend with their souls to absorb successfully. However, Wang Kun's method allows me to absorb directly without wasting any soul power battling against the beast spirit. It's exhilarating. The Shrek Tyrant is truly remarkable." Chapter 48. If your mother and wife fell into the sea, whom would you save? Please support with a recommendation. Upon finishing his speech, he raised the mushroom sausage, his expression growing somewhat peculiar. Then, with a tone of pride, he declared loudly, "The effect of the mushroom sausage's third soul skill is flight." Laughter abruptly ceased, and all gazes turned to Oscar in astonishment, triggered by those simple two words, flight. Flight? How could that possibly be? If the third soul skill granted the ability to fly, it would mean that this skill would enable all non-flying soul masters to soar, providing protection against being easily targeted. This skill was nothing short of terrifying. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar with a mix of complex emotions, realizing for the first time that among the Shrek students, she might indeed be the weakest. But wait, Wang Kun must have a way. He would surely empower her to surpass even the formidable Tang San. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to speak, Wang Kun remarked, "I believe I just spotted a millennium-old armored dragon tortoise. I shall provide it shortly." He also recalled having heard Nara mention that she possessed a mystical herb devoid of any effect on soul power enhancement, suggesting that if it were needed, one might as well consume it. Wang Kun uttered no words. He merely addressed Ning Rongrong, instructing her to wait for him. "I shall procure a 10,000-year soul ring for you. And, by the way, I will also retrieve a celestial herb to elevate your soul power to level 30. With that, Wang Kun vanished from sight, utilizing spatial teleportation to ascend into the heavens. As he joined his hands, he invoked the wood release, glider technique, swiftly soaring away. As he flew, he observed two towering trees gradually parting, revealing a colossal figure that emerged silently from the shadows. Upon sighting this behemoth, Wang Kun promptly brandished his prized possession, the golden dragon AWM, aiming at the Titan Great Ape, a being as formidable as a mountain. The sudden appearance of the Titan Great Ape startled numerous birds, sending them into flight. It seemed that the Titan Great Ape longed for the sweet voice and visage of Xiao Wu, having not seen her for 6 long years. With the golden dragon AWM loaded with magnum rounds, he fired a single shot that struck the Titan Great Ape's cranium, though the impact proved inconsequential. The Titan Great Ape merely scratched its head, seemingly unfazed. Wang Kun, rendered speechless, remarked, "Little monkey, do not inflict harm upon the females, not just that little dance girl. There is also my sister, Zhu Qing, and Ning Rongrong. Remember this. If I return to find my sister injured, You shall experience the true meaning of a fate worse than death." The Titan giant ape, seemingly bewildered, nodded in understanding and promptly scurried away. It appears that it is indeed captivated by the little dancer. Wang Kun had little to say about the golden dragon AWM. While it proved ineffective against soul beasts, it was particularly useful against humans. He resolved to employ the Genesis 9 Divine Light to enhance his ammunition next time. For now, it was only effective against beings at level 70 or higher, or perhaps soul saints. He then dissipated the golden dragon AWM and swiftly soared through the air, aided by his wooden glider. After observing the soul beasts below for a considerable time, he finally spotted a 3-meter-long ancient soul beast, the armored dragon tortoise, predominantly yellow and curled into a sphere. With a swift motion, he brought his hands together. Celestial technique, Quan Ru Tian, dropping hands. The armored dragon tortoise, which had been transforming into a spherical shape to slumber, suddenly sensed the surrounding trees moving, just as it prepared to roll away in response to the imminent danger. He declared, would release, for pillar prison technique. In an instant, fir trees erupted around the armored dragon tortoise, intertwining and forming a cage within a 10-meter radius. The now spherical tortoise collided with the prison, and immediately following, Quan Ru Tian ensnared the mischievous creature. Capturing the ancient soul beast proved remarkably effortless, eliciting a smile from him. "I am truly formidable now." Simultaneously, the trees voraciously absorbed its soul power. The armored dragon tortoise struggled in vain, its strength pitifully inadequate. Its soul power and vitality were rapidly drained by the relentless trees. Wang Kun, having absorbed enough energy, cast the super ball to capture the armored dragon turtle. With 3 distinct beeps, the creature was successfully secured under his command. He then teleported into the air, gliding majestically across the sky. However, at that moment, the Titan giant ape was likely pursuing Xiao Wu, intent on engaging in some unsavory activities. It remains uncertain whether it harmed my sister Rongrong or Zhuqing. Should even a single strand of hair be lost, I would not hesitate to unleash a barrage upon it with a Gatling gun. The Gatling is no mere toy to be trifled with, unlike the playful scratches of the golden dragon AWM. Wang Kun first soared to the lake of life before gracefully descending, his gaze fixed upon Na, who was engrossed in the study of human history. Na, with her captivating smile, was indeed a sight to behold. Upon his arrival, Guiyuna exhibited no discernible reaction, and Wang Kun chose to disregard her presence. He strode directly toward the lake of life, approaching its edge to seize the life grass, recalling what Na had previously imparted to him. This grass embodied the vitality of all life that the lake nurtured. It bore no adverse effects. For consuming this celestial herb would enhance the strength of both soul beasts and humans alike. However, should one consume the life grass again in the future, its efficacy would diminish. He observed the vibrant green grass by the lakeside, radiating an ethereal green luminescence, and with a sudden determination, he forcefully severed its roots. Without hesitation, he extracted it. Noticing that Na still ignored him, he departed. Unable to contain herself any longer, Guiyuna set her book aside and exclaimed, "Why are you ignoring me? You simply took the item without a word. Couldn't you at least offer a token of gratitude?" Wang Kun smiled gently, saying, "Did I not give Na 1,000 Pokballs? Moreover, I have only obtained a small portion of the life essence herb, Nar." Guiyuna Mei's face flushed slightly as she replied, "Let us set that aside for the moment, but you did acquire that herb for the woman named Ning Rongrong, did you not?" Wang Kun suddenly stumbled and remarked, "Nar, is the starry forest your home? How is it that you know everything?" "Indeed," she replied. "Then allow me to offer you a token of my appreciation. May I kiss you?" Guiyuna merely smiled serenely. "That is not permissible." "Very well then." Upon Wang Kun's return, he beheld the lush expanse of the forest, where 2 sentinels, titanic giant apes and azure bull python, had been exiled from the lake of life. Standing 1,000 meters away, the titanic giant ape cradled the delicate form of Xiao Wu, who was joyfully engaged in conversation with the Ming and Air Ming. At this moment, Wang Kun employed his skill, spatial summoning, and instantaneously transported himself behind Xiao Wu. He swiftly grasped her delicate hand, remarking, "I have never seen you so joyful when you are with Tang San. Let us be clear, who holds greater significance for you, Tang San or De Ming and Air Ming?" The Titan giant ape, witnessing this audacious human youth grasping its beloved Xiao Wu's hand, was consumed by fury and contemplated delivering a crushing blow to Wang Kun. However, upon hearing Wang Kun's words, it hesitated. While the Tianqing Niu Meng eagerly focused on Xiao Wu, yearning for her response, feeling the weight of their intense gazes, Xiao Wu could not help but blush as she murmured, "Well, to be honest, I actually lean more towards Wang Kun. Yet, Her decision was complicated by the fact that Tang San hunted soul beasts, whereas Wang Kun did not. The Titan giant ape, unable to contain its curiosity, yearned to discover who truly held more importance, her companions or the one she cherished. In that moment, Xiao Wu's third purple soul ring illuminated. Activating her Millennium Soul Ring skill, instantaneous movement, she suddenly vanished from Wang Kun's grasp, liberating her hand from his, and repeatedly teleported onto the arm of the Titan giant ape. Wang Kun also smiled and inquired, "Which one is it? Which holds greater significance, the Great Ming or the Tang Dynasty?" Chapter 49, Celestial Techniques. Would escape. The True Thousand Hands. The transformation into the Buddha atop. Xiao Wu, uncertain of how to respond, tugged at her rabbit ears, lost in her thoughts. Wang Kun could no longer bear it. This little rabbit spirit's mind was unable to fathom such a profound dilemma as choosing between saving one's mother or one's wife if they were both to fall into the sea. Only children make such choices. Adults desire them all. All are equally significant. Is that not so? The little rabbit spirit, with a touch of fierceness, affirmed, "Indeed. That is correct." Upon hearing this response, Wang Kun ceased to speak further and vanished from sight, soaring into the sky. "Xiao Wu, I can't shake the feeling that your words are somewhat insincere." Xiao Wu replied, "I too did not anticipate that you were the beloved of our esteemed lord. I tend to maintain a low profile." Wang Kun sought out myriad, feeling a tinge of regret for not having lavished her with affection earlier. As he soared through the skies, white text suddenly materialized before him. The random system has been transformed into the affection system. Each time the host bestows affection upon a beauty, their soul power will increase by 1 level. Astonishing. This system is truly remarkable. Just then, Wang Kun beheld a peculiar soul beast before him, unmistakably rotund and plump. Its coloration was a striking black and white, featuring round cheeks, pronounced dark circles around its eyes, a chubby body, and a distinctive waddling gait, complemented by claws as sharp as a scalpel. Its imposing stature stood at a minimum of 6 meters when upright. Was this not the very iron-eating beast, the steed of Qi Yu during the legendary battle between the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor? Wang Kun recalled the legendary battle between the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor against Qi Yu, where the Yellow Emperor rode the Ying Long and the Flame Emperor rode the Great Peng to launch an assault on Qi Yu. Surprisingly, Qi Yu's steed was none other than a giant panda. Could a giant panda truly possess such remarkable prowess? At that moment, Wang Kun, in a moment of bravado, proclaimed, "In the southern lands, there exists a creature known as the iron-eating beast, resembling a bear, with a small head and stunted limbs, adorned in a black and white coat, capable of gnawing on copper, iron, and bamboo." It is worth noting that the pandas, which now thrive on their adorable demeanor, do not solely subsist on bamboo. They possess a unique ability to consume iron, earning them the moniker of iron-eating beast within the animal kingdom. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the panda has transitioned from an endangered species to a vulnerable one, and perhaps in the future, each person may possess one as a companion. Upon his descent, the ancient panda was still munching on bamboo, such endearing charm. Wang Kun found himself irresistibly drawn to caress its soft fur. To his astonishment, the giant panda actually allowed him to touch it. Could it truly be this adorable? Wang Kun gently caressed the giant panda, which exhibited little reaction. However, its originally black and white fur suddenly transformed to an immaculate white. Wang Kun was suddenly drenched in a cold sweat, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. In a frantic attempt to escape, he activated the third soul ring skill, space summoning, and vanished before the giant panda, perched atop a tree. He glanced back to see a pitch-black panda, its fur glistening ominously, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty intensity. The creature was furiously slashing at the ground where he had just stood, leaving behind 3 horrifying claw marks, each plunging at least a meter deep into the earth. This was far more terrifying than the dark golden terror claw bear. Wang Kun felt that if he were to endure this blow, it would likely spell his doom. Why was this giant panda so terrifying? He clasped his hands together. Celestial art. Would release. True Thousand Hands. Transforming into the Buddha above. Wang Kun was unexpectedly lifted by a towering Buddha statue, standing at an impressive height of 15 meters. Yet it was not the colossal 100-meter statue conjured by the legendary Senju Hashirama. Wang Kun expressed that he indeed felt a significant disparity between himself and Senju Hashirama. His prowess was at least that of a title Douluo, a super Douluo, or even an ultimate Douluo. Nonetheless, it was still bearable. He then shifted his gaze to the black panda and the white panda. The radiance of his fourth spirit ring illuminated the surroundings. However, The ancient black panda and the pristine white panda displayed no fear whatsoever. The white panda continued to munch on bamboo as usual, while the millennia-old black panda licked its lips, clearly desiring to consume Kunzi. Wang Kun could not help but feel a chill run down his spine. Enraged, he exclaimed, "Behold my thousand-handed guanyin!" Instantly, the 1,000 hands of the statue below him sprang into action, half of the fists aimed at the black panda, while the other half targeted the white panda. In that moment of impact, Wang Kun clearly witnessed the black panda effortlessly shatter 10 of his fists with a single swipe. Fortunately, it was met with over 400 fists that struck its form. However, Wang Kun soon realized that 500 of the fists had no effect on the pure white panda whatsoever. It was as if they had struck against an impenetrable void. Yet, once unleashed, those fists could not be easily recalled. After the barrage, the area within 100 meters was left pockmarked with enormous craters, devoid of any living creature. As dust swirled around him, Wang Kun swiftly leapt to the treetops to survey the battlefield. Wait a moment. What had become of the corpse of the black panda? Wang Kun suddenly awoke with a start, exclaiming in disbelief, "Am I still alive?" In a state of urgency, he swiftly scanned his surroundings, activating his first, second, third, and fourth soul rings simultaneously, ready to confront any threat in his utmost form. He searched desperately for the traces of the pure black giant panda, yet found nothing in every direction. Although the night sky was illuminated by stars, it could not compare to the brilliance of the sun. Wang Kun, for the first time, felt the weight of difficulty. Previously, when faced with the prospect of being killed by Tion, he did not experience such profound discomfort. Although he had prepared himself for death, it was only when the battle truly commenced that Wang Kun understood the meaning of the phrase "beyond the mountains." There are higher mountains. Beyond people, there are greater people. Wang Kun felt that his eyes had become ineffective, so he quickly attuned himself to the sounds surrounding him. Suddenly, he heard the rustling of leaves behind him, prompting him to swiftly employ spatial teleportation. He instantly transported himself to the treetop, simultaneously preparing his second soul skill, readying to unleash the maximum power of the Yellow Spring's Wrath. However, he was utterly unprepared for the astonishing speed of the seemingly cumbersome pure black giant panda, which moved with remarkable swiftness through the forest. Having just executed the true 1,000 hands and transformed into the Buddha, his soul power was nearly depleted. Out of nowhere, the pure black panda launched a surprise attack from behind him, but as Wang Kun teleported above, the creature leapt unexpectedly, landing right in front of him. Wang Kun promptly clasped his hands together and intoned, "Would release, ranking technique." Suddenly, formidable branches erupted before him, rapidly forming a grotesque face to shield himself. The pitch-black panda, undeterred by the spectacle, swiftly struck with its paw. Astonishingly, the eerie visage was torn apart by the panda's exquisite golden claws. Wang Kun hastily teleported to a nearby tree. But to his dismay, the pristine white panda seized the opportunity to devour a substantial portion of the bamboo growth. Wang Kun recalled that when he had just unleashed the true 1,000 hands and transformed into the Buddha above, it seemed that he had barely landed a single blow on it. Astonishingly, it had darted off to a distant spot to indulge in bamboo. It appeared that this pure white giant panda possessed the extraordinary ability to manipulate both space and time. When confronted with peril, it could effortlessly teleport to a safe location and pause time, allowing it to continue feasting on bamboo to replenish its soul power. Moreover, the claws of the pure black giant panda were of the utmost golden quality, boasting strength several times greater than that of the dark golden claw bear. Chapter 50. The giant panda is truly remarkable. Wang Kun was indeed drained of energy. The recent use of true 1,000 hands in the transformation into Buddha had severely depleted his soul power. Fortunately, Wang Kun remained technically superior. When the dark giant panda was momentarily distracted, he deftly threw an inconspicuous blue super ball towards the snow-white giant panda, which, surprisingly, seemed utterly unconcerned and was indeed subdued. Wang Kun believes that in terms of combat intelligence, the dark panda has completely outshone all others. Just moments ago, when the true 1,000 hands transformed into the Buddha, the dark panda seemed to rely solely on its remarkable speed to swiftly dash to the periphery of the true 1,000 hands' formidable power. It endured merely about 10% of the true 1,000 hands' strength, and once the release concluded, it immediately stood up despite the pain, moving with remarkable agility. Furthermore, the snowy panda continued to provide it with a steady source of soul energy, even infusing it with life force. However, when Wang Kun hurled the blue ultra ball towards it, the sphere emitted a crimson beam, enveloping the snowy panda within the confines of the blue Pak ball, while the dark panda astonishingly vanished in an instant, as if it had never existed. Wang Kun has come to realize that this dark giant panda is, in fact, Merely a shadow. This brings to mind a phrase once uttered by old Coconut in Fruit Guardian Attack. One should never be deceived by the superficial appearances of things. Wang Kun expressed his gratitude for the enlightening experience. However, the pressing question remains, why did the blue super orb manage to absorb the giant panda without any resistance? Not even a sound of protest was emitted. Was there truly no hint of defiance in the face of such capture? Remarkable. Wang Kun excitedly approached, his heart racing as he picked up the blue super ball containing the giant panda. As a Pokemon master, I had finally captured the giant panda. Wang Kun suddenly realized that Pikachu was not by his side. How delightful it would have been if, at that moment, a voice had exclaimed Pika Pika. Alas, it was not to be. Wang Kun let out a sigh, lamenting that the joy of our wise master is beyond our comprehension. Wang Kun chuckled once more and remarked, the exquisite joy that Master Ji cannot fathom, I can indeed experience. Wang Kun, the super ball, began to move. However, at that moment, he suddenly beheld a terrifying figure clad in red robes, adorned with 2 dragon horns upon his head. What a surprise! Emperor Tian, what brings you here? Emperor Tian cast a glance at the blue super ball, astonished. I never anticipated that you would tame it. Your power has reached the level of a tidal Douluo? Truly. You are a remarkable choice of humanity by the Supreme One. Indeed, you possess great strength. With a few more years of cultivation, you might even surpass the divine. Wang Kun cast a glance at Emperor Tian. You mean to say you have not brought the Master Ball? Emperor Tian turned away, departing as he spoke. That purple orb has been placed in my chamber. Remember this, human lad. Lady Guyana holds a great fondness for you. Should Lady Guyana find herself in peril, you must bear all the associated dangers on her behalf. Wang Kun raised his thumb, exclaiming that there was no issue. If one were to inquire as to why, it is because I am the king of Kun, the sovereign of the Kun, soaring like the mythical Kunping through the vast expanse of the heavens, devouring the world. Even Emperor Tian could not help but chuckle a few times, remarking, who would have thought that a mere level 40 human could triumph over a soul beast with 2,000 years of cultivation? Yet possessing the prowess of a super soul beast that has existed for 200,000 years, the iron-eating beast? Alas, you truly are quite extraordinary. Wang Kun suddenly discovered that he possessed an additional herb and a black grass. It must have been a gift from Emperor Tian. Evidently, his arrival here was to procure a potion to enhance his strength. Without any hesitation, he consumed the herbs. The moment they entered his system, the life-giving herb transformed into warm currents that coursed through his body, which absorbed them instantaneously. Furthermore, steam began to emanate from Wang Kun's body, and his skin took on an unusually radiant hue. Wang Kun suddenly exclaimed, the body of Senja Hashirama can rapidly recover from injuries and swiftly absorb medicinal substances. As long as one consumes something, they can completely restore all wounds. It's akin to a full resurrection. Within mere minutes, Wang Kun had entirely replenished his soul power. He couldn't help but marvel at the efficacy of this herb. Indeed, the physique of Senja Hashirama was remarkable. The speed of recovery was truly astonishing. He then clasped his hands together once more and declared, would release, gliding technique. Third soul skill, spatial guidance. Instantly, he teleported into the air, soaring once again. According to the original storyline, Tang Xin should have just hunted the faceless demon spider and was now being challenged by the Dragon King and Snake Mother. This presented a perfect opportunity to engage with myriad. He hastened his search for Tang Xin's whereabouts. However, Wang Kun suddenly noticed a delightful rabbit spirit trailing behind him. What are you doing following me, you rabbit? He inquired. Xiaowu retorted, why do you care? You dead Wang Kun, not even calling me Oni-chan anymore? Yet, the phrase dead Wang Kun rolled off the tongue so smoothly that he decided to deprive her of the chance to call him Oni-chan. All right, let us hurry and find Tang San. You must understand, Tang San has gone to great lengths to search for you, and now he is in imminent danger. No, he might be killed. Xiao's eyes brimmed with tears, threatening to spill over. Yet, the thought of Tang San hunting soul beasts brought her back to reality. Wang Kun would never slay a single soul beast. Wait for me. I hope little San is not dead. Wang Kun coldly remarked, farewell, without taking you along. He vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, gritting her small rabbit teeth, furiously cursed Wang Kun. You wretched Wang Kun. I wouldn't care to soar through the skies with you anyway. Furthermore, I curse you to have your teeth filled with cold water. Unperturbed, Wang Kun remained oblivious to her words. He merely descended onto a tree and was surprised to observe Tang San not utilizing his extraordinary spirit ball to capture the soul beasts, but rather resorting to the traditional method of hunting them. Wang Kun beheld Tang San seated on the ground, absorbing a violet soul ring. while beside him loomed an extraordinarily peculiar giant spider, its body spanning more than 1.5 meters in diameter and its 8 elongated, spear-like legs extending over 3 meters in length. This creature boasted a glossy black exoskeleton, and at the tips of its slender legs were the delicate features of a human face, reminiscent of a demonic arachnid. Wang Kun felt a flicker of anger. Was it not more delightful to absorb soul rings with the super ball? How could Tang San be so oblivious? Nevertheless, it seemed futile to dwell on it. Tang San was notoriously obstinate. At that moment, 3 uninvited guests swiftly emerged from the forest. Wang Kun recognized 2 of them, the recently separated Shipa Kaoxiangxiang and the striking young lady Mingyaran. Both appeared somewhat breathless, suggesting that the recent wood escape in Flower Tree Realm had proven quite beneficial, effectively replenishing their soul power and physical energy. Accompanying them was a tall, slender elder, who appeared to be at least 70 years of age. Like Kaoxiangxiang, he bore a head of silvery hair, wielding a dragon-headed staff that exceeded 4 meters in length, gleaming in a lustrous silver. The dragon head at the top of the staff was exquisitely carved, exhibiting intricate details that reflected his advanced age, while 8 soul rings rhythmically pulsed around him. The elder was undoubtedly formidable, possessing a cultivation level exceeding that of an 80th level soul Douluo. It was clear to Wang Kun that he could hold his own in combat, but he intended to let them impart a lesson to Tang San, a lesson about the harsh realities of life. Upon the arrival of the Gaishi Longxi family, they initially overlooked Tang San, who was seated on the ground nearby, and instead focused their attention on the lifeless form of the faceless demon spider, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Mingyaran gasped, exclaiming, "No? How could this happen? What on earth is going on? Who killed my faceless demon spider?" At that moment, Mingyaran donned a striking dark green outfit, radiating vigor, yet Wang Kun still preferred her previous attire, which had been exceptionally appealing. "It was I who killed it," Tang San said, struggling to his feet, his voice instantly capturing the attention of the Gaishi Longxi family. Mingyaran, seeing his disheveled appearance, was momentarily stunned before her eyes glistened with tears. "Why is it always you?" Tang San managed a wry smile. "I cannot fathom the coincidence, but indeed, it was I. Was this faceless demon spider also your quarry?" Mingshu gently patted his granddaughter's head, signaling her to remain calm before addressing Tang San. "Tang San, I shall offer you 2 choices. I, Long Gong Mingshu, have traversed the world of soul masters for many years and am not one to act unjustly. When confronted with the faceless demon spider, anyone would prioritize their own safety, so your actions, while regrettable, are somewhat understandable. However, the fact that you have disrupted my granddaughter's acquisition of soul rings on 2 occasions cannot simply be overlooked. Your first option is death, and your second is to join our ranks." At this juncture, Long Gong Mingshu noticed Wang Kun, who was observing the scene with keen interest. "Are you not the one who, at merely 12 years of age, defeated a soul emperor of over 60 levels? Would you care to join my faction? I assure you a life of luxury and abundance." Wang Kun leaped down and stood beside Tang San, saying, "All right, leave the rest to me. I initially wanted to witness you endure the trials of society, but alas, that shall not come to pass." Tang San nodded, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Wang." Subsequently, he began to absorb the soul ring in peace. When Mingyaran laid eyes on him, she immediately felt intimidated, retreating behind Long Gong. While Shimu Tianxiang addressed Long Gong, saying, "He is the child who defeated both me and Iran with a single strike. Moreover, judging by their words, particularly that of the Soul Saint Zhao, it seems that he is capable of contending with the title Douluo." Long Gong's expression turned grave as he looked at Wang Kun and inquired, "May I ask who this young brother is? Would you be interested in marrying our Iran?" Wang Kun exclaimed, "What the heck?" The full force of his formidable Huangquan Tianru was unleashed with those 2 words as he locked onto his target. The terrifying power surged towards the nearby forest, and upon contact, a cataclysmic shockwave tore through the towering trees, reducing them to mere dust that danced in the air. The uprooted earth and grass were swept away in the aftermath. The devastation wrought by Huangquan Tianru created a path of destruction stretching at least a kilometer, leaving behind nothing but a barren expanse of lifeless soil. Upon witnessing this scene, apart from Tang San, who was engrossed in absorbing the soul ring, Mingyaran and the others were left utterly astounded. Mingyaran had initially intended to say, "Grandfather, how could you say that? They haven't even made up their minds yet." However, Wang Kun suddenly noticed that someone had managed to block his Huangquan Tianru amidst the ravaged forest. What a coincidence. "Teacher Bear, how did you happen to be there?" Meanwhile, a kilometer away, Zhao Wujie cursed vehemently, "You little brat, causing all this trouble. If I weren't at a disadvantage against you, The Shrek Demon King, you'd be on the ground by now. Thankfully, these trees provided cover. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured. As long as Teacher Zhao is unharmed, he said. Before Zhao Wujie could respond, Ning Rongrong interjected, "You reckless Wang Kun. You nearly scared me to death just now." Wang Kun smiled and said, I apologize. Please refrain from calling me Oni-chan in the future. Just refer to me as Death Wang Kun." Ning Rongrong defiantly retorted, "No way. I shall insist on calling you Death Wang Kun, Death Wang Kun, Death Wang Kun. For heaven's sake, you're not following the script. Shouldn't it be Oni-chan?" After consuming the food from his storage ring, Wang Kun, endowed with the physique of Shinja Hashirama, swiftly replenished his exhausted soul power and energy. After taking a few deep breaths, he nearly restored himself to full vitality. He glanced over at the still-dazed Dragon Lord, Snake Matriarch, and Ming Yiran, and said, "Awaken." "Dear 3. The startled Dragon Lord, trembling with fear, responded, "That was truly impressive, little brother. Even if I had exerted my full strength, I suspect we would have both suffered significant losses." Wang Kun smirked disdainfully and inquired, "Do you believe yourself worthy? How dare a mere soul Douluo be so audacious? Behold the might of the great heavenly dragon, the earthly sovereign, and the wisdom of the Buddhas." He grinned wickedly. "Have you ever encountered my fourth soul skill? The ultimate killing move? It is not the previous victory over the Soul Emperor in the Sea of Trees. You shall witness the grandeur of the great heavenly dragon and the wood dragon technique." The Dragon Lord, breathless with fury, seethed with rage. Unable to fathom how such a trivial junior could exhibit such insolence. Did he not even know how to provide the elder with a semblance of respect? Wang Kun approached, triggering the spatial conduit. In an instant, he flickered to the side of Meng Yiran, who was positioned behind Long Gong, and effortlessly swept her into a princess embrace. Meng Yiran, in a state of panic, screamed, "Let go of me! Let go of me! You wretched Wang Kun! Release me!" She continued to struggle fervently. Wang Kun once again employed spatial teleportation. With effortless grace, he cradled Meng Yiran in his arms and casually remarked, "This is the flying thunder god. One can teleport at will. By the way, your fates lie within my grasp. If I desire your demise, you shall meet it without choice. Do you comprehend? In this realm, great power grants one the liberty to act as they please." Meanwhile, Chao Tianxiang struck the head of Long Gong Mengshu with her serpent staff, exclaiming, "I have repeatedly advised you against posturing, yet you persist in ignoring my counsel." After delivering her reprimand, Chao Tianxiang bowed her head while holding the dragon prince's head, saying, "Young sir, you may have whatever you wish, but may I request that you spare my precious granddaughter?" Wang Kun gazed at Meng Yiran, who was unexpectedly striking him with her serpent staff. The poison from her weapon was infiltrating his body, yet suddenly, white smoke began to emanate from Wang Kun's form. The tightly embraced Meng Yiran could not help but exclaim, "You're so hot. Please let me down." Wang Kun chuckled softly, for that place was indeed much hotter. He then set down this little proud one. "P.S. Recently, I have lost interest in playing Honor of Kings and prefer to focus on writing. Today, I updated 8,000 words. I humbly seek a recommendation." Chapter 52. Science. "I kindly request your support." As he sensed his body temperature rising rapidly, Wang Kun understood that this was his body automatically generating heat to eliminate toxic cells. Wasn't this a realm of fantasy? Yet, in articulating it this way, it appeared quite scientific and rigorous. Indeed, I, Kunzi, am a man who believes that success hinges upon the minutiae. Toxins hold no power over me, for my body has long been impervious to all poisons. It must be said that the physique of Shinja Hashirama is truly formidable. Upon releasing a millennium-old armored dragon tortoise, a dark soul ring of 1,000 years ascended from its head. Observing the multitude of people, the armored tortoise promptly curled into a tight ball. Wang Kun addressed the Dragon Lord, stating, "Absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring is a trivial task. Allowing your granddaughter to absorb this soul ring shall be considered a generous dowry." The proud Meng Yiran, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, boldly declared, "Only poison-type soul beasts are truly suitable for me. Even this 10,000-year soul ring holds no appeal." Wang Kun chose to remain silent, fully aware that Meng Yiran deemed the 10,000-year soul ring unworthy of her first blood. He observed the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Matriarch, while Mengshu pondered for a moment before humbly inquiring, "Might I ask this extraordinary gentleman what difficulties may arise in absorbing this soul ring? I have previously heard from my wife that once the soul beast is absorbed by your azure orb, it will subsequently manifest a purple soul ring atop its head, making the absorption remarkably effortless, and indeed, it is a complete absorption of soul power. I wonder if this black soul ring might also be feasible?" Wang Kun furrowed his brows and remarked, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Mengshu hastily shook his head and replied, I would never presume to do so. I merely fear for the safety of my granddaughter as she absorbs the 10,000-year soul ring. At that moment, Myriad exclaimed, I have no desire for his soul ring. Grandfather and grandmother, please do not decide for me. Xiangxiang quickly rushed over, covering the girl's mouth while pulling her aside, stating, This young gentleman demonstrated commendable character by shielding you when you were inadequately clothed. Coupled with his formidable strength, he is indeed an exceptional choice. Should you provoke his ire? It would not be surprising if, amidst the Stardow forest, one were to encounter a fate of being devoured by a soul beast. However, Myriad failed to grasp her grandmother's subtle hint and promptly removed her hand, exclaiming, But this is his first time. And it's with a detestable brother whom I've only just met. Xiangxiang then swiftly turned to Wang Kun, offering her apologies. I sincerely apologize. My granddaughter is truly lacking in understanding. Wang Kun also retracted the 4 soul rings, saying, It's nothing, for Myriad will inevitably become my woman. I am indifferent to such matters. Myriad could not help but blush deeply, angrily retorting, I will never become your woman. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Qing were equally infuriated, with Ning Rongrong immediately exclaiming, You insufferable Wang Kun, do you have so little regard for your sister and your sister's Qing? You dare to pursue other girls so brazenly? Wang Kun smiled gently and remarked, You are too inexperienced. I do not engage in frivolous pursuits. Whether you are woo or not, it is all inconsequential. We shall discuss this matter later. Chao Tianxiang firmly grasped Myriad's hand and said, My dear granddaughter, you must absorb it, though it is not a toxic soul ring. We cannot afford to offend the gentleman. Myriad, feeling aggrieved, replied, I do not wish to. That turtle is far from appealing. The soul ring is surely of little use. Wang Kun forcefully kicked the armored dragon turtle beside Myriad. The black soul ring atop the turtle's head seamlessly integrated into Myriad's being. In a fit of anger, Myriad exclaimed, How can you be so unreasonable? You actually compelled me to absorb this, which renders all attacks of the same rank or lower ineffective, while additionally bestowing an impressive 50% counter damage effect. And my soul power has surged by 5 levels in an instant. Is it truly that formidable? Wang Kun could not help but smile faintly. How delightful it was. Myriad's expression, however, was somewhat contorted. She was uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. Wang Kun also remarked, Submit to the profound and delightful theory of the great god of Jingza. In an instant, everyone erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Even the most troubled Myriad couldn't help but let a smile escape her lips. Just moments ago, her tone had been undeniably venomous. Yet her words were a resounding compliment to Wang Kun. Although they could not comprehend what Wang Kun was referring to, nor the identity of the great god of Jingza, the mirth was palpable. Wang Kun remarked, All right, you proud little creature. You are now even stronger than Tang San. Even Dai Mubai cannot rival you. Myriad believed his words, for her soul ring was indeed a 10,000-year soul ring, and her soul power had surged in astonishing 5 levels. This sudden and intense enhancement filled her with exhilaration. However, the sincere praise she had just uttered made it somewhat awkward for her to express her gratitude. At that moment, Ning Rongrong approached, her small hands spread wide, and asked, Brother Wang Kun, what about my celestial herb? Wang Kun gently caressed her little demon and inquired, Are you contemplating something? A glimmer of tears welled in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Wang Kun smiled faintly, realizing that teasing young women was far more enjoyable than merely protecting them. The previous version of Kun was preoccupied with having young girls call him Oni-chan, whereas the current Kun relished in the art of playful banter. How delightful! Ning Rongrong also smiled gently, urging him, Hurry up, stop dilly-dallying. Wang Kun retrieved the exquisite item encased within the super Pokeball from his storage ring. Upon unveiling this azure sphere, Ning Rongrong's initially hopeful gaze swiftly transformed into one of disdain as she remarked, I am merely at level 26. Oh, no, wait. Thanks to your vexation, I have reached level 27, yet I am still far from level 30. What purpose do you serve for me? Wang Kun, with a sudden burst of frustration, struck Ning Rongrong, the little sorceress, exclaiming, Ning Rongrong, you have indeed become rather audacious. This affront to me, Wang Kun, cannot simply go unaddressed. Wang Kun gazed into Ning Rongrong's eyes, which glistened with moisture. He gently grasped her chin as she, with a charming blush, urged, Hurry up. I long to savor your extraordinary immortal herb. As Wang Kun retrieved the life-enhancing herb from the storage ring, a vibrant green plant, Ning Rongrong eagerly seized it. She examined its beauty before consuming it whole. The herb transformed into a verdant essence, coursing through her body and providing nourishment. Immediately, Ning Rongrong settled down to meditate, aware that without proper control, her energy could become overwhelming and lead to chaos. The life-enhancing herb was remarkably potent, yielding impressive results. Meanwhile, Tang San, despite enduring excruciating pain, harbored an unwavering belief deep within him, a fervent desire to rescue his beloved Xiaowu. Fueled by this conviction, he withstood wave after wave of torment. Even as blood oozed from his body, fiercely battling the formidable energy emanating from the soul ring of the faceless spider. The intensity of the powerful energy fluctuations surged, and the blood mist surrounding Tang San became increasingly pronounced, permeated by a faint metallic scent. It remained uncertain whether the source of this scent was the impurities within Tang San or the toxins of the faceless spider. Wang Kun also lamented, "Tang San truly is a stubborn individual. If he had employed my method for subduing soul beasts, things would not be so arduous." As the crowd grew increasingly anxious, akin to ants on a hot pan, a sudden light footfall captured Zhao Wujia's attention. "Who goes there?" Zhao Wujia's icy gaze fixed upon a certain direction, his soul power surging in response. At that moment, Tang San had reached a critical juncture. He would not permit anyone or any soul beast to disrupt him. "Teacher Zhao, I have escaped." A slender figure emerged from the woods. Upon seeing her, not only was Zhao Wujia taken aback, but the others were also momentarily stunned. Except for the all-knowing Kunzi. The figure that had unexpectedly dashed forth from the trees was none other than Xiaowu. At that moment, Xiaowu appeared somewhat disheveled. Her garments were considerably tattered, and her once neat scorpion braids had become disordered. Yet her complexion was vibrant, seemingly more mature than before. "Xiaowu, you are alive?" Oscar exclaimed, only to realize that his words had come out rather harshly. Wang Kun delivered a resounding slap that sent Oscar flying. "Do not speak, just remain silent." After being struck down, Oscar immediately consumed a large sausage to alleviate his injuries and suffering. "I apologize. I was wrong. That will suffice." Upon discerning Tang San amidst the faint crimson mist, Xiaowu felt a slight pang of anxiety in her heart as she approached slowly. "Do not disturb him. He is currently absorbing the third spirit ring," Zhao Wujia remarked. Meanwhile, Xiaowu observed the gruesome scene unfolding beside her. Her brother, Tang San, had vanquished the soul beast, the man-faced demon spider, while her other brother, Wang Kun, had subdued the ancient soul beast, the armored dragon turtle. On one hand lay the bloody tableau, while on the other, myriad gently caressed the head of the aged turtle, even retrieving a delectable treat from her storage ring to offer it. The disparity between Wang Kun and Tang San is readily apparent. However, despite this, Xiaowu only perceives Wang Kun as slightly superior, while Tang San remains her brother, albeit one who does not possess Wang Kun's prowess. Yet, in terms of purity, her brother surpasses Wang Kun. At this moment, Tang San is engaged in a fierce struggle against the tyrannical soul power emanating from the human-faced demon spider-esque spirit ring. Xiaowu initially contemplates beseeching Wang Kun for a means to alleviate her brother's suffering, perhaps through the use of the life-immortal herb. However, this notion flits through her mind only briefly. She is somewhat astonished by her own transformation. Nonetheless, reflecting on the soul beast that Tang San has slain, she feels a twinge of discomfort, particularly regarding the human-faced demon spider, which she also detests. Yet it is still a soul beast. What if her brother were to discover that it was a soul beast, a 100,000-year-old entity that he hunted for its spirit ring and spirit bone? No. Her brother would never act in such a manner. Meanwhile, Tang San's expression of anguish gradually shifts to tranquility. Xiaowu turns her head, dismissing her errant thoughts. He begins to slowly absorb the purple spirit ring of the human-faced demon spider. Wang Kun cast a glance at Tang San, who appeared unscathed, and then at Ning Rongrong, who was still engrossed in her cultivation. Rising to his feet, he placed the blue super pot ball containing the giant panda into his storage ring. With a mischievous grin, he turned his gaze towards myriad and inquired, "What are your thoughts? Have you come to a decision?" At that moment, the red thread of fate entwined around myriad's hand. Suddenly, the words meant to dissuade her were swallowed back. Seeing myriad's silence, Long Gong and Shipu assumed she had acquiesced. Wang Kun chuckled and remarked, "Myriad, do not hesitate any longer. It appears I must demonstrate just how remarkable I truly am. No more pretense. I shall reveal my true self." At that moment, the fourth soul ring upon him blazed forth, a resplendent crimson hue. To the others, it would merely seem like a 100,000-year soul ring, albeit the most formidable of its kind. In truth, it was a soul ring of 400,000 years. As the brilliant blood-red soul ring illuminated the scene, The crowd was once again left in profound astonishment. Only Zhao Wujie, having previously witnessed a 100,000-year soul ring, remained somewhat composed. For he had encountered it when he was thoroughly bested by Tang Hao. Wang Kun employed his spatial summoning skill, swiftly arriving beside myriad. After embracing her in a princess carry, the first soul ring suddenly illuminated, revealing an alternate dimension. Divine might. He entered his ethereal realm with myriad in his arms. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he beheld the enchanting beauty of this otherworldly space. In contrast to his previous experience of playing games with the campus belle of Tsanghui Academy, where the setting was merely a void of darkness, this realm was a stark departure, resembling the boundless shadows of Obito's dimension. Wang Kun suddenly recalled a poignant adage: the distinction between a hero and a demon lies in their upbringing. Grant a hero a troubled childhood coupled with a glimmer of hope, and should that solitary hope be wrested away, the hero transforms into a demon. For Obito, the last flicker of light was Rin. Her demise rendered him into the very being he most feared to become. In his quest to forge a world that included Rin, with a flicker of conviction, Wang Kun transformed the world around him. He gently placed myriad upon the soft, verdant grass and gazed at the nearby stream, which resembled a tranquil mirror. The water was remarkably clear, allowing one to see the lush green meadows on either side, capable of engulfing a person. The vibrant grassland was so inviting that lying down would render one nearly invisible. Wang Kun plucked a blade of grass and tossed it into the stream, creating ripples that danced across the surface. The lush greenery surrounding the water reflected hues that turned the pristine stream into a flawless emerald. He looked at myriad, nearly hidden among the grass, and remarked, "Isn't this place delightful?" Blushing, myriad sat up, her legs slightly askew, and shyly responded, "Did you bring me here just to admire the scenery?" Wang Kun reclined upon the verdant grass, a blade of grass held between his teeth, his legs crossed casually and his hands cradling his head. "I generally do not coerce women," he stated nonchalantly. myriad exhaled sharply, retorting, "Then you should release me at once. O great demon of Shrek, will you not set me free? I offer you 1 million gold soul coins in exchange for your eternal soul ring." 1 million gold soul coins? That amounts to a staggering 1 billion. At that moment, a white subtitle abruptly materialized before Wang Kun's eyes. The favor system's passive ability had been activated, and his unparalleled beauty was transformed. There remained less than 10 minutes to experience this extraordinary visage. The host was urged to indulge promptly. Upon receiving the system's reminder, Wang Kun suddenly recalled a phrase: handsomeness equates to righteousness. As long as one possesses attractive features, one's values will inevitably align with those features. Wang Kun abruptly rose to his feet and leisurely strolled toward the crystalline emerald river, taking a moment to reflect on his current self. Indeed, the reflection revealed an unparalleled handsome figure. The youth's hair shimmered with a subtle luster akin to black jade, while the skin on his neck appeared as delicate as exquisite porcelain. A gentle breeze swept by, causing petals to drift gracefully, as pure as snow. This fair-skinned beauty emanated an imposing aura of authority, unyielding yet serene. His peculiar blood-red eyes, coupled with a robust golden physique and a visage that could only be described as celestial, seemed to descend from the heavens. Meanwhile, myriad, wishing to partake in a divine game with Wang Kun, found herself at a loss for words. As she approached, the extraordinary youth turned his head slightly, sensing her presence. This mere gesture caused myriad's cheeks to flush crimson, and she instinctively sank to the grass, her legs giving way beneath her, covering her blushing face with her hands. She exclaimed, "Wow, how did you become so incredibly handsome?" Wang Kun smiled gently and remarked, "This is my true face." With that, he leaned in for a passionate kiss. Chapter 54. A Soul Beast and Dual Soul Rings. Those who understand will naturally grasp the essence. For those who do not, it matters not. Haha. My brothers, I have encapsulated everything within the ellipsis. By morning, they had departed from the alternate realm, at the stream's edge in the Douluo forest. myriad joyfully wrapped her arms around Wang Kun's neck, rendered immobile by her bliss. Wang Kun beamed with satisfaction as he cradled her in his arms after washing up, making his way back to the designated spot. As he approached, the irate Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing awaited his return. Meanwhile, Shao urged them, "Why wait for that scoundrel Wang Kun? Let us return first. We can deal with him together once we're back at Shrek Academy. My soul ring has yet to arrive." Although that scoundrel Wang Kun is quite lecherous, he is notably diligent in honoring his commitments. At that moment, the group noticed a stranger in the forest, holding the blushing myriad in his arms. This strikingly handsome young man caused the three beauties to flush with embarrassment. even making the elderly snake lady's cheeks redden. Long Gong Mingshu urgently inquired, "Who are you? Where's Wang Kun?" Wang Kun gently set myriad down, who, surprisingly, felt her legs weaken and her face flush as she slowly approached her grandmother. At that moment, Chao Tianxiang immediately recognized Wang Kun and expressed her hope that he would take responsibility for myriad. "Rest assured, I will ensure that she lives a life better than anyone else's." He then turned his gaze towards the three beautiful women, noticing their astonished expressions at his striking appearance. "Have I truly become a super handsome man?" He chuckled. Ning Rongrong, her delicate face tinged with crimson, softly exclaimed, "My soul ring." Wang Kun suddenly leaned in to gaze at Ning Rongrong's face. Upon noticing Wang Kun's proximity, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed even deeper as she hastily exclaimed, "Hurry up." Wang Kun then turned his attention to Tang San, who had nearly recovered after absorbing the human-faced demon spider, and inquired, "Why didn't you use the super ball to capture it?" Tang San, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and replied, "At that moment, I was so eager to save Xiao Wu that I completely forgot. Nevertheless, I am truly grateful to you, Brother Wang, for your life-saving assistance." Wang Kun shook his head and said, Wang Kun retrieved from his storage ring the minuscule yet exquisite dark elemental herb that Emperor Tian had bestowed upon him. Zhu Qing beheld the black herb in Wang Kun's outstretched hand, a peculiar entity seemingly capable of absorbing all light. In her gaze, she found it impossible to discern the dimensions of this object, perceiving only its length and width, as if it had transformed from a three-dimensional form into a mere two-dimensional silhouette. The diminutive black fragments measured merely 1 to 2 centimeters. Once Zhu Qing grasped the potent dark herb, she was astounded by its extraordinary prowess. She sensed an immense energy emanating from the black grass. After regaining her composure, she consumed a fragment of the profound dark herb. The terrifying essence of absolute darkness surged through her body, prompting her to sit down and cross her legs, channeling her soul power to allow the dark elements to permeate her being. At that moment, Zhu Qing's form grew increasingly shadowy, nearly vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, Mingshu and Chao Tianxiang addressed Wang Kun, expressing their farewells and stating that they would take their leave. "Rest assured, once I achieve unrivaled supremacy, I shall wed Iran." Wang Kun nodded, and only then did Long Gong and the others proceed. However, Meng Iran, feeling quite bashful, yet with an air of pride, declared that he must remember to seek her out in the future. "I will, rest assured," he replied before departing. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong fiercely pinched the soft flesh around Wang Kun's waist, exclaiming, "Don't think that just because you've become handsome, you can do as you please. If you're to marry anyone, it must be me." Observing Ning Rongrong's flushed face and then glancing at Zhu Qing, he found himself in a moment of contemplation. Wang Kun smiled calmly and said, "Very well, I shall marry them all." Although Ning Rongrong desired for Wang Kun to take only her as his bride. In the Douluo continent, men are permitted to have multiple wives. She found herself at a loss for words. All she managed to utter was, "I want to be the first." After saying this, she fell silent. Wang Kun gently pulled down her delicate hand, assuring, "It truly does not hurt at all. Rongrong's strength is quite feeble. Isn't it simply that you are too powerful?" At that moment, Zhu Qing had also fully absorbed the exquisite dark immortal grass. The surroundings around her grew darker, and her aura became even more aloof, making her appear exceedingly unapproachable. When Zhu Qing manifested her martial spirit as it enveloped her, she merely stepped into the shade of the trees and vanished. Wang Kun, is it truly remarkable that Zhu Qing has become so formidable after consuming it? At level 30. "Oni-chan, my soul ring." Wang Kun chuckled and said, "Do not be anxious, dear sister, the best is yet to come." After Wang Kun retrieved the giant panda's super orb from his storage ring and pressed a button, a radiant red light burst forth onto the ground, and the panda emerged. Yet, in the fleeting moment of its appearance, it astonishingly transformed into a dark panda and a snow-white panda. The onlookers could scarcely comprehend what had transpired. The snow-white panda began munching on a bamboo shoot, while the dark panda cast a fierce glare at Wang Kun. How utterly adorable! Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing were all utterly captivated, unable to resist the urge to pet it. Even the boys found themselves somewhat unable to contain their excitement. However, Wang Kun noticed a significant detail and exclaimed, "What? How can this single panda possess 2 soul rings?" Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, their eyes widening in disbelief. How could a soul beast possibly have 2 soul rings? Never mind the astonishment. Rongrong absorbed the white one, while Zhu Qing absorbed the black one. Ning Rongrong obediently absorbed the adorable white panda's 10,000-year soul ring, whereas Zhu Qing embraced the dark panda's 10,000-year soul ring. Wang Kun leapt down And as Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing absorbed the essence, Ning Rongrong's martial spirit manifested, revealing the 7 treasures. With a shimmering brilliance, she gracefully spun in place, releasing a dazzling spectrum of colors from her being. In the heart of this radiant light, a resplendent 7-colored pagoda, over a foot tall, materialized in the palm of her right hand. Its luminous glow radiated opulence, and with a serene smile, Ning Rongrong appeared ethereal, as if she were a celestial being. 2 golden soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, gently swirling around her. However, there seemed to be little change, as the divine herb merely enhanced her abilities by 4 levels without any adverse effects. At that moment, when a third black 10,000-year soul ring emerged from her feet, Tang San, Xiaowu, Daimubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were filled with envy. Oscar, in a fit of frustration, slapped his own face and lamented, "Why was I so foolish? Wouldn't a 10,000-year soul ring be more desirable? Why did I settle for that purple soul ring? Why did I absorb the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? Could I not have chosen the 10,000-year variant? Although I have improved by 2 levels, it still feels inadequate. P.S. Today I was utterly captivated, downloading numerous 3D videos featuring Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, Xiaowu, Ning Rongrong, Hulaina, Zhu Zhiqing, Medusa, Yun Yun, He, Niang Bing, Jiao Chan, Shi Shi, Qin Nu, and Kasha. It left me utterly dazed. I haven't even played the game. By the way, I seek a recommendation ticket to mark my presence. Chapter 55. A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. I humbly request a recommendation ticket. Ma Hongjun earnestly implored Wang Kun, "Brother Kun, might you grant me one? I do not desire a 100,000-year soul ring. Merely one that has just entered the 10,000-year realm will suffice." Wang Kun glanced at Tang San, feeling a twinge of regret. However, to his astonishment, 8 spider spirit bones emerged from behind him. Reluctantly, he spoke, "Brother Wang Kun, these are the external spirit bones dropped by the deceased soul beast." Wang Kun was somewhat perplexed, wondering what Tang San was trying to boast about. Indeed, it was impressive. Little San had quite the fortune, surpassing even the legendary 10,000-year soul rings. Xiao Wu, with her delicate waist held high, was about to defend her brother, exclaiming, "Right. My brother absorbs the best." But after a moment's reflection, she decided against it. She was a soul beast, while Tang San grew stronger through the hunting of soul beasts. Their positions were fundamentally different. Currently, she stood with Wang Kun simply because he would not hunt soul beasts. Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, was equally delighted and rallied in support of her brother, stating, "External soul bones are indeed formidable, but I can encourage my brother to seek out more 100,000-year soul beasts in the future." Wang Kun playfully tapped her forehead, saying, "Is it truly so effortless to capture a soul beast of 100,000 years? Did you not mention that this giant panda, with merely 2,000 years of cultivation, could contend with a soul beast of 100,000 years? Or even 200,000? Wang Kun gazed upon Ning Rongrong's triumphant smile, as well as Zhu Zhiqing, who was enveloped in the aura of her martial spirit. "Zhu Zhiqing and Rongrong, what soul abilities have you both acquired?" Ning Rongrong, with a playful sway, proudly declared, "I have reached the 35th level." Upon hearing this, the others were overwhelmed with envy and admiration, their desires ignited. Once the weakest among them, Ning Rongrong had suddenly surpassed even Tang San in strength. Noticing the envious glances directed at her, and the handsome Wang Kun nearby, Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she continued, "As for my 3rd soul ability," she playfully surveyed the inquisitive expressions of her friends, then turned to Zhu Zhiqing, saying, "You go first. I shall follow." Daimu, feeling a bit exasperated, interjected, "Rongrong, can't you just finish your sentence?" Ning Rongrong responded with a sweet smile, "Oh no." Wang Kun, who stood closest to her, suddenly mused, "Zhuqing, where are you? I can hardly see you." Zhuqing, with a slight frown, retracted the extreme dark elements she had inadvertently released. The once fierce-looking girl with a youthful visage was now back, and she remarked, "It seems my martial spirit has undergone some changes." Wang Kun nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "Indeed, it is significantly darker than before. If it were nighttime, your silhouette, Zhuqing, would become virtually invisible. The attack would manifest before the enemy's eyes in an instant." Wang Kun suddenly exclaimed, "I must name my sister's martial soul. None of you shall contest this." He believed that the title ruler of the night was exceedingly fitting for Zhuqing. Zhu Zhiqing involuntarily smiled, acknowledging the merit of the name. As she summoned her 1st and 2nd spirit rings, 2 yellow rings appeared at her feet. When the 3rd black spirit ring emerged, Zhu Zhiqing's originally sharp claws transformed into a resplendent gold, and astonishingly, Her form melded into Wang Kun's shadow. In an instant, she appeared behind him, prompting Wang Kun to swiftly teleport using his third spirit ability. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing chuckled. I have finally managed to catch up to your shadow, for I have succeeded in startling you. Wang Kun found himself in a perplexing situation, exclaiming, a passive soul skill, the ultimate golden claw, and an active soul skill. Shadow Strike are evidently powers of a millennium that surpass those of 10 millennia. Do you think it was easy for me to acquire them? Although I never anticipated that this soul ring would manifest as 2 separate rings, each bestowing 4 formidable soul skills. Are you aware of my soul skills? Ning Rongrong inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed intently at Wang Kun. Spatial traversal, of course. How do you think I managed to contend with that 2-millennia-old giant panda? The onlookers stared in astonishment as the playful Ning Rongrong nodded in understanding. It dawned upon them that from this moment on, she was no longer merely the auxiliary soul master who could be easily overpowered without the protection of a soul master. She possessed a soul skill far superior to mere flight, the ability to traverse space. How could you possibly defeat such a formidable soul beast? The astute Ning Rongrong suddenly pondered. Wang Kun, feeling somewhat apprehensive, replied casually, just a random strike. He then turned around, bringing his hands together. With the technique of wood release, a glider akin to that of the Phantom Thief Kid sprouted from his back. Just as he was about to activate his third soul skill, the spatial teleportation to ascend into the air, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly wrapped her arms around Wang Kun's neck. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, I want to fly too. To his surprise, Zhu Zhuqing also took a step towards Wang Kun, though she hesitated, her shyness causing her to stop short. Wang Kun glanced once more at Ma Hongjuan's eager gaze and remarked, Brother, you are a phoenix, the king of birds. Cannot you take flight? Ma Hongjun, with a sheepish expression, replied, well. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu, with her sharp tongue, interjected, he is simply too heavy. Wang Kun clasped his hands together once more, invoking the technique of wood release, glide technique. He manifested a glider reminiscent of the famed Kid the Phantom Thief for Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, and Zhao Wujis. As Wang Kun observed the bewildered expressions of his companions, particularly their curiosity about the glider's flight mechanics, he noted that Zhao Wujis merely cast a fleeting glance, as he could easily return on foot. After all, a soul sage's journey was hardly exhausting. Tang San, however, gazed at the glider with insatiable curiosity, eager to comprehend its principles of flight. He hastened towards the apparatus, prompting Xiao Wu to follow suit. Upon glancing at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing beside her, she inquired, will you two teach us? Ning Rongrong eagerly nodded, while Zhu Zhuqing maintained her aloof demeanor, choosing instead to approach the glider and attempt to glide herself. Oscar Daimubai and Ma Hongjun, witnessing the gathering of their companions, momentarily abandoned their previous intent to distance themselves from Wang Kun's bicycle, ultimately succumbing to the allure of the glider. Wang Kun led everyone to the edge of a precipice, beneath which lay a forest. Even should one fall, there would be little consequence. After all, with his ability to teleport, he harbored no fear. Tang San, without a moment's hesitation, followed Wang Kun's guidance, shouldering the glider. As he launched into the air, he immediately reclined, gripping the tripod firmly to steer his flight. His body extended backwards, securing his feet to the rear tripod. This not only aided in controlling his direction but also conserved energy, as who could maintain a straight posture indefinitely without fatigue. Without a trace of doubt, Tang Sen leapt from the cliff, prompting Xiao Wu to voice her concern. Brother, do be careful. She glared at Wang Kun, insisting, you must protect my brother, Oniai-chan. Wang Kun, brimming with confidence, tossed his long, flowing hair back with both hands and remarked, Sister Xiao Wu, such trivial matters are hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Wu felt a sudden surge of delight within her. With a disdainful expression, she retorted, look at how pleased you are with yourself. Chapter 56. The sister only feels concern for her brother. At that moment, Tang Sen unexpectedly shuddered, and the glider became exceedingly unstable, swaying erratically. Wang Kun was poised to rescue Tang San at any moment, yet Tang San, possessing considerable talent, remarkably learned swiftly. Seeing how effortless it seemed, Ning Rongrong unexpectedly decided to take the glider and give it a try as well. Wang Kun, in a moment of distraction, leaped directly from the cliff, and as expected, cried out, On-chan, save me. Wang Kun executed 2 instantaneous movements, swiftly embracing her before returning. He held the pale-faced Ning Rongrong and a princess Carrie and declared, "Enough. This is too perilous. Tang-san, return. Let us all ride the tandem bicycle together." Ning Rongrong, still shaken from the earlier fright, felt her legs weaken and obediently nestled into Wang Kun's embrace. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of jealousy, though it was not overtly apparent. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu was astonished to find herself yearning for a similar princess Carrie from Wang Kun, surprised by the resurgence of such an improbable thought. Yet she chose to remain silent. Wang Kun gazed at the adorable little one in his arms and asked, "Do you enjoy being princess carried?" Ning Rongrong's face flushed with embarrassment, and she attempted to leap down hastily, only to be halted by Wang Kun's gentle intervention. "All right, do not be so proud. Just wait a moment," he said. Wang Kun gazed at Tang-san, who had flown away without the means to return. "Tang-san, are you unable to come back?" On the other side, Tang-san awkwardly replied, "Brother Wang, you never taught me how to turn around." Wang Kun offered an awkward smile as he gently set down the somewhat reluctant Ning Rongrong, who had basked in the warmth of his embrace. The spatial conduit activated, swiftly returning them. As he uttered those words, a portal appeared before Wang Kun, and he reached out to pull Tang-san back from a distance. Meanwhile, the parachute had descended into the forest, remaining entirely unscathed. Upon their arrival at Shrek Academy, Wang Kun led the group on bicycles. It must be said that this group of prodigies was indeed remarkable. Tang-san mastered riding a bicycle in just a few minutes. Xiao Wu took a little over that, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing took nearly 10 minutes. Ma Hongjun and Oscar required over 20 minutes, and Daimu Bai took more than 40 minutes. Surprisingly, Zhao Wujie and team managed to learn even after an hour. Wang Kun simply rode away. What a truly incompetent and bumbling teacher, unable to ride a bicycle within an hour. However, Wang Kun was astonished to see Tang-san surpassing him. Does this lad possess a competitive spirit? Wang Kun directly stated that the times have changed. With a mere thought, his bicycle transformed into a racing car. The brake chain he utilized was originally bound to a protruding disc. With a powerful thrust, Wang Kun surged ahead of Tang-san in an instant, leaving them far behind. Ning Rongrong quickly exclaimed, "Oni-chan, wait for me. Otherwise, I shall ignore you." To which he playfully retorted, "Oh, little sister, do you dare to threaten me?" Wang Kun snapped his fingers, albeit not quite in the manner of Thanos, primarily due to the absence of the Infinity Stones. Had he possessed such power, he could have eradicated every man on Earth, leaving himself as the sole survivor, which would indeed have been a curious scenario. Nonetheless, his finger snap transformed the bicycles of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing into racing machines. With a slight push from her feet, Ning Rongrong surged ahead of Tang-san, closely trailing behind Wang Kun. Tang-san, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, remarked, "Brother Wang, this seems rather unamusing." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing maintained her distance unchanged. Wang Kun proclaimed, "I am none other than the great demon king of Shrek. You all should be following in my wake. To be sensible, my dear third wheel." Wang Kun also transformed other bicycles into racing cars with a mere snap of his fingers. Furthermore, a flag indicating the Kun Wang racing team appeared on everyone's racing cars. Wang Kun mounted his racing car amidst the trees and declared, "Let us see who reaches Shrek Academy first." The others murmured in agreement, yet Zhao Wujie awkwardly lagged behind. Zhao Goxiang felt a pang of distress. He lamented bitterly to himself, "Goodness, I can't even master riding a simple bicycle." And to add insult to injury, I've been reduced to mere dog food. As they traversed the human settlement, many came to remember this illustrious Kun Wang racing team. Wang Kun smiled. In the future, he could establish a faction which would be known as the Kunping Hall. This could also be regarded as a means of infusing fresh vitality into the Kunping Hall. Crafting its renowned aphorisms, Wang Kun had already contemplated everything. In the North Sea, there exists a fish known as Kun. The magnitude of the Kun is unfathomable, spanning thousands of miles. It transforms into a bird named Peng. The back of the Peng is equally vast, extending for countless miles, and when it takes flight in anger, its wings resemble clouds cascading from the heavens. This majestic bird, during its maritime journey, will migrate to the South Sea, which is akin to a celestial pond. Those who engage in fantastical tales are akin to the harmonious ones. The Peng's migration to the South Sea stirs the waters for 3,000 miles, soaring up to 90,000 miles on the winds of wild gales, departing with the breath of June. The wild horse, like dust, is animated by the breath of life. The sky, in its azure splendor, begs the question, is this its true color? Is it boundless and without limits? When gazing downward, one can only perceive as much. Upon entering the Hall of Kunping, those who step inside are likely to recall this phrase, In the North Sea, there exists a fish. Its name is Kun, and its enormity cannot be contained in a single pot. Transforming into a bird, it is named Pung, and its vastness necessitates 2 barbecue grills, 1 secret recipe and 1 mildly spicy, accompanied by a bottle of snowflake beer, as we embark on our adventurous journey. However, once Wang Kun begins mass-producing bicycles, it is likely that many will adopt the Hall of Kunping as their beacon of faith. Yet, this presents a dilemma. Wang Kun yearns for freedom and joy, to indulge in his desires without transgressing boundaries. At that moment, Ning Rongrong gazed at the flag emblazoned with the words Kun Wang Chariot Team at the tail of the bike and couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "What a humorous name." Wang Kun chuckled and remarked, "In the future, all children who adore cycling will undoubtedly be enamored with the Kun Wang cycling team." Did you not notice the curious, starry-eyed expressions of those 6- and 7-year-olds when we traverse the town? Even the youths, adults, and even the elderly, grandfathers and grandmothers, are captivated by this mode of transportation. It is crafted from wood, making it accessible to the common folk. Ning Rongrong, with her astute little mind, promptly suggested, "What if we priced a regular bicycle at 1 silver and a racing bike at 1 gold? If we sell them this way, we could earn a substantial profit." Wang Kun, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "Money? Does the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect lack wealth?" Ning Rongrong also brought up past grievances, saying, "What about the 1,200 gold soul coins you took from me, Oni-chan? I intend to reclaim them." Wang Kun recalled the money he had previously given to Ning Rongrong. It was quite astonishing that his own sister would accept money from him. He nodded and remarked, "Is this trifling amount truly of any significance to you, Rongrong? Moreover, you intend to sell it yourself? Do you not find it exhausting?" "Not at all," she replied. "After all, my dear brother has bestowed upon me a formidable 10,000-year soul ring. One skill is passive, allowing for instantaneous spatial traversal in times of peril. The other is an active skill enabling voluntary spatial leaps. This way, I shall not fall victim to my adversary's attacks. Selling a few items that belong to you is perfectly acceptable. I have also purchased numerous bicycles from you on behalf of my father." "Ah, I see. Rongrong is indeed a sister who values gratitude," he thought, feeling pleased. Only a sister would be concerned for her brother. How sentimental. Yet, it was quite endearing. As Chapter 57 commenced, they began to exchange compliments, and a request for recommendations arose. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Ning Rongrong intended to use money to purchase a bicycle, Zhu Zhuqing, aware of her financial constraints, felt uncertain about how to reciprocate her brother's kindness and chose to remain silent. However, as they departed from the outskirts of Stardow Forest, just at the forest's edge, Xiao Wu inquired of Tang San, "How did you manage to slay that faceless spider? It seemed you were alone at the time. Even a wounded faceless spider possesses formidable attacking power, not to mention its deadly poison." Upon hearing Xiao Wu's question, Tang San suddenly recalled something. "I almost forgot an important matter. Brother Wang Kun, let us delay our departure for a moment." At that moment, they had approached the periphery of Stardow Forest, where the soul beasts they encountered were predominantly of the 10- and 100-year variety, posing no real threat. There was truly nothing to be concerned about. Wang Kun abruptly halted the vehicle and turned his gaze towards Tang San, prompting the others to cease their motion as well. However, Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself to Wang Kun's left, while Ning Rongrong settled on his right. Observing Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Yet she ultimately reconciled with her feelings. Wang Kun inquired of Tang San, "What is the matter?" Tang San remained silent, merely raising his hand to brush over the scene depicted in the night of the bright moon over the 24 bridges, before retrieving the Zhuge crossbow. It was only when Xiao Wu mentioned the demise of the faceless demon spider that he recalled that his Zhuge crossbow had not been fired after being primed for the 2nd time that day. If the mechanism remains in a ready state for an extended period, it could inflict damage upon the crossbow itself. Fortunately, only a little over a day had passed, and it was still feasible to release the mechanism. The Zhuge crossbow necessitated a shot to disengage the mechanism, which is one of its inherent drawbacks. Upon seeing the Zhuge crossbow in Tang San's hands, Xiao Wu suddenly realized, "So, you were the one who slayed the faceless demon spider with it." Indeed, the weapon possessed formidable power. The spider's eyes would undoubtedly have been unable to withstand such force. At that moment, Ma Hongjun and Oscar exchanged glances, both perceiving the knowing look in each other's eyes. Xiao Wu's remark resonated with the others, who had previously been enveloped in tension, failing to take note of how the faceless demon spider had met its end. As Tang San began to absorb the spirit ring, their primary concern was his safety. It was only after Xiao Wu's mention that they recalled the terrifying nature of the faceless demon spider. Although a more formidable fear lingered in the shadow of Wang Kun's superlative spirit absorption sphere. Nevertheless, the sight of the Zhuge crossbow in Tang San's possession elicited astonishment among them. Through his actions, Tang San elucidated the purpose of the Zhuge crossbow to his companions. Following the events in the Stardow Forest, he had come to acknowledge these partners in his heart. Mechanisms and concealed weapons were not the true secrets of the Tang sect, and he had little to conceal. Additionally, he wished to showcase his prowess to Wang Kun, illustrating that cold weapons had their merits even when juxtaposed with hot weapons. However, Tang San was acutely aware that hot weapons were superior to cold ones, a fact that could not be disputed. He vividly recalled witnessing Wang Kun's extraordinary weapon, the Golden Dragon AWM, pierce through 3 towering trees with a single shot, creating gaping holes. Tang San knew his concealed weapons could never match such devastating power. Raising his hand, he aimed the Zhuge crossbow at a nearby tree and activated the mechanism. A series of crisp clicks echoed through the air, followed by a rapid succession of explosive sounds. In that instant, the explosive velocity took everyone by surprise. Even Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Kun exhibited no particular reaction. The speed was rather ordinary. With a single technique of wood release, the art of slander was effortlessly dispelled. Had it been the wrath of the Yellow Springs, a mere roar would have shattered the crossbow bolts. The expressions of the onlookers shifted, glancing at one another in astonishment. Upon arriving at the tree, they could clearly discern that on the massive trunk, which required 3 individuals to encircle, there now appeared 2 rows of 16 small holes, each the width of a finger. The holes were illuminated, allowing light to pass through from one side to the other. Zhao Wujie could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Xiao San, what is this extraordinary contraption? How did you accomplish this?" Tang San raised the Zhuge Divine Crossbow before Zhao Wujie, declaring, "I have named it the Zhuge Divine Crossbow. It is a remarkably formidable mechanism, a concealed weapon that anyone can wield. It is equipped with 48 crossbow bolts, and once the mechanism is engaged, it can instantaneously launch 16 bolts, just as demonstrated moments ago. Once the mechanism is set, it must be fired, otherwise, maintaining the tension for an extended period can damage the crossbow itself. This is due to the immense force generated by the mechanism, which metal components often struggle to endure. Thus lies the inherent flaw of the Zhuge Divine Crossbow." Wang Kun brandished the illustrious AK-47, conjuring forth 40 rounds of 7.62 ammunition with the divine light of creation. He proclaimed, "While the crossbow may ensure a lethal strike within 100 meters, a bullet guarantees death from 1,000. Furthermore, the velocity of a bullet is unparalleled, and its compact size coupled with rapid-fire capability renders it superior. In essence, while one may evade a crossbow bolt, evasion from a bullet is utterly implausible, and the reloading speed surpasses that of Zhuge Liang's repeating crossbow." Wang Kun suddenly wielded a firearm with one hand, directly aiming at a tree situated 100 meters away, which could be encircled by 3 individuals. With a series of rapid gunfire, the sound echoed 40 times, and the formidable tree was effortlessly perforated, its splinters scattering through the air. Wang Kun crafted 40 rounds of ammunition and a magazine. He removed the empty magazine from the AK-47, reattached it, and continued firing. The sheer force of those 40 rounds proved too much for the mighty tree, which came crashing down. Wang Kun's AK-47 is truly formidable. By the way, the bullets crafted by the Genesis 9 Divine Light are significantly more resilient than those found on Water Blue Star. Consequently, their power escalates to a higher echelon. He glanced at Tang San, who appeared somewhat astonished, and remarked, "Firstly, during the recent test, Tang San should have grasped the disparity between cold weapons and firearms. You must understand that the times have changed." However, Tang San responded with utmost seriousness, "Brother Wang Kun, can this be mass-produced? The firearms and the ammunition?" Wang Kun contemplated for a moment and then nodded affirmatively, indicating his confidence in his skills. Upon witnessing this, Tang San remarked, "Indeed, that is quite impressive. The loading speed of my cold weapon, the Zhuge crossbow, is certainly not as rapid as yours. In the face of numerous foes, your firearm is undoubtedly superior to my crossbow. Moreover, it is more convenient for a support-type soul master to carry, as the Zhuge crossbow is considerably heavier than a gun. As for power, at a distance of 100 meters, the crossbow excels, but at a kilometer, your gun possesses greater potency." Wang Kun nodded and remarked, "Your analysis is accurate. However, the sound of my gun when firing is quite loud. For assassination purposes, your weapon is superior within 100 meters, while mine excels over 1,000 meters. Tang San agreed, saying, in the context of assassination, my Zhuge crossbow is indeed quite effective. Nevertheless, employing a firearm from a distance of 1,000 meters allows for a swifter escape. Each option presents its own advantages and disadvantages. Wang Kun remarked, indeed, in general, the performance of firearms surpasses that of the Zhuge crossbow. Does Tang San concur? At this moment, Tang San appeared somewhat uncertain. However, after profound contemplation, he responded, if toxins are not employed, my Zhuge crossbow is indeed inferior to yours. When considering the range, particularly in the context of warfare where both sides stand opposed, it is evident that one capable of striking the target holds a distinct advantage over one that cannot. Clearly, firearms are more formidable. Furthermore, when utilized for the protection of auxiliary spirit masters, the primary consideration is accuracy. Brother Wang, your firearm exhibits greater precision than my own, and its effective range extends significantly further. As the distance increases, my Zhuge crossbow becomes increasingly disadvantaged. Additionally, the size of my crossbow is considerable in comparison to your bullets. Should your ammunition possess sufficient power on the battlefield to eliminate the opposing commander from afar, my weapon would necessitate close proximity to the enemy's stronghold, presenting a vastly different level of peril. Wang, your Zhuge crossbow is indeed commendable. Its power, augmented with poison, is quite impressive. It shoots silently, whereas the sound of my bullets is considerably louder. However, while the Zhuge crossbow may excel at close range, your firearm is far more accurate. In close combat, you are undoubtedly the most formidable. Let us consider a scenario where 100 individuals are armed with both the Zhuge crossbow and firearms. Your weapon boasts a superior rate of fire, allowing you to discharge 40 rounds in mere seconds, with a swift reload taking only moments. Should one of your men suddenly open fire on my team, the impact would be akin to that of an ordinary person. If he were to unleash a barrage, we could easily suffer the loss of more than 10 lives. Meanwhile, as one of our archers releases a bolt, you would have already fired 5 or 6 rounds. Tang San turned to Ning Rongrong and Oscar, while Wang Kun looked towards them as well, recognizing that as support-type fighters, they were most in need of weapons. In unison, they inquired, which do you both prefer? Ning Rongrong and Oscar, initially perplexed by the conversation, had no choice but to respond instinctively. Ning Rongrong pointed towards Wang Kun, while Oscar indicated Tang San. Wang Kun and Tang San appeared to have reached a stalemate. However, within their hearts, the distinction between them was already evident. In terms of overall strength, Wang Kun's firearm surpassed Tang San's Zhuge crossbow by a considerable margin. Tang San inquired, Brother Wang Kun, I recall that you possess a weapon known as the Golden Dragon AWM. That bullet is capable of penetrating 3 large trees in succession, exhibiting greater power than my Zhuge crossbow, yet its size is smaller than that of my crossbow's projectile. Moreover, this bullet should travel at a speed exceeding that of your recent weapon, as even my purple extreme demon eye fails to discern its trajectory, while with the Zhuge crossbow, I can only perceive a vague shadow. Wang Kun retrieved the AK-47 and remarked, all right, we have exchanged our mutual praises in business. Let us head back now. If my conjecture is correct, there should be someone awaiting our return to the academy. Who might that be? Inquisitively, Ning Rongrong inquired. Wang Kun cast a fleeting glance at her, remaining silent, which piqued Ning Rongrong's curiosity. Oni-chan, will you tell me? I'll share it when we return. Revealing it now would lose its charm. Oh, I understand. Sister Rongrong is truly obedient. Wang Kun turned to Tang San and inquired, shall we proceed? By the way, your crossbow bolts must be quite valuable, right? Go fetch them. Tang San nodded with a smile and approached the large tree that had been punctured by the Zhuge crossbow, which bore 16 distinct holes. He then moved to the second tree, where the 16 crossbow bolts were neatly arranged in 2 rows, embedded deep within the trunk. With a deft motion, Tang San struck the tree trunk, employing his Xiantian skill and dragon capture technique to gradually dislodge the bolts from the wood. Meanwhile, Wang Kun simply waved his hands, and from behind the severed tree, a radiant 9-colored light erupted, soaring into Wang Kun's body, along with the AK-47. Observing this, Tang San felt a twinge of envy and remarked, Brother Wang Kun, it seems your martial spirit has the ability to create both metal and wood? Wang Kun, finding the matter too troublesome, opted for brevity and simply nodded. Yet, even this concise response evoked considerable envy among the onlookers. Ning Rongrong then inquired of Tang San. Tang San, would you be willing to sell this item to me? You may set any price you desire. As you are well aware, I'm a support-type soul master with little capacity for self-defense. When others are engaged in fierce battles, all I can do is stand by, relying solely on my supportive soul skills. If I possess this item, I would be able to wield some offensive power as well. Of course, I have a greater fondness for Oni-chan's AK-47. Its long-range, rapid-firing rate, and swift reloading capabilities make it extraordinarily formidable. Wang Kun suddenly sensed that Ma Hongjun and Oscar, both seasoned veterans, were casting knowing glances at Ning Rongrong and himself. This caused Ning Rongrong to become aware of the implications behind their words, while Wang Kun cleared his throat a few times. You two are incorrigible, always flirting around. No wonder you don't have girlfriends. Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, while Oscar gazed at Ning Rongrong with longing. If it weren't for Wang Kun, Ning Rongrong would undoubtedly be his. Tang-san, with a nonchalant smile, remarked, "What are you selling? I can get you one later." However, the materials required for such a creation are quite expensive. You'll have to cover the cost yourself. Is it really that expensive? How about Oni-chan's AK-47? Is it costly? Compared to Tang-san's price, it isn't. Very well, from now on, I shall purchase only Oni-chan's AK-47. Wang Kun smiled slightly. Perhaps it is best to refrain. My weapon possesses an overwhelming potential for destruction, capable of inciting widespread warfare, and its fabrication is remarkably simple, far simpler than Tang-san's concealed projectiles. You should stick with the Zhuge crossbow. It is less likely to fall into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, who might wield it as a harbinger of death. Is that so? Oni-chan seemed to have a long-term vision, but it was a thought that many could conceive. At that moment, Tang-san had already dislodged the crossbow bolt from the tree, allowing everyone to finally discern the appearance of the Zhuge Divine crossbow's bolt. It measured 8 inches in length, devoid of fletching, with the rear 4 inches taking on a cylindrical form. The front 4 inches tapered to a sharp point, featuring a total of 12 minuscule blood grooves along the foremost 3 inches. The tip was exceedingly sharp, glimmering with a faint, cold light, showing no signs of wear despite having penetrated the tree trunk. With a slight flick on the side of the Zhuge crossbow, Tang-san opened the arrow slot and meticulously returned the 16 bolts to their compartment. Wang Kun could not help but exclaim, "Tang-san, your craftsmanship is truly remarkable." To which Tang-san responded with a smile, No, your spear is even more formidable. Indeed, my spear is quite impressive." Subsequently, everyone rushed to see Xiao San's Zhuge Divine crossbow, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing remained close to Wang Kun. At that moment, all eyes were surprisingly fixed upon Wang Kun. Wang Kun presented a design blueprint for a firearm alongside a schematic for its ammunition. Firearms are instruments of lethal force, and it is advisable for you to refrain from utilizing them. I shall reserve it for my sister's use. However, I can certainly elaborate on the formidable prowess of my weapon. Wang Kun has ingeniously crafted an M416, demonstrating its features as he showcases the firearm. This M416 boasts a strikingly sleek design, characterized by its elongated body and remarkable aesthetics. Chambered for 5.56mm ammunition, it can be outfitted with 4 accessories, including a scope and side sight. Chapter 59 has finally returned. It offers both semi-automatic and fully automatic firing modes. Single shots are optimal for long distances, while full automatic is suitable for close-range engagements. The unadorned handling remains impressive. Among the 5.56mm firearms, the M416 possesses the highest rate of fire, complemented by an extensive effective range, enabling it to adeptly tackle combat scenarios at close, mid, and long distances. To effectively cover these 3 combat ranges, it is advisable to prioritize the selection of a 6x scope with a red dot or holographic sight as a backup. Notably, the 6x scope allows special forces to engage in long-range precision shooting while also being adjustable to a 3x magnification for medium-range targets. Additionally, the red dot sight provides versatility for rapid switching. It is worth mentioning that the most crucial aspect of this M416 is its remarkable aiming accuracy. Wang Kun aimed the muzzle of the M416 at Zhao Wujin and inquired, "Teacher Zhao, may I test my M416? Although Zhao Wujin initially intended to decline, Wang Kun's 4th soul ring unexpectedly illuminated, a blood-red ring of 100,000 years. Zhao Wujin had no choice but to summon his soul power in preparation for resistance. "Teacher Zhao, you are free to refuse," Wang Kun remarked. Zhao Wujin retorted, I trust you as far as I can throw you, you little rascal." The onlookers felt a pang of sympathy for Teacher Zhao, who had already endured torment at the hands of Tang-san. only to be subjected to further humiliation by Wang Kun. It was ironic that he, the mentor, was the one bearing such agony. While the spectators found great amusement in the spectacle, Ma Hongjun also cautioned Wang Kun, "Brother Kun, do take it easy." Wang Kun nodded slightly, directing his aim at Zhao Wuji's arm as he produced a red dot sight. He then took careful aim. Upon pulling the trigger, a sequence of rapid gunfire erupted, tada-tada. The muzzle of the M416 spat forth flickering tongues of flame as Wang Kun exerted pressure on the weapon, aligning the bullets with precision. Initially, as the bullet struck him, Zhao Wuji couldn't help but smirk. The force of the shots seemed insufficient. However, after 20 rounds were discharged, the soul power shield surrounding Zhao Wuji's arm was unexpectedly breached, and the bullets began to make contact. It was only then that Wang Kun ceased fire, stating, "That will suffice." Zhao Wuji suddenly recognized that Wang Kun was offering him a way out. At that moment, Zhao Wuji remarked, "Your weapon is not inferior to Tang San's. In terms of speed, your bullets are so swift that even I, a soul beast, cannot perceive them. If it were Tang San's crossbow, I could employ my soul power to defend myself the instant he loosed the shot." Wang Kun chuckled and said, "Let us go back. We've all grown weary from our expedition to the Star Do Forest in pursuit of soul beasts. It would be wise to return and rest early. However, it appears I lack accommodation. Never mind, I shall seek a hotel outside." Ning Rongrong contemplated inviting Wang Kun to stay with her, but reconsidered upon remembering that Xiao Wu was present. That would not do. Zhu Shuqing also wished for Wang Kun to reside in her room, yet her naturally reserved and aloof demeanor held her back. Observing the hesitation on their faces, Wang Kun mounted his motorcycle and declared, "I shall take my leave first. You may do as you wish." The group, smiling, climbed onto their motorcycles, while Zhao Wujie continued running alone. Thus, amidst a harmonious atmosphere, they rode out of the Star Do forest. Once they exited the forest, a palpable sense of relief washed over them, as if they had shed a heavy burden. "If we push on a bit further, we shall soon reach the town and find respite," Zhao Wujie remarked with a smile, prompting laughter from the others as he jogged alongside them. Realizing he had not learned to ride a bicycle, Zhao Wujie, in a tone of mock wisdom, quipped, "You youngsters are naturally quicker learners." After a round of laughter, Damubai added, "Since everyone is in good spirits, let us pick up the pace. Once we reach the town, I shall treat everyone to drinks. And Zhao, do not decline this time. Without your assistance, we might not have made it out of the Star Do forest alive." Zhao Wujie smiled knowingly, "Mubai, I am aware of your wealth. However, I can hold my liquor quite well." Dai Mubai laughed heartily. "Haven't you heard the saying? If a problem can be solved with money, then it is not a problem at all." The group rested in the town for 2 full days. While the recovery of their soul power and physical strength did not necessitate such a lengthy respite, their minds, having been in a constant state of tension, required relaxation. Yet, Wang Kun alone brimmed with energy. He had begun selling bicycles and motorcycles, each adorned with the characters Kuenping etched on the back. The townsfolk were exceptionally accommodating, especially with 3 stunning beauties, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, by his side, along with the support of Tang San, Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai, and Oscar. It was undeniable that their presence made Wang Kun feel remarkably capable. Was it due to the allure of profit? Perhaps, as he split the earnings from each bicycle sold evenly. Of course, it was also thanks to the assistance of Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing that a few of the boys joined in the sales effort. Tang San was motivated by Xiao Wu, Oscar by Ning Rongrong, and Dai Mubai by Zhu Zhuqing. Ma Hongjun, initially inclined to rest, found himself drawn to help as he witnessed everyone else engaging in sales. Wang Kun observed the fervor with which they worked, and he too dedicated himself to the task with equal zeal. He crafted bicycles and racing cars using wooden materials. Dai Mubai, in a display of generosity, covered all expenses for the group over the course of 2 days, allowing everyone to forego their training. Each evening, after selling the vehicles and distributing the profits, they indulged in merriment and revelry. Within 2 days, nearly every resident of the town, numbering in the thousands, had purchased a bicycle for a mere silver coin. Some of the more affluent individuals even acquired several racing cars. Meanwhile, the members of Shrek Academy each earned a handsome sum, experiencing the thrill of salesmanship. Wang Kun, having constructed thousands of wooden vehicles, felt no fatigue from the endeavor. The group then set off once more, and after 2 hours of cycling, they successfully returned to the outskirts of Soto City and Shrek Academy. Finally back. The feeling of homecoming is truly delightful, Oscar exclaimed with exaggerated exuberance. Zhao Wujie shot him a disapproving glance, admonishing, "Keep your voice down. Can't you see it's already dark? Now, disperse to your dormitories and rest. I need to meet with the dean to report on our journey. After several hours of travel, fatigue had set in, particularly in their posteriors from the prolonged cycling. Although their legs felt light, the wooden seats had caused considerable discomfort. Riding along the bumpy road had been quite jarring, yet they were unscathed, as spirit masters recover swiftly, with the exception of Ma Hongjun. As they prepared to return to their respective dormitories, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun planned to visit a brothel before heading back. Tang-san, wait a moment. Ning Rongrong called out just as he was about to leave with Oscar. Tang-san paused, asking, "Is there something you need, Rongrong?" Ning Rongrong bit her lip and replied, "I wish to speak with you privately, if that is agreeable." Wang Kun, who had been pulled aside by Ning Rongrong, stood nearby and remarked, "Oscar, Xiaowu, Zhuxing. You three. End of today's 10,000 words. I kindly request the charming readers to cast their votes for recommendations and check in daily. Let us play King of Glory. Chapter 60. The fragrant fried yogurt bridge is wonderful. I seek your recommendations." Oscar promptly took his leave, saying, "Understood. Brother Wang. Please remember to find me a beautiful girlfriend in the future." Wang Kun chuckled as well. "What a joke. Go find it yourself. Isn't it rather unfortunate that you cannot even find a girl? How weak." This remark elicited laughter from the crowd. Xiaowu, intrigued, turned to Ning Rongrong and asked, "Rongrong, why are you looking for a mistress? Can't I listen to? Why should Wang Kun be the only one allowed to hear?" After a moment of hesitation, Ning Rongrong nodded. Xiaowu pouted and made a funny face at Ning Rongrong before darting back to the dormitory. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing merely cast a glance at Wang Kun before vanishing into the night. At this moment, only Ning Rongrong, Tang-san, and Wang Kun remained at the entrance of the academy. "Rongrong, what is it that you wish to discuss?" Tang-san inquired. "Tang-san, I would like to propose a business arrangement." "A business arrangement?" Tang-san looked at her, surprised. Ning Rongrong nodded earnestly. "Although I understand that you may not be in need of money, I am very eager to finalize this deal with you. However, I cannot make decisions unilaterally. I wish to first ascertain your willingness. Then please, speak frankly. What is it? You are aware of my affiliation with the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. While we are indeed one of the 7 great sects of the present age, enjoying a prestigious status, our direct disciples are primarily support-type soul masters. The supportive abilities of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Martial Soul are formidable, yet they do not suffice to ensure our own survival. In any confrontation, we become the primary targets of our foes. I believe that your mechanical contraptions could greatly assist us, providing my clan with a modicum of self-defense. Therefore, if possible, I wish to place an order for a batch of your mechanical devices through the sect, which would significantly enhance the protection of my kin." Tang-san nodded in understanding as Ning Rongrong turned her gaze towards Wang Kun. Wang Kun immediately declined, stating, "My weapon is far too powerful to be entrusted to you. If it falls into the hands of those with nefarious intentions, they would wield it to indiscriminately take lives." Wang Kun was acutely aware of the grave toll the world wars had taken on humanity. However, "I have heard that your 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possesses numerous affiliated sects, dedicated to safeguarding the direct disciples who wield the 7 Treasure Glazed Tower Martial Soul. There are even 2 formidable titled Douluos among them. Is that not sufficient? Yet, that remains an external force, not something inherent. Moreover, there is no assurance that betrayal will not occur. In the past, a troubling incident transpired within the sect. A relative of mine was forcibly abducted by a sect guardian. Although numerous regulations were subsequently established, they were inherently reactive. I regret to say, Rongrong, that I fear I must disappoint you. If it were merely the few of us, the issue would be manageable. We could certainly craft enough hidden weapons. However, your sect boasts at least 100 direct disciples. I simply cannot produce such a vast quantity of concealed arms." Ning Rongrong anxiously interjected, "They need not be of exceptional quality. They merely need to serve as a means of self-defense. A slightly inferior quality might indeed save time. Wouldn't it?" Tang-san replied with solemnity. "Do not utter such sentiments again, Rongrong. If I undertake this task, I shall exert every effort to create the finest." Ning Rongrong playfully stuck out her tongue and asked, "Then is there truly no alternative?" "There are options, albeit I must contemplate them thoroughly before offering a response." Ning Rongrong smiled gently, suggesting, "Why not do this? Let me have the first set of hidden weapons you create. I need to show them to my father, for only he can decide whether to equip the direct disciples with such arms. If it is indeed permissible, be sure to charge a high price. Do not be modest." "Hehe, I must return to rest now. I may even need to explain this to your Xiaowu, but fret not. I shall ensure she does not feel jealous. Although, It seems she has not been particularly fond of you lately, Tang San, so you ought to treat her well. With a playful laugh, Ning Rong Rong dashed away toward the dormitory. At that moment, Tang San felt a sudden pang of unease. He could not fathom why Xiao was growing increasingly indifferent toward him, while her warmth toward Wang Kun seemed to flourish. It was a perplexing enigma. Meanwhile, Wang Kun addressed Ning Rong Rong from a distance, inquiring, "Do you think your father would accept me?" Contemplating this, Ning Rong Rong blushed and hurried away. Wang Kun clasped his hands together, invoking the would escape technique, and uttered a phrase that conjured a wooden house behind him. He then entered the dwelling to rest. Meanwhile, in the distant imperial palace of the Tiando Empire, a handsome young man was riding a Kunpeng-branded racing car crafted by Wang Kun. As Wang Kun slumbered, he suddenly sensed the emergence of a line of subtitles before his eyes. He opened his eyes to find that he had randomly become the host of the Celestial Realms system, having traversed dimensions. Wang Kun inadvertently found himself in a place known as the Konoha Hospital. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of the enchanting Sakura Haruno, with her pink hair and slender figure, clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform. Ah, there was something intriguing indeed. Without hesitation, Wang Kun remarked, "You are a beautiful girl with a broad forehead." At that moment, the stethoscope in Sakura's grasp shattered. With a smile, she inquired, "May I ask if there is a problem? Is there any ailment in your body that requires attention?" Wang Kun remarked with a smile, "Although your medical skills are exceptionally advanced, I truly wish to avoid death." Haruno Sakura also smiled faintly and replied, "Ha, why do you say such things about me? My medical ninjutsu is quite proficient." As Wang Kun contemplated Sakura's extraordinary strength, he instinctively recoiled. However, he found himself pondering why he had traversed to this realm. If he were to be transported to the world of Naruto, his heart would undoubtedly be captivated by the most striking beauty, Tsunade Senju. After all, he possessed the power of Hashirama Senju, who happened to be her grandfather. Yet, it appeared that Haruno Sakura was Tsunade's apprentice, thus establishing a connection between them. Upon his emergence, he unexpectedly entered a fried yogurt shop, which was quite fitting. The fried yogurt was indeed delectable. As he stepped inside, he beheld a captivating woman with purple hair, clad in a white tank top and blue denim shorts, sitting at the counter. Had he truly been transported to a world where he was second to none? Xiaohe, holding a photograph of the spirit jade, gazed at him with an infatuated expression. Wang Kun promptly produced a golden soul coin and tossed it onto the table, declaring, "That proprietress, please bring me an extra-large serving of stir-fried yogurt, and make it with a hefty serving of soda." The proprietress gazed at the strikingly handsome young man, clad in an elegant black robe, and responded in her alluring voice, "Very well, but do you not have any other intentions?" Wang Kun shook his head and replied, "Sister, not at all." Wang Kun found a chair and settled down. The voluptuous proprietress, with a smile concealing a hidden blade, placed a gold soul coin into the cabinet, then set the milk upon the frying board. As it solidified, she seized the opportunity while Wang Kun was distracted to add a touch of devilish chili, followed by the indulgent soda, before mixing them into the yogurt. Once prepared, the proprietress filled a container, at least a liter in volume, with the concocted yogurt. With unwavering composure, she presented this colossal serving of her devilish creation onto Wang Kun's table. Chapter 61. Ruler of the Dark Night cat hunting, seeking recommendations. Wang Kun, caught off guard, took a hefty spoonful without hesitation. The proprietress couldn't help but chuckle, while the devilishly spicy dish left Wang Kun gasping for breath. He glanced at Xiaohe, who was enjoying her stir-fried yogurt nearby. "Sister Xiaohe, do you have any water? This is incredibly spicy." Xiaohe smiled and turned away, leaving Wang Kun to hurriedly dash back to his humble cabin, where he drank several liters of water before feeling relief. It seemed that both Xiaohe and the proprietress were not to be underestimated. There were always nefarious individuals intent on causing him mischief. Wang Kun has finally drifted into slumber, yet he recalls that tomorrow marks the arrival of the formidable steelman, De Gongzi, otherwise known as Yu Shaojiang. Ah, but what does it matter? Despite the fact that the master is indeed a commendable teacher, he falls short of being a good man, if one can even classify him as such. According to the narrative of the original work, it implies that De Gongzi should currently be assessing the soul power of Xiao San, to be precise, the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Wang Kun had fallen into slumber. When dawn arrived, the sudden tolling of bells awakened him, prompting Wang Kun to make his way to the Shrek Square. Upon his arrival, he discovered that everyone had gathered there. Wang Kun understood that this was the gathering bell. He then silently approached Ning Rong Rong and Zhu Zhuqing. Today seemed particularly lively, as both the esteemed directors, Flender and Zhao Wujin, were present. Additionally, Master and several other faculty members of the Academy had also arrived at the playground. Besides the two directors, the Academy originally had 3 instructors, the very same who were responsible for the first 3 trials during the entrance examination. Wang Kun's gaze fell upon the elder with the staff spirit, eliciting memories of the ancient family, igniting a surge of anger within him, though he chose to conceal it. Now that everyone is present, I have several announcements to make. Flender approached the 7 students, his serious eyes sweeping over them. Noticing that Wang Kun was unusually subdued, he breathed a sigh of relief. First, allow me to introduce the teachers to the newly arrived 4 students. With that, Flender gestured towards the elder with the dragon pattern staff. This is Teacher Li Yusong, a Soul Emperor at level 63. He then pointed to an older gentleman, seemingly in his 70s. This is Teacher Lu Qibin, a Soul Emperor at level 66. Finally, he indicated a younger teacher, who appeared to be of a similar age to Flender. This is Teacher Xiao Xian, a Soul Sage at level 71, specializing in food type support abilities. Among food type soul masters, he ranks among the top 5 in strength. However, the expression on Teacher Xiao's face was somewhat peculiar, his gaze fixated on Oscar with a hint of obsession. Concluding the introductions, Flender moved beside the master, embracing his shoulders. Now, allow me to introduce our esteemed master, renowned for his research on the competitive abilities of the top 10 martial spirits. Heralded as the most formidable in martial spirit theory and the wisest of soul masters, as well as our esteemed teacher Tang San and Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang. With a stern expression, interjected, Wang Kun, may I borrow a glance at that blue orb of yours, capable of subduing soul beasts? Wang Kun. Through the radiant brilliance of the Genesis 9 colors, fashioned a blue pokeball, explaining that a mere tap on the small black dot would activate its function. Wang Kun tapped the blue super pokeball in his hand, releasing a crimson beam. Should it encounter a spirit beast, it would be drawn within. Subsequently, it could be released, allowing for the sharing of the spirit ring. Humans could engage in battle alongside spirit beasts or choose to set them free, either option being viable. Then, Yu Xiaojiang incisively inquired, what becomes of the spirit ring if both the human and the spirit beast perish? Wang Kun smiled awkwardly and said, I'm afraid I truly do not know the answer to that question. Let us discuss it later. Without hesitation, Yu Xiaojiang took the blue orb from Wang Kun's hand and remarked, indeed. At that moment, Ning Rongrong turned her head, and the master was observing her in Zhu Shiqing. Inquiring, what are the specific abilities of your 10,000-year soul rings? Allow me to have a look. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing revealed their martial spirits. Under the vibrant hues of the 7 treasures glazed tower, Ning Rongrong shone brilliantly, dazzling all who beheld her. When Zhu Shiqing's martial spirit manifested, her figure became shrouded in an enigmatic darkness, rendering her nearly inscrutable, exuding an aura of mystery. Yu Xiaojiang elucidated, the 7 treasures glazed tower and this spectral spirit cat, no. The dark elements of the spectral spirit cat are indeed peculiar. The descriptions in the book indicate that the spectral spirit cat is significantly different from your martial spirit. May I ask, Zhu Shiqing, has your martial spirit undergone a mutation? Zhu Shiqing, taken aback, responded truthfully, yes, I consumed a celestial herb composed of pure dark elements. Yu Xiaojiang appeared momentarily bewildered, uncertain of what this celestial herb entailed. And what of your martial spirit? He inquired. The ruler of the night, she replied. At that moment, the master interjected, the name ruler of the night is indeed quite impressive, but a more pragmatic title would be Night Hunter Cat, in the darkness. Cats are the hunters while all other creatures serve as mere prey. However, ruler of the night possesses a more commanding presence and can instill fear in others. Yu Xiaojiang then addressed Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. May I examine your 10,000-year soul rings? As they summoned their yellow soul rings, the manifestation of the black soul ring caused Yu Xiaojiang's eyes to widen in astonishment. Although he had anticipated it, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly shocking. Flender and the 3 teachers, who had not yet seen, stared in disbelief. Regaining his composure, Yu Xiaojiang exclaimed, this is indeed formidable. But what abilities does this soul ring confer? Flender mentioned it belonged to an unknown super soul beast. Ning Rongrong replied, I am unaware of its name. But according to Wang Kun, it seems to be the iron-eating beast, also known as the giant panda. The emergence of this new breed left Yu Xiaojiang perplexed. Indeed, knowledge is an endless pursuit, and there are soul beasts of which I remain ignorant. Ning Rongrong continued, my 10,000-year soul ring possesses both passive and active abilities. In the face of life-threatening danger, time will momentarily halt within a 3-meter radius around me. Furthermore, I can traverse approximately 100 meters in space. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang gasped in disbelief. This 10,000-year soul skill possesses both passive and active traits? Such a notion is unprecedented, and the strongest of both time and space soul skills? Rong, should you wield these two abilities, there would no longer exist any soul master capable of directly eliminating you in this world. Yu Xiaojiang, brimming with excitement, turned to Zhu Zhiqing. What about your soul skills? Today has truly opened my eyes. I never anticipated that there could be gaps in the knowledge I have acquired over 50 years. Zhu Zhiqing replied, my passive skill empowers my claws with the ultimate strength of gold, effortlessly penetrating the defenses of those at my level, while my active skill, Shadow Strike, allows me to infiltrate the shadows of my opponents, enabling me to eliminate their abilities at will. The exhilaration on Yu Xiaojiang's face was palpable. First, there was the external soul bone of the 8-spider soul bone, followed by your 10,000-year soul rings and their terrifying soul skills. Most crucially, these soul rings can be absorbed with complete efficacy, significantly enhancing one's soul power level. Yu Xiaojiang turned to Wang Kun, exclaiming, the blue soul beast orb you hold is indeed a remarkable treasure. Wang Kun nodded in acknowledgement. After surveying the gathered individuals, the master spoke in a calm manner. Although the academy comprises only 8 students, I perceive you as a cohesive entity. I have reviewed your resumes and will devise targeted teaching methods tailored to your needs. Apart from collaboration, I expect no dissenting voices. From this moment forth, I shall treat each of you equally. As students of the Monster Academy, you are expected to possess greater talent than the average soul masters. Henceforth, whenever anyone mentions you, they should only think of the term monsters. Consequently, you 7 will no longer be categorized as early stage or advanced. Instead, we will implement a unified teaching approach. I will assign ranks based on your ages. Number 1, Dai Mubai. Number 2, Oscar. Number 3, Tang San. Number 4, Ma Hongjun. Number 5, Xiao Wu. Number 6, Ning Rongrong. Number 7, Zhu Zhiqing. The master then turned to Wang Kun and inquired, I have heard that you refer to Tang San and his companions as the Shrek 7 monsters, while you have dubbed yourself the Shrek Demon King. Wang Kun smiled softly and replied, The master, upon hearing this, instructed Wang Kun to bring forth a bicycle. With a gesture of his hands, a grand tree emerged from the ground, which gradually transformed into a bicycle. Once the master had taken it, he declared, You may take a day off. This will allow me to study this peculiar mode of transportation that Wang Kun has presented. As for your soul ring configuration, Wang Kun, we shall not dwell on that. Regarding your title, let it be as you wish. The name of the Shrek 7 monsters is truly deserved by you all. The group nodded in acknowledgement, saying, Thank you, Master. However, upon hearing the word holiday, Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, noticing that the others had not yet departed, he refrained from voicing his excitement. Meanwhile, Tang San, observing the master's interest in learning the bicycle technique, stepped forward and offered, Master, allow me to teach you how to ride a bicycle. The master waved his hand dismissively, saying, That won't be necessary. True understanding comes only through personal experience. Thank you for your kind instruction. I have learned much. At this moment, the teachers began to leave one by one. The random system had now transitioned into a monetized system, elevating the host's soul power to level 1. With a soul power rank of 42, tears unexpectedly streamed down Wang Kun's face. Had he truly lost hundreds of golden pebbles? And the gold soul coins? All gone. He was out of money. Yet, he mused, it mattered little, for his prowess had already ascended to the rank of a titled Douluo. At that moment, as Ma Hongjun sought to unleash his sinister flames, he quietly approached Wang Kun after noticing that the teachers had departed. Brother Kun, shall we go play? Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, and Xiao Wu immediately comprehended the intentions of the chubby boy, casting him disdainful glances. However, there was no discernible change on the faces of Ma Hongjun and Wang Kun. Wang Kun shook his head, saying, There is no joy in this. I have a beautiful companion waiting for me, and I find no allure in those willowy figures. Meanwhile, the observant Zhu Zhiqing noticed that Wang Kun was, in fact, shedding tears and was about to inquire about it. Wang Kun also noticed Zhu Zhiqing's gaze. However, by the time he looked towards her, the blushing Zhu Zhiqing had already turned her head away. Wang Kun felt a twinge of awkwardness. At that moment, Dai Mubai, in a reckless mood, clung to Ma Hongjun's shoulder and said, Come on, let's go have some fun in Soto City. Zhu Zhiqing cast a disdainful glance at Dai Mubai, who, feeling guilty, quickly diverted his eyes. Dai Mubai then turned to Oscar, asking, Are you coming along, little Oscar? Oscar replied, Forget it. I'm going to take a nap. Suddenly, Tang-san spoke up, saying, I will go with you. The fatty's eyes brightened as he slyly glanced at the slightly perturbed Xiaowu and asked, Old 3. Have you had an epiphany? Tang-san, momentarily taken aback, responded, What epiphany? I merely wish to find a blacksmith shop to see if I can hire a couple of blacksmiths to forge some items. Otherwise, how long would it take for me alone to equip each one of you? Ning Rongrong chuckled softly. I knew third brother wouldn't be as sordid as you. Xiaowu's expression gradually returned to normal as she said, Then I will go with you. Tang-san smiled and shook his head, saying, Better not. I should go alone. You've already been quite frightened, so rest at the academy. I'll be back soon. Xiaowu did not insist further and easily nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, she suddenly felt the urge to go on a date with Wang Kun, for reasons unknown. The fatty shot an irritated glance at Ning Rongrong, exclaiming, What do you mean by sordid? The matters of scholars are to resolve the issue of evil energy. This is a special approval from the dean. Come on, Old 3. Let us go. Daimubai added, Right, Old 3, if you're short on money, just let me know. Anything that can be resolved with money is not a problem. Daimubai glanced at Zhu Xing, who had completely ignored him, and sighed, Wang Kun, you have Ning Rongrong now, yet you still want my fiancée Zhu Xing. You truly are something. Wang Kun couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, you can too. Especially with those twins, it's quite the extravagant affair. Upon hearing the mention of the twins, Zhu Xing cast a fierce glance towards Daimubai. Daimubai then inquired, So, who ultimately won their affections? Wang Kun smiled faintly and said, There is nothing I can do. I am too strong in that regard and cannot restrain myself. However, I must not harbor any ill intentions towards such beautiful goddesses. Goddesses are delicate little princesses and deserve to be cherished. After uttering these words, Wang Kun's feet, which were about to be trampled by the shoes of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, were suddenly spared. Daimubai had expected Zhu Xing to use her high heels. At that moment, Xiaowu let out a sigh, remarking, Men truly are not to be trusted. My brother is the best. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing nodded in agreement. Embracing Tang-san with his left arm and Ma Hongjun with his right, Daimubai declared, Come, let us brothers venture into Soto City for some fun. As they watched the three depart, Ning Rongrong leaned closer to Xiaowu and whispered, Aren't you worried that your little San will be led astray by the fat one and Dailaho? If it were me, I would certainly follow along. Xiaowu replied with a gentle smile, Men need a bit of freedom, and I don't believe little San would be swayed by the fat one. Having said that, Xiaowu turned and walked away to rest. At that moment, only Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing remained in the Shrek Plaza. Ning Rongrong playfully pinched Wang Kun's waist with her delicate hand, muttering, Chapter 63, The drill bit is broken. Seeking recommendations. Where to play? I can't believe you're like this not only with Myriad, but also with the twins. Really, I wanted to speak to you about this in the Stardow Forest. Yet, you treat me and Zhu Xing so well. However, while you are so casual with beautiful women, do you truly respect goddesses? Although I am flattered by your compliments, I must say I do not appreciate such lewdness, dear brother. Observing Ning Rongrong's charming yet bashful demeanor, Wang Kun felt a strong desire to kiss her. He then turned his gaze toward the slightly flushed Zhu Xing and retrieved a grilled fish from his storage ring. Allow me to share my culinary skills with you. Upon seeing Wang Kun's grilled fish, Zhu Xing swallowed hard but made no move to indulge. Wang Kun approached the alluring yet hesitant Zhu Xing, offering her the skewer of roasted fish, and remarked, You've been salivating, yet you still refuse to indulge? Wang Kun embraced her slender waist, causing a blush to bloom on Ning Rongrong's cheeks. Come, let us indulge in some grilled fish, he suggested. Zhu Xing, witnessing Wang Kun's hold on Ning Rongrong's petite figure, felt a twinge of jealousy stirring within her. Ning Rongrong attempted to wriggle free from Wang Kun's grasp. Yet she found herself unable to escape. With her face flushed, she shyly exclaimed, Please let me go, big brother. Wang Kun proclaimed the technique of wood release, glide wing. Suddenly, a great tree emerged behind him, gradually transforming into a glider large enough to carry 3 individuals soaring through the skies. Wang Kun embraced Ning Rongrong's waist, gently placing her upon the triangular rod held by the parachute. He turned to Zhu Xing and remarked, My grilled fish has astonishingly been reduced to mere bones. You certainly devoured it rather swiftly. It seems my fish is indeed delectable. Zhu Xing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned to feign departure. Wang Kun directly employed spatial teleportation, instantly appearing beside Zhu Xing, and embraced her delicate waist before swiftly relocating to the glider's side. The proud little cat truly inspires affection. Zhu Zhiqing, grasping the glider's tripod, spoke little, yet her cheeks bore a hint of crimson. Ning Rongrong then remarked, taking a deep breath, "All right, I shall take you all to savor some grilled fish. Prepared with my exceptional culinary skills, it should be quite delightful." Zhu Zhiqing quickly finished her portion of the grilled fish, only to comment, "The fish is cold, not warm. Warm fish is much more delectable." Indeed, it is true that grilled fish is far tastier when served hot. Wang Kun, rendered speechless, remarked, "How can you consume it so quickly when it is still cold?" Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Is it truly that delectable? Then may I have a taste of a piece?" Wang Kun chuckled and said, "There is only that one left. I initially intended to enjoy it as a Chinese meal. So, hurry and have this peculiar creature take us flying. Then we can catch some fish in the river. It seems quite delightful." Wang Kun instructed the two of them to place their feet on the triangular support behind, and he too positioned his feet at the back. The space then guided them, instantly teleporting them to an altitude of 100 meters. Ning Rongrong, now suspended at this height, clutched the triangular frame of the gliding wing tightly. I have a fear of heights." Wang Kun took control of the glider and descended into the air. "Don't sway recklessly, or you might truly fall." Ning Rongrong, upon hearing this, remained still, gripping the glider tightly. Wang Kun swiftly glided through the air, casting a glance towards Zhu Zhiqing on the other side. Her long black hair danced in the wind, and surprisingly, her eyes were closed. Was she so frightened that she dared not open them? Zhu Zhiqing gradually opened her eyes, and upon witnessing the daunting height of 100 meters, fear enveloped her. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing remained silent, evidently paralyzed by terror. Wang Kun had no choice but to steer his glider towards the riverbank he had previously favored. However, as he passed by the Tiando royal palace, he abruptly sensed that he was being scrutinized by a piercing gaze. He dismissed the feeling, for even a titled Douluo could do nothing to him. He remained unperturbed. Even in the face of a limit Douluo, Wang Kun effortlessly soared to the banks of the small river. As he descended, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing still seemed somewhat reluctant to part with the joy of flying in the sky. Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement, "The sensation of soaring through the heavens is truly delightful." Zhu Zhiqing then remarked, "I want to eat fish." Wang Kun smiled and said, "Very well." It appears that Zhu Qing has become utterly captivated after savoring her grilled fish. Quite splendid indeed. Wang Kun clasped his hands together and uttered the incantation for would release, birth of the tree world. Upon the utterance of these words, numerous branches suddenly emerged from the river, and before long, the entire waterway was obstructed by this manifestation of the tree realm. Among the branches, many fish could be seen. Wang Kun skillfully maneuvered the branches to transport all the large fish. As the tree realm withdrew, the river began to flow once more. Ning Rongrong could not help but remark, "This is far more melodious than that lewd Oscar soul curse." Wang Kun smiled faintly. Zhu Zhiqing gazed at the multitude of lively fish on the ground, her mouth watering slightly. She hurriedly turned around and wiped her lips. Wang Kun and Ning Rongrong also realized that Zhu Zhiqing had experienced a socially awkward demise. "Quickly prepare some fish for us, dear brother." How delightful it sounds. Wang Kun clasped his hands together and declared, "Would release, barbecue rack technique." Suddenly, several branches emerged from the ground, transforming into a barbecue rack, accompanied by numerous twigs to kindle the fire. Additionally, many sharp branches appeared, perfect for skewering fish. Wang Kun brandished a sharp knife, meticulously preparing the fish one by one. Upon witnessing the gruesome scene, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing could not help but feel a wave of nausea. Is this truly where their tolerance falters? Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing remained silent. Wang Kun continued with his tasks and soon completed them. However, he suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to use any condiments, prompting him to teleport outside. He headed towards a shop. The multiverse traversal system had successfully activated. At that moment, Wang Kun noticed a middle-aged man named Kagoro Muri, who was drinking at an izakaya. "Do you have any seasonings?" he inquired. The inebriated Kagoro Muri was slumped over, lost in his drink, while Muri Ran, who had been assisting the owner with the establishment, quickly approached and said, "We do have some, but shouldn't you be here to drink?" Wang Kun glanced at Xiao Lan's drill hairstyle, feeling an urge to reach out and touch it. However, seeing this, Mori Ran remarked, "This guest is not permitted." Wang Kun directly reached out, causing her elaborate hairstyle to unravel. "Your hairstyle is rather peculiar." Mori Ran, suppressing the urge to resort to violence, found that the pen and notepad she had been holding were crushed in Xiao Lan's grasp. Wang Kun remained composed and unruffled. Chapter 64. Playing Do Diju is splendid. At that moment, Mao Lilan, struggling to contain her anger, approached the table upon seeing Wang Kun place the gold he had retrieved from the river with a branch. She promptly went to the kitchen to fetch some condiments for him. Who would refuse money? Meanwhile, the ever-drinking Mao Kagoro berated. How can one come to an izakaya and not drink? With that, he placed a bottle of 1982 Lafite into Wang Kun's embrace. Lilan immediately chided Kagoro, Aji-san. They never said they wanted it. Kagoro, swaying drunkenly, replied nonchalantly, I recently solved a major case and earned a fortune. Ha ha ha. Lilan then bowed to Wang Kun. Apologizing, I am truly sorry. My Aji-san's drinking etiquette leaves much to be desired. Wang Kun handed 2 gold coins to Xiao Lan, saying, there is no need for concern. Thank you in advance, but I must take my leave. Xiao Lan hurried to return the gold coins to him, insisting, here, we only accept Japanese yen, not gold. Meanwhile, Xiao Wulong, upon seeing the gold, chimed in, no worries, gold holds significant value. The portal to the world of Detective Conan had also closed. Instantly transported to the grassy expanse, Wang Kun procured some seasoning, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing astonishingly skewered fish with branches. Wang Kun observed the expressions of disgust and fear on their faces and remarked, how courageous to attempt this. You shall undoubtedly become excellent wives in the future. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing were suddenly enveloped in a deep blush. With a bashful demeanor, Ning Rongrong confessed, Oni-chan seems to have wandered off somewhere. My stomach is growling. Which is why I took it upon myself to prepare the fish. I hope to enjoy it with you upon your return. However, as for being a good wife, that ultimately depends on my own desires. Wang Kun approached with swift precision, effortlessly skewering the 10 large fish that had yet to be pierced by branches. He then artfully scored the fish's flesh, sprinkling it with salt, ginger, and garlic to enhance its flavor. Once marinated, he placed them in a wooden basin, declaring that the task was complete, and instructed them to simply wait. But how would they pass the time? Is Wang truly so impatient? What has happened, dear brother? Wang Kun clasped his hands and declared, would release, card technique. In that case, shall we engage in a game of poker together? Ning Hao responded with enthusiasm, while Zhu Hao realized he was once again behind the wheel. After Wang Kun took out Do Dizhu, he explained the rules to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing. Once he finished his explanation, feeling a bit parched, he intended to go to the clear riverbank for a drink. Suddenly, he noticed a stream of golden soul power enveloping the pristine water, floating before him. Without hesitation, he consumed it, indifferent to its origin. After Wang Kun had his fill, he feigned a glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing. You two are surprisingly adept at controlling your soul power? However, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing were oblivious to his words, as their attention was captivated by the intriguing game of Do Dizhu. Wang Kun was equally oblivious to the origin of this golden soul power. He approached and began to teach them how to play. First, he shuffled the 54 cards, employing a deft maneuver to achieve a flawless shuffle. Ning Rongrong seized the cards that Wang Kun had just shuffled, eager to attempt his impressive technique. However, in her inexperience, she clumsily sent all the cards scattering onto the floor. With a playful flick of her tongue, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, it's the card's fault for being difficult, not mine. Zhu Zhiqing and Wang Kun couldn't help but chuckle at her antics. They exchanged glances of bemusement as they tidied up the cards, before once more executing a perfect shuffle. To their surprise, Wang Kun drew a joker from the deck. Goodness, my luck seems to be quite fortuitous. Ning Rongrong declared excitedly, this time, I shall be the landlord. Dream on, the odds are merely 1 in 3. Shortly thereafter, the previously silent Zhu Zhiqing drew her cards. As she lifted the last 3 cards from the bottom of the deck, a rare smile graced her lips, a sweet, enchanting smile. Ning Rongrong and Wang Kun exchanged glances. And Wang Kun remarked, when Zhiqing smiles, the fates become unpredictable. With a sly grin, Zhu Zhiqing revealed her cunning expression. Wang Kun and Ning Rongrong understood that Zhu Zhiqing would undoubtedly prevail. Subsequently, Zhu Zhiqing directly initiated with a formidable pair of 8 and 9. Accompanied by a duo of 3 aircraft, Wang Kun and Ning Rongrong found themselves devoid of any bombs or larger aircraft. In swift succession, the sequence 9, 10, 11, 12, and 13 emerged, forming the longest possible straight. Following this, Zhu Zhiqing played a pair of 6s, leading to Wang Kun's turn. I play a pair of 2s, he declared. In response, Ning Rongrong, exasperated, remarked, why do you play such high cards? I was hoping to conserve my hand. With a chuckle, she added, if I continue to hold back, the landlord will swiftly deplete their hand. At this moment, Zhu Zhiqing couldn't help but laugh aloud, exclaiming, for 2s, it's a bomb. Little Wang. Big Wang, it's a royal flush. Both Ning Rongrong and Wang Kun discarded their cards in defeat, with Wang Kun muttering, with such a strong hand. Who can possibly withstand that? Subsequently, he felt that this game was lacking in excitement and suggested, why not introduce a wager? Whoever loses must remove a piece of clothing. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing immediately shot him disdainful glances, asserting, that is out of the question. Wang Kun scooped up a handful of earth from the ground and remarked, it was merely a jest. Shall I rub this soil upon my face? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing nodded in agreement, with Ning Rongrong responding, now that is more like it. Wang Kun picked up the cards once more and began shuffling them. Did you notice that when we were grilling fish, there seemed to be a gaze fixated upon us? Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing finally came to this realization. At that moment, Wang Kun suddenly sensed that the scrutiny appeared to be somewhat concealed, but it swiftly returned to its previous intensity. Ning Rongrong nodded and remarked, now that you mention it, there truly is someone watching us. Regardless, you are formidable, so we need not fear. Let us proceed with a game of landlord instead. Let us draw our cards promptly. Wang Kun extracted a card from the center of the deck and subsequently drew an old ace. The onlookers exhibited little reaction, and within the span of 20 minutes, the seasoned Do Diju player Wang Kun mercilessly vanquished Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing. The faces of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing were adorned with circles drawn in mud, while Wang Kun's visage bore crude drawings of a turtle, a dog, a bear, and other figures. Though the details were indistinct, the depiction of the turtle stood out prominently. Likely a masterpiece crafted by Ning Rongrong. A turtle, indeed? It was rather large. At this moment, the fish was nearly marinated to perfection. Wang Kun then said, all right. You two enjoy yourselves for now. I shall go and grill some fish. Today, yet again, I have produced an impressive volume of 10,000 words. Alas, I am fatigued and drained. I shall cease my lamentations and indulge in some gaming. By the way, I kindly request a recommendation ticket on QQ Reading. Thank you. Haha. However, my gaming time for Honor of Kings has been dwindling lately. Fortunately, the performance of this book continues to improve, which is splendid. Ha 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 ha. Enough of this chatter. Isn't it delightful to play Honor of Kings? I shall stealthily assist in ambushing and shattering the crystal. Chapter 65. The Discreet Visits of Xue Qinghe. A request for recommendation tickets. Upon seeing the amusing expression on Wang Kun's face, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Wang Kun swiftly teleported to embrace the shoulders of both ladies, nuzzling his face against theirs. Ning Rongrong promptly picked up some mud from the ground, preparing to hurl it at Wang Kun. However, he instantly vanished to the riverbank to wash his face, and the mud struck Zhu Xing squarely on her visage. Ning Rongrong offered an awkward smile and remarked, Xing, it was not intentional. Zhu Xing retaliated by picking up a small clump of mud and launching it back at Ning Rongrong, declaring, now it's even. I am for Wang Kun. Why did you do this? Zhu Xing had already made her way to the riverbank to cleanse her face, and Ning Rongrong said nothing further, following suit. After they had both washed their faces, Wang Kun suddenly grasped the true essence of the phrase water lily emerging. The droplets clung to Zhu Xing and Ning Rongrong's faces, enhancing their allure. Both ladies were captivated by Wang Kun's striking appearance post-wash, particularly his mesmerizing crimson eyes, which left them feeling almost entranced, as if their souls were being drawn away. Wang Kun gazed at the engrossed duo and remarked, I shall proceed to grill some fish. You may continue your amusement, and I will later teach you a delightful game. Just as Ning Rongrong was about to inquire about this intriguing game, Wang Kun had already teleported to the large wooden basin. He placed a dozen sizable carp, their bodies adorned with branches, onto the barbecue grill, retrieving 2 flint stones from his storage ring. With a clash, sparks flew, igniting the kindling. Subsequently, Wang Kun approached Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, only to discover that they were engaged in a game of Do Diju for 2 players. Had they mastered it without a mentor? Wang Kun held the wooden token, pinching it delicately between his fingers, and urged, observe closely. Wang Kun suddenly exerted force with his fingers, shoulders, and arms simultaneously, propelling the wooden card swiftly into the nearest tree, where it pierced with remarkable precision. How amusing! Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing, too, grasped their cards and joined in the playful endeavor. Wang Kun observed as they each struggled to even throw a paper card properly, their aim erratic and chaotic. Not a single one managed to hit the sturdy tree. Who was responsible for collecting the cards? Ning Rongrong cast a sidelong glance at Wang Kun, remarking that it must certainly be her older brother who would take on that task. Wang Kun clasped his hands together and declared, would release, multiple card technique. Upon uttering these words, a colossal tree sprouted from the ground beside him, which then transformed into thousands of wooden cards. Thus, everyone was able to cast the cards. Oni-chan is truly amazing. Wang Kun was about to speak when he heard a sound. He turned his head and noticed the fish sizzling, its enticing aroma wafting through the air as droplets of oil fell into the fire, producing a crackling noise. Wang Kun retrieved a small brush and applied a mixture of golden dragonfish oil in a 1:1 ratio onto the fish's surface. In an instant, an exquisite aroma surged forth. The unparalleled fragrance enticed both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong back to the scene, with the drooling Ning Rongrong inquiring, "Can we eat it now? Are you eager for my grilled fish?" After a moment's pause, she expressed her mild disappointment. Very well then. Subsequently, she resumed her discussion with Zhu Zhuqing on how to play with the wooden dartboard. Wang Kun continued to apply oil with a brush, subsequently crafting 3 plates using the technique of wood manipulation. He then clamped the plump carp with a pair of tongs, generously seasoning it with chili powder, cumin, and 5-spice powder. Next, he used a blend of golden dragonfish oil in a precise ratio of 1:1, dipping a small brush to baste the fish once more before placing it on the grill. The process repeated, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing abandoned their wooden throwing darts, drawn over by the irresistible scent of the golden brown grilled fish. They gazed hungrily at the delicacy, and Ning Rongrong even wiped away a bead of saliva that had escaped her lips. Wang Kun placed the freshly grilled fish onto a wooden platter, observing Zhu Zhuqing, who had been salivating in anticipation. The little cat indeed had a fondness for fish. Ning Rongrong, eager to snatch a piece, quickly withdrew her small hand upon touching the scorching surface. Why the haste? It would be best to wait for it to cool before indulging. Wang Kun, without any unnecessary words, directly retrieved a knife from his storage ring and swiftly severed the branch adorned with grilled fish, placing it onto a wooden platter. Wang Kun extended the chopsticks to Zhu Zhuqing. "Ning Rongrong, are you a pig? All you do is eat," she exclaimed in frustration, playfully stepping on Wang Kun's foot, which he swiftly evaded. Indeed, there was something delightful about teasing his younger sister. Ning Rongrong smiled mischievously, pinching Wang Kun's arm. "Who do you think I am?" Wang Kun swiftly removed her hand, revealing a small, red indentation left by her nail. "Your nails are surprisingly formidable," he remarked. Ning Rongrong raised her hand in a display of her delicate little fingers, which were as fair and tender as the tender shoots that sprout after a rain. Her nails were long and slender, far whiter than ivory. "I must say, your hands are quite lovely," he commented. Ning Rongrong giggled. "Of course my hands are beautiful. That is only natural." Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing skillfully sliced the grilled fish in half, making a precise cut down the center. She then placed one half onto another wooden platter and offered it to Ning Rongrong. Both Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, in perfect unison, decisively severed the fish head and discarded it to the side. "Do you not fancy fish heads?" Wang Kun inquired, observing how rather intimidating they appeared. Wang Kun gazed at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, who were seated on the ground, poised to eat with their chopsticks. He suddenly approached them, clasping a small demon and a tiny cat head in his hands. "The grilled fish I prepared is rather spicy. It would be wise for you to fetch some water from the river," he advised. After Wang Kun's hands were removed by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong boldly declared, "I am not afraid." Without hesitation, she took a bite with her chopsticks. "Wow, this is truly delicious." "Oh, how spicy." Wang Kun observed that Ning Rongrong's delicate lips had turned a vivid shade of red from the spice, reminiscent of the time when Nar had similarly suffered from the heat of the flavors. After the 3 of them consumed 2 large carp, each weighing around 10 pounds, Wang Kun began to feel somewhat satiated. He then brought his hands together, invoking the wood release technique, specifically the wooden bowl technique. 4 bowls appeared before Wang Kun, who has been watching us for so long. "If you wish to partake in the grilled fish, feel free to join us." Ning Rongrong gazed around in astonishment. Noticing no one present, she turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, "Did you feel it?" Wang Kun brought forth 4 wooden bowls, filling each to the brim. He lifted one of the bowls and took a delicate sip, exclaiming, "This soup is incredibly fresh." The velvety texture melts in the mouth, making it utterly irresistible. The fish is delightfully tender and bouncy, truly exquisite. Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but swallow a few times, while the duck, seated upon the grass, brought the bowl of fish soup to its lips and took a sip. "Wow, it's quite hot, but absolutely delicious." Wang Kun subsequently turned to gaze at the mysterious man who had just passed by. The golden-haired gentleman boasted locks that barely reached his shoulders. He was adorned in a pristine silk robe, embellished with regal golden patterns draping over his shoulders, presenting a harmonious blend of gold, red, and white hues that exuded an air of immense nobility. At the junction of his neck and collarbone rested a piece of amethyst, complementing his willow leaf eyebrows and gentle, elongated brown eyes. Chapter 66. The Women of the Imperial Family. His nose was elegantly defined, his complexion fair, and his eyes sparkled with a celestial brilliance. His face bore a hint of youthful roundness, lending him an endearing charm. Indeed, he was a strikingly handsome young man. Wang Kun also smiled gently and remarked, "Isn't this Prince Xue Qinghe of the Tiando Empire? We three shall forego our formalities and hope for your understanding." Xue Qinghe returned a subtle smile and replied, "No matter. I am merely disguised and visiting incognito, and no one has come to disturb me." As Xue Qinghe caressed the storage ring on his finger, he retrieved the wooden racing car and said, "Is this yours, Wang Kun?" Wang Kun nodded upon seeing this. "The water controlled by the Golden Soul Force just now was your doing, correct?" "Indeed, but you are quite an intriguing individual. Were it not for your lecherous tendencies, you might have made a splendid friend." Wang Kun clasped his hands and proclaimed, "Would release the art of furniture. If a man were devoid of desires, could he truly be considered a man? Come, let us savor this fish soup. I too wish to partake in the experience." Xue Qinghe approached Wang Kun, seated herself beside him, and lifted the last remaining bowl of fish soup to her lips, taking a delicate sip. The flavor surpasses even that of the esteemed chefs in the palace. Indeed, quite delightful. Wang Kun also sat cross-legged on the ground and took out a bottle of wine. "Today, I intended to indulge in this wine alone, to drink and become intoxicated in solitude. However, an unexpected prince has appeared." Xue Qinghe then sipped a few mouthfuls of the exquisite fish soup and remarked, "In that case, I shall thoroughly savor your fine wine." As Wang Kun retrieved the bottle of red wine, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong suddenly gazed at it with curiosity. "You two young ladies should refrain from indulging in alcohol. It may lead to a muddled state of mind," he advised. After a prolonged silence, Zhu Zhuqing rose to her feet, presenting her wooden bowl before Wang Kun, and defiantly declared, "Pour it." Ning Rongrong also brought forth her wooden bowl, exclaiming, "Whom do you look down upon? Oni-chan?" Wang Kun retrieved the cork and poured a measure of red wine into their bowls. "You mustn't get intoxicated," he cautioned. Ning Rongrong, with a hint of impatience, retorted, "Who would get drunk?" Without further ado, she downed her drink in one go, her petite face flushing crimson, and she let out a tipsy belch, collapsing onto Wang Kun's lap. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, usually aloof and reticent, also chose not to indulge in idle chatter. After finishing her drink in a single breath, she suddenly became animated, expressing herself with a flurry of words as she wrapped her arms around Wang Kun's neck. "Wang Kun, do you know who I am?" Wang Kun first gazed at the playful smile of Xue Qinghe, with Ning Rongrong resting peacefully on his lap. Another figure, Zhu Zhuqing, entwined herself around Wang Kun's neck, her dark tail coiling around his waist. Wang Kun then brought his hands together, invoking the wood-release technique to conjure a wooden house. "Excuse me for a moment, Xue Wangzi," he said. Subsequently, Xue Qinghe observed as Wang Kun was enveloped by the wooden structure, silence enveloping the scene. Turning to Zhu Zhuqing, Wang Kun inquired, "Who are you?" "I am from the Douluo Empire," she replied. "That scoundrel Dai Mubai is also from there. He and I belong to two prominent families, which have a profoundly close relationship, bound by customs of marriage. Only the most exceptional individuals within the family can aspire to become the future heir." "Oh," Wang Kun responded. Wang Kun responded with a faint acknowledgement, yet he could not help but wonder why Zhu Zhuqing, in her inebriated state, was so loquacious. Was she merely indulging in drunken revelry, spilling her innermost thoughts? Regardless, she was his sister, and he cherished her. He listened intently. "Neither I nor that scoundrel Dai Mubai are the legitimate heirs of our families. My sister and that rascal's brother were betrothed from a young age. And the same holds true for us. All four of us are the most exceptional scions of our respective families. The reason that the scoundrel and I have ventured into the Heaven Do Empire is to enhance our strength. This elite tournament of advanced soul masters across the continent presents a significant opportunity bestowed upon us by our families. As we are not the direct heirs, our chances of inheritance are considerably diminished. Should we triumph over our siblings, we would secure our right to inherit." Zhu Zhuqing let out a hiccup. What an endearing sound. And what an adorable demeanor. Initially, he believed they had no hope at all. However, upon meeting her, he suddenly realized that as long as he remained by her side, he would not perish. Moreover, she had saved his life. As the topic shifted to death, tears welled up in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, and she clung to Wang Kun's neck. swaying back and forth. Thank you. Oni-chan. Thank you for saving me. It's nothing, really. Just a small act of kindness. The rosy-faced Zhu Shiqing continued. Our two families each have exceedingly peculiar stipulations. In order to cultivate the future heirs to be more exceptional, once the competing descendants are selected, they are raised to regard each other as adversaries. The victor may inherit the vast family fortune, while the vanquished face a dire fate. To prevent internal strife within the family, those who fail in competition are directly obliterated. Therefore, we are not merely contending for power, we are also wagering our lives. At this point, Zhu Shiqing was weeping profusely. Do you understand why I have always been so cold towards that scoundrel? Wang Kun shook his head and replied, I do not know. Oni-chan, it is because I have already resigned myself to the belief that I shall undoubtedly perish before the age of 25. I may not even reach that age. That scoundrel's elder brother is 6 years his senior, possessing both remarkable intelligence and formidable strength. My sister is over 7 years my senior. In competing against them, we have virtually no chance of success. Thus, upon arriving in the Tiando Empire, that scoundrel chose to succumb to debauchery, indulging in the company of women. With such a descendant to depravity, how could we possibly have a chance at survival? Naturally, I am incensed by his lack of ambition. As he spoke, Zhu Shiqing suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. If anyone else were to witness her in such a mood, they might assume she had been enchanted. However, Wang Kun, catching a glimpse of the redness at the corners of her eyes, perceived a profound sadness within her, prompting him to embrace her in consolation. The inebriated Zhu Shiqing, however, pushed him away and exclaimed, Oni-chan, do you know why I have been so joyful lately? Is it because of my encounter with you? She then shot him a resentful look, saying, Oni-chan actually stole my lines. How wicked. And you are such a lecherous fellow. Yet you protect me, ensuring I suffer not the slightest harm. Especially that grilled fish and fish soup. They were the most delectable dishes I have ever tasted. Yet, at this moment, while others are filled with joy, I alone am pursued by my kin. Oh, woe is me. Why was I born into a royal family? Upon finishing her lament, Zhu Shiqing suddenly nestled into Wang Kun's embrace, weeping, why is my fate so bitter? After a brief spell of tears, she lifted her little head to gaze at Wang Kun, stating, fortunately, I encountered you, Oni-chan. Today's grilled fish and fish soup were delightful as a reward. Chapter 67, Qian Rinxue and Xiaxue from Home with Kids? Seeking recommendations. With that, Zhu Shiqing planted a kiss on Wang Kun's lips before succumbing to intoxication. After she had spoken, Wang Kun resignedly dispelled the wooden hut technique. He turned to Xue Qinghe and said, I apologize for having made you witness such a spectacle. Xue Qinghe shuddered suddenly, his voice hoarse as he inquired, You know Qian Rinxue? Wang Kun also realized he had let something slip. Qian Rinxue has golden hair. And so do you. It was merely a careless misjudgment. Xue Qinghe patted his chest, relieved that nothing had been revealed. So, Qian Rinxue, are you aware? Wang Kun gently caressed the inebriated hair of Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong. Much like myself, they both possessed a full innate soul power at level 20. Upon uttering these words, Xue Qinghe's eyes suddenly sparkled with interest. How well do you know Qian Rinxue? He inquired. She is a fool, came the response. At those words, the bowl Xue Qinghe was holding trembled slightly, causing the fish soup to spill. What is it? He asked, to which Xue Qinghe merely shook his head, replying, It's nothing. Nothing at all. Wang Kun cleared his throat and began, Allow me to recount a tale, one akin to that of Qian Rinxue. At this moment, Xue Qinghe's gaze sharpened. Riveted with intensity. She was born into an affluent family, the offspring of a golden-haired teacher and his female student. However, the golden-haired teacher and the student were never husband and wife. Their relationship was strictly that of teacher and pupil, one tainted by the teacher's despicable actions towards the girl. Initially, the student was in love with a young man named Yu Zhaogang, but the golden-haired teacher, harboring discontent, forcibly claimed her for himself to keep her close and ensure she bore his child. Upon recounting this part, Xue Qinghe's heart raced with trepidation. It seemed that on one fateful night, the golden-haired teacher confronted the student about her relationship with Yu Zhaogang. Being the person she esteemed the most, she did not conceal the truth. Yu Zhaogang was indeed a man of commendable standing. The teacher, in a fit of possessiveness, proclaimed that she was his most gifted pupil and could not be with anyone else. When the student expressed her willingness to sever ties with the spirit hall to be with Yu Zhaogang, the teacher, consumed by rage, rendered her unconscious and took her to his secret chamber, where he violated her. When the student awoke, she was engulfed in excruciating pain. Realizing she lay naked beside the golden-haired teacher, he asserted that he would resort to the most vile methods to keep her by his side. leveraging their sordid encounter to coerce her into severing ties with Yu Zhaogang and discouraging any thoughts of self-harm. When she next met Yu Zhaogang, now pregnant with the teacher's child, she feigned indifference and ended their relationship. Subsequently, she returned to the teacher's residence to carry the child to term. Upon discovering her pregnancy, the teacher imprisoned her in his hidden chamber to protect both her and the unborn child, until she gave birth to a girl named Xia Shui. Just as Wang Kun was weaving this intricate narrative, Xueqing interrupted, "Why name her that?" He replied, "Please do not interrupt. Xia Shui is merely a recollection from my childhood. Reminiscent of the protagonist in Home with Kids. Now, where was I? Ah, yes, Xia Shui." Eventually, the student regained her freedom, which explained her deep-seated resentment towards her daughter. Later, the golden-haired teacher returned gravely injured from an unknown encounter, only to be assassinated by the student during his convalescence. Xia Shui was then taken in by her grandfather. By the age of 6, she awakened her martial soul, the angel, possessing an innate spirit power of 20. She infiltrated the Star Do Palace to hunt down the princes, including Xiaoyu. However, Prince Lu Xing and the fourth prince, adopting a fade of reckless abandon and arrogance, led Xia Shui to underestimate them, believing they posed no threat to her claim to the throne. As for Xiako, the little princess, lacking inheritance rights due to her gender, posed no obstacle to Xia Shui's ambitions, and thus was spared. Xueqing pondered, holding a bowl of fish soup in one hand and stroking his chin with the other. It appears that Shui Bing and Xueqing indeed had their schemes. I have been deceived. But how do you know of my affairs? Who are you truly? If you do not reveal the truth and submit to me, I shall not hesitate to end your life. Wang Kun recalled that Qian Rinxue was accompanied by 2 titled Douluo, which should suffice for her defense. However, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing would be of little help. It would be prudent to stabilize her emotions. Did you comprehend my narrative? Xueqing then stood up, downing the fish soup in one gulp, and declared, "If you can defeat me, then we may converse further." Suddenly, Xueqing noticed that the surrounding trees had enveloped him. Meanwhile, Wang Kun had instantaneously teleported 100 meters away, embracing 2 beautiful women. In that fleeting moment, Xueqing realized his impending defeat. His gaze suddenly sparkled with intensity. Astonished by Wang Kun's formidable strength, "We shall battle another day. I have matters to attend to today. However, I implore you not to expose my connection to Qian Rinxue. Otherwise, you must submit to me." "Submit? You, do your best," Wang Kun replied. Xueqing did not linger further. As the prince of the Tiando Empire had many responsibilities to fulfill, it was alarming that someone knew of his identity as Qian Rinxue. Yet, Xueqing was perplexed by the revelation that his father, Qian Xuanji, was so callous. The sister he had always despised turned out to be his mother? Upon witnessing Qian Rinxue's departure, Wang Kun clasped his hands together and invoked the wood-release technique, conjuring a wooden hut. He instantaneously transported himself into the dwelling. Meanwhile, having just teleported away from Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong, he now perceived that their grasp on his hands had tightened considerably. Wang Kun was uncertain whether the 2 of them were awake or asleep, yet one thing was certain, he could not venture out today. He had initially contemplated seeking out the violet-haired maid for some playful amusement this evening. After all, the intensity of his desires had become quite stifling. Alas! Thus did Wang Kun engage in his cultivation until the early hours of the morning. At this moment, the starry sky gradually thinned, the Milky Way slowly faded, and the horizon in the east was tinged with a gentle glow. The light transitioned from pale white to orange-red, then to golden, extending outward until it embraced the horizon. The clouds appeared with hints of pale purple and deep crimson, only to swiftly dissipate. A sudden vastness enveloped the heavens and the earth. He opened his eyes, finding the occasional experience of cultivation rather pleasant. Although his level had not increased, his heart found tranquility. Remarkably, despite being embraced by 2 goddesses, he remained unperturbed. Quite splendid indeed. Wang Kun, employing his soul power, retrieved the wooden box containing the roasted fish from his storage ring. Simultaneously, he manipulated the wooden box with his soul energy to extract the roasted fish, which he subsequently levitated into the air using his 9-colored soul power. As for why he did not use his hands, they were firmly grasped by Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing. Wang Kun had no choice but to control his multicolored soul power and tear off a small piece of the grilled fish, subsequently placing it in his mouth. This action surprisingly roused the sleeping little sorceress and the cat girl. Both of them sat up, yawning widely and stretching their bodies. It must be said that Zhu Zhiqing's fierceness was indeed formidable. In comparison, Ning Rongrong seemed rather mild. Nonetheless, she was quite charming. Upon waking, Ning Rongrong discovered that she was lying on an unfamiliar wooden bed. First, she glanced at her attire to ensure it was still intact. Fortunately, it was. It appeared that after a night of drinking, she had lost track of events. She exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that her elder brother had not devoured her, which was quite fortunate. Meanwhile, Wang Kun observed the feigned composure of Zhu Zhuqing and seized his grilled fish, eating it directly with his hands. He took small bites, exuding an air of elegance. Ning Rongrong, with her flushed cheeks, appeared truly adorable, prompting Wang Kun to consider teasing her. However, before doing so, he couldn't help but remark, "I truly did not expect both of you to possess such poor drinking etiquette." One fell asleep immediately after drinking, while the other spewed forth a torrent of words. Wang Kun turned to Zhu Zhuqing and inquired, "Don't you think so, my dear Zhuqing?" At once, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended the implication behind Wang Kun's words, and her cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, "What did I say that night?" Wang Kun, noticing the curious Ning Rongrong, remarked, "As long as you are aware of it in your heart, that suffices." Zhu Zhuqing, determined to get to the bottom of things, inquired, "What exactly did I say?" Wang Kun contemplated for a moment before uttering two words. Naturally, "It is Xing Luo." Only then did Zhu Zhuqing refocus her attention on eating fish. "Do not speak of this to others." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong grasped Wang Kun's hand and inquired, "Oni Ai-chan, did I fall asleep directly last night?" Wang Kun pondered for a moment before breaking into a sly smile and said, "Last night, you were clutching my arm, declaring, 'Onaikin, I shall certainly marry you in the future.'" Ning Rongrong's delicate face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Did I truly say that? If so, that would be acceptable. However, you were sleeping like a log." In a fit of irritation, Ning Rongrong playfully pinched the soft flesh at Wang Kun's waist with her little hand. Wang Kun immediately intervened with both hands, saying, "All right, let us depart first. Didn't Dagong mention something about undergoing special training? However, it seems to be a grueling regimen, which I am not particularly fond of." Wang Kun employed spatial manipulation, swiftly embracing the slender waist of the two celestial maidens, and in an instant, soared into the outside world. Wang Kun glanced at the ruined barbecue stall, and noticing that Ning Rongrong was also famished, she exclaimed, "Oni-chan, I am hungry. I crave your grilled fish." Wang Kun pondered for a moment. Indeed, it would be delightful to prepare a novel take on sauerkraut fish. He retrieved the box for grilling fish, and with a graceful gesture of his hands, he intoned, "Would release, technique of the barbecue rack." Before him, a tree sprouted, transforming into the semblance of a barbecue grill. Wang Kun placed the grilled fish atop the grill, and then retrieved a flint from his storage ring. With his hands clasped together, he uttered, "Would release, firewood technique." Suddenly, a multitude of firewood materialized out of thin air, which Wang Kun arranged into the barbecue pile. He then ignited it with the flint and proceeded to wait. Zhu Zhuqing had already finished the grilled fish that Wang Kun had previously produced, and she went to the riverbank to wash her hands. Wang Kun then took out a large wooden pot and added some pickled vegetables. However, it seemed he had no pickled vegetables himself, so he instantaneously teleported away. The celestial crossing system has successfully randomized. Teleportation in progress. He then found himself in a place called the A-Class Research Institute. Suddenly, he spotted a young woman with orange hair dressed in a white lab coat. Shiho Mayano. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, do you have any pickled vegetables?" She was seated at a table, sipping coffee while engrossed in a video of her idol, Hiroshi Takahashi. On her computer, she cast a fleeting glance at a man in black traditional attire with crimson eyes and remarked, "We only have coffee, not the pickled vegetables you seek. Please leave." "Wait, how did you get in here?" Teleportation. In an instant, Wang Kun employed the teleportation technique once more, appearing right before Shiho Mayano. With a look of astonishment, she exclaimed, "Do you possess the ability to manipulate spatial wormholes? Or perhaps instant teleportation? Never mind that. Do you have any pickled vegetables?" "Yes. In the back kitchen. Help yourself." Wang Kun instantly teleported to the kitchen in search of sauerkraut. Meanwhile, Hybrid AI, jolted from her astonishment, observed as Wang Kun retrieved the sauerkraut from the refrigerator and reappeared beside her, catching sight of what she was engrossed in. Rumors of a romantic relationship between the soccer star Hiro Longyu and the idol singer Yuko Chunya had surfaced as the two were spotted together at a watch store, displaying intimate gestures. Could they be a couple? However, it seemed that her affections, once directed towards Shinichi Kudo, had shifted towards this football-loving star. "You appear to be quite starved for affection." At that moment, Hybrid AI's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she exclaimed, "How did you know?" At that instant, Wang Kun had vanished from sight, and in her frustration, Hybrid AI slammed her coffee cup down, splattering it onto the computer, resulting in a short circuit. Upon his return, Wang Kun placed the sauerkraut into the boiling water of the wooden pot and subsequently added the grilled fish. Soon after, Ning Rongrong inquired, "Did Oni-chan teleport directly into the city?" Wang Kun gently caressed Ning Rongrong's small magical artifact and remarked, "Do you not possess the soul skill of teleportation?" Ning Rongrong, removing Wang Kun's right hand with a hint of exasperation, replied, "Who can compare to your immense soul power? That teleportation skill can only be utilized at most 3 times. And my passive soul skill is similarly limited." She continued, "You ought to engage in more physical activity to strengthen your body, thereby increasing your soul power." Shaking her head, Ning Rongrong added, "Regardless, with my dear Oni-chan around, I have nothing to fear." Wang Kun glanced at the already prepared pickled fish and took out 3 wooden bowls to ladle the broth into them. Wang Kun took out a dish of sauerkraut fish for himself, while Ning Rongrong also requested some. He couldn't help but exclaim, "You girls can almost out-eat the boys." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing shot a glance at Wang Kun, with Ning Rongrong replying, "Isn't it because Oni-chan's cooking is simply too delicious?" Wang Kun also smiled faintly, agreeing with her. Ning Rongrong then sat beside the duck on the grass, with her left hand holding a wooden bowl, sipping the sauerkraut fish soup along with the fish meat within. In her right hand, she delicately wielded chopsticks, savoring the sauerkraut fish bit by bit. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhiqing ordered another serving of sauerkraut fish, relishing it alongside the fish soup. Wang Kun indulged in his meal as well. After the 3 had satisfied their appetites, he clasped his hands together and invoked the wood release, great glider technique. Upon completion of the incantation, a magnificent tree sprouted from his back, transforming into a glider reminiscent of the one used by the infamous Phantom Thief Kid. Wang Kun grasped the large triangular frame of the glider and proclaimed, "Let us embark. For today, De Gongzi, the notorious scoundrel, is to undergo special training." Upon hearing the name De Gongzi referred to as the notorious scoundrel once more, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing exchanged curious glances, pondering why the esteemed Yu Xiaojiang was labeled as such. Ning Rongrong inquired, "Oni-chan, what prompted you to bestow him with such a nickname?" "He fell in love with 2 women and subsequently abandoned both, while I cherish my beloved sisters, never to forsake them." Ning Rongrong, with an expression of disdain, remarked, "If Oni-chan were to love but one sister, that would be ideal. However, that does not seem to be the case. Let us not dwell on that. Prepare for takeoff." With that, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing each took hold of the glider's large triangular frame, with Ning Rongrong nervously asking, "This time, can we ensure a stable flight, Oni-chan?" Wang Kun, at a loss for words, remarked, "Gliders are truly delightful contraptions, and they are quite stable, aren't they?" Although Ning Rongrong was filled with trepidation, she nevertheless straightened her body and placed her feet upon the small triangular support at the back. Zhu Zhiqing did likewise. Wang Kun also detached the fixed hollow vines from the glider's wings, binding them around his waist. Subsequently, he secured the slender waists of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing, which could be easily grasped with a gentle hold. Wang Kun couldn't help but exclaim, "Each one of you consumes such an abundance of fish. Yet your waists are remarkably slender, devoid of any excess flesh. How is it that these culinary fairies remain so svelte? Oh, how I adore you, my beloved elder sister." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing, initially blushing as Wang Kun embraced their waist with hollow vines, felt their cheeks flush even deeper at such a compliment. "Prepare for gliding." Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing promptly tightened their grip on the tripod, while Wang Kun instantaneously transported himself to a height of 100 meters, soaring into the sky once more. This time, as Ning Rongrong felt the cool breeze caress her, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this is so delightful. It feels truly wonderful." Zhu Zhiqing, too, couldn't suppress the smile that graced her lips, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind, swaying gracefully, exuding an ethereal charm. Wang Kun also directed his flight towards the L1 Shrek Academy, yet curiosity compelled him to inquire, "Are you not afraid being tethered by those vines?" Ning Rongrong chose to remain silent, and Wang Kun understood that both she and Zhu Zhiqing harbored some trepidation. "Very well. Let us proceed to undergo the rigorous training sessions with that brutish fellow, De Gongzi." Upon their arrival at the imperial palace of the Heavendo Empire, Wang Kun was abruptly captivated by a pair of furious eyes. The intensity of that gaze resonated with Zhu Zhiqing and Ning Rongrong, prompting the latter to muster her courage and overcome her fear of soaring through the sky. "Is that not the golden-haired man from yesterday? He is my father's disciple, Shuqingha." Indeed, came the confirmation. Thus, they swiftly glided towards the verdant Shrek Square. However, as they descended, the peculiar glances directed towards the trio of Wang Kun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhiqing were unmistakable. After all, it was rather unusual for a man to spend the night elsewhere in the company of two young ladies. Upon witnessing the odd expressions on their faces, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. Before even touching the ground, Ning Rongrong exclaimed, "It is not what you think. Oni-chan did nothing." With her words, the onlookers were reassured, while Wang Kun clasped his hands together and proclaimed, "Would release, divine tree blossom." As he uttered this incantation, vines began to sprout throughout Shrek Square, culminating in a magnificent red flower at their apex. Wang Kun descended directly onto the vibrant red blossom, and the immense impact caused the flower to bend, ultimately snapping just as he reached the ground. Wang Kun descended with an air of tranquility, while Zhu Zhiqing deftly severed the vines with her feline claws, assisting Ning Rongrong in the process, before gracefully alighting on the ground. With a snap of his fingers, the gliders and vine flowers in the plaza transformed into myriad hues of radiant light, returning to Wang Kun's being. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Impressed by the elegant display, Ma Hongjun approached Wang Kun, leaning in with a mischievous tone, and inquired, "Brother Kun, did you truly do nothing at all?" Wang Kun responded with a solid punch to Ma Hongjun's head, asserting, "I, for one, would never directly pursue a goddess. However, you certainly enjoyed yourself yesterday." In the end, "I did nothing, but spending time with a fairy is quite delightful. Sweet romance is indeed charming." Hearing that nothing had transpired, Dai Mubai exhaled in relief, pondering the implications had it been otherwise, but Zhu Zhiqing shot him a fierce glare, silencing any further comments. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu remarked, "Is Wang Kun even a decent person for not including me?" Upon hearing this, Tang San felt as if pierced by 1,000 arrows, grappling with feelings of betrayal. Why would Xiao Wu express such sentiments towards Wang Kun? Oscar, witnessing Ning Rongrong's joy, felt a twinge of melancholy, yet accepted the reality, having never truly possessed her affection. In his sorrow, Tang San stepped forward, asking, "Brother Wang Kun, may I inquire how to fabricate your glider?" Wang Kun gently grasped Tang San's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Do you wish to take Xiao Wu flying in the sky as well?" Upon hearing this, Tang San's face flushed crimson as he stammered, "That's not. Truly not." Observing Tang San's silence, Wang Kun cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wu, who was perpetually reluctant to express her affections towards Tang San. He then turned back to Tang San and said, "Very well, considering Xiao Wu's presence, I must ensure that my sisters remain joyful and unharmed." Tang San, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, replied, "I truly appreciate your kindness, Brother Wang Kun." Wang Kun clasped his hands together and declared, "Would release, miniature glider." Suddenly, a tree sprouted beneath Wang Kun's feet, and before long, it transformed into a diminutive glider. Its wingspan did not exceed 1 meter, a stark contrast to the previous colossal glider, which measured at least 16 meters in length. This small creation was certainly the work of Xiao San, and I firmly believe he is capable of crafting it. Tang San, holding it in his hands, spoke with palpable excitement. "This is fantastic. Thank you so much, Brother Wang." Upon witnessing Tang San's elation over the glider's design, Xiao Wu couldn't help but feel a twinge of inadequacy, sensing that she was somehow less significant than this small aircraft. Tang San promptly took it and placed it within his 24 bridges on a moonlit night. Wang Kun instantly teleported beside Ma Hongjun and inquired, "Can you control your first soul skill, the Phoenix Fire line? Specifically, the temperature for cooking?" Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment before decisively responding, "That's not feasible. It would burn everything. How can you be so inept? You only ever seek women and have no knowledge of controlling your soul force. Forget it." Wang Kun suddenly teleported to Tang San's side and inhaled the enticing aroma of the delicacies emanating from his mouth. Astonishingly, there was the scent of meat broth, the fragrance of medicinal herbs, the comforting aroma of steamed buns, and the delightful essence of 2 eggs. With a smile, Wang Kun gazed at the master and remarked, "De Gangjia, Master, the dishes you prepared for everyone are quite delightful." The master, however, with a stern expression, responded, "Wang Kun, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhiqing, you have all arrived late. Do you understand?" Wang Kun awkwardly smiled and said, "I understand, Master. I've finished typing, and I would appreciate a recommendation vote and a check-in. Thank you. However, I haven't been enjoying playing Honor of Kings lately. It's quite frustrating." Chapter 70, The Ultimate Gold. The master suddenly cast a piercing gaze over all the students before clearing his throat and stating, "I have come to understand each of your martial souls and abilities. Therefore, starting today, I shall initiate an intensive training regimen for you." Wang Kun, upon hearing his name, stepped forward from the orderly line of students. The master regarded him, his eyes fixed on the blood-eyed Wang Kun, and said, "I am assigning you a task. From this moment onward, without causing any serious injury, you are to defeat all 8 of them." After a moment of contemplation, Wang Kun couldn't help but express his disbelief. "Is this all? They are far too weak. I could defeat them with a single strike." With that, he leaped onto the rooftop 100 meters high, retrieving a wooden box of roasted fish from his storage ring, an accumulation of the many fish he had caught in the river earlier. As he indulged in the meal, he remarked, "I shall consider myself merely a bystander." He then picked up a piece of the cold roasted fish with his chopsticks and took a bite. Surprisingly, despite its chill as it warmed in his mouth, the spiciness of the chili and the flavor of the fish surged through Wang Kun's mind. It was utterly delightful. The master, however, coldly commanded, "Come back. Otherwise, you shall not partake in the special training." Wang Kun's blood-red eyes suddenly glimmered with a barely perceptible glint of murderous intent. He swiftly teleported back, retrieving the wooden box and placing it beside the grilled fish. Ma Hongjun, drooling, remarked, "Brother Wang Kun, your grilled fish can." Before he could finish, the master shot him a glare, prompting him to hastily silence himself. First, Daimubai, step forward. Daimubai complied and walked out. "You are currently a level 37 Soul Master. Now, you shall engage in battle with Tang San. However, in this match, Tang San, you are prohibited from utilizing your special weapons and your 3rd soul skill." Upon concluding, the master directed his gaze towards Daimubai. "Isn't this unfair?" Daimubai murmured. "Unfair?" The master retorted coldly, "In the trials that await you, fairness will be a mere illusion. There are no equitable contests awaiting your participation. However, since you have raised such a concern, the limitations shall be lifted. Tang San may utilize his 3rd soul skill." Daimubai nodded and positioned himself in the center of the arena, while Tang San stepped forward as well. "Commence," resonated the master's icy voice. In the next moment, the two engaged in combat. Wang Kun then retrieved the grilled fish he had just cooked and began to indulge in it. One cannot deny that savoring the spectacle of drama and conflict is truly delightful. This left everyone else craving for a taste. And just as the master was about to intervene, Wang Kun smiled and remarked, "I am somewhat averse to your attempt to manage me, as your strength does not inspire my confidence. Yet, you Xiaojing countered, a person of great power, devoid of knowledge, will not travel far." Wang Kun smiled faintly. "As a teacher, you are competent. However, in other respects, Yu Xiaojiang intended to argue further, but upon reflecting on his own life, he chose not to engage in debate. As for Tang San and Daimubai, they were nowhere to be seen amidst the battle. Ning Rongrong, too, yearned for Wang Kun's grilled fish, but upon catching sight of the stern master, she refrained from voicing her desire. This battle, in essence, held no particular significance. Little San, a control-type soul master, had the upper hand against the assault-type soul master, while Daimubai proved to be somewhat of a fool. Despite a flurry of vigorous actions, the outcome was a resounding defeat. When Little San absorbed the 3rd soul ring, his martial spirit transformed into slender, yet more resilient, blue-silver grass, which swiftly ensnared Daimubai in a web-like embrace. The poisonous thorns of the blue-silver grass rapidly permeated Daimubai's skin, significantly diminishing his strength and rendering him paralyzed. At that moment, the master spoke, signaling the conclusion of the match. Tang San hastily retracted the web and utilized his martial spirit to extract the toxins from Daimubai's body. As a powerful assault-type soul master, his greatest fear lay in the hands of a control type. Approaching Daimubai, the master remarked, "Below level 60, control-type martial spirits are the strongest in one-on-one combat. You believed your soul power surpassed that of Tang San, and thus you recklessly attempted to tear through his blue-silver grass." Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's admonition, Wang Kun chose to disregard it. Daimubai merely nodded, irritably making his way back to the team. Wang Kun retrieved a grilled fish from his storage ring, which Daimubai promptly accepted and devoured in one bite. "Wow, your grilled fish surpasses even that of the master," he exclaimed, particularly thrilled by the spiciness. "It's delightful." Before Wang Kun could respond, Zhu Zhuqing taunted Daimubai, "How shameless of you to still indulge after your defeat." This remark struck a nerve with Daimubai, who, in a fit of frustration, took another bite. "It truly is delicious. The spiciness is exhilarating, and the fish is quite good, albeit a bit cold." The master then interjected sternly, "Wang Kun, if you produce any more food, you must leave this place immediately." Wang Kun spoke with a serene expression, "Very well." After the master concluded his words, he solemnly stated, "Next, Tang San, you shall engage in a battle with Zhu Zhuqing." Mubai. You will face the duo of Ma Hongjun and Oscar later. Zhu Zhuqing fell into silence for a moment, her figure becoming increasingly indistinct as numerous dark elements emerged around her, consuming the surrounding light. Tang-san, I hope you refrain from employing your third soul skill this time. However, it is permissible if you choose to do so, the master remarked after a moment of contemplation. Tang-san nodded in acknowledgement. Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Master, for recognizing my strength. The master merely nodded subtly, while Ning Rongrong, witnessing this moment, cheered for Zhu Zhuqing. Go for it, Zhuqing. Defeat him. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly activated her martial spirit, yellow and black soul rings sprouting from beneath her feet. Her form became even more elusive, and her previously black claws transformed into sharp golden brilliance. Tang San's gaze was intensely focused, even more so than when he faced Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, too, felt a twinge of fear at the terrifying presence of the 10,000-year soul ring. Meanwhile, Wang Kun retrieved some sunflower seeds. Noticing Wang Kun's delicious seeds, Ning Rongrong also took out her little magic hand and said, Oni-chan, give me some. Wang Kun, indifferent to teasing her, focused instead on the spectacle at hand. He directly presented it to her. Zhu Zhuqing had her unwavering gaze fixed on Tang San. When the master declared, the battle begins, she suddenly vanished from sight, employing her third spirit ability, Spectral Shadow Strike. As Tang San witnessed the activation of Zhu Zhuqing's third black spirit ring, transforming her into darkness, he swiftly turned around. He saw Zhu Zhuqing emerging from his shadow, hastily ensnaring himself with blue silver grass for protection, and promptly leaped backward. Zhu Zhuqing, showing no mercy, unleashed her first two spirit abilities simultaneously, Spectral Lunge and Spectral 100 Claws. Upon witnessing this, Tang San decisively activated his purple extreme magic eyes to unleash a mental shockwave, interrupting Zhu Zhuqing's flurry of attacks. Otherwise, defeat would have been inevitable. In Chapter 71, Phoenix Seeks Phoenix. Seeking recommendations. During the initial strike of the spectral shadow, Zhu Zhuqing wielded her golden claws, imbued with the utmost might, from behind, severing his protective blue-silver grass, and even tearing his clothing, leaving 3 deep gashes on his flesh. Nevertheless, Tang San utilized his Xiantian skill to expedite the healing of his wounds, staunching the bleeding in no time. The master, somewhat disheartened, remarked, Xiao San, you have committed a foul. Tang San, apologetic, replied, I truly regret it, Zhuqing. Your spirit abilities are formidable. During the spectral shadow, I sensed it, yet the terrifying power of the utmost gold left me somewhat bewildered. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a radiant smile, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze. It's all right. I too was unaware that I could become this powerful. At that moment, the master elucidated why Zhu Zhuqing prevailed. Addressing the onlookers, he stated, Zhu Zhuqing's lightning-fast tactics are exceedingly effective. She struck before Xiao San could fully dominate the field with blue-silver grass. The master then turned to Dai Mubai, saying, You allowed Xiao San to control the battlefield before launching your attack. Dai Mubai nodded in acknowledgement. Master, I understand my mistake. Yet, despite his words, he absorbed not a single lesson. Wang Kun was also munching on sunflower seeds, while Ning Rongrong had finished hers and could not help but reach out for more. Wang Kun retrieved a trash bag and discarded the sunflower seeds within. Ning Rongrong also held in her hands the accumulated seeds. Yu Xiaojian gazed at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, Just now, your shadow strike has yet to reveal its true potential. If it were nighttime, your spectral shadow strike would be exceptionally formidable, for in the darkness, your enemies would be unable to perceive your presence, allowing you to effortlessly execute the strike and eliminate your target. Should they be aware of your abilities, they would need to remain vigilant of their rear. Yu Xiaojian could not help but exclaim, This soul skill, composed of spatial and dark elements, is truly remarkable. However, he then turned to Tang San and cautioned, You have underestimated your opponent. You are unaware of the might of the absolute gold. Tang San clasped his hands in apology, saying, My sincerest apologies, teacher. I have indeed underestimated. Yu Xiaojing nodded slightly and continued. The power of absolute gold can sever the defenses of all soul masters below its level. Without possessing an equally potent elemental force, one cannot hope to withstand it. As he spoke, Yu Xiaojing glanced at the group and declared, It is time. Wang Kun, step forward. Once Wang Kun was singled out, the expressions of those around him shifted noticeably, reflecting a palpable sense of danger and a desire to vanquish him. This group of prodigies truly possesses an indomitable spirit. Wang Kun silently placed the sunflower seeds into his storage ring. Can I leave? Engaging in a fight with you all seems futile. I would rather contend with a certain Hao in Douluo. Upon hearing these words, Yu Xiaojing and the others were taken aback. Unable to comprehend that Wang Kun possessed the ability to rival the continent's foremost genius, who had ascended to the title of titled Douluo. Meanwhile, Tang San was unaware of the identity of the Haotian Douluo that Wang Kun had mentioned and was about to inquire further. However, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, Xiao Wu, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar simultaneously unleashed their martial spirits, illuminating their soul rings in unison. Wang Kun observed this scene and remarked, "Very well, allow me, the great demon king of Shrek, to have my way with you." The random system has now been randomly bound, enabling the host to connect with previously existing systems. Wang Kun couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "What a remarkable turn of events." He decisively opted for the King S system. At that moment, the system declared, "The host may select a hero and acquire their skills." Ning Rongrong observed Wang Kun standing there in a daze and called out, "Hey, big brother, are we still going to fight?" Wang Kun, with a slight smile, replied, "I've just devised a strategy to defeat you." As soon as he finished speaking, his dark robe transformed into a resplendent white phoenix attire. His black hair turned to silver, yet his crimson eyes remained unchanged. And a remarkably sharp Qinglian phoenix sword materialized in his hand. When the appearance reminiscent of Li Bai's phoenix in captivity emerged, everyone was entranced by Wang Kun's extraordinary beauty. Regardless of gender, all were treated equally. Only Yu Xiaojing, with a stern expression, remarked, "I recall your martial soul is the Genesis 9 divine light, which can create all things, isn't it?" Wang Kun offered no further explanation, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Tang San gazed at Wang Kun with great curiosity, pondering what could be accomplished now that his brother had transformed into such a form. Wang Kun remained silent, his gaze falling upon the blushing Ning Rongrong, who was entranced by his unparalleled beauty. Zhu Zhuqing, too, instinctively turned her flushed face away to evade Wang Kun's penetrating glance. Even Xiao Wu, who had always harbored affection for Tang San, found herself momentarily captivated. Oscar, filled with envy, exclaimed, "Brother Wang Kun, I truly admire your martial soul. You can manifest whatever you desire. It's simply stunning." Wang Kun brushed his silvery long hair, instantly captivating Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu, transforming them into infatuated admirers. He pointed his 3-foot-long sword at the crowd, inquiring, "Are you ready?" The boys nodded, while Ning Rongrong, Zhu Xing, and Xiao Wu were still recovering from their enchantment. Wang Kun snapped his fingers, bringing them back to reality. Wang Kun unleashed his first soul skill, proclaiming, "Raise your cup. Do not let it stay." Upon uttering these words, he suddenly executed 2 swift teleportations, appearing directly before Tang San, while leaving behind an ethereal shadow of a white phoenix. Tang San, with his keen perception, immediately took note of this. Despite Wang Kun's sudden proximity, Tang San remained unfazed. He adeptly evaded the linear assault, and subsequently activated his first soul skill, Entanglement. The blue-silver grass that had been laid across the ground surged forth towards Wang Kun with an almost frenzied intensity. Wang Kun displayed little concern, swiftly severing with a single stroke while simultaneously utilizing the blue-silver grass to activate his passive ability. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun had already been empowered in strength and speed by Ning Rongrong's 7-colored glazed tower, launching themselves towards Wang Kun. Dai Mubai unleashed his second soul skill, White Tiger Light Wave, while Ma Hongjun employed his first soul skill, Phoenix Fire Line. The 2 torrents of energy surged towards Wang Kun. With a slight smile, he proclaimed, "The sword of the great river descends from the heavens. The divine brush of fate." Just as he finished speaking, the Phoenix Fire Line and White Tiger Light Wave struck behind Wang Kun. In that moment, he transformed into a stream of white sword energy, deftly slicing through the surrounding blue-silver grass, while Tang San cleverly evaded the range of Wang Kun's divine brush of fate. Wang Kun remained unfazed, utilizing his first skill to return to his original position. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing, shrouded in darkness and wielding her third soul skill, seized the opportunity to launch a lethal strike at the reappearing Wang Kun. Without uttering a word, Wang Kun, seeking to avoid harming Zhuqing, unleashed his ultimate move before her. "Your defiance ignites my poetic inspiration." Wang Kun transformed into a beam of white sword energy, rendering him invincible for a fleeting moment of 0.5 seconds. Meanwhile, 5 streams of white phoenix sword energy descended upon Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who stood before Zhu Zhuqing. They had intended to close the distance, but were instead knocked to the ground by Wang Kun's powerful move. Their garments bore numerous tattered rips as a result. Wang Kun immediately scolded, "You have lost." So depart swiftly. Those dozens of sword energies were meant to sever your necks. Upon hearing this, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun instinctively shielded their necks and hastily retreated. At that moment, Wang Kun's passive ability, Heroic Journey, had dissipated, requiring him to accumulate 4 strikes anew to unleash his ultimate move. Thus, Daimubai and Ma Hongjun became the unfortunate casualties. Meanwhile, Xiaowu remained vigilant, closely observing Wang Kun to protect and assist Ning Rongrong and Oscar. At this juncture, Oscar's third soul skill, the Mushroom Sausage, was in full effect, lifting Tang San, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Xiaowu into the air. Xiaowu initiated an offensive against Wang Kun, while Ning Rongrong empowered Tang San with her first soul skill, augmenting his control over the blue-silver grass, which began to entwine Wang Kun in a relentless series of attacks. Simultaneously, she activated her second soul skill, Parasitism. Wang Kun, too, embodies the strength to conquer myriad challenges. O Phoenix, return to your homeland, soaring across the 4 seas in search of your mate. Wang Kun wielded his sword with precision, severing all blue-silver grasses, rendering Xiaowu unable to approach him with ease. At that moment, Zhu Xing, having consumed Oscar's fantastical mushroom sausages, soared into the air as well. Li Bai's passive ability from his heroic journey had fully charged, allowing him to unleash his ultimate move. He turned towards Tang San, who was ascending into the sky, ready to release his grand technique, the Azure Lotus Sword Song, a cunning smile gracing his lips. Tang San instinctively sensed danger and hastily attempted to envelop Wang Kun in blue-silver grass, executing a rapid 2-stage teleportation of 20 meters. Arriving at Oscar's position in an instant, he placed his blade against Oscar's neck, who, without hesitation, descended to the ground to observe the unfolding spectacle. However, as Wang Kun's blade neared Oscar's throat, he had already bestowed the fantastical mushroom sausages, both large and small, upon Tang San and Ning Rongrong. Realizing the urgency, Ning Rongrong promptly utilized her second spirit ability, Accelerate, on Xiaowu and Zhu Xing. Xiaowu instantly teleported to Wang Kun's location. Yet, Wang Kun employed his first skill to return to his original position, while Zhu Xing activated her first, second, and third spirit abilities, commencing with the Phantom Shadow Strike, abruptly appearing behind Wang Kun's shadow. The first 2 spirit abilities, Phantom Thrust and Phantom Slashes, were unleashed simultaneously, but they met only empty air. Wang Kun once again unleashed his formidable technique in front of Zhu Xing, yet failed to inflict even the slightest harm upon her. Once the invincibility period of the technique had elapsed, Wang Kun directly teleported to Zhu Xing's side, gently patting her fragrant shoulder, and said, "It's your turn to exit." Although Zhu Xing felt somewhat aggrieved, having just comfortably competed against Tang San, she was effortlessly defeated in Wang Kun's presence. Thus, with a sense of disappointment, Zhu Xing had no choice but to leave the stage. At that moment, only Tang San, Xiaowu, and Ning Rongrong remained on the field. Wang Kun remarked, "In the midst of battle, one would typically prioritize the elimination of the support-type Soul Master. However, my Qinglian Phoenix Sword is exceedingly sharp, thus, a mere strike to the throat or a blow to the enemy's vital points leaves no room for resistance. In other words, to me, the support-type Soul Master, the Assault type, the Control type, and the Agility type are all the same. As long as you evade my blade, you may be deemed formidable." Tang San promptly unleashed his third soul skill, I Stand Enlightened. Suddenly, a web of spider silk surged from the heavens, yet Wang Kun did not employ any skills. He effortlessly swung his sword and severed the blue-silver grass completely. At that moment, Xiaowu activated her second soul skill, Temptation, in an attempt to bewilder Wang Kun's mind, but to no avail. Wang Kun's soul power was overwhelmingly vast, and his strength was formidable, rendering him unafraid. Subsequently, Xiaowu, undeterred by superstition, activated her third soul skill, Teleportation, to approach Wang Kun. She was poised to unleash her first soul skill, Waste Technique, in an attempt to strike at Wang Kun. Wang Kun merely concealed his weapon at his waist, intending to execute a swift draw. As Xiaowu approached within a meter, she felt a chilling sensation from the severed neck of a rabbit, prompting her to hastily retreat. Ascending into the sky, Wang Kun smiled and remarked, "What a wise choice. Otherwise, my blade would have halted at your throat." Meanwhile, Tang San contemplated retrieving a concealed weapon to test his skills. After glancing towards his instructor, who observed the unfolding events from a distance, the master nodded in affirmation. Without delay, Tang San drew a small concealed weapon from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night at his waist. Just as everyone's attention shifted towards Tang San's action, Wang Kun swiftly utilized his first skill to dash towards Xiaowu, who could have evaded the attack with her teleportation. However, her focus was diverted to her brother. leaving Wang Kun's blade poised at her vulnerable neck. Consequently, Xiao had no choice but to descend to the ground and observe the unfolding events. At this juncture, only Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Tang San remained on the battlefield. Oscar, too, sought to employ his first and second soul skills to replenish Tang San's soul power. Wang Kun, exhibiting an air of calmness, did not impede the situation and remarked, "Tang San, do come forth." Tang San responded with a subtle smile, for words were unnecessary. He promptly employed the distinctive Tang Sek technique, the Mystic Jade Hand, to launch an array of concealed weapons. These were merely darts and similar projectiles, devoid of any poison. In an instant, every part of Wang Kun's body, save for his vital points, was targeted by the dark weaponry. Wang Kun executed a graceful spin, employing his second skill, the Master Stroke. First, he rendered himself invincible for half a second, evading a barrage of hidden projectiles. Following this, he utilized his first skill to create distance from Jinjiu. As he awaited Tang San to exhaust his arsenal of hidden weapons, he maintained this distance, thereby enhancing his chances of evading further attacks. Upon witnessing this, Xiao cast him a disdainful glance, remarking, "All you do is dodge, though it is undeniably impressive." Wang Kun remained indifferent, while Tang San soared above him, persistently employing hidden weapons. He utilized the technique of Xia Kuxing to create distance, gradually evading his opponent's attacks, reluctant to conclude the battle abruptly, finding it rather dull. At this moment, the gaze of all onlookers was fixed upon Wang Kun and Tang San. Wang Kun observed Tang San intently, and Tang San, in turn, scrutinized Wang Kun. Neither party made a move. The atmosphere was profoundly tranquil, when suddenly, a solitary leaf descended slowly from the trees. Wang Kun suddenly surged forward, employing his first soul skill. Raise a toast, towards Ning Rongrong, who was ascending into the sky. He first teleported a short distance. Just as the hilt of his blade was about to make contact with Ning Rongrong, Wang Kun suddenly felt as if he had paused for a moment. This was indeed the passive ability of Ning Rongrong's eternal soul skill. Remarkable! It had saved Ning Rongrong's life. At that moment, Ning Rongrong astonishingly leaped 100 meters away. She had been completely drained of her soul power. Initially, a mere meter of teleportation would have sufficed, yet she insisted on teleporting 100 meters, squandering her soul energy. The blue-glowing 7-treasure glazed tower in her hand had vanished, but the purple wings on her back continued to soar. Ning Rongrong hastily descended, otherwise, the 1-minute duration of the illusory mushroom sausage would have elapsed without her landing. Falling directly to the ground would have caused considerable pain. Meanwhile, Tang San's time for the illusory mushroom sausage had also come to an end. He quickly consumed another one, along with a super recovery sausage to replenish his soul power. At this moment, Wang Kun had returned to his original position, awaiting the overwhelming tide of blue-silver grass to bind him once more. Wang Kun had no choice but to wield his Qinglian Phoenix sword once more to clear the way. At that moment, he found himself in a stalemate. Tang San was acutely aware that on the ground, he held not the slightest chance of victory. While on the ground, Tang San could only flee in 4 cardinal directions. But in the air, he was free to maneuver in 8. Thus, the two resumed their fervent sparring, engaged in an intense exchange of skill. Wang Kun has been persistently engaged in his game with Tang San, who is resolutely resisting. Thus, they have been locked in a stalemate for an extended period. After a few minutes, Tang San's fanciful mushroom intestines have vanished, marking the passage of 1 minute. Wang Kun gazed at Tang San, who had fallen. "Will you concede?" Tang San, now nearly depleted of soul power, found himself panting heavily. Without hesitation, he activated his Xianyu hand, which transformed into a shade of blue once more, and produced a concealed weapon, declaring, "I shall fight until the very last moment." Wang Kun pondered for a moment before suddenly utilizing his first soul skill, Advancing Wine, to teleport directly before Tang San, thrusting the hilt of his blade towards Tang San's heart with unwavering intent. In response, Tang San swiftly arched his body backward, his legs firmly planted in place. Observing Tang San's bent posture, Wang Kun adeptly reversed the grip on his blade, aiming the flat side towards Tang San, who was supporting himself with both hands and feet on the ground. Tang San, in a moment of urgency, executed a nimble leap, channeling strength through his legs and waist, before swiftly crouching down to intercept the incoming blade with his bare hands. At that instant, a strand of blue-silver grass emerged from the ground, ensnaring Tang San's body in an attempt to hurl him away from Wang Kun. However, Wang Kun immediately activated the second phase of Advancing Wine, severing the blue-silver grass with precision. He then darted behind Tang San, striking down with the back of his blade. Unexpectedly, Tang San broke into a smile. His third soul ring shimmered, while the first and second soul rings ignited simultaneously. As Wang Kun charged towards him, the ground erupted with an abundance of blue-silver grass, surging forth with overwhelming force to engulf Wang Kun. In a last-ditch effort, Wang Kun activated his first soul skill, retreating to his original position. Meanwhile, Tang San had laid a trap of webbing to ensnare his opponent at the very spot where Wang Kun reappeared. Wang Kun gazed upon the surroundings, where in every direction except above, there were no webs of blue-silver grass. Instead, the blue-silver grass seemed to converge towards him. Wang Kun casually wielded the Qinglian sword, severing the web with ease. At that moment, Tang San's second spirit ring illuminated, and numerous strands of blue-silver grass emerged from Wang Kun, attempting to ensnare him. The grasses aimed to pierce Wang Kun's body, injecting venom directly. However, Wang Kun merely smiled and unleashed his formidable move, the Qinglian sword song, in the opposite direction of Tang San. Wang Kun transformed into a luminous white sword aura, unleashing dozens of slashes that severed all the surrounding blue-silver grass. After he finished, Wang Kun turned to Tang San and declared, "Xiao San, you have lost." Struggling to his feet, Tang San replied, "Brother Wang Kun, you have indeed triumphed. Just now, your white phoenix sword aura was capable of wounding my neck." Wang Kun coughed a few times, just as he was about to show off. Meanwhile, the master in the distance, with a stern expression, began to deliver a sermon. Wang Kun, unable to endure any longer, fashioned a makeshift earplug from wood and inserted it into his ears. Would escape, wouldn't pluck. After completing this, he felt somewhat irked by the interruption of his self-importance. As he observed the master sternly reprimanding the crowd, he too received a few scoldings. Yet, to his delight, Wang Kun's ears were blissfully oblivious to any exasperating remarks. However, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, despite the intense and exhilarating atmosphere. Did the master only perceive flaws from his distant vantage point? As the master neared the conclusion of his discourse, the rigidity of his countenance revealed a distinctly unfavorable expression. Wang Kun silently removed the wooden plug from his ear and heard a remark. "Is this what they call a monstrous genius? Your performance today has disappointed me greatly. Each of you has committed an unforgivable blunder." Although the performance of the Shrek Great Demon King, Wang Kun, was relatively commendable, had he not shown restraint. The rest of you, aside from Tang San, would be facing certain doom. However, his character is equally questionable. Therefore, after a 2-hour break, all of you shall face punishment. You must run forward, supervise one another, and refrain from using soul power, making the journey from the academy to Soto City and back. Before dinner, I expect you to complete at least 10 round trips. You may only eat once you have finished running. Upon hearing this, Wang Kun was greeted by a white subtitle visible only to him. The random system has assigned the 8 gates of Duanjia system to the host. Successfully completing the trial of the scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang will grant you mastery of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Suddenly, he recalled the bushy-browed teacher from Naruto, specifically Might Guy's father, Might Dai, who established the 8 gates of Duanjia. In that realm, the foundation of the 8 gates lies in removing the body's restrictions on chakra. Within the chakra's flowing meridian system, the 8 gates, open gate, rest gate, life gate, injury gate, do gate, view gate, shock gate, and death gate, serve to suppress and control the chakra within. Wang Kun recalled a saying that is widely known, "While the world recognizes me as the weasel god, few are aware of the celestial deity of still waters." Yet, it is not this phrase but rather, "In the morning, I am a peacock, by day a tiger. After the evening elephant, I dance through the night. First comes the emperor, then the heavens, all 8 gates swing wide, heralding the arrival of the illustrious grandfather." Wang Kun vividly recalls the moment when the illustrious 6 Pads Madara, upon witnessing the esteemed Kai Huang open the 8 gates, uttered a timeless phrase. Is this the unique blood steam produced by the full opening of the 8 gates? Yet, it seems rather unimpressive. Much like the autumn leaves that gracefully wither and fall, Kai replied, "You are indeed correct. However, the end of decay does not signify the conclusion. I shall transform into the very essence that nourishes new green leaves. It is only when the verdant foliage unfurls and spring arrives that the pinnacle of youth is reached." Burning with the brightest fervor, upon witnessing Kai Huang's ultimate technique, the Night Kai, Madara acknowledged, "To confront me solely with physical prowess, I recognize your strength. In the realm of taijutsu, I, Madara, shall deem you the strongest." Wang Kun felt a surge of excitement coursing through him, yet he quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong voiced her complaints from the side. "Isn't this going to wear us out? My legs feel like they might break. I certainly don't want that," she exclaimed. "Oni-chan, could you think of a solution?" At the same time, Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, "If this hefty body of mine were to run, I would surely exhaust myself." That cursed Yu Xiaojiang. Wang Kun, rendered speechless, remarked, Tang San is absent, yet you dare to berate Yu Xiaojiang in this manner. It is indeed true that Yu Xiaojiang possesses unparalleled knowledge. In other respects, Ma Hongjun, unable to contain his frustration, interjected, is Wang Kun afraid of Yu Xiaojiang? Aren't you also angry with him? Just take him down and spare us the trouble. Take him down? I was merely jesting. Surely, you do not believe I would actually harm him, Wang Kun replied. Are you not the one who previously dealt with that wicked uncle, Douluo? Ma Hongjun countered. It appears that there is some truth to that, Wang Kun conceded. Wang Kun reminisced about the dragon god poison. At this moment, Wang Kun found himself once again ensnared in memories of his past, recalling his time spent in the starry forest. He cherished the delightful moments shared with the voluptuous myriad. Yet, how could he entertain thoughts of other women when he was reminiscing about Nar? It seemed that Nar had mentioned the poison was intended for her own protection, as she was relentlessly pursued by the Douluo divine realm. If she were to be hunted by a level 100 deity or a god king, this dragon god poison would serve as her most effective defense. She had bestowed upon Wang Kun 3 drops of poison, which, upon entering a divine or mortal body, would accelerate the demise of the more formidable individuals. Though it held little effect on god kings, the poison was most potent against rank 1 deities. Conversely, if an individual were too weak, they would succumb within merely 3 days and nights. Thus, as the countdown to the death of Yusha drew near, Wang Kun retrieved from his storage ring the dragon god poison, encapsulated in his 9-colored soul power, its form resembling a purple teardrop. Wang Kun, however, did not perceive much danger. After all, he possessed the true divine awakening of Athena, rendering his soul invincible, immortal, and indestructible. Wang Kun also approached and said, Master, shall we not flee? Is it truly impossible? No matter what, it cannot be done? He observed Yu Xiaojiang's obstinate tone with concern. Wang Kun could not help but smile faintly. With such a stubborn mind, if you do not perish, who will? Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Wang Kun suddenly waved his hand, and the dragon god's poison surged into Yu Xiaojiang's nostrils. Wang Kun's lips curled into a faint, sardonic smile, prompting the master to cough several times. Tang San hurriedly inquired, Master, are you all right? Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun could not help but interject with a sarcastic tone. The master imparts wisdom to us, yet he himself suffers from a sore throat. Ah, truly, the master is magnificent. His words went uncontested, laden with veiled sarcasm. Oblivious to the underlying mockery, Tang San, lacking in emotional intelligence, failed to grasp the seemingly complimentary yet insidious nature of Ma Hongjun's remarks. Perhaps you should rest, master? Tang San suggested. The master, however, shook his head and replied, No need for that. Wait for an hour. I must oversee your running. Wang Kun gently patted Tang San's shoulder and said, Ah, little San, since the master wishes to persist, let him do so. The master, with a stern and unyielding expression, declared, If Ma Hongjun believes he can endure further, then let us reduce the rest period from 1 hour to half an hour. Immediately, a chorus of grievances erupted from the crowd. It is worth noting that the distance from the academy to Suodo City is not particularly great. Yet it spans approximately 3 or 4 kilometers. If they were to make this journey back and forth 10 times, it would amount to around 60 to 70 kilometers. Adding the burden of weight to this endeavor transforms it into no trivial matter. In essence, the intensity of the training translates to over 100 kilometers. Consequently, everyone hurriedly implored Oscar for a super recovery sausage to replenish their soul power. Meanwhile, Wang Kun produced his last grilled fish to supplement Oscar's energy. After consuming it, Oscar exclaimed with great enthusiasm, Wow, the spiciness is invigorating. It's absolutely delicious. Wang Kun chuckled and said, Hurry up and restore your soul power. We still have to run a heavy load for 60 or 70 kilometers later. Oscar's expression grew increasingly pained. Ning Rongrong, feeling aggrieved, pleaded, Brother, can you help me carry the load? All right, you should rest quickly. Don't tire yourself out later, he replied. Thank you, brother. With that, Ning Rongrong promptly sat down to meditate. Half an hour later, Yu Xiaojiang, with a stern expression, declared, There are prepared rocks at the academy gate. Each of you will carry one while running. Remember, you are a team. If one person fails to complete the punishment, no one will eat. Master Tang emphasized this point. Tang San was the first to step out, and with Yu Xiaojiang's stern demeanor, no one dared to speak. As the 8 of them arrived at the academy gate, they discovered that Master had differentiated their punishments, which had evidently been prepared in advance. 8 bamboo baskets, woven together, held varying sizes of large stones, each with a strap and a name inscribed on it. Wang Kun had the heaviest load, while Tang San, Daimubai, and Ma Hongjun shared the second heaviest. Xiaowu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar had a slightly lighter burden, and Ning Rongrong had the lightest. Watching the 7 individuals who had shouldered their bamboo baskets and sprinted away, a faint smile flickered across Master S' rigid face. Was this punishment too severe for a long-distance run without the use of soul power? It was at least several hundred kilometers. They likely wouldn't finish before noon, and even as night fell, it seemed improbable. I didn't expect you to be even harsher than I am, said Flinder, who had approached Master at some point, expressing concern. Master replied nonchalantly. Only by enduring hardship can one rise above others. I have meticulously calculated their physical conditions. This will not exhaust them. Besides, do you think their sumptuous breakfast was for naught? Without experiencing hardship together, how can they become true partners who trust each other? Flinder raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. All right, I will heed your commands. Just do as you see fit. I know you care for these children even more than I do. However, I must remind you again that the Academy's budget is limited. Master scoffed. Can living beings really perish from holding their urine? Do you think I'm like you? I never imagined that a soul saint couldn't even secure sufficient funding for the Academy. Once they strapped on their bamboo baskets, Tang San and Dai Mubai dashed out ahead. However, only after they began to run did they realize the weight of the punishment. If they could use their soul power, covering a distance of 60 or 70 kilometers in half a day would pose little challenge for them, perhaps even allowing for a leisurely completion. But running without soul power while bearing a load transformed the task into a formidable challenge. Daimubai, let us take a break. Tang San suddenly halted mid-run. They had only covered a short distance when beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, although both had already expended some soul power. They clearly had the best stamina among the Shrek 7 monsters. Meanwhile, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Oscar had fallen several hundred meters behind, with Zhu Zhuqing catching up to them, and Ning Rongrong lagging at the very end. What's wrong, Xiao-san? Daimubai asked, puzzled as he observed Tang San. This round trip is no small feat. You should keep running. Yet at that moment, Wang Kun, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were leisurely strolling in the back, with Zhu Zhuqing alongside them. Wang Kun effortlessly carried the stones of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing, his breathing steady and untroubled. This display of ease prompted Ma Hongjun and Oscar to consider relinquishing their own stones to him. However, just as they were about to voice their thoughts, Wang Kun playfully struck them on the head, causing them to wince in pain. At that moment, he vanished from sight, leaving the others in a contemplative silence. Meanwhile, Tang San and Dai Mubai awaited their companion's return. Tang San, puzzled, inquired about Wang Kun's whereabouts. Ning Rongrong, with a hint of mockery, responded, What could our dear brother be doing? Surely he's just taking a break. Just then, Wang Kun reappeared, playfully tapping Ning Rongrong on the head. What were you thinking? I merely went to the shop to procure some delightful treats, such as a bounty of sunflower seeds. Wang Kun could not help but exclaim, if one finds life to be arduous, one should indulge in more sunflower seeds and become a mere spectator. Wang Kun also took out a handful of sunflower seeds and began to walk away. Ning Rongrong hurriedly approached, joyfully extending her hands. He playfully smiled and tossed a handful of sunflower seed shells toward her, proclaiming, You must perish, yet you shall not. My old vehicle shall reverse its course. Chapter 75, Kakashi and Long Outyen. Ning Rongrong, however, simply discarded them, exclaiming, What exactly are you trying to achieve, brother? Wang Kun, casually cracking sunflower seeds, remarked, It seems the master has stated that we shall not be permitted to dine unless we complete our run. I am, by nature, a creature who revels in joy. A Kun that is not joyful will not hesitate to impose a beating upon you. At this, Xiaowu could not help but retort, Then go ahead and strike. And could you spare me some of those sunflower seeds? Not likely. After all, he is on the brink of death. Nevertheless, when one is faced with the specter of mortality, their words often carry a certain wisdom. Yet the master remains unchanged, still as venomous as ever, heedless of others' thoughts. Solely intent on exhausting his students, Wang Kun gazed at Tang San and inquired, Tang San, would you care for some? As he extended the sunflower seeds in his palm. Tang San, with little patience, replied, Thank you, Brother Wang, before hastily departing, followed closely by Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. However, Xiao Wu's expression bore signs of discomfort and anguish, coupled with a discernible disdain directed towards Tang San. Wang Kun, with a look of exasperation, remarked, I can run over without any issue, but you all might exhaust yourselves to the point of collapse. Upon witnessing the trio dashing out, Oscar expressed his concern and asked, Brother Wang Kun, isn't this rather unwise? Wang Kun chuckled. Yu Xiaojiang is unworthy of being my mentor. Although his knowledge is profound, he has a penchant for abandoning women, shying away from love, and callously discarding 2 women. Wang Kun suddenly chuckled, saying, "All right, let us not dwell on that. Everyone, come and enjoy some sunflower seeds." As if we were on an outing. The curiosity and greedy expressions on their faces intensified, for they were eager to hear the tale of the scoundrel Yu Xiaojiang. At that moment, Wang Kun spotted Yu Xiaojiang nearby, serving salted water to the others, and swiftly maneuvered around him, pulling Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shuqing along. Ma Hongjun and Oscar hastily followed suit. They all huddled into a small corner. Wang Kun glanced at the group and inquired, "What are your impressions of Yu Xiaojiang?" Ning Rongrong, still feeling the sting of Yu Xiaojiang's earlier reprimand, could not help but voice her disdain. "He is far too strict. I do not like him. So please, do share the story along with the sunflower seeds, will you?" With that, she extended her hand, while Zhu Shuqing also reached out, asking, "Are these sunflower seeds tasty?" Wang Kun was pleasantly surprised to see the aloof Zhu Shuqing displaying a rather warm demeanor, as she took the initiative to request sunflower seeds. Naturally, they were quite delectable. "And I had a plethora of flavors available," Zhu Shuqing continued, expressing her desire for fish, Oni-chan. Wang Kun then chuckled and said, "You too?" Oscar glanced at Ning Rongrong, but quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "Introduce me to a girlfriend, and I'll follow you." He laughed dismissively. "Oh, go find one yourself." After uttering these words, Oscar showed no inclination to leave. He offered an awkward smile. "Ha ha ha, brother Wang Kun, please don't drive me away. I have no desire to flee in exhaustion." Oscar extended his hand and requested, "I seek a few sunflower seeds, if you please." Wang Kun bestowed a generous handful of sunflower seeds upon them. Observing the group as they began to crack open the seeds, Wang Kun felt a profound sense of camaraderie. He then proclaimed, "From this moment forth, the melon-eating squad is officially established. We are the 5 oddities of Shrek." Ning Rongrong was amused and giggled. "Hee, how delightful. I shall join." After Ning Rongrong expressed her intent, Zhu Shuqing nodded in agreement. Ma Hongjun and Oscar also chimed in softly, "All right." Subsequently, the 5 of them circumvented Yu Xiaojiang and dashed away. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaojiang was left in bewilderment, pondering whether these children had truly rebelled, daring to disregard his authority as their teacher. It was quite unbecoming of students. Thereafter, Wang Kun joyfully cracked seeds with Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun. Engaging in vigorous exercise, they plucked wild fruits as they came across them and, upon encountering a stream, caught a few lively fish to grill. Observing Wang Kun and his companions reveling in such leisure, Dai Mubai, who had only completed his 2nd lap, felt a wave of embarrassment as he trailed behind them, who were merrily enjoying their activities. As they completed their 4th lap, the sweat-drenched Xiao could no longer persevere, with a mix of shame and joy. She joined Wang Kun and the others. Only Tang San remained steadfastly pushing through, struggling to complete his 9th lap. Wang Kun and his companions are currently in the 5th lap. Wang Kun spotted Tang San, who was catching up, and called out to him, "Little San, would you like to hear a story?" Although Tang San did not halt a stride, his pace noticeably slowed. Wang Kun then spoke. "I recall a time when a woman named Kakashi fell in love with Yu Xiaojiang." Upon hearing the name Kakashi, Ning Rongrong, as the young lady of the 7 treasure glazed tile school, and Dai Mubai and Zhu Shuqing, hailing from the Star Luo royal family, collectively thought of the name Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. For reasons unknown, despite Yu Xiaojiang not being a formidable soul master, he possessed a unique kind of wisdom that others lacked. The rigidity of the master's expression stemmed from Kakashi's departure, and from that day forth, he never smiled again. In other words, while he had a semblance of wisdom, he was unable to protect even the woman he cherished, rendering that wisdom little more than a mere trick. In the Douluo continent, strength is paramount. If one lacks significant power, one should refrain from falling for noble women whose status does not align with their own. Tang San, do you comprehend? At that moment, Wang Kun's gaze shifted to Xiao Wu. He continued, "I remember a man named Tang Ritian, who fell in love with a Jin Jin." Upon hearing the name Tang Ritian, apart from Tang San and Xiao Wu, everyone else instinctively recalled the youngest title Douluo in the entire continent, the Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. I wonder if Wang Kun is referring to him. In the end, a Jin Jin turned out to be a 100,000-year soul beast, leading to pursuers hunting her down, ultimately forcing a sacrifice to protect Tang Ritian. Thus, if one lacks the strength, one should not fall for Kakashi. Xiao understood that Wang Kun was attempting to convey to her that Tang San could not protect her, only her brother could. She contemplated a rebuttal. Yet the undeniable reality of Wang Kun's formidable power rendered her speechless. Following this exchange, Tang San's emotions experienced a tumultuous surge. He harbored an unwavering desire to confront anyone who insulted his mentor, but he was acutely aware that he could never match Wang Kun's might. Wang Kun lamented, "Alas, that enchanting woman known as Kakashi is truly unfortunate. I recall another individual named Long Outyin, who also fell for Yu Xiaojiang, yet cast her aside due to certain circumstances, merely because Long Outyin was his cousin. Even now, both Kakashi and Long Outyin find themselves reminiscing about Yu Xiaojiang, while he, in turn, lacks the courage to even meet them." After speaking, Wang Kun fell silent, and everyone remained attentively focused on him. Ning Rongrong sorrowfully inquired, "Oni-chan, is there no more to the story?" Tang San then paused in his steps. Wang Kun extended the grilled fish. Chapter 76, Do you understand what youth truly means? Wang Kun, are your words to be believed? Is my teacher truly such a person? After much hesitation, Tang San eventually took a bite. However, upon tasting it, he merely chewed a few times before swallowing, clearly lacking any appetite. Wang Kun inquired, "Tang San, do you still believe that the teacher you once revered is indeed a good teacher?" After a moment of hesitation, Tang San remained silent. "You should head off. Your teacher is undoubtedly waiting for you. However, I suspect teacher Yu Xiaojiang is currently preoccupied with preparing a meal. You ought to go on ahead. I shall make my way to the riverside cottage to enjoy some grilled fish. After all, Yu Xiaojiang's culinary skills are not quite as exceptional as mine," he chuckled. "This will also spare us from Yu Xiaojiang's disdain, especially since he has inadvertently fallen prey to an unparalleled affliction." Tang San, taken aback, approached Wang Kun and asked, "What has happened to our teacher?" Wang Kun lamented, "He would surely perish in 3 days." Initially, there was no cause for concern. Yet today it appeared that he had been poisoned by Kunzi. I recall it was because Kunzi had disowned that the master was a hypocrite, leading him to administer poison directly. This was all due to the master's betrayal of 2 women, causing them to suffer heartbreak from their tender years to the age of 50. I cannot abide men treating women poorly, as it fosters a belief that men are inherently untrustworthy and irresponsible in love. At least in my case, I can attest that I approach relationships with commitment, vowing to protect my beloved through countless lifetimes and blooming peach blossoms. Meanwhile, Tang San's gaze turned a shade of crimson. "I shall slay you, Wang Kun." Suddenly, Tang San froze. His feelings for the master were akin to those he held for a father, once a teacher, always a father. Yet in this moment, he realized he could not overpower Wang Kun, and the master's character was not as virtuous as he had imagined. Most importantly, Tang San was utterly exhausted. Wang Kun placed the grilled fish into Tang San's hands and said, "I must take my leave now. The only support the master has is you. Please accompany him well over the next 3 days. My Kunzi is quite thoughtless, isn't he? Haha." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and the others showed little reaction to the master's demise. Their primary desire was to savor Wang Kun's grilled fish, which inexplicably carried a hint of suggestiveness. Wang Kun clasped his hands and invoked, would release, glider technique. Suddenly, a colossal tree trunk emerged from behind him, transforming into a glider. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Xing promptly grasped the sleeves of Wang Kun's black robe, one on each side. The trio vanished into the sky, leaving the others behind. Xiao Wu, displaying little emotional engagement, remarked, "Xiao San, about what that master said." Tang San waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. Let me contemplate how to avenge our teacher." However, upon considering the possibility of Wang Kun's demise, Xiao Wu immediately countered, "Xiao San, if you dare let Wang Kun perish, I won't hesitate to stop you." Hearing such antagonistic words, Tang San observed Xiao Wu's growing indifference towards him, and a chill crept into his heart. "Xiao Wu, what is the matter? Why are you drifting further away from me?" Xiao Wu pouted and lamented, "What can I do? You never pay attention to your sister. Look at how often Wang Kun cares for me. It's far more than you do. Xiao San, I advise you to take a step back and spend more time with your sister, rather than cherishing your hidden weapons." With that, Xiao Wu swayed her supple figure and departed. She had one unspoken thought lingering in her heart. Tang San could not protect her, a soul beast of 100,000 years. Perhaps she might even be sacrificed to safeguard him. Tang San felt a piercing sorrow once more. Yet he chose not to chase after Xiao Wu to console her. Instead, he remained seated, a steadfast man of iron, pondering how to avenge his teacher. Meanwhile, far above in the sky, Wang Kun admired the breathtaking sunset beyond the mountains, painting the entire sky in hues of crimson. It stirred a profound emotion within him. Yet, recalling the presence of Xue Qinghe waiting for him at the wooden cabin, he gently set Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing down at their dormitory. Upon arriving at the wooden cabin, he spotted Prince Xue Qinghe, riding a wooden racer, awaiting him with a sly smile. Finally back? Wang Kun, who knows my true identity? Faced with the hidden malice behind Xue Qinghe's smile, Wang Kun remained remarkably composed. Wang Kun also descended the glider to the ground, saying, "Do not be idle." Xiao Xue. In an instant, Qian Rinshue's imposing presence surged as she inquired, "Who exactly are you?" "Merely a kunzi in pursuit of joy, unworthy of your ire," he replied. Qian Rinshue then waved her hands, shedding her disguise. She donned a resplendent golden palace gown, its long fabric seemingly woven from golden threads. The attire was devoid of excessive embellishments, exuding an air of ancient elegance. The golden collar cradled her snow-white, elongated neck, while her long golden hair cascaded casually behind her, unkempt and contrasting sharply with her impeccably tailored gown. Her golden eyes were as tranquil as still waters, devoid of any energetic fluctuations, presenting her as an ordinary individual. Yet, within those golden irises, Wang Kun discerned an indescribable quality, an enigmatic essence that eluded definition. Her skin was as pristine as snow, and her exquisite beauty suggested she was merely 18 or 19 years old. After some contemplation regarding Gu Yuna and Qian Rinshue, he concluded that she was slightly inferior to Gu Yuna. Indeed, Qian Rinshue's beauty paled in comparison to that of his own silver angel. Host, given that you have accomplished the assassination task concerning Yu Xiao Gang, your mastery of the 8-door Duanjia technique is now complete. Wasn't this supposed to be Yu Xiao Gang's training? How did it transform into an assassination mission? The system retorted. It is deemed more beneficial to eliminate Yu Xiao Gang than to merely complete his training, thus this approach is preferred. That is rather fortuitous. A chance encounter has borne unexpected fruit. Wang Kun had also mastered the art of the 8 gates of Duanjia, and suddenly exclaimed, "First gate, the entrance, open." Wang Kun's body exhibited a hint of rosy vitality. Observing this slight enhancement, Qian Rinshue smiled and remarked, "Surely, you cannot be so feeble?" Wang Kun had previously utilized his own system to bestow upon himself remarkable abilities. He could transform into any hero or skin from the illustrious game, Honor of Kings. Possessing Wang Kun equated to possessing the entirety of Honor of Kings. Such an incredible value. He immediately transformed into a striking figure, a silver-haired man clad in white and red, resembling the skin of Zhuge Liang, the Wuling Immortal. Upon witnessing this, Qian Rinshue couldn't help but express her admiration, remarking, "You can actually transform as well, and quite impressively at that." Wang Kun chuckled, "I possess hundreds of transformation techniques. Can you compare? Are you worthy?" Qian Rinshue frowned, suddenly unleashing the formidable aura of her 60th level Soul Master. Wang Kun chuckled and said, "As a 24-year-old unparalleled beauty, do take care not to escalate matters unnecessarily. Otherwise, you might end up lifting a stone only to drop it on your own foot. You previously claimed you would conquer me. Perhaps, in due course, it will be I who conquers you." The 7th gate of astonishment. Open. Do you understand the essence of youth? Chapter 77. Qian Rinshue, I shall claim your first kiss. Wang Kun's skin abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson hue, with veins protruding prominently across his body, while a white vapor enveloped him. The immense pressure emanating from him rendered Qian Rinshue breathless. In astonishment, Qian Rinshue inquired, "Is this your original soul skill?" Wang Kun reclined upon the grass, returning to his usual demeanor. With a yawn, he remarked, "If you have nothing pressing, feel free to leave. I wish to sleep." It is perplexing how, despite both of us being innate level 20, there exists such a disparity between us. Alas, you truly lack skill. I harbor no intention of defeating you, for you are simply too feeble. Qian Rinshue could not help but feel a surge of anger, nearly erupting in fury. However, she restrained herself and inquired once more, "How did you come to know my true identity?" Wang Kun remained silent, while Qian Rinshue approached, brandishing her angelic sword and demanding, "Will you speak or not?" She then revealed the feathered fan of the Wuling Immortal Lord, stating, "It is quite simple to discern your identity, yet I shall not divulge it. I cannot simply confess that I am a traveler from another realm. However, if you inquire about my methods in racing or gliding, I might share a few insights. But are these matters truly significant? These two pursuits are merely trifles, incapable of shaping a grand vision. Such endeavors would merely stir the interests among the nobility and could never be universally promoted." Wang Kun had fallen into slumber, and one could not help but remark on the exquisite quality of the woman's voice. It was so melodious that merely closing one's eyes and listening to her discourse could lull one to sleep. Meanwhile, Qian Rinshue, observing the peacefully slumbering Wang Kun, felt an urge to give him a playful kick, yet she refrained from such childish antics. Thus, she decided to retreat into the adjacent room, waiting for Wang Kun to inquire on his own accord. Furthermore, this secluded forest, distant from the imperial palace, provided an ideal setting for her to engage in solitary cultivation. Wang Kun awoke after a day and night of slumber, his eyes fluttering open to find the sky cloaked in darkness, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. The celestial tapestry was resplendent and captivating. At that moment, a radiant golden figure suddenly obscured his view. "I wish to gaze at the stars. Kindly step aside," Wang Kun exclaimed. "You are being unreasonable. I have awaited your return for an entire day. Now, enlighten me, how did you unveil my true identity?" Wang Kun chuckled, questioning why this woman was so obstinate, unwilling to relent until her objectives were achieved. "You dare to scold me," he exclaimed, observing Qian Rinchue's exasperation, coupled with a sense of helplessness. It seemed that she had realized the formidable aura she had unleashed when activating the seventh gate of the frightening door, capable of annihilating her in an instant. Wang Kun then chuckled and said, "All right, I shall refrain from teasing you. It is quite straightforward to ascertain your identity. First, one must gather news from the imperial family of the Tiando Empire, followed by the whispers of the Qian family. After all, your grandfather, Qian Douluo, is a formidable peak Douluo of level 99, capable of overpowering me, provided I do not make an offensive move. In a purely defensive scenario, I might falter. However, should I unleash a single strike of Night Kai, he would undoubtedly perish." Qian Rinchue, somewhat astonished, realized he could indeed surpass her grandfather. Such audacity was truly remarkable. Yet, she composed herself and replied coolly, "Are you pleased to be teasing me?" Wang Kun laughed heartily and said, "Of course." Listening to the words of the man lying on the grass, Qian Rinchue was once again reminded of how he had effortlessly defeated her grandfather with a single strike, leaving her somewhat shaken and causing her worldview to waver. "Very well, I shall ask one last question. After that, I will take my leave, and I shall not trouble you further." Wang Kun sat up assertively, firmly grasping Qian Rinchue's delicate hand and declaring, "You think you can leave after arriving? Who permitted you to be so audacious? Only my dear Kunzi is entitled to such arrogance." Qian Rinchue, intending to break free, found herself abruptly pulled down onto the grass by Wang Kun, who leaned over her and inquired, "Why is your face so flushed, little Shue? Do not call me that. Also, let go of me," she protested. "Fine, I shall be your boyfriend, or you can regard me as your older brother, calling me Oni-chan. It will spare you from perpetual loneliness." "I refuse. You are unworthy," she retorted. "Then why do you not struggle to free yourself?" he challenged. "Quickly, get away from me. I cannot muster any strength in this position." "How brazen you are. Your first kiss is a prize I must claim." Wang Kun was first connected by the red thread of the god of marriage, destined to be a perfect match. And then he boldly pressed his lips against Qian Rinchue's delicate mouth. The exquisite softness and fervent impulse stirred in Wang Kun a desire for passionate conflict. Remarkably, Qian Rinchue did not shy away. It seemed she too harbored some interest in him. However, with a flushed face and racing heart, Qian Rinchue hurriedly pushed Wang Kun away, exclaiming, You are truly a rogue." Wang Kun, with a sly smile, remarked, "You may take your leave now. Why are you so domineering?" At that moment, Qian Rinchue felt a tingling sensation throughout her body, her face flushed, and she hurriedly rose to her feet, albeit unsteadily. Wang Kun gazed at her and remarked, "The feeling of intimacy is quite delightful. You rogue. I shall ignore you now. I'm leaving." Wang Kun gradually approached her, gently grasping her chin, and in an instant, his hair transformed into a deep shade of blue. It was reminiscent of the skin of the character Li Xin, one thought of Divine Demon, a skin exclusive to the 2020 World Championship. When the divine becomes powerless, it is then that the demonic guides all living beings. Qian Rinchue, do you prefer angels or demons? Of course, I prefer angels. If you are indeed an angel, then do not kill like a demon. Here with me. You can forever embody your angelic nature. No one shall harm you, I assure you. Wang Kun subsequently reclined on the ground, offering her the grilled fish and the pickled fish. "Consider this my compensation for the kiss I forced upon you, Xiaoxue." Qian Rinchu was moved by Wang Kun's declaration, involuntarily letting out a soft and then transformed into a flurry of snow, bashfully hurrying away. She didn't even take the time to ride off on a racing bike. Wang Kun contemplated the essence of an angel's fragrance. It was quite pleasant, yet it paled in comparison to the sensation of my first kiss with Nar. However, I had not anticipated that Qian Rinchue possessed such formidable allure. Her scent was unexpectedly enchanting. The ethereal aroma of an angel remains irresistibly enticing. After Wang Kun finished speaking, He recalled a few matters. Did he possess the art of the Eight Gates? Could he, the god of slaughter, contend against the divine monarch upon reaching the pinnacle of his powers? It seemed plausible. However, after opening the Death Gate, with his rapid recovery physique akin to that of a formidable warrior, he should be able to endure for approximately an hour. Subsequently, Wang Kun ventured into the river to catch a few fish. After grilling them, he visited the general store to purchase some tomato juice and ramen. Today's feast would consist of tomato fish, followed by a delightful serving of tomato ramen. Thus, after spending 3 days in solitude, free from the distractions of women, Wang Kun enjoyed a tranquil respite. Wang Kun could not help but exclaim, "Women may only influence the speed at which I draw my sword, yet I remain inextricably linked to them." Sighing, he then soared through the air on a glider, arriving at Shrek Academy. Upon his arrival, he found the atmosphere somewhat somber, devoid of any weeping sounds. The scoundrel Yuzha had just met his demise, and yet not a soul mourned him. He had reaped what he sowed. Subsequently, Flinder gathered everyone in the square, casting a glance at Wang Kun. In truth, Flinder harbored resentment towards Yu Xiaojiang for abandoning Lu Erlong, a tale Wang Kun had previously recounted involving the character Long Aoyan. Chapter 78 elucidates Wang Kun's remarkable qualities. Earlier, he had learned this story from his disciple, Ma Hongjun. Flinder also resented Yu Xiaojiang for leading Lu Erlong to fall in love with him, only to heartlessly forsake her. Sighing once more, he grappled with the complex emotions stirred by Wang Kun's actions in slaying Yu Xiaojiang, leaving him with a sense of cold detachment. He announced, "Since the master has passed away and following the grand funeral rites, the academy is now devoid of funds. Thus, we must journey to the Tiando Royal Academy to further our studies." Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, upon seeing Wang Kun's return, reproached him, "Where have you been these past few days? Big brother? You haven't even taken the time to accompany your little sister." Wang Kun offered her a plate of grilled fish fillets. And only then did she cease her commotion. Wang Kun surveyed the crowd, noting their somewhat subdued spirits. Suddenly, several concealed weapons lunged forth, but with merely 2 uttered words. He activated the Yellow Spring's Wrath, shattering both the weapons and the toxins they bore into mere dust. At the same time, he rendered Tang San immobile. Such futile arrogance from a worthless being. With Yu Zha's recent demise, Tang San found himself in considerable distress, for he had regarded the master as a father figure. Wang Kun handed a plate of grilled fish slices accompanied by chili and vinegar, along with a bottle of wine, to Tang San, saying, "Here, take this and enjoy. The wine will help you forget everything." At that moment, Flinder also spoke up. "All right, everyone prepare yourselves. This afternoon, our Shrek team may face a formidable opponent at the Great Soul Arena, known as the Mad God team. Make sure you are all ready," Wang Kun directly stated. "Such trivial matters can be entrusted to Zhu Qing. I shall retire to rest. There is no need to summon me for such minor issues. I harbor little concern for those who lack competence. Even the Haotian Douluo does not instill fear in me." Although everyone was taken aback, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. The astonishment that Wang Kun brought to them was simply overwhelming. At that moment, Ning Rongrong was enjoying sashimi with Zhu Qing when she was suddenly called out by name. After casting a glare at Wang Kun, Zhu Qing remarked, "Do you want me to go?" Wang Kun nodded and said, "Let my sister Zhu Qing go out for some training. You are currently the strongest in Shrek's offensive capabilities. With just a minute of Xiao Ao's flight time, you will be more than capable of engaging in battle, especially with Rongrong's support. I have full faith in you." Zhu Qing was not one to shy away and readily agreed. Thus, they awaited the afternoon, during which Wang Kun had not been seen, as he had gone off to entertain himself with the maid. The thrilling battles were what all men craved. When the Shrek 7 arrived at the Soto Great Soul Arena, they had already warmed up with a few matches. Soon after, they encountered the Frenzied God team. At that moment, Shrek was resting in a lounge on a wooden chair, while Ma Hongjun and Oscar engaged in conversation. "Do you think Brother Kun will actually show up?" Just then, a towering figure, a muscular man over 2 meters tall, approached them. He appeared to be in his 30s, his bare torso showcasing exaggeratedly dark muscles, indicative of a power-type soul master. "Little girl, you have quite the figure. Why hide your face? Let your brother have a look." He directed his words towards the curvaceous Zhu Qing among the 3 girls of Shrek 7. Despite being the youngest, Zhu Qing's development made Ning Rongrong and Xiaowu enviously aware. With her face concealed by a mask, it was nearly impossible to tell she was merely 12 years old. Scram. Zhu Qing's response was succinct, true to her character. "Are you really giving me the cold shoulder, little girl? Do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" As he spoke, his massive hand rose threateningly. "She told you to scram. You better listen." Daimu Bai suddenly stood up, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhu Qing. Though physically smaller than the brute, his sudden display of aura momentarily halted the adversary. You're asking for trouble. The muscular man's eyes widened in fury as he swung his right hand down towards Daimubai. However, Daimubai merely snorted, raising his right fist to meet the descending palm. Just then, Wang Kun appeared, gently tapping the giant's head. You will regret this. You should run while you still can. Wang Kun's sudden emergence sent beads of cold sweat cascading down the muscular man's back. Meanwhile, a supervisor in his 40s observed the scene and remarked, Do you not know that private fights are prohibited in the soul fighting preparation area? This is a rule of the Great Soul Arena. If you wish to fight, take it to the arena. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the previously furious brute's expression shifted instantly. My apologies, Supervisor Ao. I lost my cool for a moment. The man referred to as Supervisor Ao gazed at the 7 members of Shrek and the Shrek Demon King. So, you are the newly registered group, the Shrek 7? Very well, there is no need for disputes here. You shall face each other in the arena today. If there are any grievances, resolve them there. Frenzied Rhino. If I catch you causing trouble on my turf again, do not expect me to be lenient. This is your final warning. Remember it well. Understood. It won't happen again. The imposing figure of Frenzied Rhino, with his awkward grin, contrasted sharply with his demeanor. As his gaze shifted to Daimubai, it turned steely. He pointed a finger at Daimubai, declaring, We shall see how this unfolds. If you don't recognize your mother after our fight, I won't call myself Frenzied Rhino anymore. He then shot a glare at Wang Kun. Do you think just because you tapped my head, I won't retaliate? You have no idea of your own capabilities. Wang Kun smiled and remarked, I see. However, you appear rather timid. Are you merely feigning it? Upon hearing this, the fierce beast swiftly retreated, feeling a pang of guilt. Wang Kun remarked, I initially intended to spare him, but alas, he insists on seeking his own demise. Ning Rongrong and the others couldn't help but chuckle at this. However, Zhu Zhuqing interjected, Oni-chan, I shall be the one to eliminate him. Are you capable of such an act? This would be your first time taking a life. Yet, it matters not, for he is nothing but a scoundrel, unworthy of existence. If I cannot do it, then it falls to you, Oni-chan. Very well, it seems I must bear the burden alone. Wang Kun could only feel a pang of sympathy for his sister. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly remarked, Why do you carry the scent of a woman? Wang Kun unconsciously remarked, I can take a bath now. At that moment, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiaowu carefully inhaled the fragrance emanating from Wang Kun's body. It was a scent that captivated them, making them feel inferior to the ethereal Qianren, who possessed the divine martial soul of the six-winged angel. They had not anticipated that Wang Kun could attract a woman of such nobility. However, his prowess was undeniable, having defeated Tang Hao at merely 12 years of age. Chapter 79. The death of the wild rhinoceros is unlamented. Although deep down they were reluctant to accept it, they found themselves compelled to believe it. For Wang Kun had brought them an abundance of surprises. Ma Hongjun, with a smirk, added, Brother Kun is quite the charmer, thinking you were going to rest. Yet you ended up with another woman? Get lost. That woman pursued me. I didn't seek her out. I never imagined I could be so exceptional. But first, let us seek vengeance for Zhuqing. You go ahead. I shall take the field and deal with that oaf. Ma Hongjun chuckled. All right, Brother Kun. Wang Kun struck him lightly on the head and chided. Every day you just know how to grin lewdly. Be serious and find yourself a girlfriend. After a brief moment, it was finally their turn to make an entrance. The Shrek 6 monsters and the Shrek Demon King emerged from the Soul Master preparation area alongside the Frenzied team. At this juncture, they beheld the entirety of the Frenzied team's members. The imposing figure of Guangxi led their ranks, followed closely by 2 middle-aged men of similar age, whose resemblance suggested they were brothers. Their physiques appeared unremarkable, and their expressions were rather grim. Trailing behind them was an alluring woman, the sole female member of the Frenzied team. Adorned with heavy makeup that obscured her age, she seemed to be over 20, her attire exceedingly revealing. She wore only a strapless top, and although she donned a skirt, it was as sheer as gossamer, allowing glimpses of her exquisite form. The seductive woman cast a flirtatious glance at Dai Mubai, who stood at the forefront of the Shrek 7 monsters, yet he did not even spare her a glance. Having encountered countless beauties, he held no interest in such heavily made-up appearances. Behind her lingered 2 shifty-eyed individuals. However, Dai Mubai's lack of interest did not imply that others were similarly indifferent. For instance, a certain rotund figure in the spectators' area was consumed by unwholesome thoughts, secretly swallowing hard as his imagination wandered into inappropriate territories. Wang Kun addressed Oscar, inquiring, Would you be interested in this girlfriend? Oscar promptly shook his head, exclaiming, "No, I do not wish for an older lady." After the jest, Wang Kun observed that the area of the battle arena was significantly larger than that of the one-on-one or two-on-two matches, with a diameter reaching 40 meters. At that moment, the audience was completely seated. Strangely, there were remnants of bloodstains on the arena, undoubtedly left by previous team battles. As the Berserk squad made their entrance, they ignited the fervor of the crowd, with resounding cheers echoing throughout the venue. Tear them apart. Kill them. Such cries not only instilled pressure, but also heightened the adrenaline of the spectators. Meanwhile, the Shrek Demon King and the Shrek 6 monsters remained remarkably composed, for they had the formidable Shrek Demon King by their side. This match promised a gentle victory. Just as the angelic lady announced, the match officially begins. Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the Berserk squad found themselves ensnared by numerous vines, rendering them immobile. Then came the declaration, would release, the forest realm descends. Without hesitation, Zhu Qing transformed into darkness, her first soul ring illuminating. Phantom stab. In an instant, she appeared before the Berserk Rhino, leaving 3 bloody claw marks upon its face, with blood flowing forth. Wang Kun unleashed his second spirit ability, Huangquan Tianru, exclaiming, "Dare to pursue my sister? You shall perish." In that instant, the sonic waves of Huangquan Tianru shattered the mind of the raging rhinoceros. Simultaneously, Wang Kun teleported beside the captivating beauty, abruptly employing his first spirit ability, Yikong, invoking divine might. He then transported the immobile beauty into another realm. Wang Kun smiled at Ma Hongjun and asked, "Shall we play?" Ma Hongjun, giving a thumbs up, suddenly grew timid and replied, "Forget it, Brother Kun. I'm afraid that old lady might outsmart me." Wang Kun remarked, "You certainly possess insight. Very well then." As he spoke, his first soul ring shimmered once more, summoning the enchanting beauty. What followed was a scene of sheer horror as their captain's brain matter spilled forth, prompting an immediate retreat. A wave of nausea washed over the group, save for Tang-san. Yet soon, they all deemed the demise of the mad rhinoceros rather deserved. Oscar couldn't help but lament, "I had thought my mushroom sausage might prove useful, yet victory came so effortlessly." Dai Mubai offered a wry smile, "Brother Wang, how can you be so monstrous?" "Sigh, it's no wonder Zhu Qing has fallen for you instead of me." Little Wu interjected vehemently, "Dai Lao Hu, I've been meaning to tell you. Zhu Qing has no affection for you whatsoever. Can you please stop being so self-involved?" Feeling embarrassed, Dai Mubai scratched his head. "Well, this is awkward." Ning Rongrong, having already procured some sunflower seeds, chimed in, "When Oni-chan is present, everyone generally munches on sunflower seeds. Would anyone care for some?" Oscar observed the transformation of the once mischievous little witch into a mere spectator, his heart heavy as he nibbled on seeds. The others mirrored his sentiment, though Tang-san remained despondent, lost in his own world. Eventually, they returned to the lounge, taking a brief respite before departing once more. During the ensuing month of competition, whenever they faced Wang Kun in the battle arena, each one would extend a hand, pleading for a share of sunflower seeds before conceding defeat. What other choice did they have? Awaiting Wang Kun's sonic soul technique to obliterate them? The pairing of Zhu Qing and Wang Kun, dubbed the Qing Kun duo, exemplified this trend. A month later, it seemed Tang-san had begun to emerge from his shadows. However, he was saddened to find that little Wu had not come to visit him. Instead, she consistently sought out Wang Kun to enjoy sunflower seeds together. When Flandra arrived at the Great Soul Arena's registration office with the Shrek 7 Devils insignia, he was informed that they were to battle the Star Do royal team. Meanwhile, the ever-watchful Kunzi, indulging in sunflower seeds and sipping on homemade soda, was summoned by Ning Rongrong. Upon entering the arena, Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Ma Hongjun found their gazes captivated by a young lady. She appeared no older than 18, adorned in an elegant white gown that accentuated her graceful beauty. With flowing chestnut hair, a voluptuous figure, and a delicate waist, she radiated an astonishing allure. Clutching a conical sound amplification soul guide, her charming face bore a professional smile, and the wings at her back were a striking highlight, truly the crowning touch. The girl, embodying the soul of the white dove, was undeniably enchanting. The announcer began to introduce the combat details for both sides, yet he did not include himself in the narrative. Wang Kun couldn't help but ponder. It appeared that he was merely a substitute member, there to observe from the audience. No wonder the Heavenly Do Royal Academy dared to challenge the Shrek 7 monsters. It seemed they had not considered his presence. After all, the formidable strength of the Shrek tyrant was indeed somewhat terrifying. Thus concluded today's lengthy 10,000 words. Time to return home and indulge in some gaming. A humble request for recommendations. Thank you to all the handsome and charismatic readers. Chapter 80. Oscar ultimately misjudged his affections. A plea for recommendations. Wang Kun then turned his gaze toward the enchanting ladies of the Heavenly Do Royal Academy, as the rest were of little consequence. One of them boasted long black hair and a slender figure, while another, sporting short, deep purple hair, exuded a striking aura. Curiously, she possessed a pair of green eyes, which imparted an air of mystery. She may not have been the epitome of beauty, yet she radiated an enchanting allure. Accompanying her were two nameless subordinates and two burly men. Lastly, there was a slender woman with cascading silver hair draping over her shoulders. Her eyes, mirroring the color of her hair, revealed no emotions from her. One could sense only solitude and desolation. Exquisite beauty indeed. That must be Yi Lingling. Wang Kun spoke to Yi Lingling, saying, "My dear lady, would you care to engage in conversation with our Oscar? He possesses innate soul power at the pinnacle of 10, being the most formidable support soul master. Though he may not quite match my excellence, you might consider him, or perhaps even my humble self." To this, Yi Lingling replied with a dismissive, "Heh, how tedious." Meanwhile, Du Guyan arrogantly proclaimed, "Do not presume that your ability to dominate those of level 30 elevates you. In comparison to us, you are merely trash." Wang Kun, in a state of bewilderment, addressed the Shrek 7 monsters, questioning, "Is she a fool? How could she utter such thoughtless words?" The members of Shrek echoed in unison, "Indeed." This remark incensed Du Guyan considerably, prompting Yu Tianheng to place a reassuring hand on her shoulder, urging her not to diminish her own worth. Wang Kun continued, "Oscar and Ning Rongrong, you shall assist Zhu Zhuqing." He then turned his gaze towards the muscular brothers, challenging, "Dare you allow my Zhuqing to shatter your prideful defense?" The muscular brothers, however, remained unresponsive, merely displaying their formidable physique. Zhu Zhuqing, with a subtle smile, an enigmatic grin, evoked an involuntary chill down the spines of the muscular duo. At that moment, the host announced, "The competition officially commences." Following this declaration, Rongrong and Zhuqing summoned their martial spirits. Ning Rongrong proclaimed, 7 treasures, renowned. First, the spirit. Second, the speed. Zhu Zhuqing promptly unleashed her first 2 soul techniques, silently reciting, "Ghostly piercing, ghostly 100 slashes." The muscular brothers activated their martial spirit, the King Turtle Shield, and the Xuanwu Shield, positioning it before them. Just as Zhu Zhuqing charged towards the Xuanwu Shield, poised to strike with her claws, she suddenly wore a peculiar smile, activating her 3rd soul technique in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing's form transformed into blackness, teleporting into the shadows of the muscular giants, and from behind, she executed her soul technique. Ghostly 100 slashes. The sheer sharpness of her attack left intricate trails of blood cascading from their backs, causing their faces to pale significantly as they teetered on the brink of defeat, blood flowing profusely. In a moment of desperation, Yi Lingling utilized her soul technique to heal the entire team. Yet Zhu Zhuqing's deadly claws rested perilously against the neck of one muscular brother. This mirrored the earlier action of Wang Kun, who had pointed the Qinglian sword against his own throat. The 2 muscular brothers had no choice but to exit the arena in disgrace. The unfolding scene left the entire Tianshou Royal Academy in a state of shock, while Yi Lingling maintained her composure. However, a support-type soul master could not alter the course of fate. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu Daimubai and Ma Hongjun consumed Xiao Ao's whimsical mushroom sausages, their purple wings propelling them into the sky with remarkable speed. In that fleeting moment, they swiftly eliminated the 2 nameless contenders, rendering them disqualified from the competition. On the observation platform, it was evident that Wang Kun and his companions had employed the same tactics that he had previously used against them to confront the Royal Academy of Tiando. Initially, they executed a blitz strategy to swiftly neutralize the assault-type soul masters. As their numbers dwindled, they quickly dealt with the support-type soul masters before gradually engaging Tang San. The control-type soul master, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, glancing at Xiao Wu, remarked in astonishment, "Xiao Wu, you single-handedly took down an opponent. That is truly impressive." Xiao Wu chuckled and replied, "Well, it was my brother who used blue silvergrass to control those 2, which made it quite easy to eliminate them from the competition." In unison, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun retorted, "Indeed, your brother is always the most formidable." Wang Kun observed them as they indulged in sunflower seeds and sipped on their sugary beverages, reveling in the spectacle before them. The thrill of watching the unfolding drama was unparalleled. Meanwhile, the previously arrogant Yu Tianheng and Du Guyan were now gripped by fear. Just moments ago, Zhu Zhuqing had effortlessly dispatched the most formidable member of their team, the muscle-bound brother, leaving them in utter shock. Subsequently, the trio of powerful attackers swiftly eliminated several of their own teammates. In response, Du Guyan activated her first soul skill, declaring, "Poison Mist." The usually jovial Tang San suddenly smiled and exclaimed, "Cinnabar to dispel the snake venom." He then flung a container from the moonlit night at the 20 bridges. Tang San felt a pang of sadness, reminiscing about the words of Yu Xiaojiang. Nevertheless, he promptly hurled the cinnabar into the poisonous mist. Fatty, Phoenix Fire Line, Ma Hongjun. Upon seeing the jar tossed by Tang San, felt an inexplicable urge to act, regardless of the consequences. His first soul ring blazed to life, Phoenix Fire Line. With a single strike, he hit the jar containing the cinnabar, instantly dispelling the poison mist. With the obscuring vapor gone, Wang Kun shouted, "Let us teach this Du Guyan a lesson about the harsh realities of life." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement, vanishing from sight and transforming into a shadow that swiftly infiltrated Du Guyan's silhouette. Having witnessed the shadow strike before, Du Guyan quickly faced her own shadow, unleashing her soul skill, yet nothing materialized. As the poison mist dissipated, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly appeared before Du Guyan, her sharp claws poised at Du Guyan's delicate neck. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai activated his third soul skill, White Tiger Transformation, just as he was about to engage Yu Tianheng, who had also unleashed his third soul skill, Thunderous Fury. Dai Mubai cunningly remarked, "Brother, this is a team battle." In an instant, Yu Tianheng's feet were ensnared by blue-silver grass, lifting him off the ground. At the same time, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai unleashed their soul skills, Instant Teleportation, Waste Skill, White Tiger Light Wave, Phoenix Fire Line. As their ranged attack struck, they surrounded Yu Tianheng. Xiaowu, aided by her violet wings and Ning Rongrong's power enhancement, swiftly reached Yu Tianheng, delivering a kick that sent him crashing into the wall. Oscar then flew to Yilang Lung's side and declared, "You have already lost." Yilang Long, observing the dire situation where her side had lost 6 members while the enemy had not been eliminated, reluctantly descended from the stage. Oscar, brandishing the ice cream he had received from Wang Kun, said, "This is something girls enjoy. I extend our apologies on behalf of Shrek Academy." Yilang Lang replied, "Thank you." The once frosty demeanor of Yilang Lang shifted as she gazed at Wang Kun with newfound interest. Earlier, she had heard tales of the Shrek tyrant, who had furiously vanquished the crazy rhino with a single strike, yet could also casually toss ice cream to Oscar, inviting him over. Oscar expressed deep gratitude towards Wang Kun. After receiving the strawberry sundae, Yilang Lang took a sip, her lips curling into a smile as she exclaimed, "Thank you. This is truly delicious." Oscar, unable to contain his admiration, stammered, "It's just a small matter." As Wang Kun observed the scene, he noticed Yilang Lang's stealing glances at him. Was she captivated by his extraordinary looks? He certainly felt he had become quite handsome. Wang Kun could relate, as he often caught many young ladies glancing at him while he strolled down the street. Yet, he remained silent, knowing that true brilliance would inevitably shine through. It was a pity, however, that Oscar mistakenly believed Yilang Lang harbored affection for him. Poor fellow. Sighing, Wang Kun reflected on the plight of the lovesick admirer. Dai Mubai approached and playfully embraced Xiao Ao's shoulder, asking, "What are you up to, little Ao?" Oscar, blushing, replied, "Nothing, really." After saying this, he walked away. Dai Mubai, glancing at Yilang Lang, remarked with amusement, "My apologies, Xiao Ao is simply shy." Yilang Lang cast a disdainful glance at Oscar, who was clearly infatuated with her yet too timid to express it. The group then made their way to the lounge, and Wang Kun encouraged Oscar, "Keep up the good work." Wang Kun hesitated to express Yilang Lang's attitude towards Oscar, wishing to spare him any heartache. Oscar, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Brother Wang, your ice cream is truly remarkable." Wang Kun smiled gently and remarked, "This is merely a trifling matter. After all, it is something you cherish." Wang Kun glanced at Ning Rongrong, who charmingly declared, "I have never harbored any affection for this lecherous old man. Can you believe he still attempts to pursue me at the age of 14? This remark elicited laughter from the crowd, while Oscar found himself in an exceptionally awkward position. At that moment, Yilang Lang was attending to the others, yet she felt a slight fondness for Wang Kun, who held what appeared to be delicious sunflower seeds and a beverage favored by the couch-dwelling populace. Subsequently, Flender encountered Qin Ming, and their conversation was filled with joy. Shortly thereafter, they crossed paths with the fearsome God Squad. There was little more to say. Wang Kun observed the group brandishing AK-47s and inquired, Rong Rong, Shuqing. Are you prepared for the act of killing? The group remained silent, gripped by a sense of dread at the impending violence, with the exception of Tang San. Wang Kun glanced at the dean beside him and said, "Fried fellow, why don't you speak a few words?" It was then that Flander cleared his throat a few times and remarked, Wang Kun, my dear student, you truly do not comprehend who the real teacher is. Wang Kun remained silent. Noticing his lack of response, Flander chose not to press further, instead speaking earnestly, the Mad God squad has already taken many lives. And there is no need for anyone to carry any psychological burden. Wang Kun, holding a sunflower seed, remarked, if one bears a burden, one might as well gnaw on sunflower seeds. If all else fails, we could give Tang San a good thrashing. Upon hearing these words, everyone's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Ning Rongrong promptly chimed in. You said it. Tang San, caught off guard by Wang Kun's sudden suggestion, was momentarily bewildered and contemplated evasion. However, Xiao supported Wang Kun by exclaiming, yes, let us beat up Tang San. With this encouragement, Tang San complied obediently. Subsequently, everyone made their way to the arena. And Flan, rubbing his head, commented, how is it that your words are so effective, Wang Kun? Wang Kun chuckled and remarked that there was no need to elaborate. For Tang San was destined to face a beating once more. The horrifying scene was deemed forbidden to behold, and the ellipsis concealed all that lay beneath. After a while, the crowd returned, gripped by fear, suggesting that a murder had indeed transpired. Wang Kun gazed at the Zhuge crossbow in Shrek's hands, having himself fired a bullet from an AK-47. At that moment, a series of random subtitles appeared before Wang Kun's eyes. The random system had seamlessly transitioned into the vampire system as the host had absorbed the lifeblood of the fierce God Battle team, resulting in an automatic assimilation of their powers, elevating his soul force to level 44. Wang Kun found himself at a loss for words. The fearsome God Squad, all of whom were in their 40s in terms of levels, had absorbed all their cultivation yet only managed to ascend by a mere 2 levels. Shouldn't they have directly reached level 50? Sigh, the difficulty of cultivating the martial soul Genesis 9 divine lights has become increasingly daunting. Previously, one could progress by increments of 10 levels, but now, at this moment, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing approached, observing Wang Kun, who had long settled in the lounge, seated on the sofa and indulging in skewers of lamb. They seized all his food and hurled it to the ground, trampling it underfoot with great force. Wang Kun could not help but exclaim, please do not squander the delicacies. To which Ning Rongrong and her companions responded, the mere sight of meat disgusts us. Bring forth the sunflower seeds, Oni-chan. As she spoke, she playfully struck Wang Kun, though the blow was quite light. Zhu Shiqing also delivered a light punch to Wang Kun. Meanwhile, Xiao initially intended to hit Tang San, but upon witnessing Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing's actions, she realized that children make choices while adults embrace all options. After striking Tang San, she turned her attention to Wang Kun. Xiao approached, her strength formidable, causing Wang Kun's head to bob slightly, though it was not painful. Having released her pent-up emotions against the villains, Xiao felt reluctant to depart, yet she ultimately did. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears. They unexpectedly embraced Wang Kun, sobbing softly. Wang Kun comforted them, saying, it's all right. It's all right. What we have done is right. Witnessing this scene, Xiao felt an impulse to embrace Wang Kun as well, yet she felt a touch of hesitation. Embracing her brother felt overly intimate, and after a moment's contemplation, she decided against it, choosing instead to sit quietly. This left Tang San, who had been ready to receive Xiao Wu's embrace, feeling rather uncomfortable. Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai found themselves in an awkward situation. Yet they too eventually embraced one another, for it is said that love truly flourishes among those of the same surname, and solace is best found among peers. As night fell, the group from Shrek Academy made their way to the Tiando Royal Academy. It appeared that Flinder and Qin Ming had devised this plan to facilitate their cultivation, though the presence of the Shrek tyrant was deemed inconsequential. Their conclusion was to have everyone train together at the Tiando Royal Academy, where the pace of cultivation was swift and the quality commendable. As the head coach of the Tiando Royal team, Qin Ming saw no issue in allowing this motley crew to train there. After tidying up, Tang San took a moment to pay his respects to Yu Xiaojing before departing. Ning Rongrong exuberantly voiced what was on everyone's mind at last. We are leaving this impoverished little village. There isn't even a proper place to bathe. Her remark drew a teasing retort from Durandal. What a dire situation indeed. Wang Kun, glancing at the map, remarked, according to this, we are nearing Tiando City. Where exactly is the Tiendo Royal Academy located within the city? Flinder inquired of Wang Kun while studying the map. Wang Kun gazed at Flander with confusion and inquired, Director, as a model student, what do you wish to ask me? Flander, irked, replied, Model student? Spare me that. Aren't you the strongest among us? At such a young age, you can even best Zhao Wujie, can't you? There's no point in asking you. You wouldn't know anyway. I had thought you were more astute. Wujie, Xiao Xian. Do you know where the Heaven Do Royal Academy is located? Chapter 82, Avalanche. This old fox is seeking recommendations. Is he mocking himself? Zhao Wujie chuckled bitterly. You know we're not formally trained soul masters, let alone from a prestigious institution like the Royal Academy. How could we possibly know? Moreover, I've only visited Heaven Do City once or twice, and I don't recall the address of the Royal Academy at all. They all shared a similar sentiment. Wang Kun. Why don't you spar with the director? Upon hearing Flander's jab at him, Zhao Wujie retaliated. Instantly, all eyes were riveted on Flander, who hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No. Thank you. The group expressed their disappointment. How could the stingy Flander refuse to spar with Wang Kun? How cowardly. Director Flander. I know where the Heaven Do Royal Academy is situated. At that moment, Ning Rongrong came to Flander's rescue, addressing the pressing dilemma. Wang Kun extolled the merits of a game, exclaiming, My sister Rongrong is truly remarkable. With a sweet smile, Ning Rongrong redirected the conversation. My family's castle is situated not far from Heaven Do City. In the past, my kin and I would venture to Heaven Do City for leisure. And we have also visited the Royal Academy there. Although the direct descendants are engaged in cultivation and study within the sect, some collateral branches are indeed enrolled at the Royal Academy. In fact, the Heaven Do Royal Academy is not located within Heaven Do City itself, but rather outside its confines. Much like how our Shrek Academy is positioned beyond Soto City. Flandra, with a hint of pride, remarked, It seems that the first principle of the Heaven Do Royal Academy shares my vision. As it turns out, my discernment is quite astute. Wang Kun presented the grilled fish fillets and spicy crayfish, saying, Let us partake in the feast. The others, captivated by the delectable dishes, nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, they resumed their journey, and as the night enveloped them, led by Ning Rongrong, they finally arrived at their destination, the Tiendo Royal Academy. Rongrong, are you certain this is the place? Questioned Flinder, his voice tinged with skepticism. Ning Rongrong affirmed, Indeed, there is no mistake. The Tiendo Royal Academy does not change its location. I am certain this is it. But this is a mountain, Flinder exclaimed, realizing the entirety of the mountain was encompassed by the academy. The forest behind and the lake at the foot of the left side also fall under the academy's jurisdiction. We are about to enter its grounds. Gazing at the astonished Flinder, Wang Kun expressed his surprise. Nestled by the mountains and surrounded by fruit, this truly is a splendid place. What a contrast to the previous Shrek Academy, which was an utterly dismal establishment. I wonder who was responsible for such poor conditions. It reeks of greed. Though Flinder was incensed, he could not help but suppress his anger in the presence of Wang Kun, who seemed far more formidable, and replied, All right. You are not without your own faults either. Wang Kun smiled faintly. The scenery of the starry Royal Academy was indeed enchanting, especially at this moment as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of twilight, bathed in the glow of the crimson clouds. Both the lake at the foot of the mountains and the towering peaks adorned with a myriad of flora exuded an ethereal charm, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. However, Wang Kun felt that without Nar, even such beauty lost its allure. The Lake of Life surpassed this place in splendor. As they ventured further, trouble soon emerged. Halt. Who are you? A group of 10 soul masters, around 18 or 19 years of age, blocked their path, although they did not summon their martial spirits. The pale yellow uniforms they wore unmistakably identified them as students of the Tiendo Royal Academy. Flinder, with a touch of arrogance, declared, We are from Shrek Academy. We have come at the invitation of your Tiendo Royal Academy for an exchange. Please lead the way. The leader of the opposing group scrutinized Flinder and then cast a dismissive glance at the others, a smirk playing on his lips. You country bumpkins dare to come to our academy for an exchange? I suspect you must be beggars from some backwater. Leave at once, or we shall be compelled to use force. After nearly 10 days of travel, the Shrek Academy group certainly appeared somewhat travel-worn. Yet they were not as wretched as he suggested. The leader of the Tiendo Royal Academy clearly judged them by appearances, seeing the Shrek Academy members in their simple attire, combined with Flinder's haughty demeanor, had irked him, prompting such disdainful remarks. Wang Kun cast a glance at Flander and Zhao Wujie before asserting, I shall bear this burden. After all, I am currently capable of contending with a mere title Douluo. Upon hearing these words, the impudent youth scoffed. What kind of lunatic believes he can rival a title Douluo? Upon the invocation of Wang Kun's second soul skill, Yellow Spring's Fury, he declared, "Enough, perish." Following this proclamation, the brash young man, overwhelmed by the sheer force of the sonic assault, lost control and soiled himself. Embarrassed, he hastily retreated, proclaiming, "You shall wait for my return. I will surely exact my vengeance." Meanwhile, the others hurriedly followed suit. One individual shouted, "This is the grandson of the prince of the Tiando Empire. You are undoubtedly doomed." Wang Kun chuckled, "You are quite terrifying. I am genuinely frightened." Ha ha. After the laughter subsided, Oscar approached and remarked, "Wang, you truly are mischievous. How could you engage in such antics? It has been ages since I've encountered someone so absurd. Come. We must swiftly attend to the leaders of the Tiando Academy and find accommodations. I shall first venture to the lake to catch fish. I suddenly crave some steamed perch." The others could not help but swallow as they considered the exquisite dishes Wang Kun was known for creating. Tang San, initially harboring resentment towards Wang Kun due to his role in the demise of his mentor, found himself gradually succumbing to the allure of the culinary delights. It became evident that the way to a man's heart is indeed through his stomach. Ning Rongrong smiled and said, "Oni-chan, I wish to eat." "All right, my dear Rongrong. Being so beautiful, you shall be the first to sample the fish once it is prepared." The group continued to revel in their camaraderie, undeterred by the earlier unpleasantness. Upon entering, Qin Ming welcomed them and escorted them to the committee of 3 esteemed elder teachers at the Tiando Royal Academy, all of whom were soul masters of level 80 or above. Upon arrival, the 3 elderly gentlemen, adorned in resplendent attire, greeted them warmly and invited Tang San to test his soul power. Wang Kun was perplexed as to why he did not test his own abilities. Perhaps there was a subtle fear that he might tarnish their dignity. After all, it was quite astonishing that none of the elderly, despite their advanced age, could match the prowess of a young individual. Subsequently, the elderly man in the middle, wielding the Dream God machine, exerted a formidable pressure of 40 levels of soul power, compelling Tang San's 8 spider soul bones to merge completely. Wang Kun suddenly found himself envious of the external soul bones. He longed for a pair of angelic wings. For after all, gliders cannot soar freely. Not even Thomas can execute a complete 360 spin. The random system seems unwilling to grant him such a boon. Perhaps he was simply indulging in wishful thinking. Chapter 83 asserts that the only one capable of defeating me is myself. At this moment, Tang San had successfully retracted the 8 spider soul bone. I am truly grateful to Elder Meng for the pressure he exerted, which allowed my external soul bone to finally achieve a flawless integration. Upon witnessing the immensely precious external soul bone, the expressions of Qin Ming and the 3 elders, including Ming Shenji, were filled with astonishment. Wang Kun stepped forward, stating, "You must be astonished by the results of your tests. Allow me to offer a friendly suggestion. It would be best if all 3 of you concentrated your soul power upon me." Dream Machine, regaining his composure, replied, "You audacious young lad. How boastful you are." With that, he exerted a level 30 soul pressure upon Wang Kun. However, Wang Kun felt nothing and nonchalantly pulled out some sunflower seeds, saying, "Could you provide a bit more force? Youngster, this is what you proposed." Annoyed, Dream Machine escalated the pressure to level 40, prompting Wang Kun to produce a plate of grilled fish slices. "Hurry up and bring it to level 80. Once you finish, I can go fishing in your lake." Dream Machine, now slightly exasperated, remarked, "Then I shall truly apply more pressure." The levels escalated. 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80. By this point, Dream Machine was beginning to breathe heavily. The 2 elderly men beside him inquired, "Do you require assistance?" To which Dream Machine replied, "No need." Just as he spoke, he suddenly withdrew his power, leaving Wang Kun bewildered. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I was just starting to feel something. Can't you persist a little longer?" Dream Machine responded, "Indeed, the title of Shrek's Great Demon King is well-deserved. At such a tender age, you possess the cultivation of a title Douluo. We are truly at fault." Wang Kun sighed and remarked, "In this world, the only one who can rival me is myself. I shall first go to the lake to catch some fish." Dream Machine then stated, "The matter of Shrek Academy's admission is settled. Teacher Qin, I must trouble you to make the arrangements." Qin Ming promptly nodded in agreement. After leading everyone to his dormitory, an unexpected sound of footsteps resonated from outside, seemingly belonging to 2 individuals. "Is the chief of Dream Machine present?" Soon, 3 figures entered from the outside. Among them was a youth whom the Shrek Academy members recognized, the one who had been frightened into submission by Wang Kun at the foot of the mountain just yesterday. The youth stood to the left, his demeanor haughty, and his eyes betrayed a deep-seated animosity. Walking in the center was an elderly man clad in extravagant robes, adorned in a striking yellow garment. Upon their entrance, the first impression of the Shrek Academy members was one of astonishment. Naturally, it was the renowned Douluo, a man unmistakable by the green hue atop his head. To lead a fulfilling life, one must always carry a touch of green upon their crown. Your Highness, what brings you here? Dream Machine inquired respectfully, inclining his body slightly. Even they could not discern the depths of Douluo's prowess. The elderly man responded with a calm smile, casting a sweeping glance over the Shrek Academy members. The youth beside him was none other than Shui Bang, who hurriedly leaned in to whisper a few words in the ear of the elderly man. It was only then that Douluo expressed his indignation, saying, "Why are there guests here and no one has introduced them to this prince?" Wang Kun stepped forward and declared, "Enough, Flander. Is it merely a title of a trashy Douluo? I have previously asserted that the only one capable of challenging me is myself, with all 8 gates unleashed. Even a god king would be vanquished." Wang Kun cast a glance at Ning Rongrong and remarked, "Your grandfather, the sword master, and grandfather Bone are not my match." Ning Rongrong chose not to respond, as the imposing aura of the title Douluo weighed heavily upon everyone, instilling a sense of trepidation in their very souls. Moreover, Ning Rongrong found some truth in what her brother had said. Meanwhile, Wang Kun remained unfazed. He had already prepared the 7th gate, the Gate of Shock. Of the 8 gates of Duanjia within his body, approaching Douluo, he said, "Old Poison, your green hair is quite striking, though it must require considerable upkeep." The previously calm Douluo suddenly erupted with fury. In that instant, Wang Kun felt the overwhelming pressure of the title Douluo. And this formidable force propelled him to a remarkable achievement. He had unexpectedly reached level 45, all without relying on the system. Wang Kun exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you so much, Old Poison." Douluo, observing the young boy who remained utterly still under his formidable pressure, remarked, "A prodigious talent, is it? However, one should not be overly arrogant." Wang Kun glanced at the dreaming machine and inquired, "Does the old man not welcome us? Is Shrek not welcome in your esteemed institution?" The dreaming machine remained silent. Wang Kun urged everyone to leave first. "You all go ahead. I shall confront the old poison master." Ning Rongrong, filled with concern, replied, "Onayakan, please do not overexert yourself." "Thank you for your concern," he responded, and upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong departed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Douluo, with a smile concealing his malice, placed his hand on Wang Kun's shoulder and remarked, "Do not hold it against an old man for troubling you. Do you understand the essence of youth?" The 7th door of the shock gate opens. As the door swung open, Wang Kun's veins bulged violently, and his skin flushed crimson. A white vapor enveloped the surroundings as Wang Kun effortlessly brushed aside the arm of Douluo, the title Douluo, who had placed it upon his shoulder. "Does a mere title Douluo, the weakest among them, dare to contend with me? If you seek to alleviate the poison affecting both your daughter and yourself, I suggest you search for a soul bone. However, you must be aware that Tang San has already cured your granddaughter's poison. He is likely to seek him out. Thus, I shall refrain from intervening in your affairs." Douluo recognized the name. "Tang San, the one who cured my granddaughter's poison?" Wang Kun nodded, casting a glance at Dream Machine. "We, the Shrek 7 monsters, shall take our leave. Feel free to do as you wish, for you are but mere ants." Incapable of comprehending the innate talents of our esteemed group. Upon hearing these words, the hearts of the 3 elders seethed with fury. Yet the aura emanating from Wang Kun rendered them speechless. Wang Kun possesses the formidable ability to obliterate them with a single, swift punch. Wang Kun remarked, "Pretending to be impressive is simply enjoyable." When he emerged, Flander also commented, "Once again, it seems we must seek out other schools." Sigh. Wang Kun remarked, "We must venture to that female dinosaur's school. I am now the one responsible for the demise of the master. Should inquiries arise, do remember to throw me under the bus first. Claim that I caused the master's death, all because that heartless Yu Xiaojiang abandoned Kakashi and Long Outyin." Upon hearing the news of the master's passing, Tang San was overwhelmed with sorrow and fury. Yet, he found himself no match for Wang Kun. The disparity in their capabilities was far too great at this moment. Wang Kun handed the sunflower seeds to Tang San, remarking, "Yu Xiaojiang is merely a scoundrel. There is no need to be so sorrowful." Tang San accepted the seeds but offered no response. Wang Kun gazed at the distant lake and exclaimed, "Let us go fishing. Turkey, the grilled fish awaits. Oh brother, you shall slice the fish. Brother Dai, please carry the fish." Xiao Wu, Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Shiqing. Let us embrace our inner gourmets. The expressions on Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu's faces radiated pure joy. Fland and Zhao Wujian approached warmly, remarking, Wang Kun. You are truly kind to your teachers. Wang Kun chuckled and remarked, isn't this thanks to your esteemed relationship, Dean? Come, let us go indulge in some fish, after all. I have a penchant for it. Chapter 84. To think I would meet my demise at the hands of a wretched fool. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected figure appeared among the Shrek crowd. Diggybo cast his gaze upon Tang San and inquired, Child, are you familiar with snake venom? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively took refuge behind Wang Kun, who cast a disdainful glance at Flinder and Zhao Wujie. In turn, Flinder and Zhao Wujie averted their gazes. When Tang San mentioned poison, the previous sense of despair dissipated entirely. Such trivial snake venom was hardly a cause for concern. As this was being said, Tang San was taken away by Diggybo, while Xiao Wu, filled with apprehension, pondered aloud, Onaikan, where is my third brother? What has happened to him? Is he in any danger? Wang Kun, with a burst of inspiration, struck gently upon Xiao Wu's delicate forehead. Enough, he declared. Diggybo would never do such a thing. Moreover, I am well aware of their exact whereabouts. Where might that be? Came the inquiry. In the Sunset Forest, of course. Let us go together and indulge in roasted fish. Xiao Wu, unfazed, replied, I am quite all right, and I eagerly anticipate our delightful feast of roasted fish. Wang Kun suddenly clasped his hands together. The realm of trees descended. As soon as he uttered those words, the tranquil lake was instantly filled with robust vines. Numerous fish, having left the water, floundered desperately, many of them thrashing onto the shore. Wang Kun then transformed the vines into a radiant nine-colored light, which returned to his body. Subsequently, Daimu Bai, Flinder, Zhao Wujin, along with other instructors, as well as Ning Rong Rong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao Wu, ventured to catch fish, seemingly conveying the sentiment of not indulging in free meals. Wang Kun skillfully prepared a fish, and upon completion, he began to showcase his remarkable culinary skills. Ning Rong Rong couldn't help but exclaim how truly deserving Wang Kun was of the title of culinary master. Haha. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun expertly managed the heat, and thus, everyone enthusiastically commenced the preparation of a delectable fish dish. After some time, the enticing aroma of the fish wafted throughout the entire Heaven Do Royal Academy, drawing the attention of all, including the team led by Qin Ming. People found themselves unconsciously swallowing in anticipation. Upon noticing Yi Langlang, Wang Kun called Oscar over to take charge of the cooking, requesting Yi Langlang to assist him. Aware that Wang Kun could indeed rival the poisoned Douluo, Yi Langlang, along with Du Guyan, held Wang Kun in high regard and complied without hesitation. Oscar and Wang Kun exchanged knowing glances, affirming their bond as good brothers. Wang Kun offered an awkward smile, while Oscar remained oblivious to the situation. Though he may be naive, it is perhaps best not to expose the truth, lest he find himself in an embarrassing predicament. Rong Rong and Shiqing each held bowls of the sauerkraut fish and fish soup prepared by Wang Kun, alongside the particularly spicy grilled fish. Meanwhile, Yu Tianhing, Du Guyan, and their teammates approached, unashamedly seeking to partake in the meal. Wang Kun and the others did not intervene, as it was Qin Ming who had sent them. Thus, they indulged from morning until afternoon. Wang Kun observed the contented group, who were not only well-fed but also taking a midday nap. He contemplated rousing them, yet he too was enveloped in a drowsy stupor, finding immense pleasure in napping upon the grass. Meanwhile, Flinder instructed everyone to rise and proceed to his school. Upon finishing his statement, a faint blush graced his cheeks. Ning Rong Rong chimed in, teasingly exclaiming, Oh, Director, could it be that the person you speak of is a woman you admire? Flinder's face flushed with embarrassment. How could he still find humor in such a situation when his rival had vanished? Ning Rong Rong, with a playful smile, continued, the granddaughter of Diggybo, Du Guyan, has assured us that her grandfather harbors no ill intentions towards Tang San. Moreover, it remains unclear who was attempting to entice the female teacher of the school. Wang Kun also chuckled. The esteemed dean has been single for far too long. This yearning is quite understandable. We should show some empathy, should we not? Ma Hongjun chimed in with a grin. Indeed, teacher, it is high time you found yourself a girlfriend. Flinder promptly delivered a playful smack to the chubby one's head, exclaiming, Are we jesting with the teacher now? Let us be off. The group then turned their attention to Oscar and Yi Langlang, who were awkwardly engaged in conversation. Oscar, feeling the weight of their gaze, flushed crimson, while their intimate farewell sent shivers down Yi Langlang's spine. Oscar hastily approached them, and Daimu Bai clasped Oscar's shoulder, exclaiming, Little Oscar, you are truly impressive. Oscar's face turned even redder as he chuckled sheepishly. With laughter and joy, they all departed, silently mounting their motorcycles. While those teachers who were unaccustomed to riding remained behind, Wang Kun, with meticulous care, arranged for them to ride on a large tricycle, powered by human effort. Resembling the shape of a pedaled rickshaw, without exception, the rear bore the emblem of the Kunping. However, upon their emergence, they observed numerous individuals also riding bicycles, with the majority proudly displaying the insignia of the Spirit Hall, while a smaller portion bore the mark of the Heavendo Empire. Ning Rongrong, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Oni-chan, it appears your creation has been pirated." Wang Kun, displaying little reaction, remarked, "Such matters are inconsequential. Have you not noticed that only the nobility partake in such pursuits? They deliberately inflate prices to ensure that only the affluent can afford them. However, we are soon to confront that female Tyrannosaurus who has a penchant for scoundrels like you, Xiaojiang. Wish me luck. Yet, I wonder why the esteemed dean would take an interest in her." Flanders could not help but feel his face flush with embarrassment. Silence. We are nearly there. At that moment, the group beheld the towering city gate, standing a majestic 10 meters high and equally wide, ample enough for 6 riders to pass side by side. Adjacent to it were 2 smaller gates, each 5 meters in height and width, through which pedestrians could enter while the grand main gate remained firmly shut. Upon arriving at the city gate, just as everyone was preparing to enter, they noticed a large announcement affixed to the bulletin board beside the gate. Blue Tyrant Advanced Soul Master Academy seeks to employ the following personnel due to expansion: 10 Soul Masters of rank 40 or above, with priority given to those of higher soul power. Exceptional benefits will be provided upon hiring. Upon reading this notice, Flanders expressed his astonishment. How did this academy's advertisement find its way to the city gate's bulletin? What a cost this must incur. His spirits had lifted somewhat, revealing his innate frugality once again. Qin Ming, who had accompanied them, chimed in, "Any Advanced Soul Master Academy operating within the confines of Heavendo City possesses a certain pedigree. While I am unaware of the specific background of Blue Tyrant Academy, I do recall that during the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament, they eliminated one of the teams from the Royal Academy of Heavendo. However, the batch of students from Blue Tyrant Academy should have graduated by now. And this year's Royal Combat team from Heavendo Academy is significantly stronger than during the previous tournament, so I surmise they will have little opportunity this time around." Wang Kun, in a state of bewilderment, acknowledged the prowess of Lu Erlong's school. However, he pondered the potential repercussions when Erlong learns that Yu Xiaojiang has already engaged in certain activities. "I hope I can withstand the fallout, for teacher Erlong is indeed formidable." Yet, Wang Kun remained unfazed, a hint of a playful smile gracing his lips. As they proceeded inside, Qin Ming inquired, "What happened to the master?" Flender, with a hint of sorrow, replied, "Do not ask." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Qin Ming chose to remain silent. Today concludes. The word count has been completed. Now, it is time for the champions to rise. A plea for recommendations and check-ins. Chapter 85, The Demise of Yu Xiaojiang. A request for recommendations. As the members of Shrek Academy entered the Blue Tyrant Academy, they immediately sensed a significant distinction from the Tiendo Royal Academy. While the latter boasted breathtaking mountain scenery, the Blue Tyrant Academy presented a different ambience. The description of the surroundings is omitted, and the group was soon ushered into a room. No unnecessary embellishments. Let us begin with sincerity. Readers, truly, this author is commendable. Haha. The welcoming instructor instructed everyone to wait for a brief moment before departing. Before long, 3 Soul Masters entered, all appearing to be in their 40s, with unremarkable features but possessing an air of seriousness. They halted at the inner side of the hall, and the foremost individual addressed the gathering. "Soul Masters participating in the assessment, please approach one at a time for evaluation. Who will be the first to test?" All eyes turned towards Flender, who smiled gently and gestured to Qin Ming. "Xiaoming, you may go first." Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Ming stepped forward and asked the 3 Soul Masters, "May I inquire how the assessment is conducted?" The previously speaking Soul Master replied, "Please unleash your martial spirit. If it exceeds level 40, you may spar with one of us for 10 minutes to pass." In a firm tone, Qin Ming declared, "Level 62, Firewolf. Battle Soul Emperor, Qin Ming. A strong attack-type Soul Master." His 6 soul rings materialized instantly. Following suit, the other instructors showcased their prowess. Level 63, Dragon Pattern Staff. Weapon Soul Emperor, Li Yusong, strong attack-type Soul Master. Level 66, Star Chess, Weapon Soul Emperor, Lu Qi Bean, Control-type Soul Master. Level 71, Jelly Bean, Weapon Soul Saint, Xiao. Food type Soul Master. Level 76, Mighty Golden Bear, Battle Soul Saint, Zhao Wujuan, Strong Attack type Soul Master. Level 78, Cat Eagle, Battle Soul Saint, Flinder, Agile Attack type Soul Master. The welcoming instructor, astonished, exclaimed, "No need for testing. You seniors can all be teachers." At that moment, Wang Kun surprisingly leaped forward. For white soul rings shrouded in the radiant light of creation appearing around him. "May I also become a teacher?" The welcoming instructor, seeing the underwhelming configuration of soul rings, lamented mockingly, "That is not possible, and you are far too young." Flinder, unable to suppress his thoughts, proposed, "I suggest you do not underestimate him. He may very well possess the strength to overpower a titled Douluo." Flinder had vividly witnessed how Wang Kun had overwhelmed Douluo by unleashing the seventh gate of the Shocking Gate. The members of Shrek Academy were acutely aware of this fact. The welcoming instructor regarded Wang Kun, noting nothing particularly remarkable about him except for his handsome appearance. Flinder then cleared his throat and stated, "I would prefer not to allow Wang Kun to play the fool. I wish to consult with your dean. Is that permissible?" The welcoming instructor respectfully affirmed, "Certainly, but the dean is rarely present at the academy, preferring the tranquility of solitude in the forest. The daily affairs of the academy are managed by the instructors, and only significant matters require the dean's attention. Thus, we must proceed accordingly." Flinder, grasping Wang Kun by the collar of his black robe, said, "Lead us onward." The welcoming instructor gestured for them to follow, and Flinder dragged Wang Kun along with the Shrek members toward the location of the enigmatic woman. Wang Kun felt quite distressed, as Flinder had denied him the opportunity to show off. This elicited stifled laughter from Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, Xiaowu, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, Daimubai, and Tang San. Continuing forward for several hundred meters, the trees began to thin out, revealing a particularly robust tree adorned with a sign that read, "Academy Grounds, Unauthorized Entry Prohibited." Upon passing this magnificent tree, the scenery abruptly transformed. Before them lay a serene little lake, beside which stood a humble thatched cottage constructed from wooden planks and straw, seamlessly blending into the surrounding environment. Encircling the cottage was a fence, within which a variety of flowers flourished, each vying for attention with their vibrant hues and exquisite beauty. Amidst the blossoms stood a woman, holding a watering can, tenderly nurturing the blooming flora, perhaps alerted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards the group from Shrek Academy. A slight furrow appeared on her brow, as if the tranquility of the place had been disturbed. When her eyes passed over the three soul masters from the Lamba Academy and settled on Flinder at the rear, her expression remained largely unchanged, marked only by a look of infatuation. Wang Kun beheld a woman in her 30s, adorned in a simple azure cloth dress that could scarcely conceal her voluptuous elegance. Her pale visage bore exquisite features that were strikingly captivating. Though her large, dark eyes appeared momentarily vacant, they still sparkled with an undeniable allure. Beneath her robe lay the undeniable contours of her mature and abundant form, a breathtaking beauty far beyond the reach of an ordinary maiden. Wang Kun pondered over Zhu Qing, Ning Rongrong, and Xiaowu. None could compare to Zhu Qing, whose presence was overwhelming. To his astonishment, Flinder brazenly sold out Wang Kun, bluntly stating, "Dragon sister, Yu Xiaojiang is dead." The flowers surrounding Lu Erlong were instantly reduced to dust under an immense pressure. In an instant, she appeared before Flinder, her face twisted with fury, and exclaimed, "Who is it? Speak now. Who killed him? I shall avenge Xiaojiang." Wang Kun was somewhat perplexed, as Lu Erlong seemed to be momentarily captivated by his appearance. What could be the reason for this? Indeed, when a man is exceedingly handsome, it is an inescapable circumstance. Thus, he remarked, "Beautiful lady, that jade Xiaojiang has forsaken you for over 20 years, leaving you to dwell alone in this desolate and cold chamber, unchanging in name and identity. Jade Xiaojiang is the one I, Kunzi, have dealt with. Let us speak plainly." Before Wang Kun could finish his sentence, Lu Erlong suddenly attempted to strike him with a fist, while Wang Kun brought his hands together. "Would release. The forest world descends. Would release. The vast temple of tranquility manifests." In an instant, numerous vine-like plants emerged around Wang Kun, ensnaring the ferocious Lu Erlong, while behind him appeared a wooden palm, inscribed with the character for temple. When the wooden palm enveloped Lu Erlong's body, she exhibited no signs of struggle whatsoever. Lu Erlong? Once known as the embodiment of carnage in the fabled Golden Triangle, she now seemed rather unremarkable. With fervor, Lu Erlong gazed at Flander and exclaimed, "Is this Kun the very one who took Xiaojiang's life?" Flander glanced at Wang Kun and replied, "Sister Long, you are being exceedingly impulsive. Moreover, a child, more accurately, a monster, may indeed speak the truth. yet you cannot match his strength. Furthermore, Yu Xiaogang's fate was, without a doubt, well-deserved. Flander, how can you speak to Kun in such a manner? Does he not merit your respect? Has the brotherly bond you shared with Xiaogang for decades been cast aside as if it were not? Upon hearing this, Flander found solace in his thoughts. Sister Long, I may never win your heart, yet Yu Xiaogang easily attained it only to abandon you, leaving you to endure such anguish. My heart aches for you. Chapter 86. Oni-chan, I wish to soar. I seek your support. Lu Erlong paid little heed to Flander's sycophantic words, her gaze fixed fiercely upon the child as she declared. Release me, Kun. Let me go, and I shall mete out a righteous thrashing upon you to avenge Xiaogang. Wang Kun then lowered his hand and said, Why do you not desire to take my life? Woman, your affection for Yu Xiaogang ultimately remains insignificant. Wang Kun turned to Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing, saying, Do not be like that elderly lady, yearning for love in vain. Have the courage to embrace love, for I only hold affection for my sister. Instantly, a blush adorned the cheeks of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing. At that moment, the trees binding Lu Erlong dissipated into a radiant nine-colored light, merging with Wang Kun's being, causing everyone to be momentarily captivated. Meanwhile, Wang Kun found himself directly struck on the head by Lu Erlong's heartfelt iron fist. Wang Kun's head ached considerably, yet it swiftly recovered. After all, possessing the remarkable physique of Hashirama Senju, the Hashirama mom, invincibility is undoubtedly a given. Wang Kun consoled Lu Erlong behind him, saying, Sister Long, do not be disheartened. Just because Yu Xiaogang does not love you does not mean that no one cares for you. Everyone holds you in high esteem. Your fearlessness in the face of power is commendable. On my way here, I heard about how Director Erlong considers the welfare of the common folk. I, too, hail from humble beginnings and deeply admire your dedication to the populace. Lu Erlong's face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. I am not that remarkable, she replied, playfully delivering a light punch to Wang Kun's head. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were astonished that Wang Kun could articulate such sentiments. Yet, it was the truth, devoid of any embellishment. Wang Kun then opened the fourth gate, effortlessly receiving what was, for Lu Erlong, a seemingly light jab, although it was, in fact, the full force of a 60th level Soul Emperor's attack. Upon absorbing the blow, Lu Erlong was taken aback. He actually managed that. Immediately, she launched a left punch, and Wang Kun embraced her fist with both hands. Are you dismissing me, Kunzi, by not even unleashing your martial spirit? Lu Erlong exclaimed, exerting her full strength. In response, Wang Kun activated the fifth gate, the gate of the kitchen, causing his skin to redden and his veins to bulge slightly. Subsequently, Wang Kun hurled Lu Erlong away, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. He had initially intended to engage in light-hearted banter with Ning Rongrong and the others, but he realized that showing off was best done without the distraction of women. Everyone pondered in disbelief. Could it be that Wang Kun, merely 12 years of age, could so easily overpower Lu Erlong, who possessed a top-tier dragon martial spirit? Was Kunzi truly that formidable? Wang Kun found his room and indulged in a restful slumber, reveling in the comfort it offered. This room was a far cry from the wooden house he had previously occupied. The bedding was sumptuous, and most importantly, it boasted an en-suite bathroom. Meanwhile, Lu Erlong experienced, for the first time, the formidable prowess of a prodigy. Flander remarked, Dragon sister, you ought not to provoke him. His strength is unparalleled, at least equivalent to a titled Douluo. He is our Shrek's formidable overlord, and even that old poisonous snake dares to show him deference. Why didn't you inform me sooner? She retorted. Had I known earlier, I would have vented my frustrations on you. This is the first time I have encountered such a creature. Flander, visibly shaken, understood the ferocity of Lu Erlong's wrath. However, as he observed the others skillfully munching on sunflower seeds while watching the spectacle unfold, he quickly cleared his throat. Let us return to the teacher's dormitory and the members' quarters. Enough with the idle watching, he urged. The group nodded in agreement, clutching their snacks as they departed. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao presented Lu Erlong with a platter of particularly spicy grilled fish, declaring, Sister Dragon, this is absolutely delectable. Ning Rongrong elaborated. This is a token of apology from Wang Kun. Where is he? Lu Erlong inquired, prompting Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiao to hastily scurry away. They knew they could not contend with this fierce female dragon. They were merely timid little rabbits, kittens, and young maidens. Thus, after a rejuvenating rest, Xiao approached Wang Kun the following day, saying, Oni-chan, may I meet him? Wang Kun pondered for a moment and remarked, Then allow me to gently caress your rabbit ears. I've long desired to do so. If you don't let Oni-chan touch them, it will surely vex you. Xiaowu's face inevitably flushed with embarrassment, yet her words belied her true intentions as she extended her ears towards him. As Wang Kun was about to reach out, he was suddenly met with the piercing glares of two fiercely disdainful younger sisters. Wang Kun also smiled and ceased to touch it. He remarked, "Then let us activate the flight mode." Wang Kun instantaneously transported himself outside, while Xiaowu had also ventured out numerous times. Wang Kun noticed that Ning Rongrong and Zhu Shiqing were both gazing at him, their eyes filled with envy and resentment. "Do not regard me with such covetous looks. I shall first arrange for Xiaowu to meet Tang San." At that moment, a random white text appeared before Wang Kun. Did not the host previously assert that soaring was unfeasible? Yet, the host may harness the Genesis 9 divine power to possess an external spirit bone, Genesis 9 divine wings. Furthermore, this external spirit bone can disregard all forms of attack. However, it necessitates the consumption of the host's entire soul power. Once utilized, the host will be utterly exhausted and incapable of resistance. Even an ordinary person could vanquish you. Wang Kun couldn't help but exclaim, "Haha, it has been a long time since I embraced danger once more." Wang Kun directly manifested the Genesis 9 colored divine wings, commonly referred to as the Genesis wings. Suddenly, a pair of resplendent wings, radiating a dazzling spectrum of colors, emerged from his back, exuding extraordinary beauty. Ning Rongrong, Zhu Shiqing, and Xiaowu could not resist the urge to reach out and touch the wings. However, Wang Kun instinctively retracted them, as they demanded an overwhelming amount of soul power. Wang Kun suddenly collapsed onto the ground, laboriously extracting food from his storage ring. After hastily consuming it, the unique constitution bestowed upon him by the Hashi Mama allowed for a swift restoration of his soul power, enabling him to rise slowly to his feet. "I shall first partake of some sustenance to replenish my soul power. I hadn't anticipated that this external soul bone would deplete my energy so rapidly." Ning Rongrong approached him, saying, "May I touch that exquisite wing? It is truly stunning." Wang Kun, rendered speechless, remarked, "Oh, my Navi sister. Do you truly believe that those wings are so easily touched?" He then vanished from sight in an instant. Wang Kun silently made his way to his dormitory. Lying down on his bed and lamenting, "I have now become a mere salted fish. Do not mind me, for my spiritual energy is nearly depleted." After uttering these words, he drifted into slumber. It was only after several days of sleep that Wang Kun finally regained his senses, while his three younger sisters visited daily to check if he had awakened. After Wang Kun consumed a copious amount of fish, he finally began to recuperate. And it was at this moment that the three girls caring for Kunzi entered and discovered Wang Kun feasting on fish. Wang Kun was thus dragged outside by them. And Xiaowu exclaimed with excitement, "Fly, Wang Kun." Wang Kun displayed his divine wings of creation and sighed, addressing his companions. At that moment, Lu Erlong chanced upon Wang Kun's resplendent wings, her face flushing with embarrassment as she stormed off in a huff. He promptly scooped up Xiaowu in a princess carry, causing her cheeks to redden, yet she remained silent, adorably wrapping her delicate arms around Wang Kun's neck to prevent herself from falling. Zhu Shiqing and Ning Rongrong, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of envy. They were aware that Xiaowu intended to seek out Tang San, so they refrained from commenting further. The two then soared into the sky, heading towards the ice and fire-en Yaga nestled within the sunset forest. Before them lay a valley, where hot springs split into two distinct pools, one a milky white and the other a vibrant crimson. Remarkably, despite being in the same basin, the two springs remained sharply defined, each respecting its own territory without encroaching upon the other. The rising steam was a product of the juxtaposition of these two springs, ascending until it gradually dissipated at the mountain's peak. This place could be likened to a treasure trove, not in the conventional sense of gold or silver, but rather a veritable cornucopia for medicinal herbs. Ordinary plants could not thrive in the unique climatic conditions of the three great treasure basins. Yet these basins fostered the growth of rare and precious flora, accelerating their maturation to an astonishing degree. To put it simply, if a spirit mushroom were to grow in any one of the three treasure basins for a decade, it would have the efficacy of a century-old mushroom. The three great treasure basins possessed unparalleled conditions, a sanctuary where the essence of the world converged. The ice and fire yin yang represented this extraordinary spring, a rare side of duality that had taken millennia to form. Soon, before Wang Kun and Xiaowu stood Tang San, bare-chested and clad only in trousers. Accompanied by Douluo, Wang Kun took out his playing cards for a game of landlord, glancing at Xiaowu, who displayed no reaction. Did she not respond even to the sight of her brother's physique? Tang San engaged in a one-sided intimate greeting with Xiaowu. But it was Tang San who took the initiative. "Wang Kun, after setting aside his cards, decided to leave. Feel free to play poker or landlord, he said. But you may not be adept at poker. Xiaowu should be aware that Rong Rong has a tendency to speak freely about landlord. As he waved his colorful wings, white subtitles appeared before him. The random system has been activated for teasing purposes. Please proceed to the Wuhuan Hall to tease Pope Bibi Dong. Wang Kun revealed a sinister smile and soared into the air, soon arriving at the majestic Pope's hall, which was shrouded in darkness and solitude, devoid of any radiant sunlight. There was no hope. Suddenly, Wang Kun became possessed by Uchiha Beidou. In every illuminated corner of the world, shadows inevitably linger. It is precisely the desire to protect love that gives rise to hatred. They exist in a relationship of cause and effect, yet I shall transcend this cycle. Nar, I shall create a world where your happiness flourishes. Thus, I harbor no interest in this wretched world that I am about to obliterate. It is for Nar's smile and for the sake of a beautiful peace. You 5 divine kings have destroyed the only world I cherished. Nar will never find joy because of you. If that is the case, then I shall dismantle the world you control. Nar, you must be happy, for I love you. And the one who annihilates this world is neither anyone nor desires to be anyone. I solely wish for Nar to live joyfully. Nar is my only light. If I were to lose her, the world I behold would transform into a pitch-black hell. This realm is filled with ashes and devoid of hope. Even if I journey across the globe, all I find only reinforces this notion. Even possessing extraordinary talents, I still see nothing. For you, Nar, I would stand against the world. I have overturned the entirety of existence solely to write your reflection. After expressing these heartfelt sentiments, he gazed upon the throne at the spirit hall, where sat a figure of modest stature, adorned in a luxurious black robe with golden embroidery, crowned with a 9-curved purple gold diadem, and wielding a staff nearly 2 meters long, embedded with countless jewels. Her fair skin and nearly flawless beauty set her apart remarkably. The innate nobility and sanctity exuding from her made it impossible not to feel a sense of reverence. The Pope before him was astonishingly beautiful, noble, elegant, and serene. A multitude of delightful adjectives seemed to perfectly encapsulate this woman. At that moment, Bibi Dong was instructing Hulaina in her duties. However, upon hearing Wang Kun's profound declaration of love for Hulaina, combined with his strikingly handsome visage and those enchanting blood-red eyes, Bibi Dong could not help but feel moved by the tears that welled up in Hulaina's eyes. Though she knew not who he was, the intensity of his affection amidst their fleeting encounter was undeniable. If it were to be said by a boyfriend, it would not be entirely out of the question. Bibi Dong, too, was deeply touched by this passionate youth. Once, she had been a lovesick girl herself. Yet, she had been ensnared by that wretched Qian Xuanji and taken to a chamber for unspeakable acts. At this thought, Bibi Dong felt the tension rise in her forehead, her delicate skin betraying the strain beneath. Wang Kun gazed at the misunderstood Hulaina, who possessed a head of